Chapter 1 Ding. Severe injury detected in the host. The Invincible system has been successfully activated automatically. I must be on the brink of death. I'm starting to hear things. In a pool of blood, Yuan lay on the ground, gazing blankly at the azure sky. He was not originally from this world. Instead, he hailed from Blue Star, a mere mortal. It all began when, unaware of the omens, he had an unfortunate encounter with a runaway truck while crossing the street, an incident precipitated by an elderly lady. With a blink of his eyes, he found himself transported to this ancient continent where martial prowess reigned supreme, and the strong could soar through the skies and move mountains. As a transmigrator, Yuan yearned to become a formidable being, transcending earthly constraints. Such aspirations were noble, yet reality proved harsh. Despite his reincarnation, he remained trapped in the fate of a common mortal, and before he could even reach the age of 10, he lost both parents. His plight worsened as he was sold into servitude by human traffickers to a demonic cultivator, nearly becoming fodder for alchemical experiments. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the desperate. Just as he teetered on the brink of death, a sword cultivator from Ling Yun's sect intervened, vanquishing the demonic master and saving him. It was the first time Yuan witnessed a cultivator, other than the demon, in this world. Everything about the figure, whether it was their strength, the thunderous might they commanded, or their long, elegant legs, left him in awe. Overcome with admiration, Yuan bowed deeply. Perhaps out of pity, or perhaps due to his pleasing appearance, Luo Qingxue took him under her wing as her disciple. Thus, Yuan naturally became a member of Ling Yun's sect. Upon joining, he truly comprehended the magnitude of his master's prowess. She was, after all, the foremost sword cultivator in Lingzhou. Countless individuals sought to curry favor with her. His master possessed not only formidable strength, but also striking beauty and an imposing presence. The only drawback was her insatiable thirst for alcohol. When Lu Wufeng, in an attempt to gain her favor, presented her with 100 jars of fiery liquor, she promptly arranged a betrothal between Yuan and her daughter, Lu Rian. Yuan opposed this arrangement, not out of disdain for arranged marriages, but because of his experiences in his previous life, having witnessed the fickleness of Emperor Rian. He feared betrayal, being wronged, and having his emotions toyed with. However, his master's eyes sparkled with greed at the sight of the liquor, and she persistently persuaded him. Ultimately, he was coerced into acquiescing to the marriage. He had speculated that he might be betrayed, but he never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. 2 years and 11 months ago, Lu Rian arrived at Ling Yun's sect, accompanied by a young man, riding a celestial crane with great fanfare. They made their way directly to the desolate peak where Yuan resided. Such a grand entrance immediately captured the attention of countless disciples, elders, peak masters, and sect leaders. On that day, so many gathered at Yuan's desolate peak for the first time. Before the eyes of thousands, Lu Rian announced her intention to break off the engagement. Her words dripped with disdain for Yuan as she exalted herself. Your cultivation talent is mediocre, while I possess the potential for sanctification. I have already joined Yinshao's sect. As its saintess, we are worlds apart. You are unworthy of me. Agree to the annulment. You are akin to a loach trapped in the muck, destined to wallow in filth for eternity. I, however, am a true dragon soaring through the heavens. What crow could ever match a phoenix? You are merely a toad dreaming of swan meat, foolish. Today's annulment is not a negotiation, it is a notification. Such disparaging remarks were relentless. Humiliated before the multitude of Ling Yun's sect, Yuan wished to vanish into the ground. It was only when his master spoke that the onslaught of insults subsided slightly. However, this restraint was superficial, as the disparagement merely shifted to veiled insinuations. Unable to endure any longer, Yuan penned a letter of divorce and threw it in Lu Rian's face. Faced with her shock and disbelief, Yuan impulsively challenged her to a 3-year agreement. A duel, a life-and-death battle. He believed that pressure would breed motivation. With sufficient effort, perhaps he could thoroughly defeat Lu Rian by the end of their 3-year contest. Yet, if effort alone sufficed, what need would there be for talent? Despite his mediocrity in cultivation, The chasm between him and Lu Ruyan remained unfathomably vast. In despair, Gu Yuan recently learned of a dragon transformation herb in the vicinity. If he could obtain it, it would enhance his cultivation talent and significantly bolster his strength. Thus, he ventured forth. Little did he expect that the herb would be guarded by a powerful beast. After a fierce confrontation, Gu Yuan found himself questioning his very existence. His body was bloodied, his vitality waning, teetering on the brink of death. Even the voice echoing in his mind was dismissed as a mere figment of his dying consciousness. At that moment, the voice resonated once more. This system is called the Invincible system. It can empower the host to become invincible in this world. A new Invincible Beginner's Gift Pack is now available. Would you like to accept and open it? As the voice reverberated in his mind, Gu Yuan blinked in disbelief. Gradually, a radiant joy spread across his face. This was no illusion. It was the system. The essential system for every transmigrator had finally arrived. Having devoured countless mindless fantasy novels, he was no stranger to systems. With the system in hand, the world was his for the taking. The arrival of the system undoubtedly signified his impending rise. Ha ha, splendid. I never expected the system to arrive, albeit belatedly. Unconsciously laughing aloud, Gu Yuan felt the pain throughout his body diminish significantly in that moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Claim and open the Invincible Beginner's Gift Pack." The Invincible Beginner's Gift Pack is now opening. Congratulations, host. You have received the Invincible Emperor's cultivation level. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Invincible Technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Invincible Body Technique. Congratulations, host. You have gained the Invincible Fist Technique. Congratulations, host. You have received the Invincible Sword Technique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Invincible Sword Intent. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. As the voice continued to echo in his mind, Gu Yuan was left utterly bewildered. Techniques, body movements, fist arts, leg techniques, sword skills, knife techniques, formations, alchemy methods, talisman arts, sword intent, knife intent, fist intent, everything was included. And all were prefixed with Invincible. To top it off, he had received the Invincible Emperor's cultivation level. Was this truly a beginner's gift pack? This was beyond monumental. If one were to describe it, it could only be said to be larger than his master's thunderous presence. In an instant, Gu Yuan questioned if this was merely a dying fantasy, overwhelmed by such an extraordinary stroke of luck. The magnitude of this boon was beyond belief, something even novels would hesitate to depict. As the contents of the gift pack fused with his being, a twinge of pain accompanied the process. Please bear with us. Hostess will only take a moment. No sooner had the system's words left its mouth than a wave of excruciating pain engulfed Gu Yuan. It felt as if his head was being pried open and crammed with an overwhelming influx of knowledge. Each bone in his body felt as though it were being shattered, only to regrow and shatter again. A relentless cycle of agony. Even every cell in his body seemed to burst apart and reform, a torment beyond what any human could withstand, compelling Gu Yuan to wail in despair. This is merely a bit of pain? It feels like a million times worse. Aya. In a state of invincibility, the protagonist does not merely fight against adversity, they crush it with overwhelming superiority. With a mental shift, the exhilarating ascent began. The stages of cultivation, from low to high, are as follows: body refinement, spirit assimilation, spirit origin, spirit sea, transcendence, monarch, emperor, lord, saint, and finally, the great emperor. As Gu Yuan's anguished cries echoed, his cultivation surged with the speed of a rocket. Spirit origin stage, spirit sea stage, transcendence stage, monarch stage, emperor stage, lord stage, saint stage. Great emperor. In a span of mere 2.5 breaths, Gu Yuan's cultivation skyrocketed from the initial spirit origin stage to the great emperor stage. At that moment, he fully absorbed the myriad of knowledge flooding his mind. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming power within him, capable of annihilating everything in existence, causing a slight smile to grace his lips. Despite the excruciating pain of merging with the system, the benefits that awaited him made the suffering seem trivial. Moreover, with his cultivation elevated to the great emperor stage, all previous injuries were completely healed in that instant. Oh, a menacing growl, reminiscent of a beast's lament, echoed through the air. Yuan turned his gaze and beheld the monstrous creature that had previously inflicted grievous wounds upon him, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. Its eyes were fixed intently upon him, while its feet were retreating in trepidation. The creature's gaze was rife with both wariness and fear, as if it had acutely sensed the sudden shift in Yuan's aura. Yuan regarded the once mighty beast that had nearly claimed his life with a calm demeanor, remaining silent. Yet, at that very moment, as his eyes fell upon the creature, a resounding bang erupted, akin to the explosion of a balloon. The beast was instantly obliterated into a mist of crimson, leaving not a trace behind. In an instant, it was annihilated. Just a glance, and it meets its end. Is this the power of an emperor? Truly terrifying. As he observed the formidable beast, now utterly lifeless, Yuan could not suppress a sigh of astonishment, feeling the cataclysmic force coursing within him. The creature that had once sought his demise was now at his mercy, and he had no intention of showing it mercy. Although this was his first experience wielding the power of an emperor, he displayed no signs of struggling to adapt to the force within him. It was as if he had inhabited this realm for many years, mastering the control of his newfound strength with remarkable finesse. Had it been otherwise, that explosive gaze would not have reduced a ninth-tier spirit beast to nothingness, but rather obliterated an entire mountain range. With a mere thought, mountains would tremble. With a glance, the void would be pierced. A single palm could annihilate an entire realm, and a sword could sever forbidden domains. Such was the might of an emperor. Contemplating for a moment, Yuan spoke with composure. System, enlighten me regarding your capabilities. Ding. This system is known as the Invincible system, designed solely to render the host invincible. This system not only bestows upon the host unparalleled combat prowess within a realm, but also allows for the examination of personal and others' information panels, alongside an immense storage space, and more. Hiss. Listening to the system's incessant revelations, Yuan could not help but gasp in awe. The power of this system was astonishingly formidable. Moreover, it required no tedious tasks. The experience was exhilarating. Regaining his composure, Yuan, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, System, who created such a miraculous entity? Ding. No information available. The host need only know that this system shall not bring you harm. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt no great surprise. Systems of this nature were shrouded in mystery and power, their origins and motives unknown. As long as he was assured of his safety, that sufficed. Even if the system were to betray him, its overwhelming might would render any resistance futile. His only recourse would be to close his eyes and await his demise. Struggling? Utterly pointless. Thus, he resolved to revel in the exhilarating sensation of possessing extraordinary power. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated from the heavens above. Yuan looked up to witness dark storm clouds gathering ominously in the sky, swiftly enveloping the surrounding landscape for miles. These ominous clouds, pitch black, crackled with streaks of golden lightning, exuding a cataclysmic aura that sent shivers down the spines of all creatures within the mountains, causing them to cower in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Is this the tribulation of thunder? Such a fearsome tempest has someone ascended to emperorhood? Who has become an emperor? Could it be that ancient, unyielding figure? I have been unable to break through to emperorhood for a millennium. Witnessing an emperor's tribulation could aid my own ascension. At that moment, countless powerful beings from various factions within Lingzhou sensed the upheaval, raising their gazes in unison. Upon witnessing the vast, dark storm clouds, they pondered briefly before hastening towards the heart of the tempest, eager to discern the identity of the newly ascended emperor. Meanwhile, the thunderstorm in the sky had coalesced into a formidable form. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a golden bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the heavens like a raging golden dragon, hurtling towards Gu Yuan at breakneck speed. The blinding brilliance of the lightning illuminated the previously darkened Lingzhou, casting it into a semblance of daylight. The palpable dread emanating from the bolt was suffocating, hinting at its cataclysmic potential. It possessed the power to annihilate worlds. Yet, before such a terrifying manifestation of power, Gu Yuan remained unperturbed, his expression calm and composed, as if he regarded the fearsome lightning with naught but indifference. And indeed, this was the truth. Gu Yuan did not view this dreadful bolt of lightning as a threat. After all, he was not a newly ascended emperor. He was a being of the 9th tier of emperorhood. He was a peak emperor. He was an invincible emperor. While the lightning before him was formidable, to him, it was merely a flick of the wrist away from obliteration. And soon enough, the golden lightning descended. At this moment, Gu Yuan finally made his move. His large hand extended forth, and the invincible techniques cultivated over countless millennia surged within him in an instant. A colossal palm imprint, vast enough to obscure the heavens, materialized with remarkable speed. The moment the imprint emerged, it charged directly towards the golden lightning. Despite the terrifying power of the golden lightning, it appeared feeble under the weight of the palm imprint. Upon their brief contact, the golden lightning shattered like soft tofu, instantly transforming into a pool of golden liquid that flowed into Gu Yuan's body through the imprint. As the golden liquid coursed through him, Gu Yuan felt a delightful tingling sensation, a profound comfort, and even sensed a slight increase in his internal strength. Curiosity flickered in his eyes, prompting him to inquire aloud in his mind, "System, what is this liquid?" The system's response echoed immediately. Ding. In response to the host's inquiry. This liquid is known as Thunder Calamity Liquid, an exceedingly rare treasure in the world. When one ascends to the rank of emperor, they will encounter the emperor's Thunder Calamity, a formidable force capable of annihilating those who attempt to ascend. However, peril and opportunity coexist. If one can navigate the Thunder Calamity, they may absorb the Thunder Calamity liquid contained within, refining their being and gaining unimaginable benefits. Only those who have endured the refinement of the Thunder Calamity liquid and successfully ascended to emperor can truly become a great emperor, possessing the potential for further breakthroughs. At this juncture, the system's voice fell silent. Gu Yuan nodded, partially understanding, as he felt the Thunder Calamity liquid enter his body. He sensed a subtle augmentation of power and furrowed his brow, speaking again. "System, why does this Thunder Calamity liquid not seem as extraordinary as you claim?" He had not experienced any unimaginable benefits. The increase in his internal strength felt minuscule, almost negligible. Ding. In response to the host's inquiry. "It is not that the Thunder Calamity liquid is lacking. Rather, you have become excessively formidable." Upon hearing the system's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue. So, unbeknownst to him, he had already become this powerful. The sensation of having an advantage surged within him. Just one word. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A thunderous roar reverberated across the sky once more. Gu Yuan instinctively looked up, only to witness a bolt of lightning coalescing ominously amidst the calamity clouds above. This lightning, resembling a dragon of thunder, bore an overwhelmingly destructive aura as it surged towards Gu Yuan. This bolt was larger and thicker than the previous tribulation, its inherent power far more formidable and terrifying. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan regarded it with indifference. His hand extended outward, and the invincible technique within him activated instantaneously. A colossal hand, capable of overshadowing the sun and obscuring the sky, materialized and advanced towards the lightning. Despite the formidable nature of the thunder, which possessed the might to annihilate worlds, it appeared feeble in comparison to Gu Yuan's immense hand. As soon as the two made contact, Gu Yuan's hand effortlessly crushed the lightning, transforming it into a pool of golden liquid, the essence of the tribulation. Gazing at the tribulation liquid contained within his massive hand, a fleeting glimmer of contemplation crossed Gu Yuan's eyes. He raised his other hand, forming a grasping posture, seemingly preparing to seize something. An enigmatic aura emanated from his palm, and droplets of liquid, imbued with immense energy, materialized from the void in the distance, swiftly approaching him. As the liquid traversed the air, it rapidly coalesced, ultimately forming a delicate azure vial. Seizing the vial, Gu Yuan focused his thoughts, and the tribulation liquid surged to life, flying directly into the small vial as if animated. The liquid, brimming with colossal energy, promised unimaginable benefits to its absorber, inevitably leading to a significant enhancement of their power. However, Gu Yuan's current strength was so formidable that the contribution of the tribulation liquid to his power would be negligible, almost inconsequential. Given this, he resolved not to absorb it, but to collect it for his esteemed master, the great Thunder Master, who had shown him unparalleled kindness. Upon acquiring such a valuable substance, his first thought was of her. However, the formidable energy within the tribulation liquid was not something that could be easily contained. Thus, he employed the invincible forging technique bestowed upon him by the system to craft the small vial for the purpose of storing the tribulation liquid. Though the vial appeared ordinary, it was, in fact, a bona fide sacred artifact. The ease with which he fashioned such a sacred object epitomizes the extraordinary prowess of Gu Yuan in the present day. Indeed, one word encapsulates it: remarkable. As Gu Yuan collected the tribulation liquid, the thunderous roar in the heavens echoed once again. A resounding thunderous roar echoed through the skies, accompanied by a formidable clap of thunder that was thicker and more terrifying than before. A bolt of lightning, imbued with apocalyptic power, descended relentlessly upon Gu Yuan. Without uttering a word, Gu Yuan gazed upward and, without any hesitation, retaliated. As expected, he effortlessly shattered the bolt of lightning. The liquid essence of the tribulation contained within was once again collected into a small jade vial. Following this, the fourth bolt of lightning struck, followed by the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth. A total of 9 bolts of lightning surged down from the heavens. Only then did the ominous clouds above disperse, heralding Gu Yuan's successful navigation through the tribulation that accompanied his ascension to emperor. Each of these 9 bolts of lightning bore greater power than the last. For an ordinary emperor, even if they were fortunate enough to survive the tribulation, they would emerge gravely injured. Yet Gu Yuan was no ordinary emperor. Not a single hair on his body was harmed. He dissipated the bolts with ease. The liquid essence of the tribulation was entirely gathered into his jade vial. After securing the vial, Gu Yuan cast a glance at the distant dragon transformation herb. Although it held no value for him, it was a rare treasure that could enhance his junior sister's cultivation potential and bolster her strength. Murmuring softly, Gu Yuan waved his hand, and the dragon transformation herb transformed into a streak of light, swiftly flying toward him, ultimately being stored within his spatial system. With a swift motion, Gu Yuan vanished from his original spot, preparing to return to Lingyun's sect to present the tribulation liquid to Master Lei, intending to deliver a significant surprise. As Gu Yuan's figure disappeared, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air. Soon, over 100 figures materialized in the sky where Gu Yuan had just stood. They were a mix of ages, yet each exuded an aura of unparalleled strength. These individuals were the foremost powerhouses from various factions within Lingzhou. Their presence here was solely due to the tribulation clouds and lightning summoned by Gu Yuan's ascension to emperor. As they surveyed the area, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in their eyes. The place appeared untouched, as if nothing had transpired at all. They understood the significance of this, a testament to the extraordinary might of the individual who had faced the tribulation. It indicated the presence of a terrifying entity capable of effortlessly confronting the tribulation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the absence of any devastation. After all, whether struck dead by the lightning or barely surviving the tribulation, the surrounding environment would invariably bear some damage. I never imagined Lingzhou would harbor such a formidable emperor. It truly is a terrifying prospect, one powerful figure exclaimed, gazing around in disbelief. Another, eyes glinting with intrigue, remarked, I wonder who this emperor is. So impressive that I wish to forge a connection with him. However, this statement elicited a derisive laugh from a nearby powerhouse. Forge a connection? With an emperor? Do you believe yourself worthy? If I am unworthy, then what of you? Do you wish to spar with me? Come, let us see who fears whom. Today, I shall impart to you a lesson on the perils of reckless speech. Fight, fight, fight. As the individuals present engaged in disputes over Gu Yuan, he had already returned to Lingyun's sect, back to the desolate peak he called home. Once, this barren peak lived up to its name, desolate and devoid of life. Not a single animal could be found, and vegetation consisted solely of wild grasses. The reason for this desolation was none other than the wine-loving Master Lei, who had sold everything of value atop the peak to procure his beloved drink, thus earning the peak its name. Fortunately, with Gu Yuan's arrival, the desolate peak was revitalized. He had filled the entire mountain with flourishing peach trees. To his surprise, Master Lei was absent. As Gu Yuan extended his consciousness, he felt a twinge of astonishment. He had intended to present the Thunder Calamity liquid to Master Lei as a delightful surprise, only to discover that the master, typically found either drinking or inebriated slumber, was not at home. Gu Yuan then turned his gaze towards the courtyard where his junior sister resided. He had planned to present her with the transformation dragon grass. But upon sensing her deep in cultivation, he promptly dismissed the idea of interrupting her practice. Settling comfortably into the wicker chair where his master often lounged, Gu Yuan focused his thoughts and opened his personal system panel. Name, Gu Yuan. Age, 18. Appearance, 99 points, slightly inferior to the reader. Physique, chaotic divine body sealed. Will automatically unseal upon host's near-death experience, or can be voluntarily unsealed upon reaching the Great Emperor realm. Techniques, Invincible techniques, martial arts, Invincible body technique, Invincible fist technique, Invincible sword technique, Invincible blade technique, weapons, none others. Invincible forging method, Invincible alchemy method, Invincible formation method, Invincible talismans, Invincible sword intent, Invincible blade intent, Invincible fist intent, Invincible. Upon observing the section regarding his physique on the virtual panel, Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The previous rewards from the system had not included the chaotic divine body. After a moment's contemplation, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired aloud, "System, do I possess the chaotic divine body?" The system's voice promptly responded, "Yes, host." A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes as Gu Yuan began to investigate his own being. As he delved deeper, he indeed discovered a remarkable difference within himself. He found that a vast reservoir of energy was sealed deep within his body, hidden away. Were it not for his current cultivation at the level of an invincible emperor, he might not have been able to detect it at all. This sealed energy must be what the system referred to as the chaotic divine body. With a renewed sense of wonder, Gu Yuan posed another question. "System, why is my chaotic divine body sealed?" The system replied, "The chaotic divine body is your inherent physique. As for the reason it is sealed, that is simply how it is." Gu Yuan was rendered speechless. "Before my door stand two trees, both of which are peach trees. What difference does it make whether you say that or not?" The system, having reorganized its phrasing, spoke again. "Host, the reason your chaotic divine body has been sealed is entirely due to the fact that someone wielded immense power to seal your constitution shortly after your birth. As for their motives behind sealing your physique, the system is unaware. Someone sealed my constitution shortly after my birth." Upon hearing the system's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow, plunging into deep contemplation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Could it be? I am not an orphan, but rather a child of dual kings. If that were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion. His parents had always treated him with utmost kindness. Now, learning that they might still be alive fills him with immeasurable joy. Though this is merely his conjecture, is that not how novels often unfold? Initially, due to certain circumstances, parents feign their deaths to grant the protagonist the space to grow independently. To validate his hypothesis, Gu Yuan moved his feet, and in an instant, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in a quaint town, Qingjin Town. This was the very place he once called home. After 8 years, he was astonished to see how dramatically it had transformed. Gazing at the bustling town before him, Gu Yuan could not help but exclaim in wonder. The Qingjin town of yore was nowhere near as prosperous as it now stood. As he moved forward, Gu Yuan soon arrived at the site where his parents were laid to rest. Kneeling before the two graves, he bowed deeply 3 times before rising to speak. "Father, mother, forgive me." After uttering these words, Gu Yuan took a deep breath, striving to attain inner tranquility. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the earth covering the graves instantly parted, revealing the void beneath. Hesitantly, Gu Yuan peered into the grave, only to find it utterly empty. There were no remnants of bones whatsoever. This unequivocally validated his suspicions. His parents were not truly deceased. Instead, they were alive. 8 years ago, they had feigned their deaths. The absence of remains could not be otherwise explained. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Gu Yuan's gaze fell upon a corner of the deep pit. There lay a jade pendant. He recognized this pendant. It belonged to his mother. Extending his hand, the pendant shot towards him, landing securely in his grasp. The jade was smooth and warm to the touch, a rare treasure indeed. Within the pendant, Gu Yuan keenly sensed the existence of a formidable restriction. Before he could examine the pendant further, it erupted in an unearthly brilliance. In tandem, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth from the jade. This energy was so formidable that even Gu Yuan, now an invincible emperor, felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Just as he prepared to defend against the menacing energy, it seemed to sense something and swiftly receded. Ultimately, The energy coalesced before Gu Yuan into the form of a woman clad in a flowing, pale blue gown. Her visage gentle and enchanting. A closer look revealed a striking resemblance between her and Gu Yuan. The woman was none other than his mother, Yu Qinglan. Upon seeing Yu Qinglan, Gu Yuan's eyes instantly welled with tears, and he could not suppress a soft murmur of her name. Mother Yuaner. Gazing at Gu Yuan, Yu Qinglan's face illuminated with a smile as she gently called his name. Upon hearing this endearing appellation, Gu Yuan's body involuntarily shuddered. It had been 8 long years since he had last heard such a familiar and affectionate title. At last, unable to contain himself, Gu Yuan tremulously voiced the question that had long lingered in his heart. Mother Yu and father still alive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Yi Qinglan chuckled softly, a hint of guilt flickering across her face before she continued. Yuan, your father, and I never intended to deceive you. The reason for our feigned deaths is strictly due to family regulations. Family regulations? Gu Yuan responded, surprise evident in his eyes. Precisely, family regulations. Yi Qinglan nodded and explained. Neither your father nor I hail from the ancient wilderness continent. We are beings from the primordial ancient realm, which transcends the myriad worlds. Your father is the patriarch of the Gu clan, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans of the primordial ancient realm, while I am the younger sister of the matriarch of the Yi clan, another of the 8 supreme clans. To be born into such a distinguished lineage, one must undergo family trials unless deemed worthless. These trials involve sending the promising members of the clan to the myriad worlds for tempering. Only those who can rely on their own strength to emerge from their respective realms are considered to have passed the trials and are subsequently welcomed back into the clan. This is the reason the supreme ancient clans endure through the ages. Their members are all unparalleled prodigies forged through bloodshed. At this juncture, Yu Qinglan paused, turning her gaze towards Gu Yuan and inquired, Yuan, are you aware that you possess the chaotic divine body? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, do you know? A look of surprise flickered in Yi Qinglan's eyes, clearly taken aback by Gu Yuan's knowledge of her possessing the chaos divine body. Then, as if recalling something, a trace of pain momentarily crossed her gaze. To her, Gu Yuan's awareness of the chaos divine body indicated that he had encountered a life-threatening danger. Only under such dire circumstances could the seal of the chaos divine body be unraveled. Once the seal was broken, Gu Yuan would inevitably become aware of it as well. With this thought, how could Yi Qinglan not feel heartache? She reached out to gently caress Gu Yuan's head, her voice laced with sorrow as she said, Yuaner, you have suffered for the sake of unsealing the chaos divine body. Mother, the seal of my chaos divine body has not been broken. Shaking his head, Gu Yuan inquired further, Mother, was my chaos divine body sealed by you? Not broken? Yi Qinglan blinked, a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. After a moment's reflection, she surmised that Gu Yuan must have had some extraordinary encounter that led him to realize he possessed the chaos divine body. Regaining her composure, she responded to Gu Yuan. Indeed, your chaos divine body was sealed by your father and me together. The reason for sealing it was due to its overwhelming power, which you, at such a young age, could not control. Thus, we jointly sealed the chaos divine body. As she spoke, Yi Qinglan looked at her ethereal form and pointed at Gu Yuan. Simultaneously, she declared, the energy I have left within this jade pendant is limited. But I will now assist you in unsealing the chaos divine body. As a mysterious force surged into Gu Yuan's body from her fingertip, Yi Qinglan's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an indescribable shock. For she was utterly astonished to discover that Gu Yuan had already become an emperor. Moreover, he was not merely a newly ascended emperor. Judging by the depth of the power within him, it seemed that even those who had cultivated for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, could not compare. At present, Gu Yuan was merely 18, yet he possessed such terrifying strength. How could Yu Qinglan not be amazed? It was worth noting that when she and Gu Junlin departed, Gu Yuan had not yet even begun his cultivation. Even if they had just left and Gu Yuan had started cultivating immediately, it had only been a mere 8 years. In just 8 years, he had transformed from a novice into an emperor. This was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, let us not forget that the cultivation talent of Gu Yuan, whose chaos divine body was sealed, had also been significantly restricted. Yet, under such circumstances, he still managed to cultivate to the level of an emperor within 8 years. Contemplating this, it was even more extraordinary. With a slow exhale of turbid air, Yuan endeavored to calm herself as much as possible. Casting a peculiar glance at Yuan, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. "It seems you have encountered quite the extraordinary fortune," she remarked. "Indeed." Yuan had stumbled upon a monumental opportunity. He nodded with a smile. The system was his grand blessing. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan, his voice tinged with excitement, inquired, "Mother, is it true that upon my departure from the ancient wilderness continent, someone will come to escort me, allowing me to reunite with you?" His strength had already reached the pinnacle of the ancient wilderness, making his departure a remarkably simple endeavor. Hearing Yuan's words, a glimmer of joy flickered in Yuan's eyes. The mother and son had been apart for 8 long years, and throughout that time, she had been consumed with worry and longing for him. Now, knowing that Yuan possessed the strength to easily leave the ancient wilderness and meet her, her heart swelled with happiness. However, as if recalling something, the joy on her face gradually faded. Looking intently at Yuan, she spoke with utmost seriousness, "Yuan, at just 18, your cultivation is truly astonishing. Yet, you must understand the principle that a flourishing tree invites the wind's wrath. While you may be invincible within the ancient wilderness, beyond its borders exist many formidable foes that you are not yet equipped to confront. Although the Yi and Gu clans are supreme ancient clans of the primordial ancient realm, adversaries abound. If you return now, those enemies will surely perceive your extraordinary prowess and will not allow you to flourish. They will employ every means to thwart you. For now, it is best to refrain from returning. When the time is ripe, I shall have your father send someone to retrieve you. My time is running short. Since you have ascended to the status of an emperor, you must break the seal on your chaotic divine body yourself." With those final words, Yuan dissipated into countless shimmering specks in the air, clearly having exhausted the energy she had retained within the jade pendant. "Mother, I could directly possess the pinnacle power of the primordial ancient realm without fear of any adversaries," Yuan murmured softly, but alas, the present Yuan could no longer hear him. He stored the jade pendant away and whispered to himself, "Since I am aware of the seal on my chaotic divine body, I shall first shatter that seal." As his voice fell, the invincible technique within him surged into action. In an instant, the seal on Yuan's chaotic divine body was effortlessly broken. With the seal's dissolution, the winds rose, the heavens darkened, and an extraordinary phenomenon manifested. The essence of chaos spread across the void, revealing an endless expanse of golden lotuses. Countless figures materialized in the skies above, their numbers so vast they likely exceeded 1,000,000. The foremost figures bowed, while those behind knelt in unison. This breathtaking spectacle sent ripples throughout the ancient wilderness continent, capturing the attention of innumerable powerful beings. My goodness, so many people. Ah, my eyes. Those of lesser cultivation could not comprehend what was unfolding. Merely glimpsing the scene caused their eyes to burst. Heavens! First, someone in Lingzhou breaks through to become an emperor, and now this extraordinary phenomenon appears. Could it be that Lingzhou is destined to rise? As the chaotic essence permeated the air, saints knelt in reverence, and emperors bowed their heads. This phenomenon signified the legendary chaotic divine body. The chaotic divine body has manifested. We must locate its bearer. Let me see who possesses such a divine body. Gazing upon the extraordinary phenomenon above Qingnan town, all who bore witness were enveloped in an inexplicable awe. The silhouettes that manifested were familiar to many. They were the revered sages and emperors who had once graced this realm. Whether deceased or still among the living, their ethereal forms materialized in the heavens, evoking profound astonishment. Amidst this bewilderment, some dispatched their subordinates to seek out the possessor of the chaos divine body. While formidable entities employed esoteric methods beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals to investigate further. As the spectacle gradually faded, the chaotic energy from the void surged into Yuan's being. Suddenly, rifts tore open the fabric of space above Qingnan town, and a multitude of enormous eyes emerged in the sky. These were the ancient emperors of the primordial continent, utilizing their powers to ascertain the identity of the one who possessed the chaos divine body. However, before these colossal eyes could discern Yuan, he, perceiving their intentions, emitted a displeased snort from his nostrils. Humph! A cold snort reverberated through the air, instantly creating ripples in the space around. These ripples, sharp as blades, struck directly at the large eye orbs. Blood splattered as the orbs burst open in unison. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. resource exhausted in a concealed cavern. An elderly man with white hair suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly diminishing. The Emperor. This possessor of the chaos divine body was indeed an emperor. And not just any emperor, but an invincible one. A flicker of horror flashed in the old man's eyes. He could not have imagined that one endowed with the chaos divine body would be an invincible emperor. The stronger the individual, the more pronounced the disparities between each minor realm become. Upon reaching the Emperor realm, the possibility of engaging in cross-realm battles becomes nearly non-existent. For those who cultivate to this level are all unparalleled prodigies among countless others. Once one attains the Emperor status, each subsequent minor advancement proves to be exceedingly arduous. Over time, the Emperor realm has been further delineated into 3 stages: the Immortal Emperor, the Indestructible Emperor, and the Invincible Emperor. The Immortal Emperor corresponds to the first 3 levels of the Emperor, the Indestructible Emperor to the middle 3, and the Invincible Emperor to the final 3. Furthermore, the Emperor realm is subdivided into early, mid, and late stages, culminating in perfection. Notably, in the ancient wilderness continent, some sages perceive a significant disparity among the saint realms and, akin to the Emperor, have divided the saint realm into 3 tiers: saint, saint king, and saint sovereign. The white-haired elder has cultivated for several 100,000 years and now stands as an unparalleled powerhouse in the late stage of the Indestructible Emperor. He once believed himself invincible across the realm, yet now he was grievously wounded by merely a cold snort from another. How could he not be astonished? His astonishment was mirrored by the other emperors who had also suffered grievous injuries. In the primordial ancient realm, within the Gu clan, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans, in a charming courtyard filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a man and a woman were engaged in conversation. The man, clad in a black brocade robe, possessed a handsome visage and a gaze that exuded an overwhelming air of authority, instilling an impression of innate majesty. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance to Gu Yuan. He was none other than Gu Yuan's father, Gu Junlin, the clan leader of the Gu clan, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans. As Gu Junlin conversed with Yi Qinglan, Gu Yuan's mother, he abruptly ceased speaking, casting a puzzled glance at her. He noticed that Yi Qinglan, who had been attentively listening, suddenly became dazed. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face, which soon transformed into profound joy. This unexpected shift left him utterly bewildered. Instinctively, Gu Junlin inquired, "Qinglan, what is the matter?" To his words, Yi Qinglan appeared not to hear, offering no response. Observing this, Gu Junlin furrowed his brow, indicating his confusion over the situation. Fortunately, Yi Qinglan soon regained her composure. With a gentle exhale, Yi Qinglan released a breath of turmoil, allowing her heart to find tranquility. It was then that she met Gu Junlin's gaze and spoke. "Yuan has now become an emperor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Upon receiving a confirmed response, Gu Junlin could not help but draw in a sharp breath, indicating his profound astonishment. A mere 8 years had elapsed since their feigned demise and departure from the ancient wilderness continent. Gu Yuan's chaotic divine physique had been sealed, resulting in a significant suppression of his cultivation talent. Yet, despite these circumstances, Gu Yuan astonishingly ascended to the status of an emperor within a brief span of 8 years. This remarkable pace of advancement genuinely astonished Gu Junlin, the patriarch of the esteemed Gu clan, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans of the primordial ancient realm. Moreover, it seemed that Gu Yuan had attained his emperor status quite some time ago, surpassing even those who had cultivated for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years. At this moment, Yi Qinglan dropped yet another bombshell. Upon hearing this, Gu Junlin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment once more, clearly taken aback yet again. After the initial shock, he managed to regain his composure, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes as he inquired, "Qinglan, how did you come to know all of this?" Yi Qinglan smiled faintly, taking a delicate sip from the tea on the table before replying cheerfully. "Before leaving the ancient continent, I left a jade pendant in our grave. Within that pendant resides a fragment of my soul. If it were not Gu Yuan who encountered the pendant, that person would surely perish. But if it were Gu Yuan, I would use that fragment of my soul to convey everything to him. I initially thought it was merely a gamble. Yet I never expected Gu Yuan would actually come across that pendant." At this revelation, Gu Junlin's eyes gleamed with understanding, yet he soon found himself frowning involuntarily. His voice tinged with displeasure. "Qinglan, how could you do such a thing? There are rules within the clan that prohibit bestowing treasured artifacts upon clan members or revealing their true lineage prematurely. Your actions have already violated these regulations. Are you, as the clan leader, intending to punish me? Before Gu Junlin could finish his sentence, Yi Qinglan shot him a discontented glare and stood up to leave. She had always intended to inform Gu Yuan of everything, but Gu Junlin, being excessively rigid, had prevented her from speaking. In her frustration, she had decided to leave behind the jade pendant containing a fragment of her soul, hoping to find an opportunity to tell Gu Yuan the truth. Now, having learned of Gu Yuan's breakthrough to become an emperor, she had rushed to share this joyous news with Gu Junlin, only to find herself reprimanded. Her good mood dissipated in an instant. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was quietly absorbing the sensations within his body. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within them. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he remarked, "The absorption of the thunder tribulation liquid has yielded minimal enhancement to my strength. However, I did not anticipate that unsealing the chaos divine body would result in a doubling of my power. Such a significant increase in ability is surely a cause for elation." He pondered whether his master had returned from procuring wine. Suppressing his delight, Gu Yuan murmured to himself and swiftly made his way towards Lingyun's sect. Though he was uncertain why Master Daler did not appear to be at the desolate peak, he surmised that, true to form, his master was likely out buying wine. Now, Gu Yuan stood as a veritable invincible emperor, his speed almost unimaginable. The distance from Qingyan town to Lingyun's sect was a staggering 90,000 miles. Yet Gu Yuan arrived at the summit of Desolate Peak in less than 2 breaths. Noticing that Master Daler still had not returned, he reclined comfortably on the wrought-tin chair where his master often lounged, basking in the sun. At this point, he had reached the pinnacle of power on the ancient continent. Rendering cultivation unnecessary, he simply needed to enjoy life. It is impossible to cultivate now. Being invincible, why bother with training? In just 1 month, the day of your duel with Lu Ruyan will arrive. You should be diligently cultivating, yet here you are, sunbathing instead. Have you completely given up? A familiar, melodious voice filled with discontent echoed in the air. Accompanying it was a rich aroma of wine. When Gu Yuan opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a woman who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. She had skin as white as snow, delicate and flawless. Her waist was slender. Her figure was curvaceous, and her flat abdomen led to an impressive bosom. As the gentle breeze stirred, her white dress fluttered, revealing glimpses of her long, elegantly shaped legs. The stunning beauty of her face was accentuated by a rosy flush, indicating she had indulged in considerable wine. This woman was none other than Gu Yuan's master, the foremost sword cultivator of Lingzhou, one of the 3 great powers of Lingyun's sect, and the master of Desolate Peak, Luo Qingxue. Master. Shifting his gaze from the majestic peaks that appeared as ridges from a distance, Gu Yuan collected his thoughts and promptly rose to bow respectfully to Luo Qingxue. I even went out of my way to procure elixirs that could enhance your cultivation talents and elevate your strength, yet witnessing you in this state, you have truly disappointed me. Luo Qingxue removed the gourd of wine from her waist and took a hearty swig. Then, with a tone of exasperation, continued, "This 6th grade elixir, the spirit-nourishing pill, has the potential to augment your abilities in cultivation aptitude. If you wish to avoid meeting your demise at the hands of that little vixen, Lu Ruoyan, a month from now, you must consume this pill and devote yourself to rigorous training." As she spoke, a delicate blue jade vial appeared in her hand, which she extended towards Gu Yuan. 6th grade elixir? A flicker of surprise and emotion clearly crossed Gu Yuan's eyes. It is well known that only an alchemy master can refine such a precious elixir. The value of such a potion is immense, particularly rare. On ordinary days, even a single spirit stone is something Master Lei would eagerly exchange for a drink. Now, to assist him in enhancing his cultivation talent and fortifying his strength, Master Lei had specially sought out a 6th grade elixir for him. How could he not be astonished? How could he not feel deeply touched? Observing Gu Yuan's expression, Luo Qingxue extended her slender, fair hands and pinched his cheeks playfully. With a smile, she inquired, "My dear disciple, are you not moved?" Gu Yuan brushed her hands away and replied earnestly, "Master, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require this Yuling pill." At his words, Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Why? It was evident that she had never anticipated Gu Yuan would refuse her goodwill. Meeting her gaze, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and explained, "Because my current cultivation level is that of an emperor. The Yuling pill holds no value for me. Your cultivation is at the disciple level?" Luo Qingxue blinked in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend Gu Yuan's declaration. In desperation, Gu Yuan released a trace of his aura, rather than waste words on explanation. He preferred to let her experience it firsthand. Although it was merely a wisp of energy, it caused Luo Qingshui's countenance to change dramatically, instilling within her an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In that instant, the alcohol was sent reeling. Fortunately, Yuan quickly retracted that aura. Had he not done so, that single wisp alone would have been sufficient to effortlessly subdue Luo Qingshui, the foremost swordswoman of Lingzhou and one of the 3 elite experts of Lingyun's sect. Despite Yuan retracting his aura, the astonishment within Luo Qingshui remained unabated. Swallowing hard, she still felt parched. As if seeking confirmation, she asked once more. Your cultivation level is that of an emperor. Although she sensed it, the shock of a mere spirit origin realm trifler suddenly transforming into an emperor was beyond her wildest imagination. It was so surreal that she found it difficult to believe. As if trapped in a dream. In her disbelief, she pinched her fair thigh sharply, gasping from the pain. Meeting Luo Qingshui's beautiful gaze, Yuan nodded with a smile. Indeed. Upon receiving an affirmative response and feeling the pain radiating from her thigh, Luo Qingshui could not help but draw in a sharp breath. It was at this moment that she firmly established that the events unfolding before her were no mere dream. Her esteemed disciple, her only male pupil, had indeed ascended to the rank of an emperor. After a brief pause, seemingly struck by a thought, Luo Qingshui could not restrain her curiosity and asked, Were you the one who attracted the emperor's tribulation to the Ziyun mountain range? The mountain where Yuan had previously been was indeed the Ziyun mountain range, which was relatively close to Lingyun's sect. Previously, she had been drawn to the commotion of Yuan's tribulation and had gone to investigate, only to find nothing. Now, witnessing Yuan's breakthrough to become an emperor, she immediately deduced that he was the one who had invoked the tribulation at Ziyun mountain and succeeded in his ascension. Master, you are quite astute. I was indeed the one who drew the emperor's tribulation, Yuan revealed without a hint of concealment. There was nothing to hide from his master. And given his level of cultivation, there was no necessity for any secrecy. This child is too extraordinary. He must not be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated at once. Should anyone harbor such thoughts of killing him, they would only meet with their own demise. Indeed, it is truly you. The confirmation sent another shock through Luo Qingshui's heart. She had previously visited the Ziyun mountain range and observed everything within. There had been no signs of destruction, which undoubtedly indicated that the one who attracted the emperor's tribulation was formidable beyond measure. She had initially believed this emperor to be a recluse of great renown, only to discover that he was her beloved disciple. Simply contemplating this truth sent shivers down her spine. At that moment, Yuan spoke again. Master, this is the tribulation liquid I have prepared for you. It may aid in your cultivation. As he spoke, Yuan produced a small jade vial and presented it to Luo Qingshui. Gazing at the vial he offered, Luo Qingshui's heart trembled, and a glimmer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, revealing her profound emotion. As a formidable sage of the 9th level, she had once attracted a tribulation during her own ascension to sainthood. She was no stranger to the tribulation liquid, a rare treasure concealed within the tribulation. Although it was indeed a precious substance, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to bestow it upon another, as those who successfully traverse the tribulation would typically absorb and refine it for themselves. Now witnessing Yuan collect the tribulation liquid and offer it to her, she felt genuinely touched. Regaining her composure, she graciously accepted the small jade vial into her hands. As Yuan's master, it was only natural for her to accept such a token of respect from her suddenly exalted disciple. Upon opening the vial, a tempestuous energy immediately wafted forth. Feeling the immense power contained within the tribulation liquid, Luo Qingshui's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this liquid were to be exchanged for fine wine, it would undoubtedly procure a vast quantity of exquisite spirits. Moreover, with the spirit-nurturing pill in hand, since Yuan had no use for it, it too could be traded for wine. As she quietly stowed away the spirit-nurturing pill and the tribulation liquid, a peculiar expression suddenly crossed her face. Lu Rian had joined the Yushao sect and had experienced rapid growth in her strength, reportedly reaching the transformation realm. She was likely still reveling in her own swift progress, thinking that in a month's time, she could easily handle Luo Qingshui. Little did she know, the current Luo Qingshui was now a true emperor. A month later, Lu Ruoyan found herself in an unexpected predicament. Indeed, just as she had anticipated. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was reveling in the elevation of her cultivation. In the ancient continent, southern region, imperial state, cloud sky sect, within a lavishly adorned training chamber, Lu Ruoyan, seated in a meditative posture with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes, which sparkled with delight. She meticulously sensed the immense power within her, a force seemingly capable of effortlessly shattering a great mountain. The corners of her mouth curled upwards in an irrepressible smile. Yet, as if recalling something, her gaze darkened with resentment and malice. Gu Yuan, nearly 2 years and 11 months ago, you had the audacity to publicly humiliate me before the multitude of the Lingyun sect, stripping me of my dignity. Furthermore, you shamelessly proposed a 3-year pact with me, a contest, a battle of life and death. Now, with merely a month remaining until that fateful day, I stand as a formidable warrior at the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm, while you remain nothing more than a mere ant in the spirit origin realm. In just 1 month, I shall make you comprehend the true essence of cruelty. I will compel you, reduced to a wretched state, to kneel before me. And you will learn the price of humiliating this holy maiden. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a cruel smile flashed across Lu Rian's face. It seemed she could already envision Gu Yuan being effortlessly subdued, kneeling on the ground like a dead dog, humbly begging for a mercy. With her captivating eyes filled with delight, Luo Qingxue appeared to have a sudden thought. Her face breaking into a smile that could thaw even the most frigid of ice mountains. She chuckled softly and said, "My dear disciple, you have been so kind to me, filling the desolate peak with my beloved peach trees and providing me with such precious thunder tribulation liquid. Surely, you do not harbor any ulterior motives towards me?" As she spoke, Luo Qingxue leaned in closer. Gu Yuan could sense the gentle warmth of her breath as it brushed against him, an intoxicating sensation that stirred a sense of unease within his heart. Caught in her enchanting gaze, his anxiety intensified. His master was the kindest person to him in this world, possessing an allure that no man could resist. With her nearly flawless figure and beauty, who among men could remain indifferent to such a goddess? He was no exception. Yet, they were master and disciple. He could not commit the unthinkable act of betraying his master. Shaking off these thoughts, Gu Yuan instinctively took a half-step back. He then shook his head and said, "No, I hold no disrespect towards my master. Is there none?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Luo Qingxue's eyes. However, this moment of despondency vanished swiftly, unnoticed by Gu Yuan. After a brief contemplation, Luo Qingxue gazed at Gu Yuan with sparkling eyes and inquired, "My dear disciple, could you share with me just how formidable you have become?" Her gaze resembled that of someone beholding a rare treasure, leaving Gu Yuan feeling quite uncomfortable. Nonetheless, Gu Yuan earnestly responded to Luo Qingxue's question, "I am not particularly strong at the moment. I would say I am merely invincible in the ancient wilderness continent. Have you listened to what others have said?" This simple statement rendered Luo Qingxue utterly speechless. It transcended mere arrogance. It was an unparalleled hubris. With an exasperated roll of her eyes directed at Gu Yuan, she yearned to retort. Yet, recalling the formidable imperial aura he had just unveiled, the words she had prepared faltered on her lips, swallowed back down. She was uncertain whether Gu Yuan could claim invincibility in the ancient wilderness continent. But one thing was undeniably clear. He was indeed a genuine emperor. That terrifying, peak-level imperial presence was irrefutable. He possessed the audacity to be arrogant. "My dear disciple, might you enlighten me on what has transpired? How is it that you have suddenly ascended to the status of an emperor?" After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qingxue voiced her deepest curiosity. Just moments ago, Gu Yuan had been weak, scarcely distinguishable from an ant. And now he had transformed into an emperor. Such a drastic shift was unfathomable. Who could resist the urge to inquire about such an extraordinary change? Faced with Luo Qingxue's inquisitiveness, Gu Yuan pondered for a moment before fabricating a casual excuse. "Previously, I ventured to the Ziyun mountain range, where I encountered an emperor nearing the end of his lifespan. He remarked upon my extraordinary talent and remarkable potential, declaring me a rare prodigy among countless others. He wished for me to inherit his legacy, to which I consented, and thus he imparted all his cultivation to me." At this point, Gu Yuan spoke earnestly, "And so, I became an emperor." This was the most plausible explanation he could conjure. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Luo Qingxue wore a look of utter disbelief. Indeed, when a powerful individual reaches a certain pinnacle, they can assist others in rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Yet, could even an emperor escape the grasp of mortality? Moreover, was it truly plausible that such a place as Lingzhou could harbor an emperor? She found it difficult to accept. However, gazing at Gu Yuan's earnest expression, she ultimately believed him to a degree. After all, there was no other explanation that could account for Gu Yuan's sudden transformation from the 3rd level of Lingyuan realm to that of an emperor. Seemingly struck by a thought, Luo Qingxue looked at Gu Yuan, her eyes ablaze with fervor, and inquired, "My dear disciple, could you possibly keep your current status as an emperor under wraps for the time being?" "Conceal?" Gu Yuan questioned, perplexed by the necessity of such secrecy. Luo Qingxue, without indulging in further discourse, promptly elucidated the rationale. "My dear disciple, in merely 10 days, the grand competition among the disciples of our sect will commence. Those who excel on that momentous day shall be rewarded with an abundance of cultivation resources. If you do not veil your true capabilities, you will be ineligible to partake in this prestigious event. It is only by concealing your prowess that you may participate. Presently, as an emperor, the sect's cultivation resources may seem trivial to you, but do not forget your senior and junior sisters, as well as me, your master. The resources provided by the sect are too valuable to dismiss. A slight concealment of your strength will allow you to secure the sect's generous rewards, which will entail no loss on your part. How are you?" At this moment, Luo Qingxue's captivating eyes remained fixed on Gu Yuan. Their gazes intertwined, and without further ado, Gu Yuan nodded affirmatively, certainly. Since his master had instructed him to conceal a portion of his abilities, he would comply. Moreover, even while withholding some strength, his participation in the sect's disciple competition would still be a formidable display of power. Upon receiving Gu Yuan's response, a radiant smile, capable of melting even the iciest of hearts, blossomed on Luo Qingxue's face. She could not help but emit a sound of pure delight. "Good disciple." As she spoke, she opened her arms and leaned forward, seemingly yearning to embrace Gu Yuan and plant a fervent kiss on him. However, recalling that Gu Yuan was now 18, a mighty emperor, and no longer the little child he once was, she abruptly halted her motion. Her outstretched arms were redirected upward, and she let out a sound akin to a yawn. "Dear disciple, take your rest. I shall now return to my cultivation." With that, she patted her lips and leisurely turned to walk towards her abode. With a sigh, Gu Yuan gazed at the graceful silhouette of Master Delay, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. After 8 long years of companionship, how could he not discern the intentions behind Master Delay's actions? Yet, he had grown, and the dynamics had inevitably changed. Master Delay could no longer treat him as she once did. Perhaps this was the bittersweet reality of maturation, understanding the distinctions between genders, and sensing the distance that now lay between them. Lost in thought, an epiphany struck Gu Yuan. With a flicker of his mind, a pale blue virtual panel materialized before him. Name, Luo Qingxue. Appearance, 98 points. Physique, profound in divine body technique, Lingyun method martial arts, Taiyin sword technique weapon, Taiyin Xin sword cultivation. 9th level of Saint King realm. After perusing the information on the virtual panel, Gu Yuan nodded in silence. It was a concise summary of his master's details. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, his gaze sharpened, focusing on the courtyard where his junior sister, Mu Yuan, resided. From her quarters, he detected a fleeting yet formidable aura of imperial might. Though it vanished swiftly, Gu Yuan, now an invincible emperor, sensed it immediately. Furrowing his brow, he moved with a flicker and vanished from his original location, reappearing inside Mu Yuan's training chamber. There, he found a youthful girl clad in simple yet pristine azure garments, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed in meditation, a striking figure in the making, indeed. This girl was none other than his junior sister, Mu Yuan. Had he misperceived? Observing her tranquil form, Gu Yuan felt a slight frown crease his brow. Earlier, he had indeed sensed a powerful imperial presence in this very spot, yet now it had dissipated entirely. This was undeniably peculiar. Turning his attention to Mu Yuan, Gu Yuan summoned another pale blue virtual panel, revealing her personal information. Name, Mu Yuan. Appearance, 96 points. Physique, Azure Lotus sword body technique, Lingyun method, Qinglian method martial arts, Qinglian sword technique weapon, Nun cultivation, 6th level of Spirit Sea realm. Note, she is the reincarnation of the Azure Lotus Empress from the Tianwu continent. Having awakened her past memories, yet is currently unable to recover her peak due to severe soul damage. The revelation of his junior sister's extraordinary identity as the reincarnation of the Azure Lotus Empress surprised Gu Yuan immensely. At that moment, Mu Yuan fluttered her long eyelashes, finally opening her eyes, which sparkled with a fleeting brilliance. Yet, within their depths, a flicker of resentment and murderous intent flashed as she murmured, "Traitors must die." However, upon uttering those words, she froze, suddenly aware of Gu Yuan's presence in the training room. Meeting his dark, penetrating gaze, a wave of panic washed over her, as if her innermost secrets had been laid bare before him. Surely my brother did not hear my words? She thought anxiously, attempting to calm her racing heart. After regaining her composure, She respectfully rose and inclined her head in a formal greeting to Gu Yuan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. With a graceful wave of his hand, the dragon transformation herb appeared and drifted towards Yuan. This herb possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's cultivation aptitude and elevate one's strength. With merely 10 days remaining until the grand competition among the sect's disciples, it is imperative to train diligently to uphold the esteemed reputation of our desolate peak. Senior brother. In a month's time, you are to duel with Lu Ruoyan. Compared to me, you are in greater need of the dragon transformation herb. Yuan instinctively began to decline Gu Yuan's kind gesture. Undoubtedly, in light of his impending battle with Lu Ruoyan, Gu Yuan required the herb far more than she did. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Yuan's figure had already vanished from sight. Left with no choice, Yuan could only stow away the dragon transformation herb before her. Although her senior brother was considerably weaker than her at present, he had never taken back anything he had given her. Gazing at the herb, memories of the past involuntarily flooded Yuan's mind. In this lifetime, she had lost her parents at a young age and wandered the streets. It was her senior brother who stepped forth to save her in times of peril. During her moments of vulnerability, he was her protector. Upon entering the Lingyun sect, he taught her the art of cultivation. Whenever she required resources for her training, he undertook sect missions to procure them for her. With a deep sigh, Yuan gradually exhaled a breath of turbid air, her eyes briefly flashing with determination. Given the kindness her senior brother had shown her, should she fail to overcome Lu Ruoyan in a month's time, she would not hesitate to expend her own soul energy to rescue him. As long as she was present, no one would dare to harm her senior brother. System. How can I assist my junior sister in restoring her damaged soul? Upon exiting Yuan's meditation chamber, Gu Yuan immediately inquired within his mind. Yuan was his junior sister, the person he held dearest on the ancient continent, second only to his master. Upon learning of her severe soul injury, his first instinct was to aid her in recovery. As Gu Yuan's voice echoed in his mind, the system responded promptly. Ding. In response to the host's query, it is quite simple to help your junior sister restore her damaged soul. You merely need to refine an imperial-grade pill, the soul condensation pill, to facilitate her recovery. Upon hearing the system's words, Gu Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless. He had acquired the unparalleled alchemical techniques bestowed by the system, possessing an intimate understanding of the myriad potions and their effects, as well as a comprehensive knowledge of various medicinal herbs. He was acutely aware that crafting the imperial-grade soul condensation pill would aid Yuan in restoring her damaged spirit. However, the dilemma lay in his ignorance of where to procure the necessary ingredients for such an esteemed elixir. As if anticipating Gu Yuan's thoughts, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Ding. The host may proceed to the medicinal Emperor Valley in the central region to seek the required herbs. With the conclusion of the system's announcement, a vast, translucent blue virtual panel materialized, prominently displaying both his current location and that of the medicinal Emperor Valley. How considerate. Gu Yuan remarked with a faint smile as he beheld the panel before him. Without hesitation, he moved his feet and instantly vanished from his original position, transforming into a streak of light that sped towards the Medicine Emperor Valley located in the central region. The ancient continent is divided into 5 regions: the Central Region, Eastern Region, Southern Region, Western Region, and Northern Region. Among these, the Central Region stands as the most prosperous, rumored to be teeming with opportunities, where esteemed elders roam freely and saints are as numerous as the stars. It is the coveted sanctuary for all human cultivators. However, gaining entry into the Central Region is no simple feat. The entire Central Region is enveloped by an expansive ocean known as the Forbidden Sea. This sea acts as a natural barrier, safeguarding the Central Region while isolating the other 4 regions. Regardless of the approach, one must traverse the treacherous waters of the Forbidden Sea. Within the Forbidden Sea, dangers lurk at every turn, home to a myriad of terrifying sea beasts. Only those of unparalleled strength dare to navigate its depths, for recklessness can lead to perilous consequences. Yet, as the saying goes, greater the storm, greater the reward. Despite the inherent risks, many boatmen choose to brave the dangers, transporting those who yearn to venture into the Central Region. There are 2 types of individuals seeking passage to the Central Region: the elderly whose lifespans are waning, eager to witness the splendor of the region in their twilight years, and the ambitious youth, brimming with dreams and ready to carve their own paths. At this moment, dozens of colossal ships are anchored along the shores of the Forbidden Sea. The boatmen, brimming with enthusiasm, call out in hopes of attracting more patrons bound for the central region. "Hey, friend, we have one last spot on our vessel, and we're departing soon. Would you care to join us? I can offer you a discount on one of the massive ships." A rugged man with a scruffy beard shouted excitedly at a young man in white below. The young man, exuding an extraordinary aura, wore pristine garments untouched by the mundane world. His tall stature and striking features made him resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens. It was evident that he hailed from wealth or nobility, a rare prize that must not be overlooked. Many boatmen shared the same sentiment as the rugged man. They began to call out to the young man in white, "Friend, I sense a connection between us. If you board my ship, I shall only charge you half the fare. Young man, your bones reveal an extraordinary lineage, a true prodigy among thousands. Join my vessel, and I can recommend you to a prominent force in the central region. Little brother, do you find your sister beautiful? If you come aboard my ship, I promise to keep you entertained. I apologize, but there appears to be no text provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the content you would like me to refine. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, no need to? Are you in a hurry? Crossing the forbidden sea alone? I comprehend these words, yet their combination eludes my understanding. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's remarks, all present appeared utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the implications contained within his utterance. The peril of traversing the forbidden sea alone is exceedingly grave. A moment's carelessness could result in obliteration. In their eyes, Gu Yuan, being so youthful, could not possibly possess formidable strength. Thus, the notion of crossing the forbidden sea unaided would surely lead to certain death. After a moment of contemplation, many boatmen concluded that Gu Yuan was unaware of the treacherous nature of the forbidden sea, prompting his decision to undertake the journey alone. After a brief reflection, one boatman spoke up, saying, "Young friend, within the forbidden sea, sea beasts run rampant, and there exists an array of terrifying creatures. To traverse the forbidden sea alone is fraught with danger. It would be wiser to board my vessel, and I shall escort you to the central domain." As one voice emerged, the others among the boatmen quickly joined in. "Young friend, attempting to cross the forbidden sea alone is profoundly unwise. It is far more prudent to embark together. Young friend, if the fare is a concern, we can certainly negotiate the price." API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, no need. As the words fell, he had already set foot upon the surface of the forbidden sea. With a swift motion of his feet, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the central domain. In mere moments, he vanished completely from the sight of all present. Such astonishing speed! Witnessing Gu Yuan's remarkable swiftness, those gathered could not help but feel a collective shock. Clearly, they had not anticipated that someone so young could unleash such velocity. After their initial astonishment, many of the boatmen shook their heads in disbelief, a glimmer of regret flashing in their eyes. It is not merely speed that is required to traverse the forbidden sea. One must also possess strength. They piloted immense vessels adorned with intricate offensive formations, defensive arrays, and acceleration spells. Yet, even with such enhancements, encountering a sea beast could spell disaster. Now, Gu Yuan was attempting to cross the forbidden sea alone. If he were to encounter a sea beast during this perilous journey, his fate would surely be sealed, 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Gu Yuan, so strikingly handsome and youthful, would indeed be a tragic loss should he meet such an untimely end. The arrogant young man would ultimately pay for his hubris. The leader of the faction was eager to see how this brash youth would meet his demise within the belly of a sea beast. On board a grand vessel, a middle-aged man clad in opulent golden robes and exuding affluence gazed in the direction of Gu Yuan, letting out a disdainful snort. "Fu Lao, pursue him," he commanded with a wave of his hand. "Indeed, it is the master," responded an elder beside him, with a wave of his hand. A surge of spiritual energy shot forth, striking the ship. The colossal vessel was instantly propelled into motion, transforming into a streak of light as it sped toward Gu Yuan's location. Observing this, some of the boatmen shook their heads in resignation, while others hesitated briefly before urging their own ships to follow suit. It seemed this young man was not particularly fortunate, encountering a sea beast so swiftly. As the great ship raced onward, the individuals aboard soon beheld a scene that left them utterly astonished. In the distance, a young man garbed in white stood upon the surface of the sea, facing a colossal python stretching 100 feet in length. The serpent's body was enveloped in pale blue scales, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Sensing the formidable presence of the great python, The onlookers aboard the ship instinctively furrowed their brows, collectively convinced that Yuan was doomed. Their belief was not unfounded. The aura radiating from the serpent was simply too potent. It was, without a doubt, a sea beast of the revered realm. While they could not discern the intricacies of Yuan's cultivation level, they could ascertain his age, barely 18. Even the most exceptional prodigy at such a tender age would stand no chance against a revered sea beast. Thus, they instinctively concluded that Yuan was finished, doomed to a fate so dire that not even remnants would remain. Seemingly apprehensive that the revered sea beast might turn its fury upon them after vanquishing Yuan, the surrounding boatmen silently maneuvered their vessels to a safer distance. The pale blue python raised its head, towering over Yuan, and after a prolonged moment, it spoke in human language. To remain calm in the presence of my true form is indeed commendable. However, I wonder if you can maintain this composure as I prepare to devour you. In response to the pale blue python, Yuan spoke coolly, considering your arduous cultivation. I offer you a chance to retreat now, and I shall spare your life. This was his first encounter with a talking beast, and remarkably, it had not attacked him outright. If the creature were wise enough to heed his words, he would grant it reprieve. Spare my life? The pale blue python was momentarily taken aback, but then a flicker of rage ignited in its immense eyes. It felt belittled, disregarded by a mere youth it perceived as insignificant. How could it possibly contain its fury? Arrogance! A thunderous roar erupted from his lips. The ferocious aura of a venerable being instantly swept through the surroundings, stirring up tumultuous waves. The entire serpent, without uttering a word, writhed as its gaping maw opened wide, lunging towards Yuan with the intent to swallow him whole. It appeared poised to engulf Yuan entirely. The onlookers in the distance could only shake their heads in unison, some in fear turning away, unwilling to witness the impending brutality. However, what transpired next left everyone present utterly astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. As if their very eyes were about to overflow with astonishment, mouths agape as if they could consume an egg. Their shock was entirely justified, as the scene unfolding before them was so fantastical that it seemed beyond the realm of dreams. Behold, just as the azure giant python was about to devour Yuan, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the creature. Yet, this simple act was enough to send the serpent's pupils into a frenzy, eliciting an involuntary and tremendous cry of pain from its throat. Before it could respond in any way, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, glug. Did a formidable sea beast at the revered realm just perish like that? This is utterly preposterous. A mere glance, and a sea beast of such caliber meets its demise? Is this truly reality, and not a figment of my imagination? Ouch. My younger brother is in pain. Indeed, this is real, not a dream. Those who witnessed the recent events found themselves momentarily entranced, struggling to regain their composure. The impact of the preceding spectacle was overwhelmingly profound. Some even questioned whether they were ensnared in a dream, unable to resist pinching their companions harshly. It was only upon feeling the indescribable pain beneath them that they truly recognized the scene before them as an undeniable reality, rather than an illusion. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Yuan remained indifferent. After effortlessly slaying the sea beast before him, he waved his hand to collect the beast's precious blood and the exquisite demon core imbued with its energy essence. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the central domain. This azure giant python was indeed a sea beast of the revered realm, its entire being a treasure trove. The blood and demon core it possessed were unparalleled treasures. Although Yuan had no need for such items, he considered his senior and junior sisters, as well as his master. As Yuan departed, some seasoned fishermen present finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The scent of blood would undoubtedly attract numerous sea beasts from the Forbidden Sea. It was unsafe to linger here, and they must depart swiftly. Without hesitation, the fishermen urged their massive vessels to sail away with all due haste. As time passed, terrifying sea beasts began to emerge from the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Alas, they arrived too late, left only to lap at the remnants of blood. At the periphery of the central domain, near the Forbidden Sea, stood a grand city known as Linhai City. The inhabitants and cultivators of this coastal city primarily relied on the ocean for their livelihood. While the Forbidden Sea was teeming with fearsome sea creatures, safety could still be assured as long as one did not venture too deep into its treacherous waters. However, over time, this had provoked the ire of some powerful sea beasts dwelling within the Forbidden Sea. Throughout the year, these beasts would occasionally launch surprise assaults on Linhai City, inflicting grievous consequences. During the most catastrophic incident, Linhai City nearly faced obliteration, only to be saved by the intervention of formidable warriors from the central domain who repelled the sea beasts. Today, the sea creatures of the Forbidden Sea have once again initiated a tempestuous assault on Linhai City. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. It was the sound produced by formidable sea beasts mercilessly crashing colossal waves against the coastal city. The violent shock waves unleashed their fury upon the city, causing it to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Ordinary individuals, devoid of any cultivation, were sent sprawling to the ground by the force of the tremors. Only those with some degree of cultivation managed to maintain their footing. Had it not been for the city lord's foresight in activating the city's protective array, the entire coastal city would likely have been obliterated by this single strike. These sea beasts were indeed terrifying. Clad in golden armor, the robust city lord, Li Lin, stood atop the city walls, his face etched with gravity as he gazed upon the multitude of sea creatures before him. Though the coastal city had previously endured assaults from the sea beasts of the Forbidden Sea, never before had it faced such a vast and powerful onslaught. The sheer number of sea beasts was staggering, amounting to tens of thousands, with no fewer than 100 at the level of the revered realm. As for those beneath the revered realm, their numbers were even greater. With such an overwhelming force directed at the coastal city, today it faced imminent peril. The sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly, prompting Li Lin to glance over. He instinctively inquired, "Have you managed to contact the saints within the central domain?" The visitor, with a grim expression, replied, "The city lord's message could not be delivered." Upon hearing this response, Li Lin's face involuntarily darkened considerably. The inability to reach the saints of the central domain meant that today, the city of Linhai would receive no support. And without such assistance, how could he possibly contend against the multitude of sea beasts? His own strength was formidable, being a powerful figure at the 9th level of the venerable realm. The military forces of the city lord's mansion were also impressive, comprising numerous individuals at both the venerable and sovereign levels. Yet, when compared to the vast army of sea beasts below, they stood no chance whatsoever. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. A colossal wave surged from the ocean's depths. A formidable figure, adorned with twin wings and possessing 9 serpentine heads, soared forth from the sea, transforming into a fearsome man with 9 heads, wielding a crescent-shaped spade, and clad in gleaming silver armor. 9-headed saint. Upon the sight of this individual, the already grim expressions of the people in Linhai City darkened further. The 9-headed saint possesses extraordinary power, truly a formidable saint. The last time Linhai City nearly faced annihilation, it was due to the actions of this very saint. Now, witnessing his reappearance, unwelcome memories resurface, making it difficult to suppress their fear. "Seeing this saint, you appear quite terrified," he cackled, surveying the fearful faces of the townsfolk with evident delight. "9-headed bug, last time I allowed you to escape by a stroke of luck, yet here you are again, daring to show yourself outside Linhai City. Do you not fear that the saint of the human race from the central domain will come to eradicate your kind?" Li Lin's voice boomed, seemingly attempting to intimidate the 9-headed saint. Hearing Li Lin's words, the 9 faces of the saint turned ominously dark in an instant. Previously, he had unleashed his sea beasts upon Linhai City, almost leading it to ruin. However, at the critical moment, 9 human saints emerged to confront him. Despite being an unparalleled force among saints, facing 9 opponents was evidently impossible. That battle left him in a wretched state, akin to a beaten dog. In desperation, he resorted to secret arts to narrowly escape, preserving his life. This incident had long weighed heavily on his mind, and now, upon being reminded by Li Lin, his anger flared. The already fierce countenance of the 9-headed saint grew even more menacing with rage. Yet, as if recalling something, he erupted into a twisted smile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Break for me. With a thunderous roar, a surge of power coursed through him. He raised the crescent-shaped shovel high, and then struck it down fiercely towards the city of Coastal Sea. With the force of his strike, the ferocious energy erupted from the crescent shovel, eventually coalescing into an immense, formidable crescent shovel. This colossal weapon, imbued with the terrifying aura of annihilation, descended from the heavens and landed heavily upon the city's protective formation. The protective formation of Coastal Sea City, crafted at great expense by Li Lin with the aid of numerous powerful formation masters, was designed to withstand assaults from ordinary saint-level experts. However, the 9 saint-level beings attacking were anything but ordinary. Their full-force strike was capable of apocalyptic devastation. Under the relentless assault of the 9 saints, the city's protective formation lasted barely 2 breaths, if even that, before a deafening explosion signaled its destruction. The violent shockwaves rained down, wreaking havoc and demolishing many structures within the city in an instant. Numerous inhabitants, lacking any cultivation or possessing minimal power, perished tragically beneath the onslaught of these chaotic waves. With the protective formation shattered, the command came forth, kill. The mighty roar of the nine saints echoed, and the surrounding sea beasts no longer hesitated, charging towards coastal sea city with ferocity. Witnessing the overwhelming tide of sea beasts, a profound despair enveloped the hearts of the city's defenders. Faced with such a multitude of powerful foes and without any hope of external aid, the fate awaiting coastal sea city was grim. Annihilation. If the city fell, their own destinies would surely be no better, either death in battle or becoming mere sustenance for these ravenous creatures. The weight of this realization rendered hope utterly unattainable. As he observed the despair etched on the faces of the city's inhabitants and the almost one-sided nature of the battle, a triumphant smile crept upon the face of the nine saints. Truly, it was a massacre that would linger in memory long after. Amidst the jubilant demeanor of the nine-headed saint, the inhabitants of Linhai City wore expressions of despair. The relentless assault of countless sea beasts had wrought havoc, resulting in the demise or injury of over half the populace in mere moments. Even the most formidable among them, the city lord Li Lin, had been gravely wounded by the onslaught. Witnessing such devastation, the smile on the nine-headed saint's face grew ever more pronounced. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his gaze sharply towards the rear. This swift movement caused his countenance to darken abruptly. There, in the distance, a streak of white light was racing across the sea with extraordinary speed. As the light drew nearer, he discerned that it was not merely a luminescence, but a young man clad in white, exuding an otherworldly beauty, as if descended from the heavens. Almost instinctively, the nine-headed saint regarded this newcomer as Linhai City's savior. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes, and without further ado, he summoned the immense power within him, channeling it through the crescent-shaped shovel, which ultimately coalesced into a colossal version of the same. Die. A low growl escaped the lips of the nine-headed sage. The oversized crescent-shaped shovel immediately unleashed an overwhelming aura of destruction, hurtling towards the young man in white like a streak of light. Observing the sudden assault, Gu Yuan's expression remained serene, showing no sign of perturbation. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous reckless sea beasts daring to strike at him. To him, the nine-headed sage's attack was no different from those foolish creatures he had previously vanquished. Faced with my full-force strike, this young man remains unflinching. Noticing Gu Yuan's calm demeanor and impassive countenance, the nine-headed sage felt a palpable surprise. However, this astonishment soon morphed into profound horror, for he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The young man in white merely cast a casual glance at the full-force blow directed at him, and in an instant, the sage's attack erupted violently, dissipating into countless specks scattered across the heavens and earth. The ferocious shockwaves from the collision surged in all directions, instantly conjuring towering waves. Yet, despite the tumultuous chaos surrounding him, not a single drop of seawater touched Gu Yuan. The power of that gaze was truly terrifying. This young man is a formidable force. Retreat. The flicker of horror in his eyes revealed the urgency of the nine-headed saint's reaction. He swiftly deduced that he could never match Gu Yuan's prowess. With resolute determination, he moved, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a deep instinct for survival. His longevity, having survived the combined might of nine saints, was attributed to this very instinct. He had believed that this time, his instinct would once again ensure his safety. Yet, what he believed was merely a fallacy. This time, Lady Luck had turned her back on him. In an instant, his vision blurred, and a figure clad in white appeared before him. The speed of this apparition compelled him to glance back, instinctively checking the spot where Gu Yuan had stood earlier, wondering if there were indeed two Gu Yuans. "Since you wish to take my life, do not blame me for reciprocating," echoed Gu Yuan's voice, refined yet chillingly indifferent. The nine-headed saint felt enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Almost instinctively, his gaze turned towards the source of this ominous sensation. What met his eyes was a slender, pale finger expanding rapidly within his field of vision. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, do not. The nine-headed Saint Lord could not suppress a fierce scream as he felt the impending death brought by the finger. Power surged within him as he attempted to evade or block the impending strike. However, he found himself ensnared by the aura of that finger, rendering his internal power mobilization agonizingly slow. Even his reactions were significantly delayed compared to before. Ultimately, as he barely began to channel his power, Gu Yuan's finger accurately struck the center of his forehead. A violent force erupted from the fingertip, and the nine-headed Saint Lord did not even have the chance to scream before he was obliterated into a mist of blood. His very soul was annihilated, leaving him utterly dead. The only remnant was a pale blue orb, the size of an egg, floating in the air, encapsulating the essence and strength of the nine-headed Saint Lord. It was not that the orb was indestructible. Gu Yuan had chosen to preserve it, thus it remained intact. With a wave of his hand, he collected the orb along with the Saint Lord's essence, and then turned his gaze towards the direction of Linghai City. At that moment, Linghai City was not only filled with its inhabitants but also swarmed by countless sea beasts. Without exception, both the creatures of the sea and the people of Linghai City turned their attention towards Gu Yuan. After all, the nine-headed Saint Lord was the previous strongest, the leader of the sea beasts in their assault on Linghai City, and the greatest threat to the city. Therefore, all present, whether human or beast, were inevitably focused on the nine-headed Saint Lord. Now that he had been effortlessly crushed by Gu Yuan's finger, their gazes naturally shifted to him. Observing Gu Yuan in his flowing white attire, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, anyone who witnessed the earlier scene, be they human or beast, could not help but shudder, a flicker of fear manifesting in their eyes. The impact of Gu Yuan's single finger obliterating the nine-headed Saint Lord was profoundly overwhelming. The nine-headed Saint Lord, an exceptional figure among the ninth tier of Saint Lords, was not a weakling even in the broader realm. Yet, such a formidable being had been dispatched with the ease of squashing an ant. The magnitude of such a spectacle was beyond imagination. As the crowd emerged from their terror, the inhabitants of Linghai City erupted in joyous celebration, believing salvation had finally arrived. With the city's protective barrier breached and the nine-headed Saint Lord looming ominously above, coupled with thousands of sea beasts poised to attack, they had anticipated the city's inevitable demise. However, Gu Yuan's decisive act of slaying the nine-headed Saint Lord illuminated a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, rekindling their will to survive. How could they not rejoice? Some citizens, overwhelmed with gratitude for having survived such peril, dropped to their knees and bowed towards Gu Yuan, showering him with praises. In stark contrast to the elation of the city's inhabitants, the sea beasts were paralyzed with fear. They fled Linghai City in a frenzy, scattering in all directions. It was a desperate measure. If even the nine-headed Saint Lord could be slain by Gu Yuan's finger, remaining would only lead to certain death. Not fleeing now would be sheer folly. Yet, among them, there were still those who dared to retaliate. You dare kill the prince consort, seeking your own demise. You have slain Lord Jiu. I shall have your blood. With the prince consort dead, we cannot escape our fate. Let us all charge together and confront him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds, as every sea creature charging towards him transformed into clouds of crimson mist. This sanguine fog coalesced, rendering the heavens as though they were showering down blood. Drops of this essence fell to the earth, staining it a dark red. With a sweeping gesture, Gu Yuan collected demon cores and droplets of potent beast blood into his spatial system. As the battle drew to a close, Li Lin soared to Gu Yuan's side, bowing respectfully and expressing, "I am Li Lin, and on behalf of all the people of Linghai City, I extend my deepest gratitude for your life-saving intervention. It was merely a trifling task. There is no need for thanks." Gu Yuan replied casually with a wave of his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Merely a trifling task? Li Lin could not help but smile wryly at Gu Yuan's words. Had it not been for the intervention of this formidable individual, Linghai City would have faced annihilation. The combined population of Linghai City amounted to several million souls. To save such a vast number of lives while maintaining such composure was indeed a testament to his remarkable prowess. Stealing a few furtive glances at Gu Yuan, Li Lin cautiously inquired, "I perceive that you are somewhat unfamiliar. May I ask which faction you hail from?" To effortlessly slay the nine-headed saint, one must undoubtedly be a renowned powerhouse, and it stands to reason that I should be acquainted with you. Yet, as I scour my memories, I find nothing. As if this formidable figure emerged from the void, igniting within me a sense of curiosity and bewilderment. "From the southern region, the Lingyun sect," Gu Yuan replied with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Li Lin felt a buzzing in his mind. The southern region? This individual hailed from the southern region? What sort of place was that? A desolate, forsaken land. Could such a realm produce a being of such power? Gu Yuan's words indeed struck him profoundly. Indeed, the world's strong are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. One must never underestimate anyone, He mused silently, his previous disdain for the southern region dissipating entirely. After a moment's pause, Li Lin curiously ventured, "Since you have come from the southern region, you must have significant matters to attend to. Should you require any assistance? I am willing to serve you faithfully as a humble beast of burden." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What is wrong? I wonder if there is an issue with my visit to the Medicine Emperor Valley. Noticing the sudden change in Li Lin's expression, Gu Yuan instinctively inquired, "My lord, you are unaware of the circumstances," Li Lin replied after calming his inner turmoil. "Not long ago, the Pill Pavilion and the Medicine Emperor Valley clashed over a rare imperial medicine. As a result, the Pill Pavilion has issued an edict. Anyone who encounters a person from the Medicine Emperor Valley or has any ties to them shall be executed without mercy. My lord, your journey to the Medicine Emperor Valley is fraught with peril. I dare to implore you not to proceed." After hearing Li Lin's words, Gu Yuan nodded in understanding. Yet, he casually waved his hand and said, "It matters not." He had no desire to involve himself in the feud between the Pill Pavilion and the Medicine Emperor Valley. His sole intention was to procure some herbs for refining the soul-condensing pill. If the Pill Pavilion were to act against him, let them do so. With his current strength, he had no fear of anyone in this world. Is it of no consequence? After listening to Gu Yuan's words, Li Lin's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Considering that the individual before him hailed from the southern region, he might be unaware of the formidable nature of the Dan Pavilion. He spoke again, "My lord, you may not be aware that the Dan Pavilion is one of the superpowers of our central region, with numerous branches, profound heritage, and unparalleled strength. Not to mention their own terrifying capabilities, their influence is also among the foremost. Currently, as the Dan Pavilion is in conflict with the Medicine Emperor Valley. Should you venture there, it will undoubtedly lead the Dan Pavilion to perceive you as an ally of the Medicine Emperor Valley, prompting them to target you. I implore you to reconsider your journey to the Medicine Emperor Valley. My strength is unmatched in the world. There is no need for reconsideration." Gu Yuan chuckled lightly and replied, "I appreciate your concern, but I shall proceed to the Medicine Emperor Valley. Farewell." With that, he moved his feet and transformed into a streak of white light, darting toward the distance, the direction of the Medicine Emperor Valley. Watching Gu Yuan depart, Li Lin could not help but shake his head in regret, fearing that this journey would yield more peril than fortune. This was simply because the Dan Pavilion was too terrifying. While Gu Yuan could crush a nine-headed saint sovereign with a mere gesture, there were equally formidable individuals within the Dan Pavilion capable of such feats. If Gu Yuan were indeed to become embroiled in a conflict between the Medicine Emperor Valley and the Dan Pavilion, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave danger. Contemplating this, Li Lin let out a sigh. After his lament, he ceased further thoughts and returned swiftly to Linhai City. He immediately contacted some of the top array masters and powerful figures in the central region. With the death of the nine-headed saint sovereign in Linhai City, given the status of such an individual among the Sea Clan, they would not let this matter rest easily. It was likely that before long, the Sea Clan would launch an even more terrifying assault on Linhai City. He had to prepare thoroughly before that time. Only then could they withstand the onslaught of the Sea Clan. Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden sea that borders the southern and central regions, inside a grand crystal palace, figures adorned with dragon horns and clad in armor stood solemnly on either side of the hall. In the center of the hall, a heavily made-up woman sat on the ground, weeping continuously. "Father Emperor, the last time those detestable humans pursued my husband, he nearly perished at their hands. Yet you did not intervene. But this time, my husband is dead, killed by those wretched humans. Will you not prepare to act this time?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, alas. Witnessing the weeping woman, those around her could no longer contain their emotions. At that moment, someone knelt before the man seated at the pinnacle of the grand hall, adorned in a blue dragon robe, and earnestly spoke, "The human race has gone too far, preying upon my kin, and now they have slain our dragon prince. I implore the Dragon Emperor to issue a decree for the annihilation of the human race." As one person spoke, those around him simultaneously knelt on one knee. Addressing the man clad in a blue dragon robe, their voices converged, resonating like a bell, echoing throughout the grand hall. A glance swept across the individuals on either side of the hall, and the expression of the Dragon Emperor, adorned in his dragon robe, darkened. He was none other than the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea, one of the four sovereigns of the Forbidden Sea. governing the waters from the southern region to the central region. Typically, he maintained a distance from the human race, with their interactions akin to water and oil. Although sea beasts would attack humans venturing from the forbidden sea, and humans would hunt certain sea creatures within his domain, these skirmishes were, in his view, mere trifles. However, the situation had changed. His esteemed son-in-law, the nine-headed saint, had been slain. Those wretched humans had shown him no respect, brazenly taking the life of his son-in-law. To him, this act was nothing less than a provocation from the human race. It was utterly unforgivable. With a deep sigh, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor exhaled a cloud of foul breath after a prolonged silence. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he slightly raised his brows. His voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully across the surroundings, reaching the ears of all present and even the sea beasts dwelling in the entire forbidden sea of the south. The human race has gone too far, devouring my kin and slaying my esteemed son-in-law. I shall ensure they pay a bloody price for their transgressions. All sea creatures with cultivation above the transformation realm, gather outside the dragon palace. Today, I shall make those despicable humans aware of the might of my race. Upon hearing these words, all sea creatures of the aforementioned cultivation rushed towards the dragon palace. Within mere breaths, an uncountable multitude of sea beasts had gathered outside the palace. In the distance, powerful sea creatures hastened towards this location. On the surface of the forbidden sea, those who had encountered the sea beasts initially believed their demise was imminent. However, to their astonishment, the beasts inexplicably ceased their attacks and retreated into the depths of the ocean. Unbeknownst to them, they mistakenly believed themselves to be favored by fate. Experiencing a stroke of good fortune, they lamented their predicament, unaware that the retreat of these sea beasts was merely a prelude to a far more ferocious assault. At that very moment, as the Nanhai Dragon Emperor summoned the sea beasts to confront the humans, Yuan had already arrived above the Valley of the Medicine Emperor. Guided by the system's map, the Valley of the Medicine Emperor lay in a vast gorge in the southern region of the central domain, now enveloped by an immense formation. Runes flickered across the array, containing terrifying energy. From above, one could gaze down upon the Valley of the Medicine Emperor, which spanned over 10,000 square kilometers. Shrouded in mist, dotted with pavilions and towers, towering alchemy towers soared into the sky, ancient trees stood tall, and medicinal fields were scattered like stars. Occasionally, celestial cranes circled above, bathing the valley in radiant light, resembling a realm of immortals. After observing for a while, Yuan made a decisive move and stepped into the formation. This array was formidable enough to keep even an emperor-level being at bay, rendering them immune to its attacks. Yet Yuan possessed the invincible formation from the system, encompassing all formations known to man. In other words, he was the most formidable formation master on the ancient continent. Though the current formation was extraordinarily robust, to his discerning eye, it was riddled with flaws. He effortlessly slipped through its defenses without exerting any effort. As he entered the Valley of the Medicine Emperor, Yuan wasted no words. With a mere thought, a strand of invincible imperial might instantly permeated the area. In an instant, the entire Valley of the Medicine Emperor was engulfed in panic, as if facing a formidable enemy. A middle-aged man clad in a crimson alchemist robe materialized before Yuan, his expression wary. Despite appearing relatively youthful, his gaze was profound and weathered, revealing the essence of one who had lived for countless millennia. Power surged within him, radiating an overwhelming aura. He was none other than the most powerful being in the Valley of the Medicine Emperor, its lord, the Medicine Emperor, Yuan. The sound of whistling through the air reverberated continuously. Following closely, numerous figures materialized around Yuan. Their numbers were staggering, and each individual exuded an aura of unparalleled strength. The weakest among them were at the levels of Saint Emperor and Saint Venerable, while the more formidable possessed the cultivation of an indomitable great emperor. They were none other than the high-ranking officials of the Medicine Emperor Valley. At this moment, they all regarded Yuan with vigilant apprehension, refraining from any rash actions. Younger generation, Yuan, the Valley Master of Medicine Emperor Valley, pays respects to the esteemed elder. Yuan greeted Yuan with a respectful bow, before inquiring, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit to our Medicine Emperor Valley?" Although he discerned that the young man before him appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. The overwhelming aura of an invincible great emperor emanating from him undeniably indicated that he was an extraordinary powerhouse far beyond his own capabilities. Such a formidable being deserved to be addressed as an elder. In the realm of fantasy where strength reigns supreme, there are 3 levels of address: Ant, fellow Taoist, and Elder. Ant refers to those weaker than oneself, Fellow Taoist denotes those of comparable strength, while elder is reserved for those who surpass one's own prowess. Currently, the conflict between Medicine Emperor Valley and the Pill Pavilion had escalated dramatically due to a supreme imperial medicine. The arrival of an invincible great emperor at the Medicine Emperor Valley suggested that he was likely sent by the Pill Pavilion to confront them. However, before any action was taken, Yuan chose to extend a measure of respect to such an extraordinary powerhouse as Yuan. Observing the tension and vigilance reflected in the eyes of those present, Yuan seemed to have surmised the source of their anxiety. With a smile gracing his face, he reassured them, "There is no need for concern, esteemed ones. I come to the Medicine Emperor Valley solely to seek some medicinal herbs. Harboring no ill intent towards your esteemed establishment. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, without malice." Upon hearing Yuan's words, the gathered individuals were momentarily taken aback. However, once the initial surprise subsided, they erupted into laughter. They had anticipated that the other party was a formidable powerhouse summoned by the Dan Pavilion to confront them, yet it turned out that he merely sought medicinal herbs. The thought of not having to contend with an invincible emperor filled them with joy. After listening to Yuan, Yahua also broke into a smile. As one who had reached the pinnacle of the indestructible emperor realm, he understood profoundly the terror an invincible emperor could wield. Naturally, he felt elated at the prospect of avoiding hostility with such a being. Without the slightest hesitation, he cheerfully inquired, "May I ask, esteemed senior, what medicinal herbs you seek in my Medicine King Valley?" "I require a total of 108 types of herbs," Yuan promptly replied, listing the ingredients needed for the refining of the soul-congealing pill. Initially, a smile graced Yahua's face, as he subconsciously believed that the herbs Yuan sought would not be overly precious. However, as each name was uttered, his expression gradually shifted, the smile fading away. By the end of the list, his countenance had transformed into one of profound dismay. This was due to the revelation that among the herbs Yuan requested, 3 were the treasured jewels of his Medicine Emperor Valley. Those 3 herbs were exquisite imperial medicines. Moreover, aside from these 3 exceptional imperial herbs, the majority of the remaining herbs were also imperial medicines. Even those that were non-imperial were still classified as sacred medicines. With a slow exhalation of turbid air, the alchemist Fire finally spoke. "The medicinal materials you seek are far from ordinary. May I dare to inquire what purpose you require them for?" "I intend to refine a medicinal pill," Yuan replied calmly. "Refine a medicinal pill?" The alchemist Fire's pupils constricted, clearly taken aback. The thought that such precious materials were merely for the creation of a single pill was astonishing enough to leave one dumbfounded. Almost instinctively, the alchemist Fire asked out of curiosity, "What kind of medicinal pill do you wish to refine?" Yuan slightly furrowed his brow. This line of inquiry was somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, considering he was there to procure materials, he responded earnestly, "The pill I intend to refine is called the soul-condensing pill. It is an imperial-grade pill." "An imperial-grade pill? The soul-condensing pill? A legendary medicinal pill?" Upon hearing Yuan's words, the alchemist Fire's pupils once again narrowed, and a look of shock surfaced on his face. As one of the foremost alchemists in the central domain, he possessed profound expertise in the art of alchemy. Although he had never refined the soul-condensing pill himself, he had encountered it in an ancient text. It was said to be exceedingly difficult to concoct, with only the most exceptional imperial-grade alchemists having the potential to succeed. Furthermore, the effects of this pill were extraordinarily formidable, capable of restoring a great emperor's residual soul to its peak state in an instant. For an ordinary person, it could exponentially enhance their spiritual essence. How could he not be astounded knowing that the individual before him sought to refine such a pill? After recovering from his astonishment, the alchemist Fire immediately said, "Senior, please follow me. I shall lead you to the materials." Before Yuan could utter a word, someone nearby exclaimed in alarm, "Master, you mustn't. Those materials are the very foundation of our alchemist valley. The 7-colored snow lotus, the creation spirit herb, the vermilion fruit, these are our valley's treasured possessions. How can we so readily part with them?" Glancing at the speaker, the alchemist Fire felt a sense of helplessness. He did not wish to relinquish these materials either. But Yuan was an invincible emperor. Refusal was not an option. By willingly surrendering them, he could cultivate goodwill with such a formidable figure. However, if he were to be compelled to part with them, the alchemist valley could face dire consequences. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his expression darkened as he reproached the person who had spoken out. "Fool! Fool! The conflict between the Dam Pavilion and my Medicine Emperor Valley has erupted in full force. Soon, my Medicine Emperor Valley will perish at the hands of the Dam Pavilion. Those treasured artifacts within my valley, rather than falling into the hands of that treacherous scoundrel Han Feng, should be entrusted to the esteemed predecessors. At this juncture, Yao turned his gaze towards Gu Yuan and suddenly shifted his tone. Esteemed predecessor, your profound cultivation and formidable strength are unparalleled. Our Medicine Emperor Valley is currently facing a crisis. I wonder if you might lend your assistance to us. After a brief pause, he added, the Dan Pavilion possesses deep foundations and extraordinary strength. If you choose not to assist us, we shall not oppose. Upon finishing, Yahua gazed eagerly at Gu Yuan. And he was not alone. The surrounding members of the Medicine Emperor Valley shared the same hopeful expression. The Medicine Emperor Valley is one of the superpowers of the central region, with a rich heritage and considerable strength. Over the years, it has forged numerous connections by refining elixirs for various major forces, wielding significant influence. A mere call could summon many formidable allies. However, the Dan Pavilion's influence spans the entire ancient continent, its depth and strength surpassing that of the Medicine Emperor Valley. Due to the conflict with the Dan Pavilion, many powerful factions chose to remain indifferent. Now, with an invincible emperor before them, the prospect of recruiting him into their ranks is a vision every member of the Medicine Emperor Valley fervently desires. An invincible emperor could turn the tide in their struggle against the Dan Pavilion. An invincible emperor represents the pinnacle of power on the ancient continent. Meeting the expectant gazes of the members of the Medicine Emperor Valley, Gu Yuan smiled softly and spoke. One cannot be ungrateful, having accepted your medicinal materials. It would be unthinkable for me to remain idle while you face danger. At these words, a smile spread across the faces of the members of the Medicine Emperor Valley in unison. With Gu Yuan's assurance, they would no longer fear the Dan Pavilion in the slightest. The joy on Yao's face was impossible to conceal as he repeatedly bowed, expressing, thank you, esteemed predecessor. Thank you. Please, follow me into the Medicine Emperor Valley. I shall procure the materials you require at once. Very well, Gu Yuan nodded, pausing momentarily before continuing. My name is Gu Yuan. You may simply call me by my name. I am merely 18 years old, and addressing me as senior makes me feel rather aged. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation of Gu Yuan's age, which indeed matched his youthful appearance. Initially, they had presumed he must have consumed some elixir to maintain such a youthful visage, perhaps an ancient being who had lived for countless years. Now, confronted with the truth that he was truly only 18, having already attained the realm of an invincible emperor, who among them could remain unfazed? In the wake of their astonishment, a wave of introspection washed over the onlookers. Once, they too had been prodigies of exceptional talent, basking in the adoration of countless admirers. Yet, when compared to Gu Yuan, they felt as though their years had been squandered in the most trivial of pursuits. The title of exceptional genius now sounded particularly grating. Oh, esteemed Emperor Yuan. Following their shock, the onlookers promptly altered their address for Gu Yuan. As he entered the valley of the Medicine Emperor, guided by the flames of alchemy, a multitude of figures began to materialize outside the protective formation of the valley. These individuals were the members of the Pill Pavilion, tasked with monitoring every movement within the valley of the Medicine Emperor. Who was that earlier? His speed was astonishing. I scarcely had time to react before he had already entered the valley. Likewise, the individual who commands such profound respect from the apothecary flame must undoubtedly be an extraordinary powerhouse. Our alchemy pavilion has already issued a warning. Anyone who aids the apothecary Emperor Valley shall be considered an enemy of our pavilion. Upon the declaration of these words, many formidable factions dared not act recklessly. Yet, in spite of this, there are still those who would assist the apothecary Emperor Valley, indicating that our alchemy pavilion has underestimated this valley. The emergence of such a significant figure, one who garners such esteem from the apothecary flame, is indeed a matter of great consequence and must be reported to the Grand Pavilion Master without delay. Amidst a flurry of discussions, someone produced a communication jade talisman to relay the events occurring here to the esteemed leader of the Pill Pavilion, Han Feng. Despite our Pill Pavilion's stern warnings, there are still those audacious enough to offer assistance to the Medicine Emperor Valley, showing a blatant disregard for our Pill Pavilion and for me, Han Feng. A man with a chilling gaze, exuding an aura that repels all, listened intently to the news transmitted through the jade talisman, and a flicker of coldness distinctly crossed his eyes. He is none other than Han Feng, the master of the Pill Pavilion and the elder brother of Yahua, who single-handedly established the Pill Pavilion and possesses the consummate cultivation of the undying great emperor. At present, nearly all members of our pill pavilion have gathered in the central region. Given the circumstances, he mused, to prevent the prolongation of unforeseen troubles, let us obliterate the Medicine Emperor Valley today. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he deftly retrieved a communication jade talisman. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated it. As the talisman was set into motion, a chorus of exceedingly respectful voices immediately resonated within. The Lord of the Southern Domain pays homage to the Grandmaster. What commands do you have? The Lord of the Northern Domain pays homage to the Grandmaster. What commands do you have? The Lord of the Eastern Domain pays homage to the Grandmaster. What commands do you have? The Lord of the Western Domain pays homage to the Grandmaster. What commands do you have? The Lord of Lingxiao City in the Central Domain pays homage to the Grandmaster. What commands do you have? As the sound from the communication jade talisman gradually ceased, Han Feng spoke calmly. You are all in the Central Domain now, are you not? In unison, voices responded from within the talisman, affirming, indeed. We are in the Central Domain. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued. Since you are all present in the Central Domain, unleash every ounce of power at your disposal. Let us proceed to the Medicine Emperor Valley. Today, we shall obliterate the Medicine Emperor Valley. Indeed, it is the Grand Master. The voices echoed in unison from within the communication jade talisman. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction, subsequently stowing away the talisman. With a deliberate motion, he set forth towards the Medicine Emperor Valley. Concurrently, from opulent pavilions and splendid halls, numerous formidable beings soared forth, all heading in a singular direction, the Medicine Emperor Valley. The number of these powerful individuals was vast, likely amounting to tens of thousands, with more continuously joining the throng en route to the valley. Upon their emergence, they unabashedly revealed their profound cultivation aura, capturing the attention of countless spectators. The simultaneous departure of such a multitude of potent forces indicated that the Pill Pavilion was poised to engage in an all-out confrontation with the Medicine Emperor Valley. As the two preeminent alchemical factions in the Central Domain prepared for battle, it remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail. One might presume the victor to be the Medicine Emperor Valley, which has stood resilient for over 1,000,000 years, its depth of heritage unmatched by the Pill Pavilion. However, this view is flawed. Although the Pill Pavilion has only flourished for several millennia, its influence pervades the entire ancient continent. While the Medicine Emperor Valley is indeed formidable, in my estimation, it pales in comparison to the Pill Pavilion. As the powerful figures in the Central Domain speculated on whether the Pill Pavilion or the Medicine Emperor Valley would ultimately prevail, a multitude of formidable warriors had already gathered outside the Medicine Emperor Valley. These were the elites of the Pill Pavilion, accompanied by their external allies. Their auras were robust, their strengths unparalleled, with not a single weakling among them. Yuan Emperor, within this storage ring lies the medicinal herbs you require. As he handed a storage ring to Gu Yuan, the alchemist added, we also lack a 9-turn Emperor soul herb at the Medicine Emperor Valley. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan could not help but furrow his brow. The 9-turn Emperor soul herb harnesses the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing the powerful divine souls of the world to grow. Even when consumed alone, it can nourish and fortify the divine soul, making it one of the most crucial ingredients in the concoction of the soul-condensing pill. Without the 9-turn Emperor soul herb, even if he were to gather all 107 herbs required for the soul-condensing pill, the resulting pill would utterly fail to unleash its true efficacy. It would not be able to restore his junior sister's divine soul to its peak state in an instant. Noticing Gu Yuan's frown, the alchemist hastily interjected, Yuan Emperor, although we lack the 9-turn Emperor soul herb, I am aware of a place where it is surely found. What place? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan inquired without hesitation, directing his question towards the alchemist. The alchemist, undeterred, solemnly responded, the forbidden zone of the Southern Domain, Mo Prefecture, the abyss of 10,000 souls. During the ancient and prosperous era, the eternal demon sect dominated the entire Southern Domain, with Mo Prefecture serving as its mass grave. Countless powerful beings have been interred there, including several emperors. If there exists the 9-turn Emperor soul herb, it must undoubtedly be in Mo Prefecture of the Southern Domain. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's furrowed brow relaxed once more. As long as he knew its location, that was sufficient. With his prowess, merely knowing its existence would enable him to acquire it. Just at that moment, an urgent voice interrupted his thoughts. Not good. Leader, a grave situation has arisen. A flustered young attendant in green rushed into the grand hall, his face etched with panic. What a disarray. The alchemist cast a disapproving glare at the young attendant before coldly demanding, "Speak. What is the matter?" The young attendant, not daring to hesitate, opened his mouth to explain. But before he could utter a word, a resounding thunderclap suddenly reverberated throughout the valley of the Medicine Emperor. Following this, the entire valley trembled violently as if shaken by an earthquake. At that moment, a powerful shout echoed in, crystal clear and unmistakable, reaching the ears of everyone present. "Yahuwah, come out and face your doom." Upon hearing this commanding voice, the expressions of those in the valley of the Medicine Emperor changed in unison. They were all too familiar with this voice. It belonged to Han Feng, the Grandmaster of the Pill Pavilion and a figure of unparalleled cultivation, known as the Immortal Emperor. Observing the reactions of those around him, Yuan instinctively deduced something and asked, "Is that the people from the Pill Pavilion?" "Indeed," Yahuwah replied earnestly with a nod. After a brief pause, he added, "The one who just spoke is none other than Han Feng, the Grandmaster of the Pill Pavilion." Yuan slightly inclined his head in understanding, and then said, "Let us go. I wish to meet him." "Very well, Emperor Yuan." Soon, the group exited the Grand Hall and ascended into the sky. From a distance, they surveyed everyone outside the protective barrier of the Medicine Emperor Valley. Yuan could not help but exclaim in wonder, "Is this the profound foundation of the Pill Pavilion?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Han Feng nodded, casting a glance at Yuan, whose eyes flashed with a chilling intent. With a thunderous voice, he bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you assist the Medicine Emperor Valley in this day and age? Are you courting death?" His words were laced with unmistakable malice. The Dan Pavilion had made it abundantly clear, anyone who dared to aid the Medicine Emperor Valley would be considered an enemy of the pavilion. In light of such circumstances, the audacity of anyone to lend a hand to the Medicine Emperor Valley was tantamount to disregarding the Dan Pavilion and him, Han Feng. Such individuals, in his eyes, had already chosen the path to their demise. He had initially intended to engage in a civil discourse, but given the weight of his murderous intent, the time for conversation had passed. Feeling the unmasked killing intent emanating from Han Feng, Yuan could not help but feel a flicker of animosity in his own heart. With a swift motion, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he stood just beyond the protective barrier of the Medicine Emperor Valley. This scene sent shivers down the spines of those within the valley. It should be noted that outside the protective barrier, there gathered a formidable force of hundreds of thousands, including numerous beings of the Emperor realm. Yet, in such a precarious situation, Yuan chose to step out of the protective barrier alone. To them, this act was akin to seeking death. The powerful figures of the Dan Pavilion were momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that Yuan would dare to emerge from the protective barrier of the Medicine Emperor Valley. After a brief pause, Han Feng was the first to regain his composure. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a fierce roar. "Kill this madman." To step out of the protective barrier and face their overwhelming numbers was nothing short of madness. As his voice thundered, Han Feng was not idle. Channeling the power within him, he waved his hand, summoning a colossal fireball that hurtled down towards Yuan with immense force. The fireball shimmered in shades of red, orange, and blue, exuding an aura of destruction that rippled through the air, terrifying in its might. The other formidable warriors of the Dan Pavilion were equally active, unleashing their own signature attacks with fervor. In an instant, the area outside the Medicine Emperor Valley erupted into a dazzling display of vibrant assaults, akin to a grand fireworks spectacle. All is lost. The moment they witnessed this scene, the people of the Medicine Emperor Valley were engulfed in despair. The assailants numbered nearly 10,000, including several exceedingly powerful emperors. The multitude of assaults directed at Yuan made it painfully clear that his fate would be nothing short of catastrophic. Even if Yuan were an invincible emperor, survival would be an impossibility, resulting in utter annihilation, leaving not even a trace behind. The sheer number and strength of the attackers was overwhelming. With such thoughts, despair was inevitable. They longed to intervene and rescue him, yet it was painfully evident that any attempt now would be far too late. Han Feng shared their sentiments, harboring no belief that Yuan could withstand such a barrage from so many formidable foes. Thus, as he beheld a dazzling array of attacks descending upon Yuan, a smile crept upon his face, and he couldn't help but erupt into raucous laughter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. A colossal explosion reverberating from the fierce assault unleashed by the formidable warriors of the Dan Pavilion upon the protective barrier of the Medicine Emperor Valley. The valley trembled violently, akin to the tremors of an earthquake, enduring the onslaught for an extended period. The ferocious shockwave radiated from the epicenter of the collision, sweeping mercilessly in all directions, obliterating everything in its path, causing the very fabric of space to ripple ominously. Such terror was truly unfathomable. At this moment, all eyes were fixated, unblinking, upon the spot where Yuan had stood moments before. As the brilliance of the explosion gradually faded, a profound sense of dread enveloped the hearts of the Medicine Emperor Valley's inhabitants. The absence of Yuan's figure spoke volumes. What could it signify? It meant that Yuan had perished, leaving not a trace behind. Yuan had been their most formidable external ally, and now he was gone, extinguished. The thought of this left them despondent. In this dichotomy of emotion, some rejoiced while others lamented. In stark contrast to their sorrow, the warriors of the Dan Pavilion collectively wore expressions of triumph. Some could not restrain their derisive laughter, exclaiming, "Daring to confront our multitude alone. And we expected some prowess. How utterly disappointing. Truly pathetic. Indeed, it was lamentably trifling." At that moment, they all believed that Yuan had perished, completely oblivious to the fact that their esteemed leader, Han Feng, was being hoisted into the air as if he were a mere chick. A voice of terror suddenly pierced through the crowd, prompting everyone's gaze to shift from Yuan's previous location to that of Han Feng. Upon this revelation, their pupils constricted sharply, and expressions of dread collectively painted their faces. Clearly, they had never anticipated that not only had Yuan survived their onslaught, but he had also approached Han Feng with a swiftness so remarkable that they had failed to perceive any anomaly. It was a classic case of capturing the king by seizing the thief first. The members of the Medicine Emperor Valley were taken aback, their hearts swelling with joy. Yuan was indeed alive. What splendid news! Did any of you notice when he arrived beside Han Feng? I didn't see it. I thought Yuan was dead. Silence. Speak no such nonsense, or I shall tear your tongue from your mouth. Unperturbed by the reactions of those present, Yuan maintained his gaze on Han Feng, whom he held aloft as one would a chick, and spoke with a faint smile. Smile? Aren't you fond of laughter? Why the solemnity now? At that moment, Han Feng was beset by a profound sense of humiliation mingled with sheer terror. It is worth noting that he was a being of unparalleled might, one of the few who stood atop the ancient continent's pinnacle. Yet now, he found himself unable to comprehend how this individual had appeared before him, easily ensnaring him in his grasp. This undeniably instilled within him an overwhelming sense of dread. The person before him was far too formidable, surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. It seemed that only the fabled world guardian could rival such power. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he attempted to summon his own strength in a bid to escape Yuan's hold. However, the moment he stirred his internal energy, he was horrified to discover an immensely terrifying and vast force flooding into his body, instantaneously sealing off his own power, rendering him utterly incapable of harnessing even a fragment of his strength. In desperation, he sought to plead for mercy, but with Yuan's grip constricting his throat, he could only move his lips, producing no sound whatsoever. At this juncture, members of the Dan Pavilion finally emerged from their state of shock. "Release my master. Let go of the Grand Pavilion master. You scoundrel, free Han." As the echoes of thunderous shouts reverberated through the air, several individuals swiftly approached Yuan. With a surge of power coursing through their bodies, they were poised to unleash their most formidable strike against him. These were the closest allies of Han Feng, numbering no more than 7 or 8. Among them, some possessed the cultivation of the immortal emperor, while others had merely attained the realm of the saint. A few members of the Dan Pavilion also contemplated joining the fray, but upon witnessing Han Feng being effortlessly subdued by Yuan, akin to a mere chick in a grip, their expressions shifted to one of clarity. Rather than advancing, they instinctively retreated, positioning themselves protectively in front of the others. "Do you wish for me to spare him? Then you must articulate that. How could I know otherwise?" Yuan remarked with a light chuckle, glancing at the approaching figures from the Dan Pavilion. The advancing members momentarily froze, caught off guard by Yuan's words, instinctively believing he might readily let Han Feng go. Yet, in the next instant, they realized they had misinterpreted Yuan's intent. All they could hear was, with a resounding crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Han Feng's head tilted, vitality swiftly draining from his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a chilling corpse. His soul was ruthlessly obliterated by Yuan, rendering him irrevocably deceased. After attaining the status of an emperor, one possesses an infinite lifespan, capable of regrowing severed limbs or resurrecting from a single drop of blood. To extinguish the life of such a being is undeniably a daunting task. However, it greatly depends on who dares to confront the emperor. Let us not forget, Yuan is a formidable force, boasting the pinnacle of cultivation within this realm. To him, taking the life of an emperor is akin to slaying a mere chicken. How audacious! Do you even comprehend the identity of your victim? Infuriating. You have the audacity to slay my master. I shall demand your life in return. Brother Han, I shall avenge you by eliminating this wretch. Madman, prepare to meet your demise. As the thunderous roar echoed, the assailant charged towards Yuan, unleashing their most formidable strike. Your strongest grandmaster has fallen by my hand. Yet you dare to confront me. Such audacity is commendable, Yuan remarked with a sidelong glance at the approaching figure. Immediately, he formed his fingers into a sword shape. A flicker of invincible sword intent glimmering at his fingertips. With his hand as the blade, he executed a swift strike. The moment the sword was drawn, a resounding, crystalline chime of the sword resonated throughout the heavens and earth. A beam of white sword light materialized from thin air, exuding an incomprehensibly terrifying power. As it rent the very fabric of space, hurtling towards the oncoming adversary. This sword light was not only immensely potent but also possessed astonishing speed. Akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. The offensive maneuver launched by the assailant was obliterated in the wake of this sword strike. Subsequently, the momentum of the sword light remained unabated, striking directly upon the charging figure. The incessant sound of explosions reverberated, and those who charged towards Yuan were reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist. Remarkably, they did not emit a single cry of anguish before their demise, epitomizing a death that was profoundly serene. Glug, as they witnessed Yuan effortlessly crush Han Feng and subsequently eliminate several formidable individuals. The members of the Dan Pavilion could not suppress a gulp of astonishment. Clearly, they were taken aback. Once the initial shock subsided, their fighting spirit evaporated entirely. With a mere motion of their feet, they instantly dispersed in a frantic escape. The sheer strength displayed by Yuan, capable of easily slaying the mightiest Han Feng among their ranks, was nothing short of celestial. To oppose such a being was akin to courting death. Moreover, with Han Feng deceased, what was there left to fight for? However, just as they began to flee, they involuntarily halted in their tracks. Surrounding them were numerous powerful figures, unmistakably members of the Medicine Emperor Valley, discernible by their attire. Their numbers were substantial, amounting to over 100,000. Though they were fewer in number and their overall strength did not match that of the Dan Pavilion, the current situation was dire. The pavilion's grandmaster had perished, leaving them fragmented and vulnerable. Coupled with the pressure exerted by Yuan, even in the face of adversaries who were fewer and ostensibly weaker, panic inevitably set in. Where do you intend to go? Asked Yuan, a smile gracing his face as he observed the flustered members of the Dan Pavilion. In that moment, he was genuinely elated. He had anticipated that the arrival of the Dan Pavilion would plunge the Medicine Emperor Valley into despair. However, Yuan's effortless annihilation of Han Feng had rendered the pavilion's members leaderless, transforming them into an easily manipulable disarray. The thought alone was enough to fill him with joy. In response to Yao's inquiry, the members of the Dan Pavilion chose silence, none daring to reply. Yao was not surprised. He seemed to have foreseen this outcome. Gradually, his smile faded, and a ferocious aura, the full might of the indomitable emperor, erupted forth, bearing down upon the members of the Dan Pavilion. As the countenance of each member darkened, Yao coldly addressed them. We are all alchemists here. You have merely been incited by that scoundrel Han Feng, who betrayed his own master and ancestors to engage in conflict with my Medicine Emperor Valley. Considering our shared calling as alchemists, I shall not harm you. However, to deter any among you from seeking vengeance for Han Feng, those possessing cultivation at the Saint Realm or above must surrender their life souls. Only then can I spare you. Do you wish to comply? At this juncture, Yao's gaze swept across all present from the Dan Pavilion. To surrender one's life soul signified placing one's very existence in another's hands. Should the other party be displeased, they could extinguish that life in an instant. Typically, no one would willingly relinquish their life soul. Yet, this was evidently not a typical circumstance. To refrain from surrendering it would mean immediate death. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, one voice rose above the rest. I am willing to surrender my life soul. A solitary voice emerged, soon followed by others in succession. Witnessing this scene, the alchemist couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After securing the primordial souls of all the emperors, he approached Yuan, bowing respectfully and stating, "The immense kindness of the Emperor Yuan shall be forever etched in my memory. Should there ever come a time when you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall face any peril, be it climbing mountains of blades or traversing seas of flames, without hesitation." Gu Yuan nodded slightly and replied, "I have now obtained the medicinal herbs I needed, and I have also resolved the issues with the Dan Pavilion. Therefore, I shall take my leave. May I respectfully send off the esteemed Emperor Yuan," the alchemist spoke with a smile. Yet, as if struck by a thought, he continued to inquire, "Might I ask, from which faction do you hail, my lord?" "Lingyun's sect." Gu Yuan responded casually without giving it much thought. And with a swift motion, he vanished from the sight of Yaohua. Lingyun's sect? Is this a reclusive sect in the central region? Watching the direction in which Gu Yuan had disappeared, Yaohua fell into contemplation. He had not heard of such a sect in the central region. After pondering for a moment, he summoned a young man and said, "Xiaochen, go investigate. I need to know the whereabouts of Lingyun's sect." Upon hearing this, the young man named Xiaochen's expression changed significantly. "Master, the Emperor Yuan hails from Lingyun's sect. Asking me to investigate its location is akin to sending me to my doom." With a resounding smack, the medicine fire delivered a sharp slap to the back of Xiaochen's head, expressing frustration and exasperation. "The Abyss Emperor has shown great kindness to my Medicine Emperor Valley. Should I not offer him a token of our finest products? If I am to present such offerings, is it not essential to ascertain the whereabouts of others?" "Oh." Xiaochen nodded in realization. However, he soon sensed something amiss and inquired, "Master, if we are to deliver the local specialties, why not do so at this very moment?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, oh. Meanwhile, the skies above Linhai City darkened, and tumultuous winds surged. Before it lay the forbidden sea, its surface teeming with an uncountable multitude of sea beasts. A towering wave, akin to a colossal mountain, rose from the depths, standing before Linhai City. Atop this wave, numerous dragon folk clad in golden armor, adorned with majestic dragon horns, were gathered. At the forefront of these dragon folk stood a formidable middle-aged man, draped in a blue dragon robe, his imposing horns radiating authority. This man was none other than the Nanhai Dragon Emperor, the sovereign of the southern and central regions of the Forbidden Sea. Casting his gaze toward Linhai City, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor spoke, "Li Lin, disclose to me who has slain my esteemed son-in-law, the nine-headed sage. I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you find no solace in life or death." His voice boomed like thunder, stirring the ocean's surface into a tempest. The recently restored city defenses of Linhai City shattered under the weight of his words. A violent shockwave radiated outward, obliterating numerous structures within the city. Many of the weaker cultivators and those devoid of power met their tragic demise. Even Li Lin, the strongest in Linhai City, was sent reeling, spitting blood in the wake of this overwhelming force. A single roar wrought such devastation. Truly, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor was a figure of unfathomable terror. "Mayorly, hold steadfast. We shall seek reinforcements in the central region. Mayorly, I take my leave." Sounds echoed in Li Lin's ears, prompting him to instinctively look up. The moment he did, his expression darkened. He beheld several figures soaring into the sky, swiftly making their escape towards the central domain. These were formidable warriors and array masters he had summoned with great expenditure from the central domain, intended to withstand the onslaught of the Sea Clan. Yet, to his dismay, as soon as the Sea Clan arrived, these individuals chose to flee without a fight. This ignited a deep sense of despair within him, leading him to believe that today would mark the downfall of Linhai City. To retreat without combat, such an act of cowardice deserved punishment. Casting a glance at the fleeing figures from Linhai City, the South Sea Dragon Emperor spoke with a voice as cold as ice. As his words fell, a barrage of water arrows shot forth from the Forbidden Sea, hurtling directly towards the escaping individuals from Linhai City. The water arrows tore through the fabric of space, exhibiting immense power and astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the arrows were upon the fleeing figures. The water arrows effortlessly pierced through several bodies, creating a breathtaking display of crimson blossoms. Accompanied by anguished cries, the life force within those individuals swiftly ebbed away, leaving them powerless as they succumbed to the ground. Without casting a glance at the deceased, the South Sea Dragon Emperor turned his gaze towards Li Lin, who stood atop the city walls of Linhai. "Li Lin," he began, "my time is limited. Are you not yet prepared to divulge the identity of the one who has slain my esteemed son-in-law?" Li Lin met the Dragon Emperor's gaze, but remained silent. Gu Yuan had once aided him during a perilous moment in Linghai City, and he felt a profound sense of gratitude towards him. He would not betray such loyalty due to the pressure exerted by the South Sea Dragon Emperor. He was not one to forget his benefactors. "It appears you are unwilling to speak," the Dragon Emperor remarked, a sudden smile gracing his features. "Yet, even if you choose to remain silent, I possess means to uncover the truth." With that, he extended his hand, conjuring a massive dragon claw that materialized from thin air. Seizing Li Lin and swiftly drawing him closer. "Release me." Li Lin bellowed vehemently, a surge of power coursing through his veins as he began to struggle desperately. Yet, the disparity between him and the South Sea Dragon Emperor was insurmountably vast. No matter how fervently he fought against his restraints, it was utterly futile. He could not break free from the Dragon Emperor's binding grip. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as he was propelled towards the South Sea Dragon Emperor at an alarming velocity. "To have me release you is quite simple. All you need do is inform me of the identity of the one who slain my esteemed son-in-law," the South Sea Dragon Emperor stated coldly. "Even if you choose to remain silent, I could extract the truth through soul-searching. It would be in your best interest to comply." Upon hearing the term soul-searching, Li Lin's countenance shifted dramatically. As the power within him surged, he abandoned his struggle, instead channeling all his strength inward. He resolved to self-destruct. In a bid to prevent the South Sea Dragon Emperor from probing his mind, he opted for self-detonation, solely to keep the identity of the one who had slain the nine-headed saint sovereign, Gu Yuan, from the Dragon Emperor's knowledge, thereby sparing Gu Yuan from impending peril. "Do you truly believe you can self-destruct in my presence?" The South Sea Dragon Emperor discerned Li Lin's intention and could not suppress a derisive snort. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of imperial might erupted forth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What is that? Suddenly, a member of the Dragon Clan beside the South Sea Dragon Emperor exhibited a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes as he gazed towards the central domain. An involuntary exclamation escaped his lips. There, a streak of radiant light approached with an astonishing velocity. In mere moments, it traversed within 1,000 meters of the onlookers. Prompted by the earlier exclamation, all eyes turned in unison to the source of the brilliant light. It revealed a tall and extraordinarily handsome youth, akin to an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Upon recognizing the youth's features, Li Lin's expression shifted dramatically, and he couldn't help but utter a thunderous shout. "Go! Hurry!" The person arriving was none other than Gu Yuan. Currently, the Dragon Emperor of the South China Sea had gathered a quarter of the sea beasts and formidable beings from the Forbidden Sea, intent on locating the perpetrator responsible for the demise of the nine-headed saint. With Gu Yuan's presence here, it was akin to courting death. Gu Yuan was the savior of his coastal city. Thus, upon recognizing his figure, he instinctively wished to urge him to steer clear of this perilous place. "Why leave?" Hearing Li Lin's words, Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. However, as his gaze swept across the scene, he had already started to piece together the puzzle. With a finger pointed like a sword, an invincible sword intent flickered at his fingertips. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Gu Yuan raised his hand and, using his finger as a sword, executed a devastating strike. As the sword was unleashed, a terrifying beam of sword light erupted forth, dazzling in its brilliance, tearing through space, and bearing an unimaginable might as it hurtled directly towards the massive dragon claw, formed from the spiritual energy of the South Sea Dragon Emperor, which was grasping Li Lin. With a swift motion, the blade of light descended, effortlessly tearing apart the colossal dragon claw formed from spiritual energy by the South Sea Dragon Emperor. The claw, composed of gathered spiritual essence, was swiftly shredded, and the South Sea Dragon Emperor visibly recoiled, his expression shifting as he instinctively took a step back. His gaze turned towards Gu Yuan, where a flicker of surprise glimmered in his eyes. It was evident that he had not anticipated such formidable power from someone who appeared so youthful. Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, he bore no fear of Gu Yuan. For he was a genuine, invincible emperor, one of the most formidable beings atop the ancient continent. In truth, there were very few in the world who could instill fear in him. At that moment, Gu Yuan waved his hand, and a massive palm imprint manifested, effortlessly drawing Li Lin closer. Although rescued by Gu Yuan, Li Lin's countenance remained far from pleasant. Fixing his gaze on Gu Yuan, He spoke without hesitation, Emperor Yuan. The South Sea Dragon Emperor has come for the nine-headed saint. You must leave at once. Leave? Why should I depart? Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, then turned his gaze directly to the South Sea Dragon Emperor, speaking candidly, the nine-headed saint is the one I have slain. If you are wise, you will take your leave. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you to join him. Upon hearing these words, the South Sea Dragon Emperor erupted with fury. Arrogant fool! With his thunderous roar reverberating, the golden-armored dragon warriors surrounding him swiftly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, they encircled Gu Yuan, subtly sealing off all possible routes of escape. Kill him! With the thunderous roar of the South Sea Dragon Emperor, the warriors ceased their idle chatter. As their internal energy surged, they became interconnected, amplifying their strength manifold. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their most formidable strike. Observing this, a faint smile crept upon the lips of the South Sea Dragon Emperor. The armored dragon warriors before him were the elite of his clan, all undeniably powerful figures at the emperor level. Bolstered by the formation, they could even contend with an invincible emperor. Now, these warriors were directing their ultimate attack at a seemingly youthful human cultivator. He harbored no doubt that Gu Yuan would be unable to withstand it. The consequence of failure was singular, certain death. However, the next moment unfolded in a manner that caused the South Sea Dragon Emperor's gaze to sharpen. As the golden-armored dragon warriors launched their assault, Gu Yuan remained composed, his expression unwavering. Just as the South Sea Dragon Emperor pondered whether Gu Yuan had been rendered speechless by fear, Gu Yuan slowly parted his lips and uttered a single word. Begone! With this single command, a terrifying and unparalleled imperial aura erupted from Gu Yuan, radiating outward in all directions. Under this invincible imperial might, the strikes of the golden-armored dragon clan were effortlessly shattered. The warriors clad in golden armor were violently repelled, their bodies flying backward in a bloody haze, ultimately crashing into the forbidden sea. This imperial might, could it be that he has attained the complete mastery of the invincible emperor realm? Feeling the ferocious and unrivaled imperial aura emanating from Gu Yuan, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor could not help but display a profound sense of apprehension. Though he too was an invincible emperor, there existed a discernible disparity amongst them. He was merely at the later stages of the invincible emperor realm, while Gu Yuan had reached its pinnacle. Despite the seemingly minor gap of a single realm, the actual difference was unfathomably vast. Should Gu Yuan choose to, he could easily vanquish 10 of them. Recognizing this truth, how could he not feel trepidation? It was indeed a revelation. Casting a glance at the Nanhai Dragon Emperor, an unexpected glimmer flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes. This was the first time someone had directly acknowledged his realm. After studying Gu Yuan intently for a considerable duration, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor appeared to have resolved himself to some decision. With a deep exhale, he slowly released a breath of frustration. His knees weakened, and he sank to the ground, earnestly and solemnly declaring, "The young dragon, blinded by arrogance, has inadvertently offended the esteemed elder. I humbly beseech you, great elder, to show mercy and spare my life. Should you grant me this reprieve, I pledge to serve you with unwavering loyalty, ready to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation." Upon finishing, the South Sea Dragon Emperor fixed his gaze intently upon Gu Yuan. This was not an act of cowardice, it was a sincere acknowledgement of reality. He simply could not match Gu Yuan's formidable prowess. Furthermore, the youth possessed such extraordinary strength at this tender age, hinting at an unimaginable future potential. To submit to such an individual was, indeed, a wise choice. His decision to yield stemmed from profound contemplation, rather than mere fear of death, as others might perceive. As the words of the South Sea Dragon Emperor reverberated through the air, a wave of astonishment swept over the gathered beings. No one had anticipated that the proud dragon clan would choose to capitulate without a fight. And even more astonishing was the fact that it was the South Sea Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 sovereigns of the Forbidden Sea, who had taken this step. After the initial shock, numerous powerful members of the dragon clan began to speak up. The Dragon Emperor must not. The Dragon Emperor, why? Father Emperor, are you aware of what you are doing? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You are quite remarkable. Since you have sincerely chosen to submit, I shall spare your life. Now, you may return with your people from whence you came. I only hope that after this incident, you will behave more honestly and refrain from causing trouble for Lenai City. Otherwise, no matter where you are, I shall surely end your life. At this juncture, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Gu Yuan. Feeling this intensity, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor could not help but shudder. The opponent possessed the capability to carry out such a threat. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder. Nodding earnestly, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor assured, rest assured, upon my return, I shall ensure that all beings within the Forbidden Sea refrain from causing any disturbances to Linhai City and the human race. Then, as if struck by a thought, he waved his hand, sending a resplendent golden token flying towards Gu Yuan. Noticing the flicker of confusion in Gu Yuan's eyes, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor explained, esteemed elder. This is the Dragon King's token of my clan, bestowed only upon those who have rendered great favors to us. Regardless of who holds the Dragon King's token, our clan shall fulfill one request for them. Through this token, esteemed elder, you may reach out to me at any time. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded in realization and accepted the Dragon King's token. Observing Gu Yuan take the token, the Nanhai Dragon Emperor refrained from further words. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a sudden thud, Li Lin's knees buckled, and he knelt before Gu Yuan, bowing deeply. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. Emperor Yuan, your immense kindness and virtue leave me at a loss for how to repay you. This is the sum of my savings over the years. I am aware that it may not meet your standards, yet it is the finest I can offer. I humbly ask you to accept it. As he spoke, Li Lin removed the storage ring from his hand and presented it with both hands. There is no need for such formalities, Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy to lift Li Lin to his feet. As if struck by a thought, Gu Yuan produced a jade token and handed it to Li Lin. This communication talisman will allow you to reach me. Should the Sea Clan make another attempt against your city, inform me at once, and I will ensure they face the consequences. The South Sea Dragon Emperor had already assured him that he would reign in all beings within the Forbidden Sea, preventing them from further attacks on Linhai City and the cultivators of the human race. However, should they renege on their word, it would be an outright provocation, and he would not let them go unpunished. Thank you, Emperor Yuan. Li Lin received the message Jade Talisman and then bowed solemnly. He intended to present his storage ring to Gu Yuan, but Gu Yuan had already transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the southern domain. Only Gu Yuan's voice echoed distantly, this matter is concluded. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Your savings do not interest me. Keep them for yourself. Watching Gu Yuan depart, Li Lin remained in a daze for a moment before ultimately kneeling in midair and earnestly bowing 3 times. In the southern domain's forbidden zone, in the depths of the Yuan abyss, the atmosphere was thick with demonic energy, shrouded in perpetual darkness. Faintly, one could hear the chilling wails of vengeful spirits echoing from within. This desolate place, where even birds dared not tread, concealed a young man lying quietly at its bottom. The youth was drenched in blood, his complexion pale, devoid of any color, and his vitality completely extinguished. He was indeed a cold, lifeless corpse. Yet suddenly, the young man opened his eyes wide. His gaze was profound and weathered, starkly contrasting with his youthful appearance. I never expected that I, the eternal demon emperor, would have the chance to live again, he cackled, tilting his head to the darkened sky, clenching his fists and sensing the faint power within. The young man could not help but furrow his brows. This body was far too weak. As if sensing the rejection from this vessel, he murmured, do not worry. Your vengeance shall be mine. I, the eternal demon emperor, will avenge you. You can rest in peace. Upon uttering these words, he discovered that the body's rejection had completely vanished. The ancient continent, your nightmare has arrived. He grinned with delight. Initially fearing he would remain trapped in the eternal darkness of the Yuan abyss, surrounded only by vengeful spirits, fate had intervened today. A lad named Lin Xian had been pursued to this very location. By a twist of fate, he had traversed the formations outside the Yuan abyss, ultimately falling to his demise, allowing the ancient demon emperor to seize control. This was a momentous occasion for the eternal demon emperor. With a corporeal form, the formations designed to bind vengeful spirits would no longer harm him. He could finally escape the Yuan abyss. The Yuan abyss had once served as a mass grave for the eternal demon sect during its zenith, housing countless formidable beings, including numerous emperors. To harness the corpses and the spirits within, the leader of the eternal demon sect, the eternal demon emperor, had set up formations to refine these corpses into puppets and incorporate the vengeful spirits into the Yuan banner, thus augmenting his power. Among these formations was one specifically designed to prevent spirits from departing. However, he had never anticipated that these very formations would become shackles that bound him after his death, preventing his spirit from leaving this place. But now, everything had changed. By possessing Lin Xian, he could finally escape this accursed realm. Although Lin Xian's body was frail and severely injured, such trivialities were inconsequential to the ancient ruler of the southern domain. "Devour the heavens, grant me strength," he bellowed, instantly invoking the cultivation technique he had practiced in his previous life. This technique absorbed the essence of the world, replenishing itself from all that existed. At a certain level, it could even refine an entire realm, truly a terrifying power. As the technique activated, the energies within the Yuan abyss were immediately drawn towards the eternal demon emperor, coalescing into an immense vortex. From the depths of the vortex, a continuous stream of energy surged towards him, flowing through his limbs and bones. His injuries healed almost instantaneously, and his cultivation level began to ascend at a pace so rapid it was beyond imagination. Spirit Sea Realm, Transcendence Realm, King Realm, Emperor Realm, Venerable Realm, Saint Realm, and finally, Emperor Realm. In mere 15 minutes, the Eternal Demon Emperor had elevated his cultivation to the level of an undying emperor. The speed of his advancement was akin to wielding divine powers. With a glint of brilliance in his eyes, the Eternal Demon Emperor clenched his fists, reveling in the boundless power coursing within him, his smile broader than ever. Though his strength was still far from its peak, it was a vast improvement compared to being a mere spirit trapped within the Yuan abyss. "Lin Xian, you truly possess a resilient fate. Despite your grievous injuries, you fell from such a height and yet survived." A voice of astonishment echoed from afar. The Eternal Demon Emperor turned to see three figures approaching slowly. They were three dark-skinned, diminutive, and rather unsightly old men. Upon sighting them, the Eternal Demon Emperor's brows knitted together, and a sudden desire to eliminate these three emerged within him. This strange impulse only clarified as he delved into Lin Xian's memories, understanding why the mere sight of them provoked such animosity. These three were the Huang family's three ghosts, retainers of the Tang family, one of the three prominent families in the region, and they bore a deep grudge against Lin Xian. The enmity stemmed from an incident where Lin Xian had gazed too long at the fiancée of Tang Chuan, the young master of the Tang family. Enraged, Tang Chuan had dispatched the Huang family's three ghosts to hunt Lin Xian down. It was no wonder that upon encountering them, this body would harbor such hostility and a desire for vengeance. "Brother, within the Yuan abyss, countless vengeful spirits dwell. If we disturb them, escaping may become difficult. To avoid prolonged troubles, we should eliminate this little brat first," suggested the second ghost of the Huang family. "Indeed, brother. There is no need for further dialogue with this brat," the youngest ghost chimed in. The eldest ghost, initially intending to mock Lin Xian, quickly dismissed the notion, nodding seriously. "In that case, let us take care of this little brat." Upon hearing this, the younger ghosts exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then, like arrows released from a bow, they surged towards the Eternal Demon Emperor. In this perilous place, they aimed to kill this little brat before making their escape. The great ghost of the Huang family appeared to have witnessed the tragic demise of the ancient demon emperor. As the young ghost and the second ghost of the Huang family rushed out, he turned around and, with an air of nonchalance, uttered these words. Yet, at the very moment his words fell, two heart-wrenching cries, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, suddenly reverberated throughout the abyss of souls. The sheer wretchedness of the sounds was enough to bring tears to the listeners' eyes and sorrow to their hearts. Although Lin Xian, the young wretch, deserved 1,000 deaths, he should not be subjected to such torment. Hearing those two anguished cries, the great ghost of the Huang family could not help but chuckle and shake his head, believing that the young and second ghosts were excessively cruel, inflicting such agonizing screams upon Lin Xian. In the midst of his musings, he instinctively turned to see how the young and second ghosts were tormenting Lin Xian. Unbeknownst to him, the anguished cries belonged to his beloved kin, the young ghost and the second ghost of the Huang family. When he turned back, a smile adorned his face, but upon fully comprehending the unfolding events, that smile froze in place. The reality before him was a far cry from his expectations. He had envisioned Lin Xian being pinned to the ground by the young and second ghosts. However, the reality was starkly different. Lin Xian held one young ghost in his left hand and one second ghost in his right, as if they were mere chicks. A terrifying force surged from Lin Xian's palms, voraciously siphoning the energy from the young and second ghosts. In mere moments, their vitality waned to an alarming low, and it seemed they would soon perish at Lin Xian's hands. Such a scene was one the great ghost of the Huang family could hardly endure. Almost instinctively, he bellowed, "Release them, you wretch." As his voice echoed, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. With a swift grasp, he seized a blue-silver spear. The blue-silver overlord spear, and the power within him surged, instantly empowering the weapon. He raised his hand, piercing it toward Lin Xian with all his might. A glimmer of cold light darted forth, followed by the spear that emerged like a dragon. The strike shattered the air, producing a resounding blast. Its might evident, and its speed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip was at Lin Xian's chest. At that moment, Lin Xian appeared almost paralyzed with fear, standing motionless as the spear approached. Witnessing this, the great ghost's eyes gleamed with a newfound confidence. He was steady. As a transcendent being, he could shatter stones and easily slay a bull with a mere gesture. Now, facing his full-force attack, Lin Xian could hardly muster a response. When the spear struck, Lin Xian's fate seemed sealed. His body would be pierced, leaving him a cold corpse. Yet, what transpired next astonished him to the brink of disbelief. The blue-silver overlord's spear landed squarely upon Lin Xian, but the anticipated scene of Lin Xian being pierced through and dying did not unfold. Instead, a clear, melodious sound rang out, akin to the clash of gold and iron, with a crisp sound resonating through the air. The formidable Huang family specter was left utterly astounded to discover that the blue-silver overlord spear not only failed to pierce Lin Xian's body, but did not even graze his skin. Moreover, the terrifying force of the collision reverberated back, shattering his grip and leaving his arm numb as he stumbled backward. "How could it be that my full-force strike could not inflict any harm upon you? This is inconceivable." Glancing at his trembling arm, Huang family specter was engulfed in disbelief. Unable to accept this reality. "If one attempt failed, then I shall make another. I refuse to believe that my utmost effort cannot break your skin." Gradually regaining his composure from the shock, he gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve, summoning the power within him to propel the blue-silver overlord's spear once more. Without a hint of hesitation, he thrust the spear forcefully toward Lin Xian again, his gaze unwavering. He was determined to pierce Lin Xian's skin with his blue-silver overlord spear. However, in response to this renewed onslaught, Lin Xian, the eternal demon emperor, did not remain motionless as before. With an expression that conveyed utter disdain, he regarded Huang family specter as one might regard an insignificant insect. As his lips parted, a single word slowly escaped his mouth. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status. Resource exhausted. With a sudden splash, blood erupted, and a bloom of crimson blossomed in the air. The formidable figure of the Huang family had yet to react when his head was abruptly sent soaring. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief, clearly unable to fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of Lin Xian, whom he regarded as mere vermin. His lips quivered as if he wished to utter something, yet as life swiftly ebbed away, the words he longed to express remained unspoken. With a resounding thud, the headless corpse of the Huang family's great ghost collapsed heavily into the pool of blood, life ebbing away. Without casting a glance at the lifeless form, the eternal demon emperor unleashed his devouring magic, consuming all energy from the second and little ghosts of the Huang family. With a mere flick of his hands, he discarded their withered remains, resembling nothing more than refuse. Having slain the third ghost of the Huang family, he proceeded deeper into the abyss of 10,000 souls. Beneath the depths of this abyss lay the relics he had once forged, the 10,000 souls banner and the corpse-controlling talisman. These two treasures of demonic origin were his trump cards for reclaiming his former glory. The abyss of 10,000 souls housed countless powerful beings, including many emperors. After eons of accumulation, resentment had birthed numerous ominous entities. These manifestations of malice, ranging from vengeful spirits to monstrous corpses, were bound within the abyss by the eternal demon emperor's formations. Yet, should any living being venture into this realm, they would inevitably be torn apart by these sinister creatures. This was the reason the abyss was deemed a forbidden zone in the southern domain. All who entered perished. The emergence of the eternal demon emperor attracted the attention of several of these ominous beings. However, upon sensing a flicker of his aura, they retreated like a receding tide. Though the eternal demon emperor was not yet at his peak, the red-haired monsters within the abyss could easily overpower him. Yet, something in his presence instilled a primal fear in them, preventing them from recklessly attacking him. Thus, he traversed the abyss unimpeded until he stood before a narrow cave. Initially constricted, the cave opened into a vast chamber after several dozen steps. At the chamber's end lay a secret room, enveloped in intricate formations. At its center stood a platform, upon which rested the two coveted treasures, the 10,000 Souls banner and the corpse-controlling talisman. Channeling his energy, the eternal demon emperor pointed at the formation before him, shattering it in an instant. As the treasures unleashed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, it swiftly filled the secret room. With a sweeping gesture, the emperor absorbed the energy into his being, significantly enhancing his strength, propelling him from the early to the late stages of the immortal emperor realm. Relishing the exhilarating sensation of this newfound power, he could not help but smile wryly. Approaching the platform, he grasped the 10,000 Souls banner and the corpse-controlling talisman. In a flash, he surged out of the abyss, rising above it and surveying the myriad vengeful spirits and red-haired monsters below. With the 10,000 Souls banner in his left hand and the corpse-controlling talisman in his right, he summoned the energy within him, activating both treasures. In an instant, the vengeful spirits and ominous monsters of the abyss were drawn towards him, kneeling in unison. Their guttural roars echoed as they succumbed to the influence of the 10,000 Souls banner and the corpse-controlling talisman, submitting to the eternal demon emperor. Go forth. Release your true nature and indulge in the thrill of slaughter. A chilling and eerie laughter escaped the lips of the eternal demon emperor, reverberating through the air. With a mere wave of his hand, the intricate formations that had once been established to imprison these corpses and vengeful spirits were effortlessly shattered. As the formations crumbled, the abyss of 10,000 souls yawned open like the gaping maw of hell itself. Countless vengeful spirits, malevolent specters, and crimson-haired fiends surged forth as if emerging from the depths of the inferno, scrambling in a frenzied rush in all directions. Wherever they tread, life was extinguished, and rivers of blood flowed freely. Any being that crossed paths with these vengeful spirits and red-haired fiends met with an inescapable demise. The eternal demon emperor stood atop the abyss of 10,000 souls, his gaze sweeping across the expanse, as if encompassing the entirety of Mo province. The smile on his face deepening with each passing moment. The thrill of slaughter was encapsulated in a single word: exhilarating. A resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The eternal demon emperor lifted his gaze, only to behold ominously dark calamity, clouds converging from all directions. These clouds gathered like an immense black veil, shrouding an expanse of 1,000,000 miles. The entire Yuan abyss, and indeed all of Mo province, was engulfed in profound darkness. Only the flickering lightning within the calamity clouds offered a glimmer of illumination to Mo province. The eternal demon emperor, with a serene demeanor, gazed upwards at the perilous clouds with no hint of surprise upon his visage. The previous malevolent entities within the Yuan abyss had been so numerous that the air above the abyss was suffused with surging demonic energy. This accumulation of malevolence obscured the connection to the heavens, which is why no tribulation descended upon him during his ascension to emperor. Now, all the vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, and ominous red-haired beasts within the Yuan abyss were under his dominion, sent forth to slaughter all whom they encountered. With the absence of these spirits and creatures, the surging demonic energy diminished, allowing the heavenly mechanisms to manifest. The laws of the universe sensed his presence, leading to the arrival of the thunderous tribulation requisite for his imperial ascendance. A resounding thunderclap echoed through the heavens and the earth, reverberating with an immense intensity. A golden bolt of lightning, as thick as a water pipe, descended from the sky like a dragon of thunder, striking fiercely towards the eternal demon emperor. The power of this lightning was extraordinarily formidable, possessing a might that could annihilate worlds. Any newly ascended emperor witnessing such a tempest would undoubtedly be on high alert, treating it with utmost seriousness. Yet, in the face of this terrifying lightning, the eternal demon emperor remained remarkably composed, as if he regarded it with utter indifference. And indeed, this was the truth. In his previous life, he had effortlessly transcended the tribulation of thunder. Now, having been reborn and elevated to the late stage of the immortal emperor, encountering the tribulation of an emperor in this state was hardly worthy of concern. Soon enough, the tribulation arrived. At that moment, the eternal demon emperor sprang into action. "Devour the heavens, grant me your power," he bellowed with a thunderous voice. Instantly, he activated the devouring heavenly demon art. As the art was set into motion, an extraordinarily dense and pure demonic aura began to surge forth from his being. This aura coalesced above him, manifesting as an enormous, gaping maw. When the colossal mouth opened wide, the terrifying bolt of lightning was consumed entirely. Following this, the mouth vanished, and the eternal demon emperor's cultivation surged significantly. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor, he was but a mere step away from achieving complete mastery. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, ha ha ha. The eternal demon emperor chuckled with unrestrained delight, feeling the surge of power within him once more, in stark contrast to his elation at the enhancement of his strength. The entirety of Mo's state was engulfed in profound despair. The vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts emerging from the abyss of 10,000 souls, along with the ominous red-haired monsters, were overwhelmingly potent. The cultivators of Mo's state found themselves utterly powerless against them. Anyone who crossed paths with these entities met a tragic demise. Why has our Mo state been suddenly besieged by such a multitude of vengeful spirits and ghastly apparitions, along with so many formidable red-haired fiends? These creatures are so powerful. Can we possibly survive? Woe is me, I do not wish to perish. Who will come to our rescue? In the ancient city of Mo City, a vast expanse of desolation, countless souls gazed upward at the relentless onslaught of vengeful spirits and the grotesque red-haired fiends assaulting the city as protective barrier. A profound despair etched itself upon their faces. At present, the inhabitants of the entire Mo province had suffered catastrophic losses. Only by relying on the formidable ancient protective array preserved within Mo City had they managed to survive against the odds. However, despite their survival, their circumstances were far from favorable. The vengeful spirits and red-haired fiends were overwhelmingly powerful. Even though the protective array of Mo City, a relic from ancient times, could withstand the attacks of emperors, it trembled under the relentless assault of these malevolent entities, as if it might shatter at any moment. Should the protective array be breached? The fate awaiting them was too horrific to contemplate. The very thought of this impending doom was enough to plunge them into despair. Atop the heights of Mo City stood the imposing figure of the city lord, Yuan, clad in silver armor, her stature exuding an air of commanding authority. Her expression was equally grave. Yet, in an effort to reassure her people, she proclaimed in a resonant voice, I have already informed the major powers of the southern region's 13 states about the calamity befalling Mo province. It is only a matter of time before reinforcements arrive to aid us. Do not panic. Furthermore, the protective array of Mo City, a formidable ancient formation, was capable of withstanding the might of emperors. These monstrous adversaries would not be able to breach our defenses in the short term. However, before her words could fully resonate, a resounding thunder echoed through the air as the grand protective array of Mo City erupted with a tremendous explosion. What is this? The vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired creatures from the Wanhan abyss have emerged. Why? What has transpired? Why have these monsters suddenly emerged from the abyss? The entities within the Wanhan abyss possess formidable power. If we remain idle, they will undoubtedly bring catastrophic ruin to the southern domain. Assemble the formidable members of our sect. We must hasten to support Majo. For the sake of the southern domain, let us proceed. Upon receiving news of the events transpiring and through the transmission of the Jade Talisman, the formidable powers across the 13 states of the southern domain could no longer remain idle. One by one, they began to summon the mightiest within their ranks and swiftly set forth to offer assistance to. Only a handful of influential forces chose to remain aloof, indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, in the ancient city as the protective city array was breached, vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired creatures surged forth, akin to solitary men encountering an enchanting beauty for the first time. Their eyes glistened with an insatiable hunger. Amidst their piercing wails, they lunged towards every living being within. Not even the eggs in the henhouse were spared from their voracious appetite. In an instant, the air was thick with the echoes of anguish. Within mere breaths, the city was engulfed in an overwhelming stench of blood, and countless souls perished at the hands of these monstrous beings. With a sudden poof, a mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth. Yuan, engaged in a fierce battle with a nefarious red-haired beast, was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the malevolent spirits and vengeful souls within Mo City attacking its inhabitants. Tears welled up in her eyes. For as the lord of Mo City, she had failed to protect her people. A sense of guilt consumed her. Was it truly the end of Mo City? Her lips quivered as despair permeated her voice. Yet, at that very moment, she was abruptly taken aback. She had collided with something. Instinctively, she turned her head to look. To her astonishment, she had collided with a person, and she found herself cradled in his arms. Most notably, it was a man. Though Yuan was the ruler of Mo City, she had never had any contact with the opposite sex. Now, in her first encounter, she was being held. This unexpected intimacy sent her heart into a frenzy. She instinctively attempted to withdraw from his embrace, but when her gaze fell upon his face, she was momentarily entranced. What a visage it was! Yuan found herself at a loss for words. Yet, she knew this was the most handsome face she had ever encountered. For a moment, she was utterly captivated. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced uncontrollably. In that instant, she recalled the tales of love at first sight. Previously, she had dismissed such notions. But now she believed. If love at first sight existed, then she had undoubtedly experienced it with the man before her. Oh, the torment of this irresistible charm that left her adrift. Seeing the woman in his arms gazing at him with unblinking eyes, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He was confident in his appearance. After all, he was a figure who could captivate millions of young hearts. This was evident from how female disciples of Ling Yun's sect often brought him resources for cultivation. Now, as the injured woman lay before him, he had arrived just in time to rescue her. With his extraordinary looks combined with the gallantry of a hero saving a damsel in distress, it was only natural for any woman to be swayed by him, unless she were not human. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for this woman to develop feelings for him. Yuan, roused from her reverie by Yuan's words, hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace. She quickly tidied her somewhat disheveled hair and, with utmost seriousness, bowed to Yuan, saying, "I am Yuan, the Lord of Mo City. You have come to aid us, have you not? The malevolent spirits from the abyss of souls and these red-haired beasts have inexplicably emerged from their realm. These monsters are bloodthirsty, mercilessly slaughtering anyone in their path. I implore you to assist us in eradicating them." As she spoke, Yuan bowed deeply once more, revealing a glimpse of her pristine figure, though she was unaware of Yuan's origins or his capabilities. The fact that he dared to come here after she had briefed him on the dire situation suggested he possessed undeniable confidence in his strength. Thus, Yuan adopted a humble demeanor, hoping fervently that he would swiftly eliminate the vengeful souls and red-haired beasts plaguing Mo City. As a fellow denizen of the southern region, I cannot stand idly by upon witnessing such devastation, Yuan remarked calmly, surveying the tragic scene before him. Hearing this, Yuan's heart soared with joy, and she expressed her gratitude with repeated bows. At that moment, Yuan sprang into action. With a single step, he ascended to the skies above Mo City. Concentrating his thoughts, an invincible sword intent erupted forth. Countless sharp and unparalleled sword energies manifested in the air, coalescing into long swords, numbering no fewer than 1,000,000. A terrifying aura of destruction radiated from these swords, enveloping the entirety of Mo City. The vengeful souls and red-haired beasts within the city sensed the impending threat and instinctively halted their actions, gazing upwards. At that crucial moment, Yuan made his move. With a finger poised like a sword, he directed it downward in a sweeping motion. As he did, all the sword energies formed from his intent followed suit, drawn towards his command. The air resonated with a symphony of buzzing and the crisp clangor of swords as 1,000,000 blades descended upon this realm. The long swords, transformed from sword energy, fell like rain, tearing through the fabric of space and plummeting towards Mo City. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. The aura of destruction emanating from each blade was profoundly unsettling. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the power contained within each sword was comparable to a full-force strike from an invincible emperor. Such blades numbered in the millions. In other words, this multitude of swords represented the combined might of 1,000,000 invincible emperors acting in unison. The sheer terror of 1,000,000 invincible emperors unleashing their power simultaneously was enough to obliterate the very heavens and earth. At that moment, the vengeful spirits and malevolent red-haired fiends seemed to sense the impending peril brought forth by the descending swords from above. Accompanied by piercing wails, they scattered in panic, fleeing from Mo City. However, some of the more formidable vengeful spirits and red-haired fiends, believing themselves to be exceptionally powerful, chose to defy the tide. Instead of fleeing, they roared defiantly and ascended towards the oncoming blades. The sound of bang, bang, bang echoed through the air, reminiscent of balloons bursting. Those vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts, upon mere contact, were obliterated by the descending swords from above, leaving no trace of existence. The fleeing vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts met a similar fate. Although they initially escaped, their speed was no match for the swift swords. Ultimately, they were overtaken, crushed, and rendered utterly lifeless. From the moment Yuan took action until every last one of these vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts was vanquished, it appeared to take an eternity, yet in reality, it transpired in the span of mere breaths. To annihilate all the vengeful spirits and red-haired beasts in such a brief moment left the surviving onlookers astounded. Were these monsters truly slain so easily? Such formidable creatures, effortlessly dispatched? A sharp pain coursed through the younger brother, a stark reminder that it was no dream. Could there truly exist such a powerful being in this world? All the monsters that arrived in Mo City have perished. Logically, one would expect them to feel elated. However, Gu Yuan's swiftness in dispatching those creatures was astonishingly rapid, so much so that it felt surreal, as if they were lost in a dream, devoid of any authenticity. Even when someone pinched him hard, the piercing pain served as a reminder that the scene before him was indeed real and not a figment of his imagination. Yet disbelief still lingered in his heart. In contrast to the astonishment of others, Yuan gazed at Gu Yuan, feeling as though his heart was being irresistibly drawn away. He was simply breathtaking. At that moment, Gu Yuan exuded an unparalleled charm. With a gentle exhale, she released a breath laden with anxiety, allowing her heart, which raced like a startled fawn, to gradually find its calm. Yunmo's gaze hardened, as if she had resolved to act upon a profound decision. She stepped forward, gracefully bowing before Gu Yuan, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for rescuing me and saving Mo City. Such a tremendous favor. I am at a loss for how to repay it, except to offer myself in service." Despite her firm resolve, the words brought a wave of embarrassment, causing her voice to tremble as she uttered the final phrase. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, her lovely countenance flushing with a visible crimson hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, igniting an urge to take a hearty bite. Gu Yuan regarded her with a calm smile, replying, "We are all citizens of the southern region. Lending a hand is but a trifling matter. Moreover, dealing with these creatures is merely a matter of convenience for me. To speak of offering oneself in service is an exaggeration." Upon hearing this, Yunmo's eyes dimmed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke again. "I understand my abilities are lacking and that I am unworthy of your esteem. However, I cannot let your grace go unrewarded. My lord, may I humbly serve as your maid? Is that acceptable?" At this juncture, Yun-Mo raised her eyes to meet Gu Yuan's, her expression rife with anxiety and trepidations. As if fearing rejection, Gu Yuan studied her intently, remaining silent. Instead, he quietly accessed the system panel displaying personal information. Name, Yun-Mo. Appearance, 93 points. Constitution, none. Cultivation technique, Qing Yun formula. Martial arts, demon exterminating palm, demon slaying fist. Weapon, demon slaying spear. Cultivation level, 3rd stage of Saint Realm. Noticing Yun-Mo's anxious expression as she awaited his response, he observed the glimmer of moisture in her eyes, revealing a vulnerability that suggested she might weep if he declined. After reviewing her brief profile, Gu Yuan paused, contemplating before he nodded. Very well. Yun-Mo possessed exceptional beauty, rivaling that of his esteemed seniors and masters. The prospect of having such a person as his maid was indeed appealing, and he saw no reason to refuse. At his words, the mist in Yun-Mo's eyes evaporated instantly, replaced by a radiant joy that spread across her delicate features. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master." She bowed deeply once more to express her gratitude, but upon realizing that Gu Yuan had accepted her as his maid, she quickly adjusted her address. Gu Yuan interjected, "There is no need to call me master. Simply refer to me as young master, master. That term might lead to misunderstandings," she replied, a hint of playful awkwardness in her tone, as if concerned others might misconstrue their relationship. "Indeed, it is young master." Yun-Mo nodded immediately, finding nothing amiss. "Indeed." Gu Yuan nodded slightly, pausing for a moment before speaking. "I must take my leave from this place now. If you wish to accompany me, please take a moment to hand over your duties. If not, I shall not impose." Upon hearing this, Yun-Mo promptly responded, "Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall return shortly." With that, Yun-Mo swiftly soared back to Mo City. She soon summoned an individual, engaging in a brief conversation, before quickly returning once more. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted indeed. Gu Yuan nodded, a surge of spiritual power enveloping Yun-Mo. With a swift motion of his foot, he and Yun-Mo transformed into 2 streaks of light, racing towards the location of the Wanhan Abyss. Deep within the Wanhan Abyss, a young man clad in black sat cross-legged upon a throne constructed from piled bones. A terrifying aura emanated from him, as boundless demonic energy continuously converged within the abyss, ultimately flowing into his body, enhancing his cultivation as it coursed through his limbs and bones. This young man was none other than Lin Xian, who had perished at the hands of the Huang family's 3 specters, only to be seized by the ancient demon emperor, having successfully transcended the tribulation to become an emperor in the early stages of immortality. Notably, the ancient demon emperor was also named Lin Xian in his previous life. However, due to his rising power, he was now revered as the ancient demon emperor, gradually forgetting his former name. Suddenly, Lin Xian abruptly opened his eyes during his cultivation. In his deep, weathered gaze, surprise and incredulity flickered. Through the two magical artifacts, one Hun banner and corpse control talisman, he had exerted control over the vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired creatures within the entire abyss. He was acutely aware of their formidable strength. They were indeed top-tier warriors, including many at the Emperor level. To him, such a force could easily decimate the entire southern region. Even if total annihilation were not achievable, it would certainly exact a grievous toll on the south. However, just moments ago, through the two magical artifacts, he discovered that nearly 90% of the vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired creatures had perished in an instant. How could he not be astonished? How could he not feel a sense of disbelief? The one capable of exterminating nearly 90% of these entities in a heartbeat must be an invincible emperor of unparalleled prowess. Truly, heroes abound in this world like fish crossing a river, and one could not have anticipated such a powerful figure emerging in the southern region during this era. After the initial shock, Lin Xian could not help but exclaim in awe. Yet, as soon as he spoke, his gaze sharpened. With the formidable perception granted by his early-stage immortal emperor status, he sensed two figures approaching the Yuan Hun abyss at an astonishing speed. One of them appeared weak, akin to an ant that he could crush with a mere finger. Yet, the other was inscrutable, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed this individual was indeed the invincible emperor responsible for the swift demise of the vengeful spirits and ominous creatures. Lin Xian speculated inwardly. Although he could not discern Gu Yuan's true power, his instincts led him to accurately surmise Gu Yuan's cultivation level. Heaven has a path, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you willingly enter. In another place, he might have feared this adversary. However, since the intruder had ventured into his domain, even if he were an invincible emperor, he would meet his end here today. The trump card left from his previous life, which he had neglected to utilize, was now perfectly timed for use. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he summoned his inner power, forming a gesture with his fingers and pointing ahead. With his motion, the entire Yuan Hun abyss trembled violently. Golden runes erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky in numbers beyond counting. These runes, which he had painstakingly crafted over countless years, totaled 1,111,111. Known as the Annihilation runes, each rune contained terrifying power, capable of unleashing a force comparable to his peak strength. Lin Xian had three purposes for creating these Annihilation runes: to possess a formidable trump card, to unify the ancient continent, and to overpower other emperors within the ancient starry road when it opened, seizing opportunities to ascend to divinity. Regrettably, during that fateful battle, he was ambushed by the emperors of the ancient continent due to overconfidence, fleeing to the Yuan Hun abyss without ever deploying this deadly trump card, ultimately leading to his demise. While reflecting on the past, Lin Xian was not idle. He directed the Annihilation runes towards Gu Yuan with great speed. Young master, are we heading to the Yuan Hun abyss? Young master, do you intend to investigate the reason why the vengeful spirits and ominous creatures have emerged from the Yuan Hun abyss? Along the way, Yun Mo's gaze never strayed from Gu Yuan's remarkably handsome face. Only when her scrutiny made him somewhat uneasy did she finally avert her eyes, beginning to observe their surroundings. Upon realizing they were headed toward the Yuan Hun abyss, her curiosity could no longer be contained, and she finally voiced her inquiry. No, Gu Yuan shook his head, candidly speaking without reservation. I require a specific medicinal herb for crafting a potion, and it can only be found in the Yuan Hun abyss. This is the purpose of my journey there. Yuan Mo now served as his attendant, and there was no need for secrecy regarding certain matters. Furthermore, there was no need to conceal his quest for the 9-transformation Imperial Soul Herb in the Yuan Hun abyss. Young master, you can also refine elixirs? You are truly remarkable. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yuan Mo was visibly taken aback. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Gu Yuan was not only extraordinarily powerful in combat, but also skilled in alchemy. After the initial surprise, her gaze toward Gu Yuan shimmered with newfound admiration. A striking appearance, an impressive physique, formidable strength, and the ability to concoct elixirs, such a paragon of perfection is indeed hard not to love. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What are you doing? Do you wish to die? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Yunmo's delicate figure visibly trembled, her outstretched hand froze in midair. Silently retracting her hand, Yuan lowered her head, remaining wordless. Observing her demeanor, Yuan shook his head in resignation and began to elucidate. These golden runes are known as the annihilation runes. Each rune harbors an extraordinarily formidable power, rivaling the full-force strike of an invincible emperor, capable of wreaking havoc upon the heavens and the earth. Had you touched an annihilation rune just now, your fate would have been dire. At best, you would have been reduced to nothingness. At worst, there would be no remnants left of you. Upon hearing these words, Yuan involuntarily lifted her gaze to look at Yuan, bewildered. She then glanced at the golden runes, her heart yearning to inquire, are these aesthetically pleasing golden runes truly as terrifying as you claim? Yet, observing Yuan's earnest demeanor, she ultimately refrained from voicing her question. His grave seriousness suggested that his words must hold truth. Reflecting on Yuan's earlier reprimand, which was undoubtedly for her own good, Yunmo's previously despondent mood suddenly soared. A warmth blossomed within her heart. How exceedingly kind Yuan was to her. At that moment, a voice, tinged with emotion, emerged, addressing the curiosity that had lingered in her mind. With a mere glance, the voice recognized the annihilation rune. Truly, heroes were as plentiful as the fish in the river, a testament to the multitude of gallant souls in this world. Upon hearing the voice, both Yuan and Yuan instinctively turned their gazes. There, in the distant sky, a man clad in black sat serenely upon a throne crafted from piled bones. Dark demonic energy enveloped him, unmistakably marking him as a formidable demon cultivator. The fearsome aura of the immortal emperor permeated the air around him, causing ripples to undulate through the space, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Noticing Yuan and Yunmo's attention, Lin Xian grinned and introduced himself, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xian, once the master of the ancient era's 10,000 ancient demon sect, revered by many as the 10,000 ancient demon emperor." The 10,000 ancient demon emperor. You are the 10,000 ancient demon emperor. But did you not perish in the ancient era? Upon hearing Lin Xian's declaration, Yuan gasped in astonishment. Her petite face immediately turned as pale as a sheet, the terror and shock within her nearly overwhelming. It was no wonder she was so taken aback. The reputation of the 10,000 ancient demon emperor was fearsome. Legend spoke of his bloodthirsty nature, leaving desolation in his wake, with lifeless lands, rivers of blood, and countless corpses strewn about. A truly heinous villain. Such a terrifying entity, who had supposedly perished in the ancient era, now appeared before her in the flesh. Who could possibly maintain their composure upon such an encounter? I did not expect that in this age, there would still be those who have heard of me. How truly surprising. Ha ha ha. Yunmo's reaction evidently brought great delight to Lin Xian, prompting him to emit a chilling, eerie laughter. Upon hearing this sinister chuckle, Yuan shuddered involuntarily, her already pale visage becoming even more ashen. It was clear that she was thoroughly frightened. "Fear not, for I am here." "You need not be afraid of him," came the soothing voice of Yuan, as warm and reassuring as jade, which somewhat alleviated the terror that gripped Yunmo's heart. Indeed, Yuan lightly tapped her small pouch, and her complexion visibly brightened. At that moment, Lin Xian's gaze also fell upon Yuan. After assessing him from head to toe, he ventured a guess. "Based on your bone age, you appear to be merely around 18 years old. To possess such an inscrutable essence at such a tender age, and to discern my apocalyptic symbol at a glance, this is truly astonishing. What surprises me most is your remarkable composure upon witnessing my apocalyptic symbol. Pray tell, which ancient being have you reincarnated from?" Yuan's youthful bone age seemed almost dewy. Yet he wielded an enigmatic power that even Lin Xian could not fathom. The ability to recognize the apocalyptic symbol so effortlessly only reinforced Lin Xian's instinctive belief that Yuan was a reincarnated ancient being. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable for one so young to possess such terrifying strength and insight. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yunmo's beautiful eyes were drawn to Yuan, clearly intrigued as to whether the person she admired might indeed be an ancient being reborn. Meeting their gazes, Yuan shook his head gently and replied candidly, "I am not a reincarnated ancient being. I am simply myself. Do you not acknowledge it?" Lin Xian chuckled lightly, displaying no significant surprise. In his previous life, he had encountered many ancient beings who had reincarnated. Yet, without exception, those individuals were reluctant to admit their former identities. In Lin Xian's eyes, the current Yuan was merely a reincarnation of one such ancient entity, albeit one unwilling to concede to the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian spoke again. "You are able to recognize these world-destroying talismans of mine, which surely indicates your awareness of their terrifying power. In consideration of your arduous path of cultivation, am willing to extend you a chance for survival. All you need to do is pledge an oath to the heavenly principles and choose to submit to me, and I shall spare your life. Cultivation is a challenging endeavor. Do not foolishly squander your existence. With that, Lin Xian gazed earnestly at Gu Yuan. It would indeed be a great loss if a formidable being like Gu Yuan were to perish so easily. If he could be persuaded to serve, he would undoubtedly become one of Lin Xian's most capable warriors in the future. However, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Gu Yuan merely laughed, a smile steeped in disdain and mockery. Spare me? How utterly absurd. This emperor is invincible in this world. Why would I seek your mercy? As the words fell, the overwhelming might of the invincible emperor erupted from Gu Yuan. The imperial power surged in all directions, causing ripples to spread through the fabric of space. Under the weight of this imperial might, the world-destroying talismans encircling Gu Yuan were visibly pushed back. The invincible emperor, in his prime, appeared even stronger than during his peak. As Lin Xian sensed the formidable imperial power radiating from Gu Yuan, his countenance shifted slightly. In his own prime, he had also reached the pinnacle of the invincible emperor, a paragon among his peers. Yet, feeling the pervasive aura of Gu Yuan, he was astonished to discover that Gu Yuan surpassed him, even in his prime. However, despite the shock instilled by Gu Yuan's imperial might, Lin Xian swiftly regained his composure. After all, he possessed 11,111,001 talismans for world destruction. Each of these talismans contained power equivalent to his most potent strike during his peak. With such a plethora of world-destroying talismans at his disposal, he feared no one in this realm. I have granted you an opportunity, since you choose not to cherish it. Then face your demise. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. With a mere thought, all the talismans surged forward at an astonishing speed toward Gu Yuan. For a powerful being like Gu Yuan, if he could not be harnessed for my purposes, then he must be eliminated. Understanding the path of runes, I possess some knowledge as well. Observing the rapidly approaching world-destroying talismans, Gu Yuan broke into a smile. With a sweeping motion of his hand, space warped, and a multitude of golden runes materialized, soaring forth to intercept the incoming talismans. The world-destroying talismans. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of golden runes before Gu Yuan, Lin Xian's pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes were clearly filled with astonishment and disbelief. He was utterly shocked to discover that the golden runes conjured by Gu Yuan's raised hand bore an uncanny resemblance to the world-destroying talismans. Moreover, the power they contained was in no way inferior to the talisman he had painstakingly crafted over a long period. What astonished him even more was that it seemed Gu Yuan had forged these world-destroying talismans on the spot. The ability to casually create such talismans was nothing short of miraculous. Just as Lin Xian was grappling with his disbelief, the world-destroying talismans collided fiercely with those unleashed by Gu Yuan. The continuous cacophony of explosions resounded through the heavens, enveloping the site of devastation in a terrifying blaze and thick smoke, obscuring the true nature of the calamity. A violent tempest of energy surged from the epicenter of the explosions, ripping through the fabric of space and annihilating everything in its path. The entire southern region trembled as if gripped by a cataclysmic earthquake. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed intently upon the source of the explosions. An unusual expression of tension and concern etched upon his face. The destruction talisman was his greatest trump card. Should Gu Yuan withstand the impact of 11,111,111 destruction talismans, he would be utterly defeated. After all, he was merely at the early stages of the Undying Emperor realm, far from being a match for the invincible Gu Yuan, who had achieved perfection in his cultivation. As time progressed, the explosion subsided, and the brilliant flames and billowing smoke dissipated, allowing the tension and worry on Lin Xian's face to gradually fade. Though I concede your extraordinary prowess, your arrogance has ultimately cost you your life, he remarked, a smile breaking through as he observed the desolate area where Gu Yuan and Yuan had been moments before. While Gu Yuan's casually crafted destruction talismans were formidable, he had been positioned at the very heart of the clash between the two types of talismans. In such a perilous location, the ensuing explosion would have engulfed even an invincible emperor, leaving no trace behind. Now, with no sign of Gu Yuan or Yuan remaining, coupled with the fact that he had not witnessed their escape from the explosion's radius, Lin Xian instinctively concluded that they had perished beneath the cataclysmic force of the collision, utterly and irrevocably dead. Yet, just as his words lingered in the air, a light, mocking laughter echoed nearby. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code for 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted? Is that so? A calm voice emanated from beside him, causing Lin Xian's expression to change dramatically, every hair on his body instinctively standing on end. He was not unfamiliar with this voice. It belonged to Gu Yuan. But hadn't Gu Yuan perished in the explosion caused by the collision of two world-ending talismans? Why then did his voice echo from beside him? With no time to ponder these thoughts, Lin Xian hastily mobilized the devouring heaven demon technique, channeling the power within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the bone throne to retreat in the opposite direction of the sound. His speed was astonishingly swift, and in an instant, he was already thousands of miles away. Only then did he direct his gaze back to his previous location. This glance immediately darkened his heart. The place was utterly vacant. The figure of Gu Yuan he had imagined was nowhere to be found. Could it be that I experienced an auditory hallucination? Was that voice merely a figment of my imagination? In an instant, Lin Xian began to doubt his own senses. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head to look. Upon doing so, he was startled to find two figures standing perilously close behind him, one male and one female. The man wore immaculate white robes, his tall figure adorned with an extraordinarily handsome visage, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. Who else could it be but Gu Yuan? The woman donned silver armor, her beauty striking, with a proud stature that evoked the image of a warrior goddess. Who else could it be but Yuan? How could you both have survived the explosion from the collision of the two world-ending talismans? When did you appear behind me? Why was I completely unaware? Upon seeing the two, Lin Xian's immediate instinct was to flee. However, the realization that Gu Yuan had stealthily appeared behind him swiftly quelled his desire to escape. Instead, his gaze shifted, and he silently activated the devouring heaven demon technique to its fullest, while voicing his innermost confusion. Why should a dying man concern himself with such matters? Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, raising a finger to point at the eternal demon emperor. The movement was executed with a speed so extraordinary, it would leave even comparable experts unable to discern his arrival. Not to mention Lin Xian, who was merely at the early stage of the indestructible emperor realm. It was entirely reasonable that the other party had failed to notice when he had come up behind him. For a man on the brink of death, Gu Yuan felt no inclination to elaborate further. It would be far easier to send him to his demise. As he observed the finger Gu Yuan pointed, feeling the terrifying power contained within, a fleeting look of determination crossed Lin Xian's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Devour the heaven demon technique. Lend me your strength, he bellowed. He forcefully met Gu Yuan's finger with his palm. A swirling black vortex appeared within his grasp, unleashing a terrifying pull. When Gu Yuan's finger made contact with Lin Xian's palm, the violent energy that erupted was entirely absorbed by the black vortex in his hand. Subsequently, it was refined by Lin Xian and flowed through his limbs, becoming a part of his strength. Astonishingly, as he refined the power contained in that single finger, Lin Xian discovered that his cultivation had surged from the early stage of the indestructible emperor to the mid-stage. This revelation sent waves of exhilaration through him. Merely refining the power contained in Gu Yuan's finger had elevated him by an entire small realm. If he could absorb all the power within Gu Yuan, it was conceivable that he might return to his peak. It was even possible he could surpass his former zenith. With such thoughts in mind, how could Lin Xian not rejoice? Overjoyed, he immediately exerted all his strength into the devouring heaven demon technique. As he fully activated it, the suction power in his palm intensified dramatically, even causing Gu Yuan to feel the energy within him beginning to flow towards Lin Xian's hand. Though the amount of energy lost was minuscule, almost negligible, it still caught Gu Yuan by surprise. Amidst his astonishment, a smirk spread across Gu Yuan's face, laced with mockery. He had heard tales of certain dark techniques that could absorb and refine the strength of others to enhance one's own cultivation. Witnessing it firsthand today was indeed enlightening. Since you wish to absorb, I shall permit you to indulge. With that declaration, a torrent of ferocious energy surged from Gu Yuan, rushing toward Lin Xian's palm at an unprecedented speed. Observing this, Lin Xian was momentarily bewildered. He could not comprehend why Gu Yuan would willingly allow him to absorb the power within him. In an instant, he began to question Gu Yuan's mental state. However, regardless of Gu Yuan's motives, he was more than willing to receive the continuous influx of power. The more, the better. He quickly absorbed it into his body, refining it and converting it into his own combat strength. As time passed, the amount of power Lin Xian absorbed grew exponentially. His cultivation surged at an astonishing pace, from the late stage of the indestructible emperor to the peak of the indestructible emperor. then advancing to the early stage of the Invincible Emperor, followed by the mid-stage, then the late stage, and finally reaching the pinnacle. And still, it continued to rise. As Lin Xian's imperial might intensified, a flicker of fear crept into Yun Mo's eyes. Only when she glanced at Gu Yuan, who remained calm and composed. Exuding an air of complete control, did her apprehension begin to wane. With your help, I shall not only reclaim my peak, but surpass it. I truly must thank you. Lin Xian remarked with a relaxed smile directed at Gu Yuan. Now at the zenith of his cultivation, and having even progressed further, he felt no trepidation towards Gu Yuan whatsoever. Consequently, the atmosphere of their conversation became significantly more relaxed. You're welcome. In response to Lin Xian's words, Gu Yuan chuckled softly, saying, as long as you can endure and not be overwhelmed by the power within me, you will be fine. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's remark, Lin Xian felt as though he had encountered the most amusing joke in the world, unable to restrain his laughter as he spoke. Be overwhelmed by your power? What a ridiculous notion. With your internal strength, not only will I return to my former glory, but I shall also ascend even further. At this point, you must be on the verge of being completely drained by me. Wouldn't you agree? How could you possibly overwhelm me? With a faint smile, Gu Yuan offered no explanation. A thought crossed his mind, and a surge of power, far more terrifying than before, erupted from within him and surged directly towards Lin Xian's palm. Realizing that this force was even more immense and fearsome than what he had previously absorbed, Lin Xian's expression changed dramatically, his heart filled with trepidation. It was evident that he had not anticipated that Gu Yuan, despite being drained for such a long time, still harbored such a formidable and vast reservoir of strength. The power contained within him was indeed excessively overwhelming. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xian instinctively ceased the operation of the devouring heaven demon art. He had no desire to absorb this overwhelming force. It was far too immense and terrifying for him to refine at his current state. If he were to absorb it without the ability to refine it, his fate would inevitably align with Gu Yuan's prediction. His body would be shattered by this force. Upon realizing this, he immediately halted the devouring heaven demon art, determined to avoid drawing this power into his body. However, Lin Xian soon discovered, to his astonishment, that even though he had stopped the technique, the force continued to surge into him at an alarming speed. This revelation filled him with panic. He could not refine this power. In a state of fear, Lin Xian tried to channel his inner strength to expel the foreign force. Yet, he quickly realized that his power was utterly feeble against this incoming force, incapable of driving it away. Recognizing that this approach was futile, Lin Xian attempted to retreat, thinking that as long as he avoided contact with Gu Yuan, the power would not enter him. However, just as this thought crossed his mind and he made a move, he was horrified to find himself immobilized, as if held in place by an unseen force, unable to move even slightly, let alone create distance from Gu Yuan. Thus, he could only helplessly endure the influx of that terrifying power into his body. Once inside, the force rampaged within Lin Xian like a savage beast, wreaking havoc on his internal organs. In an instant, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his complexion paled rapidly, devoid of any color. His meridians swelled alarmingly, as if on the verge of bursting. At this moment, Lin Xian could no longer concern himself with distancing from Gu Yuan. Instead, he channeled all his efforts into the devouring heaven demon art, hoping to gain control over the rampant foreign power within him. Yet, this force was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his control. Realizing the inevitability of his demise should nothing unforeseen occur, Lin Xian ceased his attempts to control the chaotic power. He looked up at Gu Yuan, his eyes filled with madness. I have just returned to life for less than 2.5 hours, and you wish to end me. If that is the case, I shall take you down with me. The destruction caused by the explosion of an invincible emperor would surely devastate the entire southern region. You are so close. If I explode, you shall perish too. If you desire my death, then I will drag you down with me. With that declaration, seemingly to prevent Gu Yuan from escaping, Lin Xian began to channel his internal power towards the core of his being, a move that would only hasten his explosion. He fixed his gaze on Gu Yuan, eager to see regret, fear, and despair reflected on his face. However, Gu Yuan's response was dishearteningly calm, as if he had already devised a countermeasure for the impending destruction. Before Lin Xian could react, Gu Yuan moved. A terrifying imperial aura suddenly enveloped Lin Xian, and Gu Yuan swiftly activated his unparalleled movement technique, soaring into the sky. His speed was so tremendous that he vanished in an instant, reappearing at an altitude of 100,000 miles. The great emperor could traverse vast distances in a heartbeat. But Gu Yuan, fully utilizing his unparalleled movement, could span 1,000,000 miles in a blink. Wrapped in Gu Yuan's imperial aura, Lin Xian was also instantly transported to the same height. The swiftness of Gu Yuan's movements astonished him. He had not anticipated that his speed would surpass even his peak performance. Just as he was processing the shock, Gu Yuan vanished from his side. With Gu Yuan's disappearance, Lin Xian suddenly realized that the immobilizing force had dissipated as well. Yet, before he could relish this newfound freedom, despair gripped him as he perceived that his body had reached the brink of explosion. He longed to pursue Gu Yuan and take him down with him. But such a feat was clearly beyond his reach. No, no, please no. Ultimately, all he could muster was a roar filled with desperation and resentment. The moment his voice ceased, the gravity of his situation loomed ever larger. With a resounding roar, a tremendous explosion reverberated across the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Lin Xian was transformed into a mist of blood, his very soul obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The ferocious force of the explosion radiated outward from the site of Lin Xian's demise, instantaneously engulfing the surroundings. Under the weight of such terrifying explosive power, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, only to mend and tear again in a relentless cycle. This tumultuous event persisted for an indeterminate duration before the space ultimately restored itself. However, the destruction wrought by this cataclysmic explosion extended far beyond the immediate vicinity. Even the ancient continent, situated 1,000,000 miles away, bore the brunt of its catastrophic influence. Mountains crumbled, and the earth fractured, resulting in the untimely demise of countless innocent beings. The sheer magnitude of devastation caused at such a distance was unfathomable. Had Lin Xian perished upon the ground, the destruction would have been exponentially greater, potentially dragging the entire southern region into his grave. Swallowing hard 3 times, Yuan Mo gradually managed to temper her astonishment. The obliteration of a supreme emperor was truly horrifying. Even though her own cultivation was formidable and she stood 1,000,000 miles away from Lin Xian's explosion, she felt her blood surging tumultuously. Those of lesser cultivation would undoubtedly fare far worse. The thought that such a fearsome entity could be subdued with but a flick of the wrist by her master left her in awe of his immense power. Reflecting upon this, Yuan Mo quickly shook her head, unwilling to entertain the thought any further. Contemplating it made her feel as though serving her master was an unattainable aspiration. Now that the matter is settled, allow me to escort you back to my sect. Gu Yuan's voice suddenly interjected from the side, startling Yuan Mo. She had not even noticed when he had appeared beside her. Steadying herself, she promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Yet, as a thought struck her, she hurriedly inquired. My lord, weren't you in search of some medicinal herbs? Obtained it. Gu Yuan chuckled softly. With a flick of his hand, a dozen purple grasses appeared before him. Upon these violet blades, the essence of the Tao flowed, accompanied by wisps of imperial might. It was indeed the 9-turn Emperor's soul grass. After descending from the sky, he immediately entered the abyss of 10,000 souls. The indomitable Emperor's divine consciousness erupted, enveloping the entirety of the abyss in an instant. In that fleeting moment, everything within the abyss was laid bare before his eyes. After gathering all valuable items, he soared back to Yuan Mo's side. Among the treasures were not only the 9-turn Emperor soul grass, but also the 8-turn and 7-turn varieties. The rumors of Mo City being engulfed in crisis, besieged by vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts from the abyss. Why was it that I had yet to see even a shadow of such apparitions? Was the city lord of Yuan deceiving us? Deceiving? Have you lost your sight? Mo City is on the brink of destruction. Do you truly believe that Mo City has not encountered peril? Given the dire state of Mo City, it is evident that a crisis has indeed unfolded. Yet, where have the vengeful spirits and that ominous red-haired beast gone? Why have I not glimpsed even a trace of them? I too am intrigued by this question. As the formidable powers of the 13 southern realms gradually arrived in, they were met with a bewildering sight, an absence of any monstrous presence within the city. Confusion enveloped them, for they could not fathom the reason behind this anomaly. It was known that when City Lord Yuan had summoned them, he spoke of facing an unprecedented crisis. Amidst their perplexity, a figure emerged from the depths of. This individual bore a resemblance to Yuan Mo and exuded an air of remarkable composure. Approaching the assembly, the youth respectfully bowed before the gathered individuals, proclaiming, I am Yuan Shan, the city lord of, and the brother of Yuan Mo Cloud Mountain. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Please accept my condolences. One person spoke, and gradually the others began to chime in. Earlier, Yuan had informed them that Mo City was facing an unprecedented crisis. Upon arriving here, although the crisis seemed to have dissipated for unknown reasons, the sudden transformation of the city lord from Yuan to Yunshan instinctively led them to believe that Yuan must have perished in the earlier battle against those vengeful spirits and the ominous red-haired creatures. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how the city lord of Mo City could change from Yuan to Yunshan. Upon hearing these condolences, Yunshan felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses. These wretched individuals were practically cursing his sister. However, remembering that they had come to Mo City to offer their assistance, he ultimately refrained from voicing his anger. Instead, he suppressed his indignation and clarified, "Esteemed guests, the reason I have ascended to the position of city lord is that my sister has departed with someone else, not due to any misfortune that has befallen her." "Your sister left with someone else? Has someone abducted her?" The notion that Yuan, the most beautiful woman in Mo Prefecture, had been taken against her will was difficult to accept, yet it was not entirely implausible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, indeed. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded earnestly. This was indeed a point of their curiosity. Observing their agreement, Yunshan refrained from prolonging the suspense and immediately began recounting the events that had transpired earlier. What? One person instantaneously eliminated countless vengeful spirits and malevolent red-haired creatures? How could this be possible? I once inadvertently ventured into the outskirts of the abyss of 10,000 souls and witnessed the terror of those vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beasts. The weakest among them could rival the might of a holy king or holy sovereign. As for the stronger ones, they had attained a level of emperors. And among them were indeed formidable emperors. According to the city lord's description, the vengeful spirits and malevolent red-haired creatures that previously attacked Mo City could number in the hundreds of thousands. Among them, many could be compared to emperors. With such a multitude of vengeful spirits and ominous beings, even if we were to gather all the powerful warriors from our southern region, eliminating them entirely would demand an exorbitant price. Now you tell me that such a multitude of vengeful spirits and malevolent creatures was dispatched by a single individual in an instant? You truly assert that your words are genuine and not fabrications meant to deceive us? Currently, I see not a single vengeful spirit or red-haired monster in Mo City, suggesting that a powerful entity must have intervened to rescue your city. Yet you claim that this individual instantaneously vanquished 1,000,000 vengeful spirits and malevolent creatures. Does this not seem somewhat exaggerated? Upon hearing Yunshan's account of a formidable warrior who had arrived at Mo City and effortlessly vanquished 1,000,000 vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, and ominous red-haired creatures, thus saving the city, the assembly erupted in skepticism. Their disbelief did not stem from a lack of faith in Yunshan, but rather from the sheer audacity of his claims. The 1,000,000 vengeful spirits and malicious entities that had besieged Mo City were no ordinary adversaries. They were formidable foes, not mere swine to be dispatched with such ease. Who could possibly accept such a preposterous assertion? The notion that a being of such unparalleled strength could exist in this world, and that they would fortuitously arrive at Mo City, stretched credulity to its limits. Consequently, their conviction in Yunshan's words was utterly non-existent. I understand your skepticism, Yunshan acknowledged. But fear not, for I possess a recording jade that can vividly recreate the events that transpired. Observing the crowd's reaction, he remained unfazed. With a serene smile, he produced a jade tablet from his palm, the recording jade. This remarkable artifact had the capability to capture both images and sound. What a clever lad, he mused, to have utilized the recording jade to document the earlier scene. Now, without delay, activate the recording jade. I am eager to witness the events that unfolded. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon encountering Yunshan. The appearance of the illumination jade elicited a palpable reaction from all present. With the illumination jade in hand, they would be able to witness the events of the past unfold before their eyes, discern the veracity of Yunshan's earlier claims, and if he spoke the truth. Behold the staggering sight of countless vengeful spirits and the ominous red-haired creature. Who could resist the allure of such a breathtaking spectacle? Observing the crowd's eagerness, Yunshan hesitated not a moment longer. As power surged within him, He raised his hand to activate the illumination jade. In an instant, the jade erupted with a blinding radiance. Once the light dissipated, a vision materialized in the air, revealing an onslaught of innumerable vengeful spirits and the malevolent red-haired creature attacking the city of. The onlookers felt as though they were transported to the scene itself, instinctively holding their breath for the inhabitants of. The sheer multitude of vengeful spirits and the sinister creature was overwhelming, appearing inexhaustible. Furthermore, the might of these entities was extraordinary, each assault causing the city's protective barrier to tremble violently. Though they had been forewarned of the events and through Yuan's messages, witnessing the scene through the illumination jade left them profoundly shaken. Amidst their astonishment, one individual could not suppress a gulp, murmuring, "These vengeful spirits and the ominous creature are terrifying in both strength and number. Is there truly a power capable of vanquishing them in an instant?" His voice was barely above a whisper, yet every listener, no stranger to strength, caught his words. However, no one responded. Instead, they remained fixated on the unfolding imagery, as if fearful of missing any detail. As time passed, the protective barrier faltered under yet another assault from the vengeful spirits and the red-haired creature. In an instant, they surged into the city like wolves among sheep, commencing a massacre against the inhabitants. The ferocity of these spirits and the creature was appalling. None could stand against them. Those who encountered them found themselves grievously injured or slain on the spot. Even Yuan, the city's foremost protector, was no match for these spirits and the creature, suffering severe wounds from a mere encounter. At that moment, all eyes fixated on Yuan, but more accurately, on the figure clad in white who embraced him. Surely, he was the one capable of swiftly dispatching all the vengeful spirits and the ominous creature. In unison, the crowd harbored this thought. As this notion took root, their gazes shifted to the visage of the white-clad figure, eager to discern his identity and whether he was someone they recognized. Yet, when their eyes fell upon his face, they were met with confusion. The features of the man were obscured, as if shrouded in a blur, rendering him unrecognizable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Strange. Truly strange. At this moment, the bewildered Yuan found himself utterly perplexed. Just then, an elderly man of profound cultivation from the crowd spoke up, elucidating his confusion. It was not that the recording jade was malfunctioning, but rather that this man in white was an emperor. An emperor, unless he willingly wished to be recorded, could not be captured by the recording jade at all. After a brief pause, the elder continued, "Now, as we observe him through the recording jade, this act will certainly resonate with the emperor. If he desires, he could even communicate with us through this imagery." Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded in a mix of understanding and confusion. He was not alone. Others, equally ignorant of such matters, also nodded in unison after listening to the elder's words. Although they could not discern the truth of the elder's statements, the logic was compelling enough to suggest a high probability of authenticity. At the very moment the elder finished speaking, the figure in white moved. In an instant, he appeared above the city of, with his fingers poised like a sword. A flash of sword intent erupted from his fingertips, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth, radiating wildly in all directions from his very being. In less than a heartbeat, the air above was filled with 1,000,000 strands of sword energy, coalescing into long swords. As the man in white slashed downward with his finger as if it were a sword, a rain of 1,000,000 long swords descended in unison. The vengeful spirits and ominous red-haired beast rampaging through stood no chance against the onslaught of these sword-formed blades, being utterly obliterated upon contact. This astonishing scene left not only those within the recording jade dumbfounded, but also the spectators present, who gasped in disbelief. The visual impact of this spectacle was overwhelmingly profound. A single thought summoned a myriad of swords, each one terrifyingly formidable. This was beyond strength, it was an overwhelming force. Never had they imagined such a fearsome power existed in the world. It seemed their previous perspectives had been far too narrow. In the midst of their astonishment, those present could not help but exclaim in wonder. Once the initial shock wore off, they began to speculate in unison about the identity of the individual responsible for such a display of power. Such formidable strength could not possibly belong to an obscure figure. I suspect he must be a formidable warrior from the central domain. A warrior from the central domain, you say? Among the powerful there. Possessing such incredible might coupled with a terrifying mastery of the sword, it could only be the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang of the 10,000 Swords sect. Indeed, upon your suggestion, it appears quite plausible that it could be him. After all, aside from him, It is unlikely anyone else could wield such fearsome strength alongside such horrifying swordsmanship. As various speculations were voiced, the crowd swiftly regarded the figure in white as the elusive leader of the Wanjian sect, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged, refuting their assumptions. This individual could be anyone, yet it was unequivocally impossible for them to be the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd instinctively desired to retort. Yet, when they discerned the speaker, their rebuttals were lodged in their throats. The speaker was none other than Luo Qingxue, the foremost sword cultivator in the entire southern region and the leader of the Arid Peak, one of the three great masters of the Lingyun sect. Beyond these titles, Luo Qingxue held another significant identity. She was the direct disciple of the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. Although the gathering comprised nearly all the elite forces of the southern region, if one were to ascertain who among them was most familiar with the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, it would undoubtedly be his cherished disciple, Luo Qingxue. Now that Luo Qingxue declared that the figure in white could not possibly be Jian Wushuang, it followed that this individual was indeed not Jian Wushuang. Having once trained under Jian Wushuang in the art of the sword, Luo Qingxue's time may not have been extensive, but it was certainly not insubstantial. Even if she could not currently discern the face of the person clad in white, had they truly been Jian Wushuang, she would have recognized him at a glance. Since the figure in white is not the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, who could they possibly be, possessing such formidable strength and remarkable swordsmanship? Such a being ought to be a renowned powerhouse across the realms. Yet, apart from Jian Wushuang, I truly cannot conceive of another contender. The crowd began to speculate about the identity of the figure clad in white. Despite their relentless pondering, they could not fathom it. Aside from the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, who else could possess such formidable strength alongside an equally terrifying mastery of swordsmanship? Some individuals pricked up their ears, their gazes fixed intently on the reflection jade. At that moment, the image within the jade revealed that Yuan had engaged in conversation with the mysterious figure. Clearly, they hoped to discern the identity of the white-clad individual through their exchange. However, this was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. Throughout the dialogue, the identity of the white-clad figure remained shrouded in secrecy, even as Yuan followed him away. Mu Taiyu, the leader of Lingyun's sect, appeared equally intrigued by the identity of the white figure. He turned his attention to Luo Qingxue and casually inquired, "Luo sect leader, can you discern who this white-clad individual is?" Since the appearance of the white figure, Luo Qingxue had not diverted her gaze. Although she could not see his face, a profound sense of familiarity washed over her upon his arrival. Initially, she instinctively believed this figure to be her master, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang of the 10,000 Swords sect, due to the overwhelming prowess and profound swordsmanship displayed. She could not conceive of anyone else possessing such formidable abilities. However, upon closer observation, she realized that this white figure was not her master. As she scrutinized him further, the source of her familiarity became clear. The individual was her disciple, Gu Yuan. Although Gu Yuan's sudden surge in strength and his formidable swordsmanship puzzled her, she had spent many years with him and could not be mistaken. She was utterly certain that this white-clad figure was indeed her disciple, Gu Yuan. Upon hearing Mu Taiyu's question, Luo Qingxue nodded without hesitation, stating simply, "I know." The room fell into astonished silence at her words, as all eyes turned towards her. Clearly taken aback, "Luo Xing, you truly know who this white-clad individual is?" "Luo sect leader, I merely asked casually, yet you genuinely know." Mu Taiyu was taken aback, having expected no more than a passing inquiry. Meeting the curious and astonished gazes of those present, Luo Qingxue nodded slightly and affirmed, "Indeed, I have come to know who this person is. Luo Shang, please reveal the identity of the white figure. Hurry, we eagerly await the details." Upon hearing Luo Qingxue claim knowledge of the identity of the man in white, the atmosphere among those present erupted into a cacophony of voices. In an instant, everyone clamored to beseech Luo Qingxue for the revelation of the enigmatic figure's identity. Meeting the curious gazes of the assembly, Luo Qingxue let out a soft chuckle before shaking her head, stating, "Though I am aware, I choose not to disclose it." While Gu Yuan was indifferent to the exposure of his capabilities, Luo Qingxue would not willingly unveil his extraordinary prowess. Moreover, she hoped for Gu Yuan to conceal a portion of his strength, allowing him to dominate the other disciples during the sect's grand competition and subsequently earn the sect's rewards. Though such rewards may seem trifling to both her and Gu Yuan, even a small gain is still a gain. Upon hearing Luo Qingxue's words, The crowd instinctively twitched at the corners of their mouths. Given Luo Qingxue's personality, they subconsciously assumed she intended to leverage this opportunity to extract some fine wine or cultivation resources from them. After a brief contemplation, someone spoke up, Luo Shang. I know you appreciate fine wine. Here is a bottle of immortal drunkenness that I have treasured for years, now bestowed upon you. Please, reveal to me the identity of the man in white. Another chimed in, Luo Shang. I am aware of your fondness for spirit stones. This storage ring contains no less than 100,000 spirit stones, and I offer it to you now. Just tell me the identity of the man in white. As one individual spoke, the others soon followed suit. In conjunction with their utterances, each produced various items, subsequently wielding their spiritual energy to direct them towards Luo Qingxue. Among these were storage rings filled with numerous spiritual stones, jars containing exquisite wines, martial arts techniques, and weapons. The sheer volume of these offerings nearly formed a small mountain. Upon beholding these treasures, Luo Qingxue's eyes gleamed with a covetous light, and she could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. Without a hint of reluctance, she unleashed a wave of spiritual power. Those items that could be stored within her rings were swiftly collected, while others that could not were simply gathered into sacks. As Luo Qingxue claimed these objects, the attendees cast their gazes upon her once more, filled with curiosity and expectation, eager to uncover the identity of the figure in white. Yet, in response to their eager stares, Luo Qingxue remained silent. Instead, her attention shifted to those who had refrained from contributing anything, seeking to glean the identity of the white-clad individual without offering a price. A mere glance was sufficient for the gathered crowd to comprehend her unspoken message. Though some felt reluctant, the desire to ascertain the identity of the powerful figure compelled them to produce offerings. However, others were unwilling to make sacrifices merely to satisfy their curiosity about a formidable presence. The consequence of such an action was met with collective admonishment from the crowd. To gain something, one must be prepared to give. Is it reasonable to expect to learn the identity of a strong individual without any form of payment? Indeed, to desire without offering is nothing short of folly. We do not impose our will upon you. Should you choose not to contribute, then by all means, remain in your solitude. To seek without giving is but a daydream. Thus, everyone present relinquished something. Luo Qingxue gazed at the two bulging sacks brimming with storage rings, her smile nearly splitting her face. These rings were filled to the brim. If all these treasures were exchanged for wine, they could sustain her revelry for centuries. Luo Fengzhu, cease your laughter and reveal to everyone the identity of the man in white. Mu Taiyu, filled with resentment, interjected at that moment. He too had faced harsh criticism and was compelled to part with some possessions. Meeting Mu Taiyu's resentful gaze, Luo Qingxue chuckled softly and nodded, very well. I shall now disclose to you all the identity of that man in white. However, at this moment, Luo Qingxue's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness as she continued. Are you all certain you wish to listen? Should you choose to do so and subsequently meet with unforeseen misfortune, it shall bear no relation to me. Upon hearing this, those present instinctively furrowed their brows. One individual could not restrain themselves and inquired, Luo Saint, what do you mean by this? I harbor no ulterior motives, Luo Qingxue replied, her demeanor remaining grave and earnest. I am quite familiar with this man in white. Yet he desires his identity to remain a secret. Apart from myself, all who have known his true identity have perished. Now, do you still wish to proceed? Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. They perceived Luo Qingxue's words as alarmist, a deliberate attempt to instill fear, yet they possessed no evidence to the contrary. Given her insistence, they found themselves hesitant to continue, fearing for their very lives. The emperor's methods were unfathomably profound. A figure such as the man in white could obliterate countless vengeful spirits and ominous entities in an instant, and his abilities could only be more inscrutable. They understood that should he desire it, he could indeed bring about their demise without them ever realizing it. It seems you have decided against listening. Luo Qingxue remarked with a smile that radiated warmth akin to the sun in winter, capable of melting even the most ancient ice. Since you do not wish to hear, I shall refrain from speaking further. At her words, the assembly fell into silence once more. After a prolonged pause, one voice finally broke the stillness. I no longer wish to know the identity of the man in white. Please return my belongings. As if echoing this sentiment, others soon joined in. Indeed, I too do not wish to learn of the man in white's identity. Hasten to return what is mine. Amidst the exchange of words, there existed an underlying desire to reclaim what had been previously given. Do you truly believe that the items in my possession can be taken back? It seems you are indulging in fanciful thoughts. Luo Qingxue let out a disdainful snort, her tone laced with contempt. You bestowed upon me your gifts, and in return, I revealed the identity of the man in white. This is what we call an exchange. Do you understand the concept of exchange? In summary, I shall never return what is rightfully mine, and regarding the identity of the man in white, I can disclose it at this very moment. Should you wish to hear it? However, should you unexpectedly meet a tragic fate in your home tomorrow, that is not my concern. At this juncture, Luo Qingxue paused. For she noticed that, aside from those from the Lingyun sect, the others present had begun to mobilize their inner powers. A chilling aura emanated from their beings, sending ripples through the air. It was evident that they were preparing to forcibly reclaim what had been given. A slight furrow formed between her brows before smoothing out like water ripples, as a mocking smile graced Luo Qingxue's lips. Surely, you do not intend to lay hands on a frail woman such as myself? The onlookers remained silent, their expressions betraying no words. Yet, the formidable aura surrounding them undeniably conveyed their intentions. They were indeed prepared to seize back what was once theirs. More importantly, they felt deceived. They sought to teach Luo Qingxue a lesson. Although Luo Qingxue felt a surge of panic within, her exterior remained unruffled. With a relaxed smile, she spoke. I am well aware of my numerous flaws and my lack of strength. If you wish to act against me, I am certainly no match for you. However, do not forget those who stand by my side. They are not only powerful but also fiercely protective, unwilling to bear witness to my slightest grievance. The last time I was severely injured by the third elder of the Ba Tian sect, my master, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, came to my aid and obliterated the Ba Tian sect. This incident stirred the entire southern region, a fact you are undoubtedly aware of. Furthermore, when I clashed with the leader of the Black Tiger sect, I assured everyone that I was unharmed. Yet my eldest disciple brought the northern region's Fox clan to annihilate the Black Tiger sect in my defense, causing quite a stir in the southern region once more. They are situated in the central and eastern regions, and I wish to avoid troubling them. Should you choose to act against me now, I would have no choice but to contact the man in white, who is still in the southern region. At this point, a more pronounced smile illuminated Luo Qingxue's face. Surveying the assembly with a playful glint in her eye, she inquired, Are you still prepared to strike against a weak woman such as myself? The individuals present remained silent. Though this silence bore a distinct character from the earlier quietude, their breaths, once fervent, had now subdued, and the energies they had summoned dispersed into the ether. Upon hearing Luo Qingxue's words, they regained their composure, recalling the formidable background of this venerable lady, which they could not afford to provoke. Observing their expressions, Luo Qingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was not one to revel in bloodshed. Had she truly been subjected to a beating due to prior deceptions, she would have not only endured the punishment but also been compelled to conceal the incident. For if word of it reached her masters and disciples, or her eldest apprentice, the consequences could be dire indeed. Her mentors and kin were notoriously volatile. The gathering comprised nearly all the formidable figures of the southern region. And if any mishap were to befall them, it would undoubtedly alter the very fabric of power in the south. Fortunately, they had been intimidated into submission, refraining from violence. Otherwise, she would have been branded a villain of the southern region. Reflecting on this, Luo Qingxue could not help but silently commend herself, deeming herself a person of virtue. Witnessing the attendees' barely restrained desire to strike her, yet their hesitance, she contemplated her next words. Although the gentleman in white sought to keep his identity concealed, should anyone genuinely wish to unveil it, they could do so when Yuan visited Yunshao's sect, for the gentleman would accompany him then, and his identity would be revealed. This revelation sparked curiosity among the assembly, leaving them puzzled as to why the gentleman would accompany Yuan to the sect. Nevertheless, they resolved in their hearts to follow Yuan to Yunshao's sect. They were already aware of Yuan's purpose, to fulfill a 3-year pact with Lu Ruyan. Years prior, Lu Ruyan had made a dramatic entrance to Lingyun's sect to annul her engagement, but ended up being rejected instead, ultimately binding herself to Yuan in a 3-year agreement. This incident had stirred considerable commotion in the southern region, and they had heard whispers of it. Luo Qingxue mused that her words would likely compel them to follow Yuan on his journey. A glint of coldness, resentment, and delight flickered in her eyes as she reflected on Lu Ruyan's past actions. How audaciously she had come to Lingyun's sect to publicly annul her engagement, humiliating Luo Qingxue's disciple before thousands. Now, with the 3-year deadline approaching, She wondered whether Lu Ruyan would weep openly before the powerful figures of the southern region when Luo Qingshue's disciple finally revealed her prowess. The thought brought a smile to her lips, a surge of satisfaction swelling within her, as if she could already envision Lu Ruyan's regretful tears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing the resounding explosion, everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards the direction of the Yuan abyss. After a brief moment of hesitation, they swiftly transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the Yuan abyss, evidently eager to uncover the mystery of the event that had transpired there. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan had brought Yuan to a desolate and scarcely traversed mountain within the southern region. Casting a discerning glance around, Gu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, he gestured grandly, causing an array of medicinal herbs to soar forth from his spatial system. He intended to concoct elixirs here. The rationale behind selecting this location for alchemy, rather than within the confines of Lingyun's sect, was quite straightforward. The Ninghun pill is an imperial-grade elixir, notoriously challenging to refine, attainable only by the most elite alchemists. Should he succeed in its creation, it would inevitably attract the attention of the pill tribulation, resulting in considerable commotion. Conducting this endeavor within Lingyun's sect would undoubtedly draw the scrutiny of the entire sect, thereby exposing his true capabilities. While Gu Yuan was not particularly concerned about revealing his strength, his esteemed master had explicitly instructed him to conceal his cultivation level before the sect's disciples' competition to prevent premature exposure of his abilities. Thus, he chose this secluded location for his alchemical practices instead of the Lingyun sect. My lord, are you preparing to refine elixirs? Upon witnessing Gu Yuan produce numerous materials, Yuan couldn't help but voice her curiosity. Indeed, Gu Yuan nodded. With his palm open, a flicker of thought ignited a flame that sprang forth from his hand. This was Gu Yuan's Dan Fire. He had acquired the unparalleled alchemy technique from the system, and this Dan Fire was an integral component of that technique. A gift bestowed by the system itself. As Gu Yuan infused his inner strength into the flame, it blazed brighter and soon transformed into a magnificent inferno. The temperature of the flame soared, causing ripples to ripple through the surrounding space. The aura emanating from it was exceedingly terrifying, instilling a profound sense of impending doom within Yuan, prompting her to instinctively retreat and distance herself from Gu Yuan. At that moment, under Gu Yuan's deft control, various medicinal herbs began to soar gracefully into the flames before him. This spectacle left Yuan utterly astounded. As the lord of Mo City, she possessed a wealth of knowledge and had witnessed numerous alchemists at work. Yet, alchemy typically necessitated a furnace. Why did Gu Yuan appear to require none? Was he not concerned about incinerating the herbs directly? Just as this question arose in her mind, she was soon struck with astonishment as she observed that the herbs entering the Dan Fire were not being entirely consumed. While a portion was indeed burned away, it was merely the least valuable parts of the herbs that were lost, with the essence preserved flawlessly. What an astonishing alchemical technique! Yuan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. As the lord of Mo City, her understanding was profound, having witnessed various alchemists crafting elixirs. However, the methods employed by those alchemists paled in comparison to Gu Yuan's. Though she lacked expertise in alchemy, she could discern the distinction. As time trickled by, Gu Yuan continued to introduce a total of 108 herbs into the flames. The useless portions of these herbs were completely incinerated, leaving only their precious essences behind, which glimmered with golden sparks amidst the Dan Fire, creating a breathtaking spectacle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens. Yuan instinctively looked up, only to behold a gathering of ominous black clouds converging from all directions. Ultimately, these dark clouds coalesced into a shroud, enveloping the sky and casting the realm into an abyss of darkness. Striking bolts of golden lightning flickered within the stormy clouds, producing a cacophony of deafening thunder. Was this the legendary Dan Tribulation? As she glanced at the ominous clouds obscuring the heavens, and then at the pill taking shape amidst the alchemical flames, Yunmo's eyes widened in disbelief. Her exquisite features were overtaken by a visible expression of shock and incredulity. As the lord of Mo City, she possessed considerable knowledge. Although she had never witnessed a Dan Tribulation firsthand, she had certainly heard of it. to concoct a pill capable of invoking a Dan tribulation. Two conditions must be met. First, the pill must be of imperial grade, and second, it must be perfected to an exquisite degree. Only then can it attract the tribulation. The grading of pills ranges from 1 to 9, with the 9th grade recognized as the imperial pill. Similarly, alchemists are classified by these grades. The challenge of producing an imperial pill that can summon a Dan tribulation is almost unfathomable. Even some Dan emperors would find it beyond their reach. Only the most distinguished among them might succeed. Now, the pill that Yuan had casually concocted was indeed an imperial pill, one that could invoke the Dan tribulation. How could Yuan not be astonished? At merely 18 years old, possessing the unparalleled cultivation of a transcendent emperor and exceptional mastery of swordsmanship, Yuan's ability to effortlessly produce an imperial pill capable of attracting a Dan tribulation was nothing short of extraordinary. Amidst her astonishment, Yuan could not help but marvel at Yuan's formidable prowess. Yet, he seemed unperturbed by her shock, his unwavering gaze fixed intently on the alchemical flames before him. Once he determined that the moment was ripe, he focused his thoughts and promptly retracted the flames. At that instant, the pill high above finally coalesced into its completed form. A resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by a colossal roar that pierced the very fabric of the earth and sky. A golden bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, descended with ferocity towards the elixir that lay before Yuan. The brilliant radiance of the lightning illuminated the surroundings, rendering the realm as bright as day. An overwhelming aura of destruction emanated from the bolt, instilling a primal fear that caused nearby creatures to prostrate themselves in trembling terror. Even Yuan felt an intense sense of peril emanating from the lightning, compelling her to tense up instinctively. As she gazed at Yuan, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. She was utterly stunned to witness that, in the face of such a dreadful tribulation, Yuan not only refrained from taking action but instead commanded the elixir to soar upwards, confronting the impending doom of the thunderous strike. It appeared as though he was willingly offering the imperial elixir to be obliterated by the impending catastrophe. "Young master, this tribulation is so fearsome. Will you not intervene?" In the midst of her astonishment, Yuan voiced her confusion in a hushed tone. Yuan glanced at her with a gentle smile and inquired, "Why should I intervene?" A simple statement left Yuan in silence. Why take action? The thunder was so fearsome. If it struck the elixir, it would surely be destroyed. How could you even question the necessity of intervention? Although he found himself at a loss for words, after a brief pause, Yuan finally spoke up. "Young master, if you do not intervene, the elixir will undoubtedly be ruined, will it not?" "No," Yuan replied with a light chuckle. He possessed unwavering confidence in the elixirs he had crafted, certain that he could successfully transcend the tribulation of alchemy. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the elixir in the heavens had already made contact with the tribulation. The thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as a terrifying lightning bolt enveloped the medicinal pill. Brilliant flashes of lightning flickered incessantly. Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the location of the pill, her eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Clearly, she was anxious that the imperial pill crafted by Yuan might be obliterated by the tribulation. The imperial pill was immensely precious. A pill capable of attracting such a tribulation was beyond imagination in its value. The destruction of such a pill under the tribulation would be an utter tragedy. In contrast to Yuan's apprehension, Yuan maintained a serene demeanor, exuding calmness. This was solely because he possessed unwavering confidence in the pill he had forged. He firmly believed that his creation could effortlessly navigate the tribulation. Soon, the blinding light of the thunder dissipated, revealing a golden medicinal pill, radiating an aura of imperial might. Instantly, a rich and potent fragrance of medicine permeated the air. Merely inhaling this aromatic essence invigorated Yuan, instilling within her a sense of vitality and a subtle indication of a potential breakthrough in her cultivation. Unable to contain her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Is this the imperial pill that has transcended the tribulation? Just a whiff, and I feel on the brink of a breakthrough, truly astounding." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a gasp slipped from Yuan's mouth. "Young master, look, the pill is trying to escape." To her shock, she noticed that the pill had transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Yuan cast a glance at the condensing soul pill and felt no surprise. The pill that had transcended the tribulation had awakened a degree of sentience, instinctively seeking to avoid danger. This was knowledge he had gleaned from the invincible alchemy techniques. With a swift motion, he summoned an enormous handprint that blotted out the sky, reaching out towards the imperial pill. The speed of the imperial pill was remarkable, rivaling that of certain emperors. Yet, Under Gu Yuan's colossal hand, it was swiftly subdued and effortlessly drawn into his spatial system. Let us depart. I shall take you back to my sect now, Gu Yuan said, casting a glance at Yun Mo with a nonchalant expression. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The sound of rushing winds echoed continuously through the air. Soon, figures emerged in this place. They were the formidable powers from various factions in the southern region. Having previously received a notification from Yun Mo, they had prepared to support him in Mo City. However, the commotion from the Wan Hun Abyss drew their attention, prompting them to venture there instead. As they investigated the abyss, seeking to uncover the nature of the disturbances, dark clouds of calamity began to converge once more, captivating their interest. It was only then that they arrived at this location. Surveying the desolate surroundings, with the dark clouds dissipating high above, the onlookers could not help but sigh, exclaiming, "We have arrived too late." Amidst their lamentations, one voiced a thought. Strange occurrences have been rampant in the southern region lately. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Now that the crisis in Mo City has been averted and the Wan Hun Abyss is devoid of any trace, this indeed signifies a monumental boon for our southern region. To question whether it is good or bad feels utterly nonsensical. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After a fruitless exploration, these individuals did not linger any longer and took their leave. Did you see that? This is my sect, the Lingyun sect. As they soared through the skies towards the entrance of the Lingyun sect, Gu Yuan pointed downward, speaking with conviction. Yuan Mo cast a bewildered glance at the Lingyun sect below. She was utterly stunned. The presence of Luo Qingxue, the foremost swordswoman of Lingzhou, and even the entire southern region, was known to her. However, she never anticipated that Gu Yuan would be affiliated with the Lingyun sect. The Lingyun sect stands as one of the three great sects of Lingzhou, boasting a legacy spanning a millennium, profound heritage, immense influence, and formidable strength. In Lingzhou, the Lingyun sect is indeed a preeminent power. Even when considering the entire southern region, while it may not be particularly formidable, no one dares to underestimate this sect due to Luo Qingxue's reputation. Yet, from such a sect emerged a superlative powerhouse like Gu Yuan. In that moment, Yun Mo found it difficult to accept this reality. Previously, she had harbored fantasies about the sect Gu Yuan belonged to, envisioning it as either a reclusive sect or a superpower. The stark contrast between her imagination and reality left her in disbelief. After a considerable pause, she gradually came to terms with this revelation. Subsequently, Gu Yuan provided a brief introduction to the Lingyun sect and his status within it. Upon learning that Gu Yuan was merely a true disciple of a peak master within the sect, Yun Mo was left utterly astounded. How could someone of Gu Yuan's unparalleled stature be reduced to such a humble position? It was utterly absurd. Following his introduction, Gu Yuan, unfazed by her reaction, moved with a fluid motion, bringing Yun Mo into the Lingyun sect. In an instant, they stood before the door of a secluded chamber where his junior sister, Yuan, was diligently cultivating. Where has my senior brother been? How did he arrive here? Why did I not sense his presence earlier? And who is that woman beside him? Inside the chamber, Yuan, who had been seated with her eyes closed in deep concentration, suddenly opened her eyes wide, a myriad of questions flickering in her gaze. Although she was within the chamber, she had awakened memories of her past life, having mastered numerous techniques from that existence. Thanks to those skills, she sensed Gu Yuan's presence the moment he appeared outside the chamber door. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the moment. His gaze lingered on Yuan, and he could not help but marvel inwardly, truly a reincarnation of the Empress, even with her spirit severely damaged. Her cultivation speed remains astonishingly unparalleled. Since departing from Lingyun sect and returning, merely 3 days had elapsed. Yet, in that brief span, Yuan's cultivation had undergone a remarkable transformation. Just 3 days prior, she had been at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. Now, she had ascended to the 9th level. A realm achieved in a single day. Such a pace of cultivation was simply astonishing. If her spirit can recover from such damage, and yet she cultivates at this speed, What unfathomable heights could she reach upon full restoration? This thought flickered through Gu Yuan's mind as he swiftly retrieved the soul-condensing pill he had previously crafted from his spatial system. As the pill appeared, a potent aroma of medicine instantly enveloped the room. In the blink of an eye, the entire chamber was suffused with its rich fragrance. This is an imperial pill, the soul-condensing pill. Sensing the intense scent and observing the pill in Gu Yuan's hand, Mu Nanwan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her breath quickening noticeably. Once, she had been the Azure Lotus Empress of the Tianwu continent. Though now merely a remnant soul reincarnated, her previous knowledge remained intact. Thus, with just a glance, she recognized the miraculous elixir in Gu Yuan's possession, a top-tier imperial pill capable of strengthening the spirit and instantaneously mending spiritual wounds. Her current spiritual damage was profound, hindering her from regaining her peak power in the immediate future. However, with the soul-condensing pill, she could swiftly heal her spiritual injuries. If her spirit were restored, she could leverage the Invincible Emperor's complete spirit to rapidly return to her apex. This was precisely why she felt such exhilaration upon seeing the pill. Noticing Mu Nanwan's excitement, Gu Yuan could not help but smile gently. He then spoke, "Little junior sister, your spirit has suffered grave harm. This soul-condensing pill has been specially crafted for you by your senior brother to expedite the restoration of your damaged spirit. I now offer you this pill. Accept it and use it to recover your spiritual essence." As he spoke, Gu Yuan flicked his fingers, and the soul-condensing pill soared towards Mu Nanwan. "Specially crafted for me?" Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Mu Nanwan was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that Gu Yuan would go to the lengths of creating such a rare and difficult imperial pill specifically for her. While touched, a flurry of questions arose in her mind. "Senior brother, do you know how to refine pills?" Gu Yuan nodded yes. Mu Nanwan continued, "The soul-condensing pill is a top-tier imperial pill. Only a supreme pill emperor can concoct it. Are you a pill emperor?" Gu Yuan replied, "Indeed." Mu Nanwan pressed on. "To become a pill emperor, one must possess not only exceptional pill refinement skills but also the cultivation of an emperor. Are you truly an emperor?" Gu Yuan affirmed, "Yes." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, no. He shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I was genuinely weak before." At this juncture, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Were it not for the arrival of the system, not only would he have remained weak, but even now, he would likely still be feeble. No, without the system, he would probably have become fodder for the monstrous beasts of the Purple Cloud Mountain Range. After 3 days, he might have even turned into mere rice. "Senior brother, you were truly weak before?" Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Mu Nanwan appeared momentarily stunned. She had assumed her senior brother was merely pretending to be a fool, concealing his true prowess. She never anticipated that he had genuinely been weak, rather than feigning weakness. After regaining her composure, Mu Nanwan couldn't help but ask again, "Senior brother, if you were weak before, how did you suddenly transform into a great emperor? How did you become a Dan emperor?" At this point, her gaze was fixed intently on Gu Yuan's face, seemingly attempting to discern the veracity of his forthcoming words, as if she wished to see whether he would respond earnestly to her inquiries. Yuan also turned her gaze towards Gu Yuan, equally curious about how he had ascended to the status of a great emperor and a Dan emperor. Meeting the gazes of the two women, Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, not hesitating to present the same narrative he had shared with Luo Qingxue earlier. He recounted how he had obtained the legacy and cultivation of a dying great emperor in the Purple Cloud Mountain Range, which allowed him to ascend to greatness and become a Dan emperor. The two women were immediately struck dumb with astonishment. "Young master, your luck is extraordinary." After a moment of shock, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes sparkled as they focused on Gu Yuan. She had read many books in the past, and those tomes described the fabled child of fate, individuals blessed with immense fortune, always able to turn peril into safety, transform misfortune into fortune, and make the impossible possible. She had previously deemed the notion of such beings to be preposterous and far removed from reality. Yet, upon hearing Gu Yuan's account, she realized that he embodied the essence of those legendary children of fate far more than those described in her books. A child of fate? Perhaps. Gu Yuan momentarily paused at Yunmo's words before chuckling softly, refraining from offering any rebuttal. After all, he did indeed appear to possess the fortune of such a being. Do great emperors also face the end of their lifespans? At this moment, Mu Nanwan remained lost in contemplation. Once, she was the celestial lotus empress of the Tianwu continent, a complete and powerful great emperor. She understood profoundly the longevity of a great emperor's lifespan, nearly as enduring as the heavens themselves. Unless confronted by an existence even more formidable than themselves, the likelihood of their demise was virtually non-existent. Now, as Gu Yuan claimed to have encountered a dying great emperor and received his legacy in cultivation, thus becoming a great emperor and Dan emperor himself, she found it hard to believe. However, after much thought, she could conceive of no other explanation for Gu Yuan's sudden transformation into a great emperor and a Dan emperor. At that moment, Gu Yuan spoke once more. "Stop dawdling. Quickly consume the soul-condensing pill to restore your damaged spirit." Hearing this, Mu Nanwan snapped back to reality. Gazing at the floating soul-condensing pill before her, she took a deep breath and reached out to take it. "Senior brother, your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. I will undoubtedly repay you in the future," she earnestly expressed, her cheeks flushed. "I would even consider offering myself in gratitude." After expressing her heartfelt thanks, she could hardly bear to look at Gu Yuan. With a swift motion, she consumed the soul-condensing pill and immediately closed her eyes, entering a meditative state to begin her cultivation. The soul-condensing pill was exceedingly precious and of paramount importance to her. She could not refuse it. In order to repay Gu Yuan's immense kindness, the only form of gratitude she could conceive of was to offer herself. After all, Gu Yuan was now a great emperor and a Dan emperor capable of refining soul-condensing pills. Such an existence rendered ordinary means of gratitude utterly inadequate. Upon hearing Mu Nanwan's words, Gu Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips in silent exasperation. Why does everyone seem so eager for his body? He initially intended to admonish Mu Nanwan, reminding her not to dwell solely on lascivious thoughts. Yet, witnessing her beginning to cultivate, the words he had prepared were reluctantly swallowed back. As the soul-condensing pill entered her abdomen, the terrifying potency of the elixir erupted within Mu Nanwan. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically, becoming increasingly unstable. Sensing the turmoil in her energy, Yuan Mo couldn't help but furrow her brows, casting a worried glance at Gu Yuan. Bracing herself for his intervention, the soul-condensing pill, a pinnacle among imperial elixirs, harbors an energy that is exceedingly formidable. Those of lower cultivation simply cannot refine it. Even with her current level of prowess, attempting to assimilate this pill would be an arduous endeavor, let alone for Mu Nanwan. Should she fail to refine the imperial elixir, the violent energy contained within would undoubtedly lead to her explosive demise. In her estimation, Mu Nanwan was utterly incapable of refining the soul-condensing pill. She would undoubtedly require Gu Yuan's assistance to succeed. However, upon turning her gaze towards him, she was taken aback to find him merely standing with his arms crossed, silently observing Mu Nanwan, showing no intention of intervening. In light of this, she couldn't help but voice her concern. "Young master, the imperial elixir is exceedingly perilous. Your junior sister's cultivation level is insufficient. Are you not going to assist her in refining the imperial elixir?" "Not necessary." With a gentle shake of his head, Gu Yuan remarked calmly, "My junior sister should be capable of refining this elixir. If it were any other imperial elixir, given Mu Nanwan's current cultivation level, it would indeed be uncertain whether she could refine it. However, what Mu Nanwan has ingested is the soul-condensing pill. Although this pill contains an extraordinarily terrifying energy, it primarily targets the soul. For an ordinary practitioner at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea, absent the intervention of a powerful being, it would be impossible to refine the pill's effects. Ultimately, they would be overwhelmed by the energy contained within the soul-condensing pill, potentially leading to a loss of sanity or, in severe cases, a fatal explosion of their soul. Yet, Mu Nanwan harbors no such concerns. The energy from the soul-condensing pill will swiftly restore her damaged soul upon entry, even if her soul were uninjured. Gu Yuan firmly believed that with the techniques she once mastered, she would be able to completely refine the soul-condensing pill. "My lord, the energy contained in this elixir is something I might not be able to refine myself. Can your junior sister truly manage it? Being merely at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea?" Yuan Mo murmured, still unconvinced of Mu Nanwan's capability to refine the soul-condensing pill. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively turned towards Mu Nanwan. However, upon doing so, she was taken aback. The previously unstable aura surrounding Mu Nanwan had now settled into tranquility. This undoubtedly indicated that she had already refined the soul-condensing pill she had consumed. Even if she had not refined it yet, it was only a matter of time. Upon closer inspection, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yuan Mo's eyes. To her shock, she discovered that Mu Nanwan's soul realm was ascending at an astonishingly rapid pace, from the 9th layer of the spiritual sea to the transcendence realm, then to the sovereign realm, the Emperor realm, the Venerable realm, the Saint realm, the Saint King realm, the Saint Venerable realm, the Undying Emperor, the Unyielding Emperor, and finally to the Invincible Emperor. Although Mu Nanwan's cultivation level had not increased, her soul realm was advancing with remarkable speed. In just a few short breaths, her soul realm had surged from the 9th layer of the spiritual sea to the apex of the Invincible Emperor, suddenly opening her eyes wide. A flash of brilliance ignited in Mu Nanwan's gaze. As their eyes met, Yuan felt a tremor within her heart. What kind of eyes were these? They were eyes that looked down upon the world, devoid of emotion, seemingly dismissing everyone around them. Moreover, Yuan could faintly sense an aura of extreme danger emanating from Mu Nanwan, as if she were an existence of unfathomable terror. Being gazed upon by her stirred an overwhelming urge within Yuan to prostrate herself in submission. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to the impulse to kneel. Feeling the instantaneous restoration of her soul, a smile involuntarily spread across Mu Nanwan's face. Her soul had returned to its peak state. Although her cultivation remained at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea, the formidable soul of an invincible emperor lent her a combat prowess that was unimaginable. She was confident in her ability to be invincible beneath the emperor. After a moment's pause to temper her joy, Mu Nanwan respectfully bowed to Yuan and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother, for the soul-condensing pill. Your kindness towards me will forever be etched in my heart. What need is there for thanks between us siblings? Mutual assistance is only natural." Yuan replied with a light smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Nanwan returned the smile, her face radiant with joy. Yet, as if struck by a thought, she hesitated for a moment before voicing her lingering curiosity. "Brother, you are now an emperor, a pill emperor. Since you discern the damage to my soul, are you not curious about how it came to be harmed?" "Not curious," Yuan shook his head. Mu Nanwan was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly continued. "Senior brother, you must also discern the extraordinary strength of my spirit. Are you not intrigued by the reason behind such formidable power?" "I am not curious." Yuan shook his head once more. Noticing the look of astonishment on Mu Nanwan's face, he finally chuckled softly and said, "Because I already know." "Do you know?" Upon hearing these words, Mu Nan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her face instantly reflecting shock and disbelief, and she involuntarily let out a gasp. "She is the reincarnation of the Qinglian Empress from the Tianwu continent. Having once suffered betrayal, her soul was gravely harmed. This matter she had never disclosed to anyone. Yet now, Yuan claims to be aware of it. How could she not be taken aback?" "Understood." Facing the astonished gaze of Mu Nanwan, Yuan slightly nodded. After a brief hesitation, he glanced at Yuan beside him and said, "You are the reincarnation of the Qinglian Empress from the Tianwu continent, correct?" Upon hearing this, Yuan's heart jolted with surprise. She never anticipated that this seemingly youthful and exquisitely beautiful girl before her would possess such a remarkable identity as an empress. Though she was not an empress of the ancient continent, an emperor's status is exalted, regardless of their origin, despite Mu Nanwan not having reached her peak yet. Merely a practitioner at the 9th level of the Lingai realm, her past as an emperor promises a boundless future, even if she cannot return to her former glory. Her potential achievements would undoubtedly remain beyond Yuan's reach. The presence of such an extraordinary being before her, and all her ethereal beauty, left Yuan astounded. Meanwhile, Mu Nanwan, already in a state of shock, felt her astonishment deepen. At that moment, she sensed that she harbored no secrets in front of Yuan. Clearly, she never imagined that the secret buried deep within her heart had long been known to him. She wished to deny it, but the truth was undeniable. Moreover, Yuan was the person she felt closest to in this world, and deceiving him was out of the question. Thus, amidst her astonishment, she instinctively nodded and replied, "Yes." With a wry smile gracing her lips, she inquired, "Brother, if you know the secrets of my heart, do you also comprehend the ways of divination?" "Somewhat knowledgeable." Yuan replied with a light laugh and a nod. Although he had never engaged in any form of divination, he had acquired the method of invincible deduction from the system. With this unparalleled technique, he could unravel the mysteries of the world. Some understanding. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Mu Nanwan and Yuan could not help but twitch their lips. Mu Nanwan remarked, "You have deduced the secrets hidden deep within my heart, and yet you say you have merely a slight understanding? Is that reasonable?" Yuan interjected, "The last time you claimed to have a slight understanding was concerning alchemy, when you nonchalantly concocted a pill that attracted the tribulations of the Emperor pill. Is your current claim of slight understanding truly warranted?" At that moment, Yuan spoke once more. Whether you are a wandering beggar in Lingyun City or the esteemed Qinglian Empress of Tianwu continent, to me, you shall forever remain my little junior sister. With a smile, Gu Yuan reached out and gently tousled Mu Nanwan's hair. Hearing these words, Mu Nanwan instinctively looked up at Gu Yuan, her mind flooded with memories of the past. In those days, she was merely an orphan beggar in Lingyun City, nearly perishing from starvation. It was Gu Yuan who had brought her to Lingyun's sect. Were it not for him, she would not be alive today. As this realization struck her, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Gu Yuan's intervention had bestowed upon her the hope of survival. Now, having just awakened her past life's memories, Gu Yuan had specifically concocted a pill to restore her damaged soul, enabling her to rapidly regain her peak cultivation. In both her past and present lives, there has only been one person who has treated her with such kindness, Gu Yuan. Reflecting on this, an overwhelming surge of emotion welled up within Mu Nanwan, leading her to leap into Gu Yuan's embrace. Brother, your kindness to me shall be etched in my heart for eternity. Given the opportunity, I will surely repay you. Her voice resonated with unwavering determination. Gu Yuan gently ruffled her hair and comforted her, saying, "We are siblings. It is only natural for us to support one another. There is no need to speak of repayment." Cough, cough. A familiar and melodious sound echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Mu Nanwan instinctively recoiled from Gu Yuan's embrace. Resembling a startled fawn, her delicate face rapidly flushed crimson, transforming into a hue reminiscent of a ripe red apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Regaining her composure, she directed her gaze toward the door of the secluded chamber from whence the sound originated. There, she beheld the striking figure of a woman. The woman possessed skin as white as snow, delicate and flawless. Her waist was slender, her hips reminiscent of a full moon, her abdomen flat, and her bosom ample. As a gentle breeze swept by, her white dress fluttered, subtly revealing her long, perfectly shaped, snow-white thighs. The exquisite features of the woman, exuding an air of confidence and elegance, were touched by a faint blush, indicating that she had indulged in a fair share of libations. In her hands, she carried 2 burlap sacks, one in each grip. This woman was none other than Luo Qingxue, the master of the Arid Peak. One of the 3 formidable figures of the Lingyun sect, Gu Yuan and Mu Nanwan's revered mentor, and the foremost swordswoman of Lingzhou and the entire southern region, who had just returned to the Lingyun sect from Mo Prefecture. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Gu Yuan nodded, not concealing his words as he stated. The recent cataclysm was the result of the ancient demon emperor's self-destruction. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue's eyelids involuntarily twitched. The ancient demon emperor was the sovereign of the ancient era's Wangu demon sect, the most formidable figure in the southern region, ultimately perishing under the assault of countless powerful adversaries. Now, to learn that he had inexplicably returned to life, only to meet his demise again due to Gu Yuan's explosion, left her genuinely astounded. After regaining her composure and suppressing the shock within, Luo Qingxue feigned tranquility and inquired, "Disciple, could you recount the events that transpired earlier? Would you share them with your master?" After a brief pause, she added, "Of course, if you prefer not to disclose, I shall not press you." "Since master wishes to hear, I shall oblige," Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. The occurrences concerning him, aside from the invincible system that must remain undisclosed, were all open for discussion. "Then please, go on," urged Luo Qingxue, her eyes shimmering with evident anticipation. She was genuinely intrigued by the events that had transpired earlier. At this moment, Mu Nanwan also turned her gaze towards Gu Yuan, her eyes reflecting a curiosity that could not be concealed. Although she was unaware of the specifics, her curiosity remained unabated. Yuan Mo, on the other hand, exhibited neither anticipation nor curiosity. Instead, he reveled in a sense of triumph. He was fully cognizant of the reasons behind the ancient demon emperor's explosive demise. At that juncture, Gu Yuan began to recount the details of everything that had occurred upon their arrival at the One Hun Abyss. Upon hearing his account, both Luo Qingxue and Mu Nanwan were engulfed in disbelief. It was in this moment that they truly grasped the terrifying extent of Gu Yuan's prowess. Even the formidable ancient demon emperor, restored to his peak power, had been effortlessly subdued by Gu Yuan. His strength was nothing short of extraordinary. After the initial shock subsided, Luo Qingxue appeared to ponder something, her tone laced with uncertainty. Following the explosion at the Yuan abyss, I observed that there was a thunder tribulation in the desolate mountains. By the time I arrived, the tribulation had already dissipated. Could that incident possibly be connected to you? Indeed, it is related to me. Yuan nodded, a light smile gracing his lips. The thunder tribulation was summoned by me while I was refining pills in that location. The elixir I was concocting was an imperial pill, and its successful creation would invariably attract a pill tribulation. If I had attempted this within the sect, the disturbance would have been too significant, potentially revealing my capabilities. My master instructed me to conceal my strength, and thus, to avoid exposure. I chose to refine my pills in that remote and uninhabited mountain range. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue could not help but gasp in astonishment. Her heart instantly stirred into tumultuous waves. Driven by intuition, she surmised that the thunder tribulation on the desolate mountain was likely connected to Yuan, prompting her inquiry. Now, Yuan's response undoubtedly confirmed the accuracy of her instincts. Yet, while she had suspected a connection between the thunder tribulation and Yuan, she never anticipated that it was, in fact, a pill tribulation. To concoct a pill capable of attracting such a tribulation, the alchemist must be a pill emperor, and an exceptional one at that. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to create a pill that could summon a pill tribulation. Yuan already possessed the cultivation of a great emperor and remarkable mastery in the sword, which was already astonishing enough. However, now he subtly revealed to her that he was not only a great emperor with exceptional swordsmanship but also a pill emperor, and a distinguished one at that. How could she not be astounded? With a deep sigh, Luo Qingxue gradually exhaled a breath of turbid air, momentarily suppressing the astonishment within her heart. She gazed at Yuan, her expression a curious amalgamation of peculiarity and complexity, and inquired, "My dear disciple, just how many techniques do you possess that remain unknown to me?" Yuan pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "I possess a modest understanding of various subjects." A modest understanding? She mused, relieved that it remained within her realm of acceptance. Had you claimed to be proficient in all, that would have been exceedingly extraordinary. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Luo Qingxue visibly relaxed. Although the abilities he currently wielded were enough to astound her beyond measure, it was comforting to know that he merely had a cursory grasp of other techniques, which he could tolerate. However, in stark contrast to her relief, Yuan and Yuan could not help but gasp in disbelief, regarding Yuan as if he were some sort of monster. "What is with your expressions?" Luo Qingxue instinctively asked, her eyes reflecting a clear sense of confusion as she failed to comprehend why the two were suddenly displaying such reactions. In response to Luo Qingxue's inquiry, Yuan replied with a bitter smile, "The young master previously mentioned his limited knowledge of alchemy. Yet he effortlessly concocted an imperial elixir capable of attracting the tribulations of alchemy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. It was not only due to Mu Nanwan's identity, but also because of Yuan's description of himself as having a slight understanding. After a prolonged silence, Luo Qingxue finally turned to Yuan, her voice trembling slightly as she inquired, "Disciple, when you mentioned that you have a little understanding of everything, does this slight understanding align with what those two previously spoke of?" At this point, both Yuan and Mu Nanwan instinctively shifted their gazes toward Yuan. Clearly, Luo Qingxue's question mirrored their own curiosity. Meeting the three women's scrutinizing gazes, Yuan chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed." These two simple words immediately enveloped the three women in silence. To have mastery described as merely a slight understanding at that moment, they felt Yuan was engaging in a form of subtle boasting. Yet, they had no evidence to support their suspicions. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Luo Qingxue's eyes brightened noticeably. "Disciple, since you are proficient in the art of divination, do assist your master by deducing what your senior sister is currently up to." In saying this, Luo Qingxue could not help but let out a soft huff. "This rebellious disciple, I have been unable to contact her for quite some time." "It is a slight understanding, not mastery," Yuan retorted. As he spoke, he did not remain idle. He immediately began his deduction. Yet, this very act caused his expression to change dramatically. What happened? Upon witnessing the sudden shift in Yuan's expression, both Luo Qingxue and Mu Nanwan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rise within them. Almost instinctively, they spoke in unison. Meeting the gaze of the two women, Yuan took a deep breath before responding. "Senior sister has indeed encountered some trouble. A flash of urgency crossed Luo Kingsnow's eyes as she hurriedly inquired, "What has happened to Xiaojiao? What is wrong with senior sister?" In that moment, Munan also expressed her concern, her face etched with worry. "This is urgent. I will explain upon my return." Yuan offered no further elaboration. With that, he moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed out of Lingyun's sect. His speed was such that he vanished from the sight of the three women in the blink of an eye. Recognizing that senior sister was in peril, it was imperative to rush to her aid without delay. Luo Qingsnow furrowed her brows slightly, carelessly discarding the 2 burlap sacks she held, and summoned her inner strength, propelling herself towards the direction in which Yuan had disappeared. Her speed was akin to a fleeting ray of light, and she vanished in an instant. A fleeting hesitation flickered in Munanwan's eyes, but she did not linger. Channeling the full force of her perfected divine soul power, she hastened to follow. Observing the retreating figures of the three, Yuan sighed helplessly before also activating his inner strength to pursue them. "What just rushed past us?" Mu Taiyu and several other powerful members of Lingyun's sect had just returned from Mo City to the skies above Lingyun's sect. In a moment, it seemed as though something had zipped past them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, nothing was visible, prompting him to inquire of the surrounding Lingyun sect members. Yuan's speed was astonishing, so rapid that he had not even registered what had transpired. "Sect Master, have you been overly fatigued lately? Are you experiencing hallucinations?" One of the Lingyun sect members hesitantly suggested, having not noticed anything passing by them moments ago. As they were speaking, suddenly, another figure swiftly emerged from within Lingyun's sect. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Peak Master of the Wasteland Peak, Luo Qingsnow. "Peak Master Luo, are you in such haste due to urgent matters?" Mu Taiyu remarked with a light chuckle, glancing at Luo Qingsnow. "Master Luo Feng." The other powerful figures from the Lingyun sect greeted Luo Qingxue. Yet she appeared to disregard them entirely. Without sparing them a glance, she swiftly soared past, heading directly towards the northern domain. The members of the Lingyun sect could not help but shake their heads in disapproval. It seemed that Master Luo Feng had become somewhat arrogant. Suddenly, another figure darted out from within the Lingyun sect. Upon recognizing the individual, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. This person was none other than Luo Qingshue's youngest disciple, Munanwan. What astounded them even more was her incredible speed. It was astonishingly faster than even the sacred and sacred king figures present. It is noteworthy that Munanwan was merely a 9th-level practitioner of the spiritual sea realm, such a low cultivation level. Yet she could unleash such terrifying velocity. How could this not evoke shock? As they were still reeling from their astonishment, Munanwan had already transformed into a streak of light, zipping past them. Truly, like master, like disciple. If the master was indifferent, the disciple was no different. When Munanwan passed by the high-ranking members of the Lingyun sect without offering a single greeting, one of them could not restrain a huff of discontent. It was the city lord of Mo City, Yuan Mo. Suddenly, someone cast their gaze towards the interior of the Lingyun sect and exclaimed in astonishment. At this exclamation, everyone's attention turned towards the sect. To their surprise, yet another figure emerged from within. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than City Lord Yuan Mo. He had departed with the white-clad emperor, and now his presence in the Lingyun sect implied that the white-clad emperor was also within their ranks. Previously, when Master Luo Feng mentioned she knew the identity of the white-clad emperor, I thought she was merely deceiving the powerful figures of the southern domain. However, witnessing City Lord Yuan Mo's appearance here has led me to believe her words. After all, City Lord Yuan Mo was last seen in the company of the white-clad emperor. It seems that the latter's appearance in the Lingyun sect must be related to Master Luo Feng, indicating a significant connection between this enigmatic white-clad emperor and Master Luo Feng. Upon the appearance of Yuan Mo, a wave of speculation inevitably surged within the hearts of the powerful members of the Lingyun sect present. As Yuan Mo drew nearer, they promptly began to greet him. The sect leader, Mu Taiyu, had previously encountered the city lord of Yun, and Lin Zhantian, the master of the Battle Sky Peak, had also made the city lord's acquaintance. As Yuan Mo gazed at the group of high-ranking members of the Lingyun sect who greeted him, he did not respond. Instead, he devoted his utmost effort to channeling the power within him and soared directly towards the direction in which Munanwan had departed. Unbeknownst to him, he had no knowledge of Yuan and the others' intended destination. To follow them, he could only pursue Munanwan. Otherwise, there was a risk of losing their trail. As Yuan Mo flew past without so much as a greeting, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Lingyun sect grew increasingly grim. In the span of just a few breaths, they had been overlooked 3 times. Typically, as esteemed leaders of the Lingyun sect. They were met with due respect wherever they went. However, just moments ago, they had been disregarded entirely on 3 separate occasions. This sense of being ignored was undoubtedly displeasing to them. Yet, this time, they dared not voice their discontent. Setting aside Yuan Mo's connection to the enigmatic white-clad emperor, his own formidable strength, which was only slightly inferior to theirs, along with the powerful backing of Mo City, rendered them unable to speak ill of him in private. Meanwhile, in the northern domain of the ancient continent, within the depths of the 10,000 Beast secret realm, there lay a secluded valley. A tremendous roar reverberated in all directions. Soaring into the heavens, a stunning figure, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeted towards the earth. Sujioer, submit obediently to my presence, and I may grant you mercy. Do not even think about it. With a delicate exclamation, the enchanting figure rose. She was a stunningly beautiful and tall woman, possessing a pair of adorable white fox ears. Her blue eyes resembled ancient glaciers, while a luxurious white fox fur enveloped her captivatingly alluring form, which could drive countless men to madness. Behind her, 9 snow-white foxtails cascaded gracefully, and her legs were long and flawless. Bare feet untouched by the dust of the earth, adorned at the ankles with a red cord tied to a golden bell. A single glance at her was enough to render one utterly entranced. She was none other than Gu Yuan's senior sister, the 9th princess of the Northern Region Fox clan. Sujioer, the more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. The young man across from Sujioer wore a grotesque expression. Upon hearing her words, he chuckled, his smile brimming with excitement and fervor. A lewd glint flickered in his eyes, as though he could already envision Sujioer weeping beneath him. With each word, he took deliberate steps closer to her, eagerly declaring, my dear, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Ha ha ha, as the young man approached step by step. Sujioer coldly reprimanded, I am the 9th princess of the Northern Domain Fox clan. If you dare to harm me, the Northern Domain Fox clan will not spare you. The Northern Domain Fox clan? Is it truly formidable? The young man scoffed lightly, a clear disdain flickering in his eyes. The Northern Domain Fox clan is indeed one of the 8 dominant powers of the Northern Domain, possessing profound heritage, vast influence, and unparalleled strength. It is certainly not weak. But that depends on whom it is compared to. He is not a native of the Northern Domain. He is the 3rd young master of the North Sea Dragon clan, Long Quang, hailing from the Forbidden Sea between the Northern and Central Domains. While the Northern Domain Fox clan may be strong, in comparison to the North Sea Dragon clan, it undeniably pales in strength. Thus, Long Quang did not regard them with any seriousness. Furthermore, even if the Northern Domain Fox clan truly sought to trouble him, he could simply marry Sujioer, couldn't he? He found it hard to believe that the Northern Domain Fox clan would wage war against his North Sea Dragon clan merely for Sujioer's sake. Seeing that her lineage failed to intimidate Long Quang, Sujioer pondered for a moment and spoke again. Do you know who my master is? Who is it? Upon hearing the question, Long Quang involuntarily furrowed his brow, his mind stirring with doubts. Could it be that Sujioer possessed an even more formidable background? Observing Long Quang's inquiry, Sujioer promptly declared, my master is the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect in the Central Region, the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang. The name Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang sent a jolt of surprise through Long Quang's heart. Although he typically dwelled in the sea and only ventured to the North Region, a land dominated by demon clans, he had certainly heard of the illustrious Sword Emperor. His father had long advised them about the individuals one should avoid provoking in this world, and Jian Wushuang was unequivocally among them. If Sujioer's master truly was Jian Wushuang, he would have to seriously contemplate whether he could resort to force against her. Noticing Long Quang's astonishment, Sujioer felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seizing the moment, she continued, if you depart obediently now, I can overlook what transpired earlier. Otherwise, your demise will be imminent with my master's arrival. Are you threatening me? Long Quang's brow knitted sharply, a clear displeasure rising within him. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to threaten him in his life. Yet, recalling that the individual in question was the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, a person his father had specifically warned him to avoid, he managed to regain his composure. After a moment's thought, Long Quang coldly replied, I may spare you, but you must surrender the soul-cleansing spirit ginseng you acquired earlier. Upon entering the secret realm of 10,000 beasts, he had discovered the imperial herb, soul-cleansing spirit ginseng. This rare herb absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, flourishing with the essence of the sun and moon. Consuming it could significantly enhance the cultivation aptitude of the user. Even an individual with no innate talent for cultivation would find their potential greatly improved. Such an imperial herb was exceedingly rare, and having finally encountered it, he was determined not to let it slip away. However, he had not anticipated that someone would discover the soul-cleansing spirit ginseng before him and pluck it away, and that person was none other than Su Jiu'er. Standing before him now, it was this very herb that had led to their enmity. After assessing Su Jiu'er's breathtaking beauty and alluring figure, his wicked thoughts had subsequently emerged. Now, having learned of her master's identity, he was contemplating a compromise, retrieving the soul-cleansing spirit ginseng while sparing her life. No. Upon hearing Long Quang's words, Su Jiu'er rejected him without a moment's hesitation. Her sole purpose for entering the myriad beast's secret realm was to seek out every opportunity that could enhance her junior brother Gu Yuan's strength and cultivation aptitude. She yearned for Gu Yuan to significantly improve his abilities and, when the impending 3-year appointment arrived, to make the arrogant Lu Rian understand the meaning of the adage. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Having finally obtained the exceptionally rare essence cleansing spirit ginseng, a precious imperial medicine, she had no intention of relinquishing it. Is it not possible? Long Quang furrowed his brow sharply, his voice a low growl. Are you certain? Anger was evident in his words, and 2 flames of fury ignited in his eyes. However, despite sensing Long Quang's wrath, Su Jiu'er resolutely shook her head. Her tone unwavering as she declared, I am certain. Very well, very well. Long's laughter was laced with fury as he repeated the word thrice. Since you refuse my toast, I shall have no choice but to serve you a cup of punishment wine. Just so, I am also eager to observe whether the Sword Emperor, Jin Wushuang, will truly wage war against my Northern Sea Dragon clan for your sake after having wronged you. Receive my strike. The great wilderness prison dragon claw, accompanied by a thunderous roar from Long Quang, a colossal dragon claw materialized, obscuring the heavens. Under Long Quang's command, the dragon claw descended with an aura potent enough to devastate the world, ruthlessly reaching towards Su Jiu'er, aware of the terrifying power contained within the claw. Su Jiu'er's expression turned grave. Yet, instead of retreating, she advanced. As the force within her surged, an overwhelming energy emanated from her, swiftly transforming into a white fox of mountain-like proportions. A fierce roar erupted from the white fox. It leaped into the sky, directly confronting the enormous dragon claw that obscured the heavens and blocked out the sun. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a sudden force, Su Jiu'er was enveloped, causing a mouthful of fresh blood to erupt from her lips. She was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. After barely stabilizing herself, one of her tails fell away, dissipating into countless specks of light. The 9-tailed fox possesses 9 lives, with each tail representing 1. Although Su Jiu'er had managed to block Long Quang's terrifying strike, it undoubtedly cost her one of her lives. You may have withstood 1 blow, but I refuse to believe you can endure a second. Long Quang's cold snort reverberated. As he raised his hand, a colossal dragon claw emerged, casting a shadow over the land as it descended heavily upon Su Jiu'er. As she beheld the approaching claw, despair flickered in Su Jiu'er's eyes. The previous battle had already left her grievously wounded. The recent attack from Long Quang had claimed one of her lives. Now, she found herself utterly incapable of resisting his relentless assault. Even if she had 8 lives remaining, escape from death seemed impossible. Contemplating this dire reality filled her with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Long Quang, keenly perceptive of the despair that clouded Su Jiu'er's gaze, couldn't suppress a smug snicker. A triumphant smile crept across his face, as though he could already envision her grievously wounded, humiliated, and ultimately surrendering the precious cleansing spirit ginseng. Yet, before that smile could fully form, it abruptly froze upon his features. The massive dragon claw he had unleashed suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. This unforeseen turn of events left him momentarily stunned. At that instant, a cold and indifferent voice, imbued with an air of lethal intent, pierced through the tension. Dare you harm my senior sister? Upon hearing this voice, Long Quang involuntarily shuddered. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped him. Instinctively, he turned his head toward the source of the voice, only to find, to his astonishment, that a figure had appeared beside him, clad in white robes, tall and slender, with an extraordinarily handsome visage that seemed to belong to a celestial being. The newcomer was none other than Gu Yuan, who had just arrived at the scene. Gu Yuan's expression was calm, yet the fury burning in his eyes felt capable of incinerating the very world around him. Merely meeting Gu Yuan's gaze, dark and profound as ink, filled Long Quang with an icy dread. From this individual emanated a tremendous threat, as if he were being scrutinized by a great terror, rendering him profoundly uncomfortable. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, Long Quang's immediate reaction was to distance himself. He made to retreat, but before he could even move, Gu Yuan's hand shot out, grasping for Long Quang's neck. Though it appeared swift, Gu Yuan's movements were deliberate and unhurried. Long Quang barely comprehended how the attack was executed before Gu Yuan's powerful grip had already seized his throat. "Release me," Dragon Quang bellowed instinctively as someone grasped his throat. With a surge of power coursing through his body, he raised his hand and delivered a formidable punch towards his adversary. This strike was imbued with immense force, shattering the air and producing a resounding sonic boom that was utterly terrifying. This punch represented Dragon Quang's full might, potent enough to cleave mountains and easily obliterate a sizable hill. However, despite the fearsome nature of the blow, Gu Yuan effortlessly caught it with his hand. The overwhelming force that bore down upon Gu Yuan's palm stirred not a ripple. His expression remained utterly unchanged. A glance at the composed employee caused Dragon Quang's heart to sink. His strike had been effortlessly neutralized, and the inability to discern the depths of his opponent's cultivation made it painfully clear the strength of the individual before him far surpassed his own. He was utterly no match for this person. Realizing this, Dragon Quang resolved to concede. Lowering his stance, he spoke, "I am unaware of how I have offended you. Esteemed senior, I implore you to overlook my transgressions and spare me." Before Dragon Quang could finish, Gu Yuan coldly interrupted, "You have severely injured my senior sister. And now you seek my mercy? Do you not find that laughable?" As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force through his hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. An indescribable, excruciating pain surged through his entire body, prompting Long Quang to emit a heart-wrenching scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The sorrowful sound was so heartrending that it could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Below, Su Jior had already resigned herself to despair, closing her eyes in anticipation of her demise. However, upon hearing the anguished cries from above, she instinctively opened her beautiful eyes in confusion. To her astonishment, she witnessed the massive dragon claw, which Long Quang had unleashed, suddenly dissipate for reasons unknown. A flicker of bewilderment danced in her gaze. As her eyes fell upon the source of the harrowing cries, she was rendered utterly speechless with shock. What did she see? Her junior brother, Gu Yuan, had arrived. Moreover, he appeared to have effortlessly subdued Long Quang. This scene was nothing short of a paradigm shift for her worldview. It was imperative to note that Gu Yuan had always been perceived as a practitioner of mediocre talent and modest cultivation in her mind. In stark contrast stood Long Quang, a terrifying entity at the Saint King realm. Yet now, Gu Yuan was successfully suppressing Long Quang with ease. How could she possibly remain calm in the face of such a revelation? In an instant, she questioned whether she was merely imagining this spectacle. Unable to resist, she rubbed her eyes, for what transpired before her was too surreal, too dreamlike. Yet no matter how much she rubbed, the scene before her remained unchanged. The youth who had effortlessly subdued Long Quang was indeed her junior brother, Gu Yuan. The unfolding reality was indisputable. It was not a mere dream. Her junior brother had indeed subdued Long Quang with remarkable ease. How could he possess such strength? Was it possible that she had been mistaken about him all along, playing the role of a humble pig while hiding a tiger's ferocity? After the initial shock, two conjectures arose in Su Jior's mind. Meanwhile, high above, Long Quang gradually acclimated to the intense pain coursing through his body. He cast a glance at Gu Yuan, and for a fleeting moment, the depths of his eyes flickered with resentment and malice. He spoke, "You are undeniably strong, but I am Long Quang, the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan. Should you dare to kill me, the North Sea Dragon Clan will not let you off lightly, nor will any sea clan within the Forbidden Sea. I advise you to release me at once while there is still time. Otherwise, you will find yourself at odds with the entire Dragon Clan and all sea clans within the Forbidden Sea, and your demise will be excruciating." Upon hearing Long Quang's words, Gu Yuan laughed, a smile imbued with disdain and mockery. "Are you threatening me?" he mused, possessing the pinnacle of combat prowess within this realm, unafraid of any individual or force. In his eyes, Long Quang's words were nothing more than a jest. "I am not threatening you. I am merely informing you of the consequences of killing me. Of course, if you wish to perceive it as a threat, that is also acceptable," Long Quang replied, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. The identity of the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan was his source of self-esteem. At that moment, Gu Yuan spoke. I am not one to indulge in threats. However, since you implore me to release you, I shall indeed set you free. Upon hearing this, Long Quang maintained an impassive facade, yet inwardly, he scoffed. This was the so-called dignified human race, clearly terrified of the North Sea Dragon clan behind him. They were compelled to release him, yet they feigned that it was due to his pleas for mercy. How ironic. But soon, he realized he had misinterpreted the situation. Gu Yuan's notion of setting him free diverged significantly from his understanding. For, at the very moment Gu Yuan's words fell, a terrifying force surged from his palm, descending upon Long Quang's neck. You dare to kill me? The North Sea Dragon clan will not spare you. Long Quang bellowed, hoping that Gu Yuan would be deterred by the might of his clan and thus spare him. As he spoke, he summoned all the power within him to resist. Yet, whether through his words or his struggle, it was all in vain, having no effect whatsoever on Gu Yuan. With a sudden surge of strength from Gu Yuan's palm, with a crisp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. Long Quang's head tilted, and the vitality within him swiftly dissipated. In an instant, he was transformed into a cold, lifeless corpse, his soul extinguished in the blink of an eye. Dead beyond resurrection, Gu Yuan relaxed his grip, and Long Quang's body plummeted to the ground. Brother, you should not have killed him, Su Jior said, soaring to Gu Yuan's side with a sigh. Although she understood that Gu Yuan had acted out of concern for her, Long Quang's formidable background as the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan posed a significant threat. Killing him would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the North Sea Dragon clan, turning Gu Yuan into their enemy and placing him in grave danger. Though she could not discern Gu Yuan's cultivation level, she recognized that his displayed strength far surpassed her own. However, despite Gu Yuan's might, she doubted he possessed the power to contend with the North Sea Dragon clan, simply because their strength was overwhelming. There were numerous formidable figures among them, not limited to mere holy kings or emperors. If he dared to harm you, then he deserved to die, Gu Yuan retorted coldly. Casting a glance at Long Quang's lifeless form on the ground, his gaze shifted to Su Jior, and he surveyed her with a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Su Jior felt a warmth in her heart. In that moment, she could clearly sense her significant place in Gu Yuan's heart. A flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes, and after a moment, she looked at Gu Yuan earnestly and urgently. Brother, having slain the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, I believe their powerful warriors will soon arrive here. Although I cannot gauge your cultivation, it is evident that your strength surpasses mine. Yet, the North Sea Dragon clan's deep-rooted power and vast influence, with many emperors among them, make them formidable foes. If their warriors arrive, you will be in peril. Now, while their forces have yet to descend upon us, you must flee this place, escape the myriad beast secret realm. Despite her overwhelming curiosity about Gu Yuan's strength, his timely arrival during her moment of danger, and how he managed to enter the myriad beast secret realm, she understood that now was not the time for such inquiries. Thus, she suppressed her curiosity, focused solely on urging Gu Yuan to leave this dangerous territory. However, just as her words fell, a booming voice reverberated throughout the realm. You dare kill the third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan and still wish to escape? Do you believe you can flee? Upon hearing this voice, Su Jior instinctively turned to look in its direction. The sight before her drained the color from her face. From a distance, numerous colossal dragons surged forward, their terrifying presence distorting the very fabric of space, sending ripples through the air, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. As the dragons moved, the world shifted, the winds howled, and dark clouds gathered, creating an oppressive atmosphere that foretold an impending storm. Their speed was astonishing. What had seemed leagues away now closed in within mere breaths. Surrounding Gu Yuan and Su Jior, these majestic dragons had effectively sealed off all avenues of escape, ensuring that they could not flee. All is lost. Su Jior could not help but swallow hard, her complexion instantly turning as pale as paper, and a palpable sense of despair flickered in her eyes. The dragons before her were immensely powerful, and the mightiest among them exuded an imperial aura that suffocated her with its intensity. Faced with such a formidable assembly, how could she and Gu Yuan possibly contend? The very thought filled her with an inescapable despair. Do not panic, senior sister. I will handle everything. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Su Jior felt a reassuring hand on her shoulder. A voice, gentle and comforting like jade, reached her ears, swiftly calming her tumultuous heart. Turning her head, she was met with Gu Yuan's reassuring smile. Despite the formidable foes surrounding them, The sight of his tranquil expression steadied her nerves. "Young man, do you have any idea whose life you have taken?" The leader of the dragon clan fixed his icy gaze on Gu Yuan, his tone laced with reprimand. "Understood." Gu Yuan nodded calmly and remarked, "The third prince of the North Sea Dragon clan, is it?" His demeanor, so nonchalant, suggested that the one he had slain was not a figure of immense prestige, but rather an inconspicuous wild chicken by the roadside. Such an attitude incited overwhelming fury among the assembly of Dragon Clan warriors present. "How dare you? Knowing that he is the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan, you still had the audacity to kill him? Do you not regard the North Sea Dragon Clan at all? You wretched creature, you deserve to die. To slay the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan, regardless of who you are or what power you hail from, only a path to death awaits you. This individual has slain our third prince. Why waste further words on him? What we must do now is to eradicate this scourge immediately. Scourge, meet your end." An irate Dragon Clan warrior bellowed, and with that he moved. In an instant, he charged directly toward Gu Yuan and Su Jiaoer. The violent aura of a sacred sovereign surged forth, its chilling essence permeating the air, causing a noticeable drop in the overall temperature of the surroundings. The sheer magnitude of his power was evident. "Dragon Song, this wretch dares to kill the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan. He is challenging our dignity and must not be allowed to perish too easily. Indeed, he must not be granted an easy death. We should take him back to the North Sea, torment him day and night, rendering him unable to live or die, making him fully comprehend the dire consequences of murdering our third prince. Yes, through this individual, we can also serve as a warning to the world, demonstrating the might of the North Sea Dragon Clan." Upon witnessing Long Song's decisive move, the assembly of Dragon Clan experts simultaneously voiced their objections. Their words conveyed a shared reluctance for Long Song to swiftly eliminate Gu Yuan. They wished for Gu Yuan's demise to be less expedient, for such a quick end would be too lenient upon him. The question of whether Long Song could indeed rival Gu Yuan did not even enter their minds. The mere youthfulness of Gu Yuan was a glaring factor. His bone age appeared so tender it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. How could someone so youthful possibly possess strength that surpassed Long Song's? It was utterly inconceivable. Although they could not discern the depths of Gu Yuan's cultivation, they surmised it was merely due to an extraordinary treasure he possessed that concealed his true aura. From their perspective, Long Song's intervention would assuredly lead to Gu Yuan's suppression or even demise. However, in the very next moment, what transpired left them all in a state of stunned disbelief. What did they behold? They witnessed Gu Yuan, seemingly paralyzed by fear in the face of Long Song's formidable advance, utterly devoid of any reaction. Yet, just as they concluded that Gu Yuan had been rendered speechless by terror, he slowly parted his lips and uttered a single word. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, with a thunderous boom. Long Song found himself unable to react in time. A tremendous explosion resonated, and his entire dragon form erupted from within, transforming into a crimson mist. In an instant, a powerful dragon of the sacred sovereign realm lay lifeless, irretrievably deceased. Blood cascaded like rain, saturating the ground in its crimson hue. Such a scene left all the Dragon Clan warriors present in utter shock. One word, and a formidable sacred sovereign had perished. How could this be possible? Who was he? What manner of terror was this? Long Song had been so powerful, yet now he had fallen to a mere utterance. Am I not merely dreaming? Hiss, it hurts. Surely, this is no dream. In that moment, the gaze of the Dragon Clan's powerful members towards Gu Yuan shifted entirely, no longer laden with disdain. Their expressions were now filled with gravitas and disbelief. Su Jiaoer was evidently taken aback by Gu Yuan's display of strength. She turned her eyes towards him, swallowing hard, and instinctively voiced her curiosity. "Junior brother, what is your current level of cultivation?" Earlier, when Gu Yuan had slain Long Quang, he had already revealed formidable prowess. Yet she had merely assumed he was slightly stronger than Long Quang. But now, it was apparent. This was not merely a slight superiority. It was an overwhelming dominance. How else could one explain Gu Yuan's effortless subjugation of Long Song? The Dragon Clan members present were equally intrigued by Gu Yuan's true strength. Upon hearing Su Jiaoer's inquiry, they fell into a hushed silence, their eyes fixed intently on Gu Yuan, eagerly awaiting his response. Meeting the collective gaze of the assembly, Gu Yuan offered a faint smile, choosing not to conceal his cultivation level. With a light chuckle, he replied, "My cultivation is not high. Merely the pinnacle of the Invincible Emperor." Upon hearing this, the assembly could not suppress their incredulity. Not high? they thought. The pinnacle of the invincible emperor is hardly low. It must be noted that this level of cultivation represented the zenith of power on the ancient continent. While they were baffled, they also found it difficult to believe that Yuan's cultivation could truly be so elevated, suspecting instead that he was merely attempting to deceive them. Their skepticism was not unfounded, for the invincible emperor at full capacity was exceedingly rare on the ancient continent, though there were many emperors. The number of invincible emperors was minuscule. Such beings were the true sovereigns of the ancient continent, a select few standing at its pinnacle. As for those at the apex of the invincible emperor level, they were almost non-existent, perhaps scarcely numbering more than a handful across the entire continent. Thus, when Yuan claimed to be at this level, who could possibly believe him? The leading Dragon Clan member gradually regained his composure and analyzed the situation seriously. This youth possesses considerable strength, yet his claim of being at the pinnacle of the invincible emperor suggests he lacks the power to contend with all of us here. He intends to deceive us into retreating. With this conclusion, he rallied the others. Prepare yourselves, everyone. Let us strike together and avenge our third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan. Hearing the leader's words, the other Dragon Clan members nodded in agreement. Finding his reasoning compelling, not only did they share this view, but even Su Jiao, upon hearing such statements, felt a wave of concern wash over her. Nevertheless, at that moment, despite her disbelief in Yuan's assertion of being at the pinnacle of the invincible emperor, she wisely refrained from voicing her doubts. If he could indeed intimidate these Dragon Clan members into retreating, then perhaps they would survive this encounter. Noticing the worry reflected in Su Jiao's eyes, Yuan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He understood that his sister was skeptical of his words. Yet, such disbelief was only natural, after all. An 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the invincible emperor was a phenomenon unprecedented in history. It was truly astounding, and anyone would find it hard to believe. If an 18-year-old were to claim the same to him, he too would doubt it. However, in an effort to reassure Su Jiao, Yuan spoke once more. Sister, I truly am at the pinnacle of the invincible emperor. Su Jiao glanced at Yuan, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but before she could utter a word, a derisive voice from the leading Dragon Clan member interrupted. Kid, you can try to fool us, but don't deceive yourself. I have no desire to waste more words with you. Everyone, let us strike. Eliminate these two and avenge the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan. With that proclamation, the Dragon Clan members nodded in unison. The powerful Dragon Clan warriors present unleashed a thunderous roar, their voices resonating throughout the heavens and reverberating in all directions. Simultaneously, a ferocious aura surged from within them, propelling them toward Yuan and Su Jiao. Just at that moment, a booming voice suddenly echoed through the realm. Who dares to touch the daughter of this emperor? Instantly, an overwhelming imperial might descended upon the surroundings. Following this, a figure descended from the sky, standing protectively in front of the Dragon Clan warriors. This was a tall, middle-aged man clad in a white robe, possessing a handsome visage that exuded a sense of masculinity. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a striking resemblance to Su Jiao. He was none other than Su Zhantian, the leader of the northern region S-Fox clan, one of the 8 dominant powers in the north, and the father of Su Jiao. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The sound of swift movement reverberated through the air, a cacophony of echoes. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures appeared in the sky, each exuding formidable auras, none weaker than the other. They were the powerful beings of the demon clan from the northern region. The 10,000 Demons' secret realm served as a place for the young of their kind to hone their skills. These powerful demons could only observe from the periphery of the realm, unable to intervene. However, recently, for reasons unknown, members of the North Sea Dragon Clan had surged into the 10,000 Demons' secret realm en masse. Shortly thereafter, the leader of the Fox clan, Su Zhantian, also entered the realm. They immediately surmised that a significant event was unfolding within the 10,000 Demons' secret realm, prompting their collective entry to ascertain the nature of the occurrence. Su Zhantian, are you aware of what your companions have done? The leading Dragon Clan warrior regarded Su Zhantian, his voice frigid. Instinctively, Su Zhantian inquired, what have they done? Those two behind you have slain the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan. The dragon leader's tone was chilling. If you wish to keep your wits about you, step aside and allow me to eliminate these two wretches. Otherwise, You will find yourself at odds with the North Sea Dragon Clan and all beings within the Forbidden Sea. Upon hearing this, Su Zhantian's countenance visibly darkened. He had not anticipated that Su Jiuer and Gu Yuan had slain the North Sea Dragon Clan's third prince, Long Quang. Although the Fox Clan was a formidable force, being one of the 8 dominant powers in the northern region, they were still somewhat inferior when compared to the North Sea Dragon Clan. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan was known for their fierce protection of their own. Should the Fox Clan engage in conflict with the North Sea Dragon Clan, the other dragon clans from the 3 seas would undoubtedly intervene. If the dragon clans were to join the fray, the Fox Clan would surely find themselves outmatched. Facing the dire threat of annihilation, realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Zhantian turned to the dragon leader, his tone noticeably subdued. Commander Long Xie, my daughter Su Jiuer has only just entered the Saint Realm, while your third prince Long Quang is a being of the Saint King Realm. How could she possibly possess the strength to slay Long Quang? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Nonsense. Upon sensing Su Zhantian's concession, Long Xie's imposing aura surged. He scornfully retorted, your daughter may lack the strength to slay my third prince, but that little beast beside her certainly does. Just moments ago, that little creature killed our sacred Lord Long Song. The revelation sent a shockwave through the hearts of those present. They had not anticipated that Gu Yuan possessed the strength to eliminate sacred Lord Long Song. Almost instinctively, their gazes gravitated towards Gu Yuan, and what they beheld astonished them further. No one could discern the depth of Gu Yuan's cultivation. While they were taken aback, they merely assumed Gu Yuan was wielding a precious artifact that concealed his true power, dismissing the notion that he might possess a strength far surpassing their own. After all, Gu Yuan was exceedingly young, his youthful visage almost delicate. To possess the ability to slay sacred Lord Long Song at such a tender age was unprecedented. It was inconceivable for him to also possess a cultivation level beyond those gathered here. The assembly comprised the elite of the Northern Demon Clan, including several Undying Emperors and numerous Invincible Emperors. To suggest that Gu Yuan's prowess surpassed theirs was utterly preposterous. Su Zhantian shared this sentiment. After retracting his gaze from Gu Yuan, he pondered briefly before addressing Long Xie once more. Commander Long Xie, grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. Since it was not my daughter who killed your third prince and sacred Lord Long Song, but rather this young man, I shall take my daughter and leave. You may handle your matters as you see fit. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Xie agreed. That is acceptable. Su Zhantian was well known as a devoted father, and should he attempt to act against his daughter, he would certainly intervene. The might of his opponent was formidable, a genuine invincible emperor at the peak of their power. Engaging him would surely lead to his demise. Moreover, the principal perpetrator behind Long Quang's death was Gu Yuan. Eliminating Gu Yuan would serve as retribution for Long Quang. Hearing Long Xie's response, Su Zhantian nodded in acknowledgement. He turned to Su Jiuer, intending to speak and take her away. Yet, before he could utter a word, Su Jiuer spoke up first. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. I shall not depart. The junior disciple sacrificed the third prince of the North Sea Dragon Clan for my sake. How could I possibly abandon him in his moment of peril? Father, I now present you with 2 choices. First, allow these wretched dragonfolk to leave. Second, do not concern yourself with me any longer. You may go. I am resolved to share life and death with my junior disciple. Do not even entertain the thought of forcibly taking me away. If harm befalls him, then I shall not wish to live either. Having spoken, Su Jiuer fixed her determined gaze upon Su Zhantian. Observing the unwavering resolve in her eyes, Su Zhantian's brow furrowed deeply. A father knows his daughter well. He understood her determination to follow through on her words. With a deep exhale, Su Zhantian fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, he released a heavy breath, his eyes reflecting a newfound determination, as if he had resolved upon an important decision. Thank you, young master, for saving my daughter, he expressed earnestly to Gu Yuan. Before Gu Yuan could respond, he turned to the group of Dragon Clan warriors led by Long Xie and spoke once more. Unlike his earlier demeanor of humility, he now exuded an overwhelming strength. My daughter has presented me with 2 choices, and I have chosen one. Now, I offer you 2 choices as well, either depart or perish. As his voice echoed, the merciless aura of a late-stage invincible emperor surged through the realm, instilling a profound sense of dread among the Dragon Clan warriors, their faces paling under the weight of such formidable presence. In that instant, they grasped the terrifying essence of an invincible emperor's might. Su Zhantian, Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Have you truly made the decision to oppose my Northern Sea Dragon clan? Long Xie shouted, straining against the oppressive force. I shall not repeat myself. Su Zhantian's gaze ignited with a chilling intensity, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. He was acutely aware that his current stance would irrevocably offend the Northern Sea Dragon clan. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he felt compelled to act thus. Truly, he is the foremost daughter's servant of the Northern region, willing to entirely alienate the Northern Sea Dragon clan for her sake. Su clan's leader has lost his rationality for his daughter. The Dragon clan has always been fiercely protective. Today, while Su clan's leader may seem imposing, there will come a time when he will limit his choices. In the distance, a group of formidable beings from the Northern region Demon Clan, upon hearing Su Zhantian's words, instinctively shook their heads and sighed. However, when Su Zhantian cast a glance their way, they each discreetly closed their mouths in understanding. Although many among them were not intimidated by Su Zhantian, they did not wish to provoke his ire at this moment. It seemed that the clan leader Su was resolute in his stance. One could only hope that he would not regret today's events in the future. Long Xie coldly regarded Su Zhantian before letting out a disdainful snort. Let us depart. Return to the North Sea. As soon as the words left his lips, he immediately turned away. The other dragon clansmen followed suit, preparing to depart and return to the North Sea. Yet, at that very moment when they turned, a voice, as gentle as jade yet chillingly cold, penetrated their ears, causing them to halt involuntarily. It seems I have yet to grant you permission to leave, have I? Upon hearing this statement, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Almost instinctively, their gazes shifted towards the speaker. When they discerned that it was Gu Yuan who had spoken, confusion enveloped them. They could hardly comprehend why he would utter such words. What on earth does this young man intend to do? The clan leader Su had already permitted these dragon folk to depart, yet this young man still dared to make such a declaration. What could he possibly mean? In an instant, a myriad of questions flooded the minds of the powerful demon clans from the northern domain. What do you mean by that? Long Xie glanced at Gu Yuan, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. It means nothing, Gu Yuan replied, meeting the gazes of everyone present with a serene smile. What I mean is quite simple. I will slay you, allowing you to rest here eternally. These individuals had previously revealed their murderous intent towards him, and now he would not permit their departure. The only reason he had refrained from striking earlier was due to the arrival of Su Zhantian. He wished to observe how Su Zhantian, who once abandoned Su Jior, would respond in the presence of the formidable beings from the Northern Sea Dragon clan. Having witnessed Su Zhantian's stance, it was now time for the Dragon clan's warriors to find eternal slumber. Kill us? You think you can? Long Xian narrowed his eyes, unmistakable displeasure flashing across his countenance. They had temporarily chosen to spare Gu Yuan due to Su Zhantian's presence, but the audacity of this youth to threaten their lives incited their wrath. Indeed, just by my own strength, is there a problem with that? Gu Yuan replied with a calm smile. His words sent a shockwave through the assembly. There were 31 Dragon Clan warriors present, including several holy kings and holy sovereigns. Leading them was Long Xie, a being of unparalleled might, an immortal emperor at the pinnacle of his power. In such a scenario, Gu Yuan's declaration to single-handedly annihilate them was nothing short of astonishing. Su Zhantian furrowed his brow, contemplating a means of persuasion. They had already offended the Northern Sea Dragon clan, but there might still be a way to reconcile. However, should Gu Yuan proceed to slay the Dragon clan warriors present, it would seal their fate in an unending conflict. Moreover, Su Zhantian doubted Gu Yuan's ability to contend with the formidable beings before him. In his view, it would ultimately fall upon him to intervene, though he was reluctant to do so. Thus, he prepared to speak, but before he could utter a word, he instinctively fell silent. This was due to an overwhelming and terrifying aura of an invincible immortal emperor that suddenly erupted from Gu Yuan. The sheer might of this aura was so formidable that it caused the very fabric of the heavens and earth to tremble. Under the oppressive force of this invincible emperor's presence, all present, save for Su Jior, felt an intense pressure, their hearts quaking and bodies trembling involuntarily. He is truly an invincible immortal emperor. At such a young age, possessing the cultivation of an invincible immortal emperor, this cannot be real. I feel as though I am dreaming, yet the pain of my second brother is all too real. This is no dream. An invincible immortal emperor of such youth is truly unparalleled and unprecedented. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the invincible sovereign emanating from Gu Yuan, everyone present was rendered speechless, their expressions akin to that of stunned canines. The powerful members of the North Sea Dragon clan were equally taken aback. When this young man previously claimed to have attained the pinnacle of invincible sovereign, I assumed he was merely trying to intimidate us. Never did I expect him to truly possess such formidable prowess. Long Xie gazed at Gu Yuan, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Clearly, he too had not anticipated that Gu Yuan genuinely held the unparalleled mastery of an invincible sovereign. Yet, his reaction was swift, rapidly recovering from his shock. He immediately let out a thunderous roar. Flee. Quickly, flee. In the midst of this urgent plea, his colossal dragon form twisted, already retreating into the distance. This was not an act of cowardice. It was a matter of instinct. They were acutely aware that Gu Yuan had attained the pinnacle of invincibility. If they did not escape now, only the path to death remained. He was the invincible emperor, a true paragon standing atop the ancient continent. Such an entity was beyond compare. Not only they, but even the mightiest of their own North Sea Dragon clan, the North Sea Dragon Emperor, would be no match. If they did not flee now, when would they? Upon hearing Long Xie's words, the powerful members of the North Sea Dragon clan swiftly understood the gravity of the situation. They summoned their inner strength and immediately scattered in all directions to escape. Was it not too late to seek refuge now? Observing the hasty retreat of the North Sea Dragon clan, Gu Yuan's gaze turned frigid as he spoke. With a gesture, he transformed his fingertip into a sword. A flash of unparalleled, sword intent shimmering forth. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a strike. As the sword was drawn, a brilliant beam of sword light shot forth, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. Its speed was transcendent, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Vanishing in an instant, the dragon warriors, despite their remarkable speed, found themselves markedly outpaced by this sword light. In the blink of an eye, several dragon warriors were overtaken, only to be swiftly torn apart by the radiant blade. A piercing sound echoed as blood erupted forth, accompanied by a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In an instant, a formidable member of the dragon clan fell lifeless to the ground, his life effortlessly claimed. The shimmering sword light did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed to come alive, relentlessly pursuing another dragon clan warrior from the northern sea. No. The sight of the swiftly approaching sword light, imbued with an aura of terrifying destruction, struck sheer panic into the heart of the northern sea dragon warrior, prompting him to scream in terror. His escape hastened significantly, driven by an instinctual desire to distance himself from the lethal glow. Yet, his fate remained unchanged. Ultimately, the sword light caught up with him, tearing through him, and he fell lifeless to the ground. In mere moments, two northern sea dragon warriors had met their demise. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, the 30th. My life is forfeit. Observing the swift demise of 30 northern sea dragon warriors, and then witnessing the relentless sword light bearing down upon him, Long Xie was engulfed by despair. The power contained within that sword light was simply too overwhelming to withstand. He yearned to flee, but the speed of the sword light was insurmountable. It seemed as though it were guided by an unyielding force, pursuing him with an unrelenting fervor, as if it would not rest until he was vanquished. It appeared that today, his only destination was the path of death. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a thunderous roar, the moment the two entities made contact, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entirety of the myriad demon abyss, as the terrifying force of the collision erupted outward in all directions from the epicenter. This overwhelming power was so fearsome that everything in its path was obliterated. Even the very fabric of space contorted under its might. At that instant, the myriad demon abyss trembled violently, akin to a dragon rising from slumber. And many regions experienced utter devastation. The collision was nothing short of terrifying. Long Xie, being in close proximity to the impact, was caught off guard and was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Struggling to regain his composure, he instinctively turned his gaze toward the direction from which the ice spear had been launched. To his astonishment, his countenance lit up with joy, for he beheld nearly 10,000 figures rapidly approaching. These individuals appeared swift, yet their pace was remarkably steady. At first glance, they seemed to be still 1,000 miles away, but upon a second look, they had already arrived at the forefront. All of them exuded powerful auras, adorned with dragon horns, unmistakably the elite of the Northern Sea Dragon clan. Leading them was a formidable middle-aged man, adorned with a pair of magnificent golden dragon horns and clad in golden armor. His imposing figure and stern countenance exuded authority. He was none other than the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor, Long Xiaotian. Upon learning of Long Quang's demise through the soul lamp left in the Northern Sea Dragon Palace, he was immediately aware of the situation. While he had numerous offspring, most were mere wastrels, gluttons with no merit. The only one worthy of his regard, Long Quang, had perished in the Northern Territory, igniting his wrath. In response to the news of Long Quang's death, he swiftly summoned the powerful members of the Northern Sea Dragon clan and made his way to the Northern Territory. He sought to make the perpetrator who dared to slay his beloved son pay a harrowing price. Through secretive methods of divination, he pinpointed the location of Long Quang's death and promptly led his kin to this very place. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of his clan members being slain one after another, further aggravating his already foul mood. Witnessing Long Xia, the leader of the Northern Sea Dragon clan, facing imminent death, he could not remain idle. Thus, he made his move. The terrifying ice spear that had struck earlier was one of his formidable attacks. "My Lord Dragon Emperor," a minister acknowledged. At that moment, Long Xia faced Long Xiaotian. Bowing respectfully as he spoke, Long Xiaotian did not even spare Long Xia a glance. Instead, his gaze swept coldly across all present. His voice, frigid and laced with an undertone of inquiry, pierced the air. "Who killed my son?" Faced with Long Xiaotian's icy, murderous gaze, the powerful beings of the Northern Territory could not help but take a step back. In unison, their eyes fell upon Yuan, as if to convey to Long Xiaotian that the killer was none other than him. Observing the expressions of the Northern Territory's elite, Long Xiaotian's eyes narrowed as they settled on Yuan. "Was it you who killed my son?" His gaze was chilling, imbued with boundless killing intent. As he spoke, he scrutinized Yuan, who displayed an unmasked aura of unparalleled strength. Upon sensing Yuan's overwhelming emperor-level presence, Long Xiaotian was taken aback. Noticing Yuan's youth, his skin so tender it seemed to glisten, he could not suppress his astonishment. This young man was indeed a prodigy beyond compare. In that moment, under Long Xiaotian's cold, lethal gaze, Yuan raised his hand and pointed toward the lifeless body of Long Quang. "If your son is indeed him, then yes, I am the one who killed him. Should you seek vengeance for his death, I would not mind sending you to reunite with him. However, if you wish to refrain from revenge, then be gone." Upon hearing these words from Yuan, Long Xiaotian's brow furrowed, and he could not help but issue a thunderous roar. "Arrogance! Although this emperor is unaware of how you have attained the unparalleled cultivation of the invincible great emperor, your youth suggests an inherent shallowness in your foundation. You could never fully unleash the entirety of the formidable prowess that accompanies such mastery. Young man, if you possess any sense of self-preservation, you should now abandon your cultivation and kneel to meet your demise. In doing so, I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, not only will you perish, but your friends and family shall also pay the bloody price for your actions." With that, Long Xiaotian fixed a cold gaze upon Yuan, as if truly awaiting the moment he would kneel and accept his fate. In response to Long Xiaotian's icy stare, Yuan could not suppress a smile, one filled with derision and disdain. "Abandon my cultivation and kneel to meet my end? Is it just you? You accuse me of arrogance. Yet do you not realize that the truly arrogant one is your mother? Knowing full well that my prowess far surpasses yours, you dare to utter such words. Are you a fool?" Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he said, "It seems you truly have no intention of relinquishing your cultivation and kneeling in submission to your demise." Yuan remained silent, merely regarding Long Xiaotian with an expression akin to that reserved for a simpleton. He had no desire to converse with a fool. Observing Yuan's demeanor, Long Xiaotian's already somber countenance grew even more grim. "Since you refuse to forfeit your cultivation and bow down to your fate, it appears that this emperor shall personally execute you." With that, Long Xiaotian cast a cold gaze over all the formidable beings of the Northern Domain's demon clan. His voice frigid as he declared, "This emperor is about to activate the 10,000 Dragons formation. Once the formation is initiated, all within its confines shall be regarded as enemies of my dragon clan, and they shall perish. If you do not wish to meet your end, depart at once." As these words resonated, the faces of the Northern Domain's demon clan warriors turned ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, they transformed into streaks of light, fleeing into the distance. Although they had never witnessed the 10,000 Dragons formation, its fearsome reputation preceded it. It was said to be the Dragon Clan's most potent trump card, formidable and unparalleled. Now, Long Xiaotian intended to employ it against Yuan, and fearing the repercussions, they hastily distanced themselves from the scene. At that moment, Long Xiaotian spoke once more. "All members of the Dragon Clan, prepare to assist this emperor in activating the 10,000 Dragons formation. Indeed, the assembled Dragon Clan experts responded in unison. The moment the words fell, all the Dragon Clan warriors, who had been positioned behind Long Shao Tian, sprang into action in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they dispersed, only to form an enigmatic formation that encircled Gu Yuan at the center. Their power surged within, fingers weaving intricate seals. An air of profound mystery emanated from them, ultimately intertwining into a singular essence. A delicate blue luminescence appeared, resembling a vast azure bowl inverted above Gu Yuan, encapsulating him within. The North Sea Dragon Emperor persistently asserted that the white-clad emperor, despite his youth, could never fully harness the true might of a consummate invincible emperor. Yet, the moment he acted, he employed the Dragon Clan's most potent trump card, revealing that his heart did not, in truth, underestimate the white-clad emperor as he professed. Though the white-clad emperor was youthful, he embodied the essence of an invincible emperor, a formidable being standing at the pinnacle of the ancient continent. Who would dare to belittle such an existence? It is said that the 10,000 Dragons formation is both offensive and defensive, the Dragon Clan's most formidable secret weapon. Its interconnected energies significantly amplify the strength of its master. The North Sea Dragon Emperor's cultivation is but a minor tier below that of the white-clad emperor. With the 10,000 Dragons formation's support, it is not inconceivable that he might possess the power to contend with the white-clad emperor. The disparity in cultivation cannot be compensated merely by numbers. While the 10,000 Dragons formation is indeed powerful, I remain unconvinced that the white-clad emperor would face defeat. Were he a renowned, invincible emperor of long standing, I might share this sentiment. However, the white-clad emperor is simply too young. Oh, are you suggesting that the white-clad emperor will be vanquished? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the distance. A group of formidable beings from the northern domain observed as the North Sea Dragon Emperor activated the mighty dragon array, prompting speculation about who would ultimately emerge victorious. Some believed that the North Sea Dragon Emperor, wielding the power of the dragon array, would triumph. Others contended that Gu Yuan, the invincible sovereign, would prevail, asserting that no numerical advantage could bridge the gap in cultivation. Amidst their conjectures, they even began to place bets. At the heart of the dragon array, Su Zhantian's expression darkened upon witnessing the North Sea Dragon Emperor resort to utilizing the Dragon Clan's most formidable secret weapon, the dragon array. Although he had never witnessed the dragon array firsthand, he had certainly heard of its legendary status. It was said to be the Dragon Clan's strongest trump card, capable of both offense and defense while significantly enhancing the power of its master. Most importantly, all enemies of the Dragon Clan who had witnessed the dragon array in action had met their demise. Considering this, it was understandable that Su Zhantian's demeanor was grave. Almost instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Gu Yuan, eager to discern whether he possessed a strategy to counter this formidable array. However, to his astonishment, Gu Yuan appeared remarkably composed, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if the Dragon Clan's ultimate trump card held no significance for him. Without thinking, Su Zhantian voiced the question that lingered in his mind. Do you have a method to breach the array? Indeed. Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. The 10,000 Dragon Array was undeniably formidable. Composed of formidable Dragon Clan warriors whose energies were interconnected, it could both attack and defend, significantly enhancing the strength of the array's leader. If an ordinary invincible emperor encountered the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor wielding the 10,000 Dragon Array, even if they managed to break the formation, they would likely emerge either dead or severely injured. But who was Gu Yuan? He was a terrifying entity blessed with extraordinary advantages. Not only did he possess the pinnacle combat prowess of this realm, but he also inherited the invincible formation techniques from the system. This inheritance encompassed all formations known to the world. Having obtained this invincible formation legacy, he stood as the most powerful formation master in existence. Though the 10,000 Dragon Array was immensely powerful, to him, it was riddled with flaws. He had at least 99 methods to dismantle it. With a mere snap of his fingers, he could reduce the 10,000 Dragon Array to ashes. Furthermore, even without the invincible formation inheritance, he could rely on his sheer strength to dismantle it. The 10,000 Dragon Array was crafted by a venerable figure of the Dragon Clan who ascended to the Dragon Realm, and until now, no one had ever breached it. To claim that one could dismantle the 10,000 Dragon Array was utterly laughable. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor could not suppress a disdainful snort. Feeling a twinge of contempt towards Gu Yuan, Although this young man possessed astonishing cultivation, he was, after all, still too youthful and excessively arrogant. For a fleeting moment, the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor even believed he could match Gu Yuan without relying on the 10,000 dragon array. Yet, this thought was swiftly extinguished. Despite Gu Yuan's youthful arrogance, his invincible emperor-level cultivation was indisputable. If he were to engage in battle without any strategy, the odds would be at best 3-7 in favor of Gu Yuan. In 3 moves, he would be reduced to fragments. This estimation was made with utmost confidence in his own abilities. In contrast to the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor's disdain, Su Zhantian's expression brightened considerably upon hearing Gu Yuan's confident declaration. If Gu Yuan dared to assert such a thing, then even if he lacked complete certainty in breaking the array, he must possess at least a 70% chance of success. Due to his daughter, he was now closely allied with Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan could dismantle the array, he would be overjoyed. At that moment, the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor fixed his gaze upon Gu Yuan, who had once again begun to speak. Now, I shall grant you another opportunity. Abandon your cultivation and kneel to accept your fate, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, not only shall you perish, but your friends and family shall also suffer due to your actions. Gu Yuan looked at the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor as though he were a fool. Without uttering a word, he moved his feet and instantly vanished from his original position. Alas, upon witnessing this, the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea was instantly struck with alarm. A palpable sense of impending doom enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, while beads of cold sweat formed on his brow without his conscious effort. Almost instinctively, the Dragon Emperor summoned every ounce of power at his disposal. As he prepared to flee from his current position, before he could even make a move, Gu Yuan's figure materialized before him, meeting Gu Yuan's tranquil yet unfathomable dark eyes. The Dragon Emperor was filled with profound terror at the astonishing speed displayed. He had never anticipated that Gu Yuan could move with such swiftness. He barely registered the movement before the figure appeared right in front of him. Such speed was truly alarming. As he witnessed Gu Yuan's palm descending upon him, despite the shock coursing through him, the Dragon Emperor's reflexes were remarkably swift. In an instant, he channeled his internal energy and raised his hand to counter the impending strike. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, with a resounding puff. The expression on the North Sea Dragon Emperor's face shifted dramatically. The armor on his arm erupted violently, and a mouthful of fresh blood was forcefully expelled from his lips. In that instant, he plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, crashing down with tremendous force. A resounding thunderclap echoed through the air as the North Sea Dragon Emperor crashed into the ground, creating an immense and profound crater. In an instant, debris was sent flying, and a cloud of dust billowed into the sky. The North Sea Dragon Emperor rose to his feet, his body cloaked in dust, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his golden armor marred by numerous cracks. His arms trembled uncontrollably, and at that moment, his breath grew weak and labored. He appeared utterly disheveled. Impressive. His gaze turned towards Gu Yuan, astonishment reflected in his eyes. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the invincible emperor at his peak. Thus, although Gu Yuan was young and he outwardly belittled him, he held no such disdain in his heart. He immediately activated the 10,000 Dragons formation. However, he never anticipated that the opponent would be so terrifyingly powerful that a mere gesture could inflict grave injury upon him, truly overwhelming to the point of despair. Without hesitation, he took out a healing pill and consumed it, then soared towards the outer realm of the 10,000 Dragons formation. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Activate the 10,000 Dragons formation." Yes, Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Clan warriors present responded in unison. As they spoke, their internal powers surged, instantly propelling the formation to full strength. Within the formation, numerous illusory 5-clawed golden dragons manifested, charging directly towards Gu Yuan and his companions. These golden dragon phantoms were incredibly solid and exuded an overwhelming aura, each radiating power not weaker than that of the indomitable emperor. They were capable of unleashing combat prowess equal to that of the indomitable emperor. Most astonishing of all was the sheer number of these golden dragon phantoms, thickly clustered and countless, estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Of course, while these golden dragon phantoms were formidable, they appeared somewhat feeble in the presence of Gu Yuan. With a mere flick of his hand, hundreds of golden dragon phantoms detonated, transforming into the purest form of energy that returned to the bodies of the dragon warriors. Witnessing this scene, Su Zhantian felt a deep admiration for the Invincible Emperor's unmatched strength, and a smile involuntarily graced his face, convinced that victory was assured. Though numerous, these golden dragon phantoms stood no chance against Gu Yuan's overwhelming might. It seemed that within just a few breaths, Gu Yuan could annihilate them all. However, his smile soon froze on his face, for as soon as the golden dragon phantoms were destroyed, new ones appeared, just as Gu Yuan obliterated a portion of them. Fresh golden dragon phantoms emerged, seemingly endless. Moreover, each time they appeared, they grew even more powerful. Thus, despite Gu Yuan's might, as time passed, it became evident that he would eventually be drained of all energy and face defeat, flying outside the 10,000 Dragons formation. The North Sea Dragon Emperor could not hide the smug smile on his face as he observed Su Zhantian's expression. The 10,000 Dragons formation is our dragon clan's most potent trump card. Even the Invincible Emperor at his pinnacle will find only death when confronted with it. Let me expedite your demise. As he spoke, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's internal power surged, and an aura of profound mystery emanated from him, connecting with the dragon warriors wielding the 10,000 Dragons formation. With this action, the golden dragon phantoms within the formation visibly strengthened, their presence now perilously close to that of the Invincible Emperor. The combat power they could unleash also approached the level of the Invincible Emperor. Tens of thousands of golden dragon phantoms, each nearing the strength of the Invincible Emperor, surged forth to attack Gu Yuan and his companions. The relentless onslaught of golden dragon phantoms that would simply reappear after being slain filled Su Zhantian with despair. He no longer believed Gu Yuan could break the formation. This sentiment was shared among the distant North region Demon Clan warriors, who echoed his thoughts. Rumors of the 10,000 Dragons formation's overwhelming might had proven true, once unleashed. It was said that enemies would be annihilated without fail. Could even the Invincible Emperor at his zenith be defeated? Certainly, as countless phantoms, each nearing the strength of the Invincible Emperor, targeted a single individual, it was evident that there was only one path: death. It seems I have wagered correctly. Who's Shursan? Do you remember our earlier bet? Now, hand over the imperial weapon of your tiger clan. You fool. Can't you see that the white-clad emperor remains utterly unfazed? Surely, he possesses a method to break the formation. Who's Shursan? You don't intend to renege, do you? Renege? If your wager turns out to be correct, I, who's Shursan, will certainly relinquish my imperial weapon, but I hope you keep your promise. Upon witnessing the terrifying spectacle of the 10,000 Dragon formation, the assembly of formidable demon warriors from the northern domain could not help but express their astonishment. Except for the leader of the Tiger Clan, Shursan, one of the 8 paramount powers of the northern domain, nearly everyone dismissed the notion that Gu Yuan could possibly breach the formation. Just as these thoughts circulated among the onlookers, Gu Yuan, nestled within the depths of the formation, let out a light chuckle. Having played long enough, it was time to dismantle the formation. At this proclamation, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched in disbelief, perceiving Gu Yuan's words as mere bravado. If you truly possess the ability to break the formation, then do so. Stop pretending, scoffed the North Sea Dragon Emperor, utterly unconvinced of Gu Yuan's capabilities. In response to the North Sea Dragon Emperor's remark, Gu Yuan merely smiled, choosing silence. His earlier intentions were solely to test the might of the 10,000 Dragon formation, not to imply a lack of strength. With his finger poised like a blade, an invincible sword intent flickered at his fingertips as Gu Yuan disregarded the swiftly approaching phantoms of golden dragons. Instead, he directed his gaze towards several inconspicuous dragon warriors positioned nearby. With a graceful motion, he transformed his finger into a sword, striking towards those locations. In an instant, several brilliant beams of sword light surged forth, aimed precisely at the vulnerabilities within the 10,000 Dragon formation. While the northern domain demon warriors failed to perceive any anomaly, the North Sea Dragon Emperor and all the dragon warriors present were struck with alarm. The trajectory of the sword light was directly aimed at the formation's weaknesses. Intercept those beams of light. The North Sea Dragon Emperor bellowed instinctively, summoning all the phantoms of golden dragons within the formation to thwart the incoming sword light. The speed of the golden dragon phantoms was remarkably swift. However, in comparison to the sword beams, they were undeniably slower. Ultimately, the beams of sword light struck fiercely against the bodies of the dragon warriors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted with each blossoming bloodflower. The radiant sword light swiftly harvested the lives of several formidable Dragon Clan warriors. As these individuals fell, the grand array of 10,000 dragons was instantly shattered, and the ethereal golden dragon apparitions dissipated into the surrounding realm. The backlash from the destruction of the array surged forth, engulfing all Dragon Clan warriors, including the North Sea Dragon Emperor. This backlash was terrifyingly potent, and caught off guard, the dragon warriors spewed forth blood. Subsequently, they plummeted to the ground like cannonballs, crashing down with tremendous force. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this scene, the assembly of formidable demon warriors from the northern domain could not help but express their astonishment. Amidst their exclamations, Hushursen swiftly directed his gaze towards the individual who had previously wagered with him. Surely, it was time to fulfill the bet and surrender the imperial weapon. Was it not? Bet? What bet? I know nothing of it. Are you attempting to evade your obligation? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? Fear not, for I am not one to be untrustworthy. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan seemed oblivious to the unfolding events in the distance. After effortlessly dismantling the myriad dragon formation, his attention shifted immediately to the position of the North Sea Dragon Emperor. The North Sea Dragon Emperor, upon rising, instinctively turned his gaze towards Gu Yuan. In that moment of eye contact, a palpable panic surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his powers and swiftly turned, transforming into a streak of light as he fled into the distance. The realization that even the myriad dragon formation was ineffective against Gu Yuan struck him with clarity. He now comprehended the vast chasm between them. His only recourse was to escape to the Forbidden Sea, seeking assistance from the other 3 Sea Dragon Emperors. For that alone might grant him a chance at survival. Otherwise, remaining here would surely spell his doom. With this thought, the North Sea Dragon Emperor quickened his flight. In mere moments, he had covered thousands of miles, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. His speed was nothing short of astonishing. Trying to flee. Did you consult with me first? Gu Yuan mused, observing the direction of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's escape. A soft snort escaped his nostrils. The invincible body technique was activated instantly. With a single step, he vanished from his original position. He reappeared, astonishingly, in the path ahead of the fleeing North Sea Dragon Emperor, who had believed he had distanced himself far enough to be safe. I've already fled so far. Yet that fellow has not pursued. Perhaps I am indeed safe. The North Sea Dragon Emperor glanced back, relieved to find no sign of Gu Yuan. However, this thought had scarcely formed when he froze in disbelief. Gu Yuan's figure had suddenly materialized right before him, as though he had appeared from thin air, striking terror into his heart. Nevertheless, the North Sea Dragon Emperor's reflexes were swift. He moved his feet, immediately creating distance between himself and Gu Yuan. Looking at Gu Yuan, he spoke in a grave tone. Do you truly intend to drive the dragon to desperation? Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Leave a thread of kindness for future encounters. We of the Dragon Clan are known for our unity and protectiveness. Should you slay me, the East Sea Dragon Emperor, the West Sea Dragon Emperor, and the South Sea Dragon Emperor will not let you go. Their powers far surpass mine. And if you wish to kill me, you ought to consider carefully. At this juncture, the North Sea Dragon Emperor assessed Gu Yuan's expression. Noticing his unyielding demeanor and icy gaze, a sense of dread enveloped him. He realized that his threats bore no weight in Gu Yuan's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he softened his tone and spoke once more. I was impulsive earlier, and thus I offended you. I am willing to offer compensation. Women, cultivation resources, whatever you desire, I can provide. I implore you, spare my life. Gu Yuan listened quietly, and only after the North Sea Dragon Emperor had finished did he respond with a calm inquiry. Have you finished speaking? Although the North Sea Dragon Emperor did not comprehend why Gu Yuan posed such a question, he nonetheless nodded seriously. I have finished. Gu Yuan inclined his head. Since the words had been spoken, it was time for you to meet your demise. As the words fell, Gu Yuan raised his hand and pointed. The speed of this gesture was unremarkable, yet it possessed an extraordinarily peculiar force. Despite the distance that lay between them, the North Sea Dragon Emperor felt an unavoidable inevitability regarding that finger. Resolutely, he chose not to evade it. Bang! The North Sea Dragon Emperor stamped his foot fiercely, causing ripples to spread through the space around him. In front of him, a colossal dragon phantom materialized out of thin air. Its visage twisted in a menacing snarl as it charged towards Gu Yuan. Simultaneously, he formed a series of intricate hand seals, raising his hand to unleash a powerful palm strike. Suddenly, an unbearable golden light erupted from the cracks in his golden armor, coalescing into a massive energy shield before the North Sea Dragon Emperor. The shield was adorned with complex, arcane runes that flickered with an enigmatic brilliance. These runes appeared almost alive, swirling around the North Sea Dragon Emperor, encasing him within their protective embrace. At this point, his earlier panic began to subside. Employing all his abilities, he believed that even if Yuan was an invincible, perfected emperor, he would be unable to breach his defenses in a short span of time. However, in the next moment, the dragon phantom shattered into fragments, exploding violently. The palm strike disintegrated the instant it grazed Yuan's fingertip. The energy shield before him succumbed to the touch of Yuan's finger, dissipating like mere bubbles upon contact. The North Sea Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted in horror, a palpable terror welling up in his eyes. He had never anticipated that despite unleashing all his powers, he would be unable to withstand Yuan even for a fleeting moment. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging finger in his line of sight, the North Sea Dragon Emperor finally succumbed to despair. Unable to restrain himself, he bellowed, "Do not kill me. I am the North Sea Dragon Emperor, an invincible monarch. You cannot slay me. If you do, the other dragon warriors from the 3 seas of the Forbidden Sea will not spare you. Please, do not take my life. I can serve as your steed. I can be of service to you. Please, I implore you." Yet, no matter how fervently he shouted, the fingers that expanded wildly in his vision showed no signs of slowing down. Ultimately, Yuan's finger still landed upon the brow of the North Sea Dragon Emperor. A brilliant splash of crimson erupted from the back of the North Sea Dragon Emperor's head, instantly creating a gaping wound in his brow. An overwhelming and terrifying force surged through this wound, wreaking havoc within the North Sea Dragon Emperor's body, annihilating his very soul and extinguishing his vitality. In the blink of an eye, the North Sea Dragon Emperor was irrevocably dead, crashing heavily to the ground. With a mere gesture, this formidable being at the pinnacle of the Invincible Emperor stage met his demise. With a sweeping motion, the precious storage ring of the North Sea Dragon Emperor, containing his essence and the coveted dragon pill, was absorbed into the system's spatial realm. Yuan did not cast even a glance at the lifeless form of the North Sea Dragon Emperor. With a shift of his foot, he returned to his previous position. Upon arriving, his gaze fell upon a fierce battle unfolding below. On one side stood a gravely wounded Dragon Clan warrior, while on the other was Su Zhantian, accompanied by several individuals resembling Su Jiao, adorned with fox ears. It was evident that these fox-eared beings were formidable members of the Northern Domain Fox Clan. Although the overall strength of the Northern Domain Fox Clan did not match that of the North Sea Dragon Clan, the latter was currently incapacitated by injuries, unable to unleash their full combat prowess. Furthermore, the presence of Su Zhantian, an invincible emperor at the peak stage, tilted the scales of battle. As the two forces clashed, the North Sea Dragon Clan found themselves thoroughly subdued. Faintly, Yuan could hear the agonized wails and furious curses emanating from the North Sea Dragon warriors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Listening to the scornful invectives of the Dragon Clan, Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he impatiently exclaimed, "Enough." Those simple 2 words unleashed a terrifying wave of sonic power that instantaneously enveloped the realm. This force was extraordinarily formidable. Wherever it passed, the fabric of space twisted violently. Many dragon warriors, caught unawares, found themselves spitting blood uncontrollably. The weaker dragon warriors suffered even more gravely, their orifices bleeding profusely, leading to their immediate demise. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was taken aback, clearly astonished that such profound power could be concealed within Yuan's seemingly innocuous utterance. It was nothing short of miraculous. Su Zhantian glanced at Yuan, a fleeting look of astonishment flickering in his eyes, though he had deftly concealed that moment of shock. With unwavering resolve, he launched himself to eradicate the Dragon Clan members present. He bellowed fiercely, channeling the power surging within him, and struck once more at the dragon warriors. The Fox Clan warriors from the northern region, upon hearing Su Zhantian's command, promptly responded, launching another assault against the Dragon Clan. These dragon warriors had already been weakened by the backlash from the shattered 10,000 dragons formation. Subsequently, they were beset by a throng of northern region fox warriors summoned by Su Zhantian. Now, with the additional onslaught of Yuan's sonic force, they were left gravely injured. Within less than half a tea's time, they all perished on that battlefield. Su Zhantian commanded all the Fox Clan warriors present to clear the battleground. Only after did he approach Yuan, carrying bags filled to the brim with storage rings. He placed these bulging sacks before Gu Yuan and spoke earnestly. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my daughter and me. These are all the valuable items from the Dragon Clan members. I implore you to accept them. Uncle Jiantian, I am merely Su Jiaoer's junior disciple. There is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me Gu Yuan," Gu Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Having spent considerable time with Su Jiaoer, he was familiar with Su Jiantian's name. His gaze fell upon the bags brimming with storage rings, and he continued. "These dragons were slain by you, so it is only fitting that you keep the spoils. There is no need to hand them over to me." As soon as his words left his lips, a melodious voice suddenly rang out, piercing the air. "No." Upon hearing that voice, everyone's gaze swiftly turned towards its source. There, in the distance, 3 graceful figures were hastening towards them. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the newcomers were Luo Qingxue, Mu Nanwan, and Yun Mo. Having exerted themselves to the utmost, they finally arrived just as the battle came to a close. Soaring to stand before Gu Yuan, Luo Qingxue took several heavy breaths, her chest rising and falling dramatically. In that instant, the atmosphere surged with intensity, captivating the onlookers. After exhaling deeply, she cast a charming glance at Gu Yuan and remarked, "Why refuse what others offer? Are you unaware that our wasteland peak is utterly desolate and impoverished?" As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand, summoning a spiritual rope that bound all the sacks together, which she then drew behind her. Although she was unaware of the events that had transpired, the chaotic scene before her, coupled with the lifeless bodies of the Dragon Clan, painted a grim picture. Furthermore, with Su Jiantian, the Invincible Emperor, having bestowed several sacks of storage rings upon Gu Yuan, she could surmise the situation. It seemed that Su Jiantian and his daughter had encountered peril, and Gu Yuan had come to their aid. In gratitude, Su Jiantian presented these bags filled with storage rings as a reward. With that thought, she accepted the bags without a trace of hesitation. Glancing at Luo Qingxue, Gu Yuan could only smile helplessly, choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, Su Jiantian looked at Gu Yuan, concern flashing in his eyes as he spoke again. "Your Majesty, having slain the North Sea Dragon Emperor, the formidable warriors of the North Sea Dragon Clan have all perished here. Although the Dragon Clans are often at odds internally, they unite fiercely against external threats. If the other 3 Sea Dragon Clans learn of this, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. What do you propose we do now?" Despite his daughter's connection to Gu Yuan, Su Jiantian dared not directly address such a powerful being as the Invincible Emperor with familiarity. That would be too presumptuous. His words stemmed from a genuine fear of retaliation from the other Dragon Clans. Gu Yuan, with his unparalleled strength and the complete embodiment of the Invincible Emperor, feared no one nor any force in the world. However, Su Jiantian was merely at the late stage of the Invincible Emperor's realm. Though the Northern Domain Fox clan held considerable influence, being one of the 8 dominant powers there, they were no match for the Dragon Clan. Should Gu Yuan choose to depart without a care, the Northern Domain Fox clan would face utter destruction. Upon hearing Su Jiantian's concerns, Gu Yuan discerned the underlying anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, he replied calmly, "The fate of the Dragon Clan rests upon their own disposition." With that, he focused his thoughts, and a golden token materialized in his hand. The Dragon King token. What? The formidable beings of the Dragon Clan above the sacred realm of Beihai have all their soul lamps extinguished? What? The soul lamp of that scoundrel Long Xiaotian has extinguished. The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea, seated atop the Grand Hall of the South Sea Dragon Palace, was utterly astonished upon receiving the news from below, his expression akin to that of a stunned dog. He could never have anticipated that those beneath him would utter such words. With a slow exhale, he released a breath laden with turmoil, suppressing the astonishment that surged within. The Dragon Emperor of the South gazed down at the figure before him, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a grave tone. The extinguishing of a soul lamp signified the death of its bearer. "Now, you dare to inform me that the soul lamps of both the Dragon Clan's powerful beings atop the North Sea Sacred Realm and that of Long Xiaotian have been snuffed out? Are you implying that all the formidable dragons of the North Sea are deceased? Even though the overall strength of the North Sea pales in comparison to that of the South Sea, and Long Xiaotian's prowess is but a shade below my own, it remains one of the most formidable forces in this world. Moreover, who is unaware of our Dragon Clan's unwavering unity? Who would dare to challenge them? Now you stand before me, asserting that the soul lamps of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the powerful beings of the North Sea Sacred Realm have all been extinguished. Are you truly serious?" As his words echoed, an overwhelming aura of an invincible late-stage emperor surged through the entire South Sea Dragon Palace. Under the weight of this imperial might, The individual who had spoken earlier trembled in fear within the palace. With a soft thud, he collapsed to his knees, bowing his head several times in reverence. His voice trembled as he implored, "Mighty Dragon Emperor, please temper your wrath, and may you find solace in this sorrow. Though I, a mere mortal, struggle to believe that the Dragon Emperor of the Northern Sea and the formidable beings of the Northern Sea sacred realm have all perished. I have witnessed the extinguishing of their soul lamps with my own eyes. The Northern Sea Dragon Emperor possesses unparalleled strength, and the collective might of the Northern Sea Dragon clan is incomparably formidable, ranking among the most powerful forces in the ancient continent. The sudden extinguishment of their soul lamps signifies their demise. This revelation is beyond my comprehension, and I wish it were not true. Yet, the reality is undeniable." Upon hearing these words, the expression of the Southern Sea Dragon Emperor darkened further, his visage a tempest of fury. "I shall personally venture to the Soul Palace now. Should you dare to deceive me, you shall find yourself in a predicament from which there is no escape." With a frigid glare directed at the man below, the Southern Sea Dragon Emperor vanished in an instant, reappearing within a grand palace abundant with soul lamps. This palace was the Northern Sea Soul Palace, one of the 4 great soul palaces of the Southern Sea, alongside the Southern Sea Soul Palace, Eastern Sea Soul Palace, and Western Sea Soul Palace. Within the Northern Sea Soul Palace, the soul lamps were remnants left by the Dragon Clan's powerful beings who had attained the sacred realm. As the Southern Sea Dragon Emperor surveyed the chamber, his countenance darkened to an almost palpable gloom. All of the soul lamps had been extinguished, including the one left by the Northern Sea Dragon Emperor himself. "Where are the 8 dragon commanders?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he spoke, his voice resonating with the formidable power of an indomitable emperor, echoing throughout the entirety of the Southern Sea. Suddenly, the space before the South Sea Dragon Emperor twisted with a sound akin to whoosh. In an instant, 8 figures clad in armor of various hues manifested before him. They all knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in unison, and spoke together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, indeed. With a single word uttered, they vanished from their original position in an instant, embarking on a mission to summon every formidable being within the South Sea Dragon clan. The gaze of the South Sea Dragon Emperor then returned to the extinguished soul lamps within the Soul Palace, as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, no matter who it may be, anyone who dares to take your life is directly challenging my clan. I, the South Sea Dragon Emperor, shall undoubtedly avenge you. Those who have wronged you shall pay in blood for their transgressions." A resonant buzzing emanated from a token within the storage ring. The Nanhai Dragon Emperor, with a mere thought, retrieved the token. A surge of power coursed through him, activating it. Instantly, 2 images materialized before his eyes, each depicting an individual, the Donghai Dragon Emperor and the Shihai Dragon Emperor. Observing their surroundings, it became evident that they were situated within the very confines of the Nanhai Dragon Emperor's domain, likely within the Beihai Soul Palace of their respective forces. Though the dragon clans were divided into 4 distinct factions and seldom interacted with one another, they exhibited remarkable unity when confronted with external threats. Each faction housed 4 soul palaces, sanctuaries for the soul lamps of their strongest members from the other 3 seas. The Donghai Dragon Emperor was the first to speak. "I trust both of you are aware of the demise of the Beihai Dragon Emperor and the fall of the Beihai Sacred Realms Dragon Warriors?" The Nanhai and Shihai Dragon Emperors exchanged glances, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Noticing their agreement, the Donghai Dragon Emperor continued, "Who do you believe is responsible for this atrocity?" Upon hearing this, both the Nanhai and Shihai Dragon Emperors shook their heads in unison. They had only just learned of the Beihai Dragon Emperor's death and the slaughter of the Beihai Dragon Warriors. How could they possibly know who was behind it? Seeing their response, the Donghai Dragon Emperor's demeanor grew colder. Regardless of the perpetrator, the audacity to slay the Beihai Dragon Warriors and the Beihai Dragon Emperor is a direct affront to our entire dragon clan. They have chosen the path to their own demise. We shall summon our clan's strongest, as will I. Let us converge at the Beihai Dragon Palace. We must uncover the identity of this provocateur, and I will ensure they face a fate worse than death." In agreement, the Nanhai and Shihai Dragon Emperors nodded, affirming the plan to gather at the Beihai Dragon Palace. The Nanhai Dragon Emperor severed the communication talisman. With a swift motion, he found himself standing outside the Nanhai Dragon Palace, where a multitude of individuals clad in pale blue armor, exuding formidable auras, had gathered, numbering in the tens of thousands. They were the powerful members of the Nanhai Dragon clan. At that moment, whispers filled the air as they speculated about the reason for their sudden summons by the Dragon Emperor. However, upon the Nanhai Dragon Emperor's arrival, silence fell upon the assembly. Is everyone present? He surveyed the crowd, his voice icy. To this, the gathered warriors responded affirmatively. 8 dragon commanders stepped forward, bowing respectfully before addressing him. The Nanhai Dragon Emperor nodded, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly before proclaiming, "Someone has slain the Beihai Dragon Emperor and many of our formidable warriors. This act is nothing short of a provocation to our entire clan. What course of action do you propose?" With these words, the dragon warriors finally comprehended the purpose of their gathering. Without hesitation, they erupted in fervent agreement, declaring, "Though our clans may be at odds, should anyone dare to insult the Dragon Clan, they shall pay in blood for their transgressions." Tens of thousands of Dragon Clan warriors roared in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens and soaring into the clouds. At that moment, the forbidden sea of the South China Sea erupted in tumultuous waves, startling the individuals aboard the vessels traversing its surface, leaving them utterly bewildered as to the cause of such upheaval. The South China Sea Dragon Emperor was undoubtedly pleased with the reaction of his dragon warriors. After a slight nod, he proclaimed, "Let us set forth to the North Sea. We shall uncover the identity of those who have dared to assail the North Sea Dragon Clan, and they shall pay in blood for their transgressions." With his words echoing in the air, he led a formidable assembly of dragon warriors from the South Sea towards the North Sea. Numerous powerful beings from the South China Sea Dragon Clan were en route to the North Sea. The East Sea Dragon Clan also dispatched a significant contingent of warriors to the North Sea. Even the West Sea Dragon Clan sent forth a considerable number of their own. What, one wonders, is the Dragon Clan plotting? Are they unwilling to remain confined to the Forbidden Sea, preparing to venture onto land? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A resonant buzz emanated from a token within the storage ring. The South Sea Dragon Emperor, without hesitation, summoned the token that had produced the sound. Upon realizing that it was a token capable of communicating with the Dragon King's edict, he was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Yuan to reach out to him so swiftly. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, he activated the token. As he did, an image materialized before him. Observing Yuan within the vision, the South Sea Dragon Emperor immediately bowed respectfully, stating, "Little Dragon pays his respects to the esteemed one." "Oh, you have quite a crowd behind you. What are your intentions?" Yuan remarked, his gaze swiftly catching the sight of tens of thousands of Dragon Clan warriors behind the South Sea Dragon Emperor, prompting a light chuckle from him. Upon hearing Yuan's inquiry, the South Sea Dragon Emperor hesitated briefly before responding earnestly. "In response to your esteemed question, just earlier, the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the powerful beings of the North Sea Dragon Clan perished. As a member of the dragon lineage, witnessing my kin being slain, I cannot stand idly by." Before he could finish, Yuan interjected, "So, with all these people, you intend to exact vengeance for the fallen North Sea Dragon Emperor and his warriors?" "Indeed, that is correct," the South Sea Dragon Emperor replied. "Very well. I shall await you among the Fox clan of the Northern Domain." "Ah, indeed." The South Sea Dragon Emperor instinctively nodded, but as soon as he spoke, he suddenly froze. It seemed he had guessed something, yet uncertainty still lingered in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he timidly inquired, "My lord, do you mean to say that the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the powerful figures of the North Sea Dragon Clan were slain by you?" Before he could finish, Yuan interjected, "Indeed, it was I who killed them." Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor fell into a profound silence. Clearly, he had never anticipated that the one responsible for the demise of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and his formidable clan would be Yuan. After a brief pause, the South Sea Dragon Emperor once again ventured to ask, "Might I inquire as to why you chose to take his life?" He had a path to his own demise. Yuan replied nonchalantly. He then added, "I await your vengeance at the Fox clan in the Northern Domain for the span of 1 day. Should you fail to arrive within that time frame, I shall personally seek you out." The South Sea Dragon Emperor felt a jolt of alarm at these words and hastily responded, "My lord, you misunderstand. We have no intention of seeking vengeance against you." "No intention of vengeance?" Yuan remarked, glancing at the multitude of dragon warriors behind the South Sea Dragon Emperor, unable to suppress a laugh. "If there is no desire for retribution, then what is the purpose of bringing so many?" The South Sea Dragon Emperor's expression turned sour at this point. He had indeed planned to lead his forces to avenge the North Sea Dragon Emperor and his kin. However, he had never accounted for the fact that the one who had slain them was Yuan. He had witnessed Yuan's prowess before. and the terror he exuded was unmistakable, far surpassing any invincible emperor he had ever encountered. To oppose such an individual was tantamount to courting death. Now, upon realizing that Gu Yuan was the slayer of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and his clan, all desire for vengeance had evaporated. In fact, he began to worry that Gu Yuan might implicate them due to the North Sea Dragon Emperor's actions. After reflecting for a moment, the South Sea Dragon Emperor forced a somewhat obsequious smile and said, "My lord, what you heard earlier was a complete misunderstanding. I, the little dragon, harbor no thoughts of vengeance against you. It is indeed true that the North Sea Dragon Emperor and his clan acted recklessly in offending you, and they certainly had a path to their own demise. Your killing is commendable. To convey the Dragon Clan's apologies, I have prepared several gifts. I kindly ask that you, esteemed sir, wait a moment in the northern domain of the Fox tribe, as I shall personally visit to express my gratitude and apologies." Gu Yuan utilized the Dragon King's decree to contact the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea, presenting the communication in a visual format. The obsequious demeanor and words of the South Sea Dragon Emperor were audible to Su Zhantian and the others. Witnessing such flattery from the South Sea Dragon Emperor, who now intends to visit Gu Yuan with gifts of apology, left Su Zhantian and the others utterly astonished, their expressions akin to that of a bewildered dog. In an instant, they questioned whether their eyes and ears were deceiving them. The South Sea Dragon Emperor, having not sought vengeance for the murder of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the formidable members of the North Sea Dragon clan, was now personally delivering gifts of contrition. Who could hear such absurdity and not be perplexed? Moreover, that fawning expression, was this truly the haughty South Sea Dragon Emperor? It appeared more like a sycophantic creature, or rather, a servile dragon. At that moment, Gu Yuan spoke once more. "If the South Sea Dragon clan has no intentions of seeking vengeance against me, what are the East Sea and West Sea Dragon clan stances?" Upon hearing this, the South Sea Dragon Emperor felt a tightening in his chest but hastily responded. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a light chuckle, Gu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head upon hearing those words. "I shall give you one day to arrive at the Northern Fox clan. Should you fail to do so within that time, I will personally come to find you." With this statement, Gu Yuan severed the connection of the Dragon King's order. With a sigh, the Dragon Emperor of the South China Sea gazed at the vanishing scene before him. Turning to glance at the formidable assembly of dragon warriors behind him, he lamented, "Let us return to the South China Sea." With that, he took the lead, making his way back homeward. Upon hearing the words of the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea, an array of question marks materialized above the heads of the powerful beings from the South Sea Dragon clan. In an instant, they began to doubt whether they had misheard. They had embarked on an ostentatious journey to the North Sea, driven by the desire for vengeance against the Dragon Emperor of the North Sea and his clan. Yet now, having traveled merely a short distance from the South Sea, the Dragon Emperor of the South Sea was commanding them to return. What manner of absurdity was this? Nevertheless, despite their confusion and curiosity, the forlorn expression on the Dragon Emperor's face compelled them to suppress their inquiries. After a brief hesitation, they collectively turned back towards the South Sea. During their journey, the Dragon Emperor produced a token once more, an artifact that enabled communication with the Dragon Emperors of the East and West Seas. A sigh escaped the lips of the South Sea Dragon Emperor as he felt a surge of power within him, prompting him to activate the token. Soon, the space before him began to distort, revealing two images, the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor. Through their gazes directed behind them, the South Sea Dragon Emperor discerned the presence of numerous powerful Dragon clan members, all evidently gathered and en route to the North Sea. "What troubles you, South Sea Dragon Emperor?" the East Sea Dragon Emperor inquired, immediately sensing the unusual expression on his counterpart's face. Although the West Sea Dragon Emperor remained silent, a clear look of confusion flickered in his eyes, indicating that he too had noticed something amiss with the South Sea Dragon Emperor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Can you endure this? Even if you are timid and fearful, you may tolerate it, but I cannot. Vengeance. It is imperative to seek vengeance. In contrast to the West Sea Dragon Emperor's sudden fury, the East Sea Dragon Emperor remained notably composed. Once the West Sea Dragon Emperor finished speaking, he turned to the South Sea Dragon Emperor and inquired, "What do you know?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted. e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Who is it? Upon hearing this, both the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor instinctively inquired. Clearly, they were particularly curious about the identity of the individual responsible for the demise of the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the formidable warriors of the North Sea Dragon clan. Meeting their inquisitive gazes, the South Sea Dragon Emperor chose not to conceal the truth. He promptly declared, "It is him." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a spectral figure clad in white materialized in the air. It was none other than Yuan. As they scrutinized the figure before them, the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor could not help but furrow their brows. This young man exuded vitality and possessed clear, sincere eyes. Though he radiated an impressive aura, he was evidently a junior. Could he truly be the one capable of slaying the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the elite of the North Sea Dragon clan? Despite the fact that the Yuan before them was merely an ethereal projection of spiritual energy, it was evident to the East Sea and West Sea Dragon Emperors that his age was likely quite tender. They found it hard to believe that such a youthful individual could possess the strength to vanquish the North Sea Dragon Emperor and his powerful kin. Noticing their skepticism, the South Sea Dragon Emperor swiftly interjected, "Do not be misled by his appearance. He is an invincible, perfected emperor." What? Upon hearing this, both the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Clearly, they were taken aback by the revelation that Yuan, who appeared exceedingly youthful, possessed the formidable cultivation of an invincible great emperor at its pinnacle. "Do not interrupt me," the South Sea Dragon Emperor retorted in dissatisfaction at their outburst. Once the two fell silent, he continued, "I have witnessed his prowess firsthand. His aura is so profound that it is truly terrifying, surpassing any invincible great emperor I have ever encountered." He added, "He is indeed even stronger than the Sword Emperor Jian Wuxuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace." What? The East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor gasped again, unable to contain their shock. They were unfamiliar with Yuan, but they recognized the names of Jian Wuxuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace. Who was Jian Wuxuang? The leader of the 10,000 Swords sect in the Central Domain, the foremost Sword Emperor of that realm. He is a terrifying existence, possessing the complete cultivation of an invincible great emperor. Likewise, the Master of the Imperial Palace is another formidable being with the same level of cultivation. Both of these individuals had previously provoked their Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan, being exceedingly proud, could hardly tolerate such affronts. Although the 4 Sea Dragon Emperors were merely at the late stage of invincible great emperor, their strength paled in comparison to these two. However, let us not forget, the Dragon Clan has its trump card, the 10,000 Dragon Formation. When the 4 Sea Dragon clans united their strength to activate the 10,000 Dragon Formation, its might was capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Yet, even so, when they deployed the formation, they ultimately failed to subdue these two and allowed them to escape. Though the formation inflicted injuries upon them, the 4 Sea Dragon clans suffered considerable losses as well. This clearly illustrates the immense strength of Jian Wuxuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace. Now, however, the South Sea Dragon Emperor claims that the young man in white before them is even more powerful than Jian Wuxuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace. How could they not be astonished? If this individual is indeed so formidable, then our current concern should not be about revenge, but rather whether he might involve our Dragon Clan due to the matters concerning the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the North Sea Dragon Clan. After regaining a semblance of composure, the East Sea Dragon Emperor spoke with a grim expression. When the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the sacred beings of the North Sea Dragon Clan were alive, our 4 Sea Dragon clans could barely suppress Jian Wuxuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace even with the full activation of the 10,000 Dragon Formation. Now, Yuan is said to surpass them, and with the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the sacred beings of the North Sea Dragon Clan deceased, the power of the 10,000 Dragon Formation would undoubtedly be greatly diminished. In such circumstances, if Yuan were to seek trouble with us, we would have no means to resist. Contemplating this, his expression darkened further. Upon hearing the East Sea Dragon Emperor's words, the South Sea Dragon Emperor felt a surge of elation. He had been pondering how to persuade the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the others to let go of their hatred and personally visit Yuan to express their gratitude. Now, the East Sea Dragon Emperor's statement provided him with the perfect opportunity to voice his thoughts. Without hesitation, he spoke up. To prevent this great emperor from coming after us, I propose that the three of us pay a visit to this great emperor, express our stance, and extend our thanks regarding the North Sea Dragon clan. I am acquainted with this great emperor and believe him to be reasonable. If we clarify our position and express our gratitude, he is unlikely to make things difficult for us. Upon hearing this, both the East Sea Dragon Emperor and the West Sea Dragon Emperor were momentarily taken aback. He has slain so many of our powerful warriors. And even the North Sea Dragon Emperor fell at his hands. Now, not only are we choosing not to seek vengeance, but we are also going to offer our thanks. At that moment, the bewildered East Sea Dragon Emperor and West Sea Dragon Emperor were utterly flabbergasted. They had never anticipated that the South Sea Dragon Emperor would utter such words. Quickly recovering from their shock, the East Sea Dragon Emperor fell into deep thought. With a heavy sigh, he uttered, "Although I long to avenge the North Sea Dragon Emperor and the formidable Dragon Clan, this individual possesses overwhelming strength, leaving us with no chance of victory. In order to avoid repercussions from him, it seems we must indeed present gifts as a gesture of goodwill." Upon hearing the East Sea Dragon Emperor's words, the West Sea Dragon Emperor furrowed his brow, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. Casting a glance at the West Sea Dragon Emperor, the East Sea Dragon Emperor lamented, "Circumstances compel us to act thus." At this, the West Sea Dragon Emperor's frown deepened, almost contorting into a shape of distress. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitantly inquired, "South Sea Dragon Emperor, I observe this young man is so very youthful. Are you certain he possesses strength surpassing that of the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang and the Master of the Imperial Palace? Are you certain your previous statements were not mere fabrications?" Seeing the West Sea Dragon Emperor's skepticism, the South Sea Dragon Emperor refrained from further discourse. Aligning his fingers to form a solemn oath, "I hereby establish a divine oath. Every word I have spoken previously is entirely truthful. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, may my soul be obliterated, and may I find no resting place in death." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea no longer harbored any doubts regarding Gu Yuan's prowess. With a sigh escaping his lips, the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea spoke, "In that case, let us seek out this Emperor in white and offer our apologies and gratitude. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." The reaction of the Dragon Clan left many powerful factions observing them in a state of bewilderment. They were utterly perplexed as to why the Dragon Clan would make such a grand and ostentatious exit from their own territory, only to return shortly thereafter. The purpose behind such actions eluded them. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Su Zhantian, Gu Yuan and his companions journeyed towards the domain of the Northern Region Fox Clan. Along the way, Luo Qingxue began to inquire about the events that had transpired earlier. Before Gu Yuan could speak, Su Jiuer eagerly recounted every detail of the previous incidents. Upon hearing about her encounter with Long Kuang, the ensuing pursuit, and Gu Yuan's timely arrival that ultimately saved her, a sense of relief washed over Luo Qingxue, Su Zhantian, and Mu Newan. They were grateful for Gu Yuan's prompt intervention. Had he arrived any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. When they learned that Gu Yuan had effortlessly shattered the 10,000 Dragon Formation and vanquished the North Sea Dragon Emperor, Luo Qingxue, Mu Newan, and Yun Mo could not suppress their astonishment. They were clearly taken aback. Previously, they had only known that Gu Yuan was formidable, but they had not comprehended the extent of his power. Now, hearing of his ability to effortlessly dismantle the 10,000 Dragon Formation and decisively conquer the North Sea Dragon Emperor, their understanding of Gu Yuan's strength underwent a profound transformation. At that moment, having finished her narrative, Su Jiuer produced a Washi Ling Shun from her hand. "Junior brother, this is the Imperial Medicine Washi Ling Shun, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. It is a gift for you." Although Gu Yuan seemed to have no need for such an enhancement, as he effortlessly acquired the pinnacle of strength in any world he entered, she still wished to present it to him. "Senior sister, my cultivation aptitude requires no enhancement. I appreciate your kindness, but I believe you should keep this Imperial Medicine Washi Ling Shin for yourself," Gu Yuan replied with a smile, glancing at her. After all, why would he need to cultivate when he could effortlessly attain the utmost power in any realm he entered? "Very well," Su Jiuer murmured, her lips trembling. Yet she ultimately nodded and stowed away the soul-cleansing ginseng. Soon, under the guidance of Su Zhantian, Gu Yuan and his companions arrived at the Northern Domain's Fox Clan. In less than half a day, the East Sea Dragon Emperor, West Sea Dragon Emperor, and South Sea Dragon Emperor also arrived. bringing an abundance of rare treasures from the forbidden seas, an array of heavenly materials and resources for cultivation, beyond count. The sight left Luo Qingno in awe. The three dragon emperors expressed their apologies with utmost sincerity, leaving no room for criticism. After graciously accepting the gifts presented by the dragon emperors, Gu Yuan and his companions remained in the northern domain's Fox clan for a full fortnight, courtesy of Su Zhantian's warm hospitality, before taking their leave. During this time, the head of Lingyun sect contacted Luo Qingno through a communication jade talisman, inquiring about her whereabouts, as the desolate peak was devoid of any presence. He also asked if her 3 disciples would participate in the sect's disciple competition. Initially, Luo Qingno intended for Gu Yuan and Mu Nan to join the competition, aiming to secure the modest rewards for her disciples. However, upon glancing at her bulging storage rings filled with the treasures bestowed by the 3 dragon emperors, she found the sect's meager offerings unworthy of her attention. With newfound firmness, she replied, "My disciples and I are currently guests of the northern domain's Fox clan. As for the sect's disciple competition, my eldest disciple has attained the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, my 2nd disciple has reached the pinnacle of the Invincible Emperor, and my 3rd disciple has also achieved the 3rd level of the King Realm. They are more than capable of handling this. Is it reasonable to send them to participate in the competition?" Upon hearing her words, Mu Taiyu was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he found it hard to believe Luo Qingno's claims, suspecting she was merely inebriated. Su Jiaoer's strength at the 3rd level of the Holy Realm seemed somewhat plausible, given her status as the 9th princess of the northern domain's Fox clan. However, to assert that Gu Yuan had reached the pinnacle of the Invincible Emperor was utterly absurd. Impossible. Luo Qingno's mention of Mu Nan achieving the 3rd level of the King Realm held a sliver of possibility, as her speed during one flight had been astonishing. Subsequently, Mu Taiyu severed their connection and chose to ignore Luo Qingno and her disciples, proceeding as scheduled with the sect's disciple competition. The reason Gu Yuan and his companions decided to depart from the northern domain's Fox clan today was not due to boredom, but rather because a significant figure had arrived at Lingyun sect, none other than Luo Qingno's master, the esteemed leader of the Wanjian sect in the central domain. The Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, Uncle Zhantian, farewell. Clan leader Su, farewell. As several individuals took their leave, Gu Yuan waved his hand, causing the very fabric of space to rend asunder. A spatial passage was thus forged by him. The ability to create such a conduit through space is a privilege reserved for emperors. Previously, Gu Yuan refrained from employing this technique during his travels, primarily because he was venturing into uncharted territories. To recklessly open a spatial passage could result in significant deviations from the intended destination, leading to a waste of precious time. Hence, he opted for flight rather than the creation of a spatial conduit. However, having recently traversed from Lingyun sect to the northern region, he was now well acquainted with the route, enabling him to establish a spatial passage that would lead him accurately to his intended location. Let us proceed. As the spatial passage was opened, Gu Yuan glanced at Luo Qingxue and the others before speaking, with his words echoing in the air. He stepped into the spatial passage first. The others, without further ado, swiftly followed suit. As they entered the passage one after another, it sealed shut instantaneously. Observing the now empty space, Su Zhantian appeared to be struck by a thought, unable to suppress a sigh. Time is indeed a river, flowing in cycles. 3 years ago, the Emperor Yuan was merely a practitioner of humble cultivation. Who would have anticipated that in less than 3 years, he would evolve into an existence beyond my reach? I wonder what expression will grace Lu Ruyan's face when she encounters him at Yushao sect, now a peerless emperor in his prime. Calculating the time. There are merely a few days left until the 3-year agreement between Gu Yuan and Lu Ruyan comes to fruition. Due to Su Jiaoer, he was aware of the humiliation Gu Yuan once endured at Lu Ruyan's hands. With a sudden rupture, a spatial passage tore open above the Lingyun sect, followed by the emergence of 5 figures: Gu Yuan, Luo Qingxue, Su Jiaoer, Mu Nan, and Yun Mo. In her youth, Su Jiaoer was sent to Lingao, one of the 13 states in the southern region, to apprentice under Luo Qingxue due to the internal strife among the Fox clan in the northern region. Her father, Su Zhantian, feared for her safety and hoped that Luo Qingxue would safeguard her. Once the conflict within the northern Fox clan concluded, Su Zhantian brought his daughter back, wishing to provide her with a more suitable environment for cultivation. However, upon witnessing Gu Yuan's prowess, Su Zhantian believed that it would be more beneficial for his daughter to remain at Lingyun sect rather than return to the northern Fox clan, thus choosing to allow Su Jiaoer to accompany Gu Yuan and the others to Lingyun sect. A swift sound sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of a figure before Gu Yuan and the others. This was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with piercing eyes and an athletic build. A long sword resting upon his back. His aura was repressed, making it difficult to discern his cultivation level. Yet, his mere presence exuded an air of sharpness and intensity. As if he were not a mere mortal, but rather an extraordinary sword, glinting with lethal brilliance. He was none other than the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, the unrivaled master of the renowned sword sect of the Central Domain, possessing the consummate cultivation of an invincible emperor. His visit was prompted by recent events in Mo City, where a white-robed emperor had effortlessly summoned 1,000,000 swords, swiftly vanquishing countless vengeful spirits and formidable foes. This incident not only stirred great commotion in the Southern Domain but also reached the ears of numerous factions within the Central Domain. As the Sword Emperor, upon hearing of another's swordsmanship rivaling his own, he was immediately intrigued. Learning that Luo Qingxue possessed knowledge of the identity of this formidable white-robed emperor, he hastened to the Lingyun sect, eager to inquire about the individual with such remarkable sword skills and terrifying prowess. Upon arriving, he found Luo Qingxue absent from the Lingyun sect, and thus he chose to wait. Just moments ago, the space above the Lingyun sect had been suddenly torn open, revealing a spatial passage, prompting his swift appearance in response. Master, upon seeing Jian Wushuang, Luo Qingxue immediately bowed respectfully. Hearing her words, Gu Yuan and the others instantly recognized the identity of the person before them. Without hesitation, they too promptly offered their respectful salutes. Having met the master, the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang appeared to disregard their gestures of respect. His gaze settled on Gu Yuan as he inquired, "Are you the one who effortlessly vanquished countless vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, and red-haired monsters in Mo City, the white-clad Sword Emperor?" He could perceive the cultivation levels of those present, yet Gu Yuan's prowess eluded his insight. It was evident who had opened the spatial passage. Without a doubt, it was Gu Yuan. From this alone, it was not difficult to deduce that Gu Yuan was an emperor, and quite possibly one of equal standing. Furthermore, with Gu Yuan adorned in white attire and recognized by Luo Qingxue, he instinctively surmised that Gu Yuan was indeed the renowned white-clad emperor who had quelled numerous vengeful spirits and malevolent entities in Mo City. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the women present were visibly startled. They had not anticipated that he would so readily discern Gu Yuan's identity. Even Gu Yuan himself was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, he chose not to conceal anything. He nodded affirmatively, saying, "It is I." At such a young age, not only did he possess the unparalleled cultivation of an invincible emperor, but he also exhibited a remarkable mastery of the sword. It appeared that he had encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Jian Wushuang, upon hearing Gu Yuan's acknowledgement, was clearly astonished. Although he had suspected this all along, speculation is merely speculation. The revelation was nonetheless shocking. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he could not help but express his admiration. After this moment of reflection, Jian Wushuang looked at Gu Yuan and spoke again. "I wish to engage in a spar with you. Would you be willing?" This declaration left the women present in a state of shock. They had not expected the illustrious Sword Emperor of the Wanjin sect, renowned throughout the Central Domain, to voluntarily seek to spar with Gu Yuan. Amidst their astonishment, Luo Qingxue, without a moment's hesitation, interjected, "Master, what are you saying? Although Gu Yuan has attained an extraordinary opportunity and become an emperor, how could he possibly compare to you? Seeking to spar with him would be akin to bullying." Upon hearing this, Su Jiuer and the others nodded in unison, in full agreement with Luo Qingxue's sentiments. Gu Yuan's displayed strength was indeed formidable, far exceeding their comprehension. Yet, when comparing Gu Yuan to Jian Wushuang, they still believed the Sword Emperor to be the stronger of the two. The reputation and legacy of Jian Wushuang were well established in their minds. He truly stood at the pinnacle of the ancient continent. While Gu Yuan might possess the cultivation of an invincible emperor, they instinctively felt that he might fall short when measured against Jian Wushuang. It was simply that Gu Yuan was too young, and his foundation surely could not match that of the Sword Emperor. If they were to spar, the odds of victory seemed exceedingly slim. Casting a glance at the women, Jian Wushuang spoke, "Every invincible emperor is a rare prodigy among billions, deserving of utmost respect. While I hold confidence in my strength, I cannot claim to be assured of victory against Emperor Yuan without having sparred." In his words, Jian Wushuang refrained from directly addressing Gu Yuan by name, referring to him as Emperor Yuan instead, indicating his profound respect. At that moment, Gu Yuan smiled and replied, "I have long heard of Master S' unparalleled strength and unmatched swordsmanship, being the foremost Sword Emperor in the Central Domain. Since you wish to spar, It is a privilege for me, and I would not decline. Gu Yuan had already been aware of Jian Wushuang's illustrious reputation, and now that the latter sought to engage him in a spar, he was eager to witness the depths of Jian Wushuang's prowess. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's acceptance, a smile spread across Jian Wushuang's face. His purpose for coming to the southern domain was precisely to find the white-clad sword emperor and engage in a spar to delve deeper into swordsmanship. Now that his wish had been granted, how could he not be pleased? Overjoyed, he glanced at Luo Qingxue and the others, then waved his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that propelled the women to a safe distance. Only then did he turn his gaze back to Gu Yuan and declare, "Shall we begin?" "Very well," Gu Yuan nodded. As he acknowledged, Jian Wushuang ceased his idle chatter. With a sudden leap, he unleashed a formidable sword intent that surged into the heavens. In an instant, the very fabric of the world shifted, the skies darkened, and the winds roared. Under the weight of this sword intent, every sword wielded by the sword cultivators within Lingyun's sect trembled violently, responding instinctively. "My sword, what is happening?" At that moment, the sword cultivators of Lingyun's sect were left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why their swords had slipped beyond their control. They desperately endeavored to suppress their treasured blades. Yet ultimately, they could not rein in their swords. As the resonant hum reverberated through the air, the long swords in their hands sprang to life, soaring into the sky in unison. The sheer quantity was staggering, numbering no less than tens of thousands. The swords converged, forming a magnificent river of blades that began to orbit around Jian Wushuang, seemingly declaring their allegiance. In that instant, Jian Wushuang's imposing presence transformed dramatically, becoming exceedingly sharp and unparalleled, resembling a celestial sword deity or an extraordinary blade itself. With a mere thought, he commanded the swords to serve him. This was indeed the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, a figure of terrifying prowess. Gazing up at Jian Wushuang encircled by myriad swords, the disciples of Lingyun's sect could not help but express their astonishment. Earlier, when Jian Wushuang arrived at Lingyun's sect, Mu Taiyu had hosted an extravagant welcoming banquet in his honor, allowing many within the sect to become acquainted with the renowned Sword Emperor. Now, as Jian Wushuang, surrounded by thousands of swords, fixed his gaze upon Gu Yuan, he spoke. "To unleash my full strength is a mark of respect for my adversary. I shall not hold back. Can you withstand my might?" "Master, I am prepared." "You may unleash your full power," Gu Yuan replied with a light-hearted smile. As his words fell, an aura of invincibility surged skyward, the ferocious sword intent erupting from his being. The essence of the sword coalesced around him, manifesting into a tempest of blades. Witnessing the exchange between the two, those below were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the two figures high above were preparing for a duel. Though they were unfamiliar with each other prior, they had heard tales of Jian Wushuang, the leader of the Wanjian sect in the central domain, the foremost sword emperor of the realm. His cultivation was astonishing, having reached the pinnacle of invincibility. To engage with such an individual, one could only surmise that his opponent must also be a formidable entity. As they contemplated this, they turned their gazes toward the figure facing Jian Wushuang and were immediately struck dumb. Some even questioned their vision, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. For the individual opposite Jian Wushuang was none other than Gu Yuan, the second disciple of the esteemed Mu Wufeng, the most handsome man of Lingyun's sect. What astonished them further was that, in their minds, Gu Yuan had merely been a disciple. Yet he had now transformed into a terrifying being capable of contending with the Sword Emperor. How could they remain calm in their hearts? Their surprise was not theirs alone. Even Mu Taiyu and the elders witnessing the scene above were taken aback. Clearly, they had not foreseen that Gu Yuan would stealthily evolve from an inconspicuous disciple into an awe-inspiring, invincible entity. Lingyun's sect has given rise to an emperor. It seems our sect is destined for greatness. Mu Taiyu could not help but exclaim, overwhelmed by a sense of pride. At that moment, the two figures in the sky had already made their move. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, pointing forward. Instantly, countless swords shot forth towards Gu Yuan. As they converged, they formed an immense sword of unparalleled size. This colossal blade pierced through the air with formidable power, its sharpness unmatched, emanating an aura so fierce that it tore through space itself, causing ripples to dance across the fabric of reality. It was evident that the might contained within this giant sword was nothing short of terrifying. Fortunately, amidst their clash, both warriors had spared a portion of their strength to shield the disciples of Lingyun's sect from the overwhelming force that radiated outward. Otherwise, the mere aura alone could have injured countless individuals below. As Gu Yuan observed the giant sword tearing through space, he maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly, he acknowledged its formidable power. This initial strike was indeed remarkable. The Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang was truly deserving of his title as the foremost Sword Emperor of the Central Domain, striking terror into the hearts of many. Without further ado, Gu Yuan too sprang into action. With a flick of his fingertip, he summoned his own invincible sword intent, directing a single point towards the formidable giant sword. Despite the terrifying nature of the colossal blade, Gu Yuan's gesture appeared almost nonchalant. Could he truly withstand such a weapon? Observing Gu Yuan's actions, many from Lingyun's sect felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that he might falter against the giant sword. His seemingly casual reaction was a stark contrast to the impending threat, leading them to doubt his ability to counter it. However, their concerns proved unfounded. The moment the giant sword made contact with Gu Yuan's fingertip, it erupted explosively, disintegrating into countless smaller swords that shot off in all directions. Blocked it? Such a nonchalant remark shattered the strike of the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang? Could it be that Gu Yuan possesses such formidable strength? Witnessing Gu Yuan effortlessly countering a strike from the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, left many in a state of astonishment. Such a scene was beyond their earlier expectations. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, a resounding clang echoed through the heavens, a sword's cry that reverberated across the cosmos. The longsword behind Jian Wushuang surged skyward in a sudden ascent. With a swift motion, he grasped the blade, which shot forth and finally rested firmly in his hand. As the sword came into his possession, his aura noticeably intensified, exuding a formidable presence. In an instant, he summoned the power within, and without uttering a word, he raised his hand and thrust the sword towards Gu Yuan. This was an exquisitely magnificent strike, accompanied by a flurry of sword shadows, creating the illusion of countless Jian Wushuang manifesting simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, it was impossible to discern reality from illusion. Moreover, with each of Jian Wushuang's movements, the world around them transformed dramatically. The stars above and the vegetation below, all that could be seen, transmuted into myriad swords. It was as if this realm had, in an instant, transformed into a domain of blades. At that moment, an unsettling sensation surged within the hearts of all present, akin to being pricked by countless swords aimed at them. How could there suddenly be so many sword emperors? Am I hallucinating? Why do I see so many swords? Where did they come from? Many were engulfed by these bewildering questions, utterly perplexed as to why so many manifestations of Jian Wushuang appeared in the sky, and why there were so many swords. This was one of the three ultimate techniques of his master, the illusionary sword. The line between reality and illusion was utterly blurred. Gu Yuan was in peril. Luo Qingxue recognized Jian Wushuang's fearsome technique, and her brow furrowed deeply, concern overflowing from her very being. As Jian Wushuang's disciple, she understood the terrifying nature of this move. Yet, what transpired next left her utterly astounded. In the face of Jian Wushuang's dreadfully powerful strike, Gu Yuan remained unfazed, casually extending a finger. With that singular motion, the space before him shattered like glass, and the multitude of sword shadows dissipated into nothingness. Countless images of Jian Wushuang vanished, leaving only the true Jian Wushuang behind. The world reverted to its original state. The stars remained stars, and the vegetation remained vegetation. Did my illusionary sword truly succumb to such nonchalance? Jian Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the effortless dismantling of his technique. In that moment of surprise, Gu Yuan's finger had already found its mark on his brow. A flash of sword light flickered, and a drop of blood fell from the wound that had suddenly appeared on his forehead. Though the injury was minor, small enough for Jian Wushuang to heal with a mere thought, he comprehended the gravity of his defeat. Gu Yuan had managed to strike at his brow before he could react. If the opponent had desired it, the injury would not have been a mere small wound, but rather a gaping hole. Realizing this, a bitter smile crept across Jian Wushuang's face, his voice heavy with the weight of his defeat. I have been defeated. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge his defeat, the reality remained undeniable. He had lost, and there was no escaping that truth. I have been defeated. These simple 3 words echoed throughout the expanse of Lingyun's sect, instantly stirring a wave of astonishment among the crowd. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Countless members of the Lingyun sect widened their eyes, filled with astonishment and disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the leader of the Wanjian sect, the foremost sword emperor of the Central Domain, a being of unparalleled mastery, would suffer defeat. Not only that, but he was vanquished by a mere disciple of their Lingyun sect, and in such a straightforward manner. Who could hear this and not be bewildered? Had it not been for the earlier display of astonishing prowess by the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, they might have doubted whether he was truly the Sword Emperor at all. The speed of his defeat was so rapid that it suggested he might not be as formidable as the legends portrayed. It seems our Lingyun sect has produced an extraordinary talent, mused Mu Taiyu, gazing at Gu Yuan, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. My disciple has defeated my master? Luo Qingxue blinked, her eyes betraying a clear sense of disbelief and incredulity. This scene was something she had never imagined. My strength is unrivaled in this world. It is only natural for me to triumph over you, Gu Yuan said, looking at the slightly dejected Jian Wushuang, offering words of comfort. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's statement, Jian Wushuang's lips twitched involuntarily. In this world, powerful individuals abound, countless as fish crossing a river, including many hidden masters. Yet, no one dares to claim invincibility. Now, Gu Yuan had the audacity to declare his strength as unmatched. How brazen, utterly outrageous. However, considering how effortlessly Gu Yuan had defeated him, Jian Wushuang felt it unwise to retort. He could see that Gu Yuan was merely trying to console him, but this was hardly comforting at all. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. With palpable excitement, he looked at Gu Yuan and exclaimed, I observe that Emperor Yuan bears no weapon. Do you lack an appropriate armament? As a powerful being, one typically possesses a reliable weapon that has accompanied them for years. Yet, Gu Yuan was remarkably young. To have achieved such prowess at such an age suggests he must have encountered extraordinary opportunities. It is entirely reasonable that he possesses no weapon befitting his strength at this moment. Indeed, there is none, Gu Yuan affirmed with a nod. Only to follow it with a light chuckle as he spoke. I am an imperial-level forge master. Whatever weapon I desire, I shall forge myself. However, my unmatched prowess renders weapons unnecessary. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. They had never anticipated that Gu Yuan was not only an invincible emperor at the pinnacle of his power, boasting exceptional mastery of the sword, but also an imperial-level forge master. It is worth noting that in the ancient wilderness continent, forge masters are exceedingly rare, even more so than alchemists. This scarcity elevates the status of every forge master significantly. They are coveted by every faction and deemed indispensable. As for imperial-level forge masters, their existence is extraordinarily limited. Only one is known to exist throughout the entire ancient wilderness continent. This underscores the immense prestige associated with being an imperial-level forge master, a position that commands profound respect. The revelation that Gu Yuan is an imperial-level forge master left everyone bewildered. No one doubted the veracity of his claims, for Gu Yuan had no reason to deceive, while the crowd was engulfed in shock. Luo Qingxue and her companions were rendered nearly speechless by the magnitude of their astonishment. They understood that Gu Yuan was not only an invincible emperor with extraordinary swordsmanship, but also an imperial-level forge master. Moreover, they were aware that he was an imperial-level alchemist and possessed the ability to deduce various methods. The mere thought of such a multitude of talents concentrated in one individual was enough to leave them utterly astounded. In stark contrast to their amazement, a figure darted forward at an astonishing speed to stand before Gu Yuan. This was a robust man, bare-chested, with sinewy muscles and a rugged countenance. He was the peak master of the forging summit of Lingyun's sect, known as the Forging Heaven Blade. With a resounding thud, the forging blade suddenly knelt in midair. Gazing at Gu Yuan, an indescribable excitement and fervor sparkled in his eyes as he implored, Emperor Gu Yuan, accept me as your disciple and impart to me the art of forging. What on earth? Has he really knelt so easily? Is this still the forge master I once knew? To yield so swiftly, is this truly the indomitable sword of heaven who once looked down upon all? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, not accepting disciples. The simple 3 words fell, and Duan Tiandao's demeanor visibly dimmed. His lips trembled as he murmured, does the abyssal emperor disdain my inadequate forging aptitude? No. He shook his head, and Gu Yuan spoke words of consolation. The forge master has only taken 3,000 years to ascend to the rank of a royal blacksmith. Although his forging aptitude is not exceptionally high, it is certainly not lacking. Hearing Gu Yuan's comforting words, Duan Tiandao's body trembled involuntarily. His eyes reddened, and he nearly succumbed to tears. He had devoted 3,000 years merely to become a royal blacksmith, while Gu Yuan, at the tender age of 18, had already achieved the status of an imperial blacksmith. In light of such a comparison, he felt as though his 3,000 years had been squandered. Despite the rejection, he remained unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to become a disciple. If he could apprentice under an imperial blacksmith, his forging skills would undoubtedly experience significant enhancement. Thus, he contemplated. Thud. He knelt down once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The voice resounded powerfully, echoing in all directions, demonstrating a profound sincerity in seeking mentorship. Rise, Yuan sighed, shaking his head. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped the forging blade, lifting it once more. Does this mean you agree to accept me as your disciple? The forging blade inquired, barely concealing its excitement and anticipation. It had hoped that Yuan, moved by its sincerity, was finally ready to take it under his wing. I have stated that I do not accept disciples. Facing the forging blade's hopeful gaze, Yuan slowly shook his head. At those words, the forging blade felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, staggering as it nearly plummeted from the air. In that moment, a whirlwind of disappointment, sorrow, and despair flooded its mind. Here stood a master forger of imperial caliber, and yet it found itself pleading for acceptance. No matter how it lowered its pride, the rejection remained steadfast. It felt akin to striving in vain for the unattainable affection of a goddess, an experience so profound that only those who lived it could truly comprehend. If one were to encapsulate this feeling in a single word, it would be pain. Excruciating pain. Though I will not take you as a disciple, I am willing to impart to you the art of forging. Observing the dejected forging blade, Yuan contemplated briefly before speaking again. Not a disciple, yet willing to teach me the methods of forging. The forging blade's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by Yuan's words. Not only it, but everyone present in Lingyun's sect was equally taken aback. For one must understand, the art of forging is not lightly shared, its secrets not cheaply sold. Even those who do take disciples seldom reveal their true skills. Yet here was Yuan, refusing the forging blade as a disciple while still offering to share his profound knowledge. How could this not elicit surprise? Seemingly oblivious to the reactions around him, Yuan lifted a finger and pointed it at the forging blade's brow. In an instant, the forging blade was overwhelmed by a throbbing pain in its head. Agonizing sensations coursed through, causing it to grimace and sweat profusely. At that moment, it felt as though its mind were forcibly pried open and filled with a myriad of insights into the forging arts. The forging blade longed to scream, to release the agony, yet it feared such an outburst might disrupt Yuan and halt the transmission of knowledge. Thus, despite the searing pain, it gritted its teeth and endured. Before long, Yuan retracted his finger. He had successfully imparted all the forging techniques bestowed upon him by the system to the forging blade. Though it seemed to take an eternity, it was but a fleeting moment. Thank you, Master Gu, for sharing the art of forging. Please allow me to pay my respects. The forging blade, suppressing the throbbing in its head, uttered. With that, it solemnly knelt before Yuan. This time, Yuan did not assist the forging blade in rising, but accepted the gesture of reverence with a clear conscience. The knowledge he shared was indeed worthy of such homage. It was only after the forging blade stood once more that Yuan spoke. I have imparted to you all that I know of forging. However, how much you comprehend depends upon your own aptitude. The knowledge provided by the system seamlessly integrated within Yuan, as if it were innate to him. Yet, whether others could grasp it entirely depended on their own understanding. If one possessed extraordinary talent, they might master it over the course of millennia. Conversely, if one were dull-witted, even the most thorough instruction might not suffice for comprehension. Hearing Yuan's words, the forging blade felt a pang of bitterness. The teachings it received encompassed all known methods of forging, a treasure beyond compare. Many of these techniques were remarkably sophisticated, leaving it in awe. However, with its own limited aptitude, it feared it might never fully master them. Reflecting on how Yuan, at merely 18, had already acquired such extensive and advanced knowledge, the forging blade mused that sometimes the chasm between individuals is greater than that between man and beast. At that moment, Jian Wushuang spoke again. I did not anticipate that not only is Master Gu a formidable force, possessing profound swordsmanship, but he is also an imperial-level forger. This truly surprises me. He sighed, then shifted the conversation. Though you are a master forger capable of crafting any weapon you desire, I wish to propose a weapon that even you may find challenging to forge, and I have no doubt that upon hearing its description, You will be intrigued. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, never. Gu Yuan shook his head. He had not heard of the Celestial Sword or the Divine Sword Mountain. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang felt no surprise. As a swordsman of remarkable prowess, it was inconceivable that Gu Yuan would not be aware of the Divine Sword Mountain or the Celestial Sword, for the allure of the latter is irresistible to any swordsman in existence. Looking at Gu Yuan, Jian Wushuang spoke, 300,000 years ago. A celestial sword descended from the heavens, radiating an overwhelming aura as it embedded itself atop a mighty mountain. The emergence of this sword caused a tremendous stir. Its terrifying sword intent enveloping the entire mountain, transforming it into a realm of swordsmanship, thus earning the name Divine Sword Mountain. Upon learning of this sword, numerous powerful beings flocked to the Divine Sword Mountain, eager to draw forth the celestial sword. However, all of them met with disheartening defeat. Many formidable warriors even perished within the confines of the Divine Sword Mountain, their remains becoming part of its desolate landscape. I too once ventured to the Divine Sword Mountain, aspiring to extract the celestial sword, but I failed. Though I did not succeed, I had the opportunity to approach that divine sword closely, and I could distinctly perceive its immense power. Its material is exceptional, containing an unparalleled and terrifying strength, far exceeding that of the Invincible Emperors. Its might is beyond imagination. At this juncture, Jian Wushuang abruptly shifted the topic, saying, "The Abyssal Emperor possesses extraordinary strength and unparalleled swordsmanship that surpasses my own. Should you journey to the Divine Sword Mountain, it is indeed plausible that you might succeed in drawing forth the celestial sword. Might I inquire if the Abyssal Emperor has any interest in visiting the Divine Sword Mountain? Should you wish to go, I would be honored to accompany you." As Jian Wushuang spoke, he regarded Gu Yuan with earnestness. After listening to Jian Wushuang's words, Gu Yuan's interest was evidently piqued. Since his master was willing to take him, he would gladly accept the opportunity to witness this so-called celestial sword for himself. He too wished to discover whether he could draw forth the celestial sword. "Shall we depart now?" Jian Wushuang's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he spoke, eager to see if Gu Yuan could indeed extract the celestial sword from the Divine Sword Mountain. "Very well," Gu Yuan nodded. He then exchanged a few brief words with Luo Qingxue and others. With a swift motion, Jian Wushuang unleashed a flash of sword light. The fabric of space tore apart, revealing a shimmering spatial passage. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Wushuang and Gu Yuan stepped into it, journeying towards the Divine Sword Mountain in the Central Domain. In the Central Domain, the Divine Sword Mountain loomed with a raging sword intent that soared into the heavens, stirring the very clouds. Countless sword shadows materialized in the air, and everything within the mountain seemed transformed into a myriad of swords. The Divine Sword Mountain isolated itself from the outside world, creating a veritable realm of swords. Numerous formidable sword cultivators sat cross-legged in meditation, absorbing the profound sword intent emanating from the mountain. They hailed from various powerful factions, and among them were many distinguished sword masters. Their purpose for coming here was to comprehend the sword intent radiating from the celestial sword, a blade from beyond the heavens. Weaker sword cultivators practiced at the foot of the Divine Sword Mountain, while the more advanced ones ascended to its peak, closer to the celestial sword, to further their training. Suddenly, as if sensing a disturbance, several powerful sword cultivators abruptly opened their eyes. In unison, they gazed towards the exterior of the Divine Sword Mountain, their sight seemingly piercing through layers of space to behold all that lay beyond. A sudden rending of space occurred, and a portal was unveiled. Through it emerged two figures. One was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his tall frame bearing a long sword on his back. The other was a strikingly handsome youth in white attire, exuding an ethereal charm as if descended from the heavens. They were none other than Gu Yuan and the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, who had just arrived at this place. The powerful sword cultivators present sensed the arrival of Jian Wushuang, their gazes drawn momentarily to him. However, they merely cast a fleeting glance before closing their eyes once more, resuming their deep contemplation of the formidable sword intent emanating from the celestial sword before them. For them, aside from the path of the sword, there was little in the world that could captivate their attention. Jian Wushuang, the renowned Sword Emperor of the Central Domain, was noteworthy. Yet his presence warranted only a momentary acknowledgement. Their true aim was to immerse themselves in the understanding of sword intent and enhance their swordsmanship. However, just as they closed their eyes, ready to delve into their practice, they were suddenly startled, their eyes widening in unison. Their gazes shot towards the summit of the Divine Sword Mountain. What they witnessed left them utterly astounded and incredulous. What did they see? They beheld the celestial sword embedded at the peak of Divine Sword Mountain, emitting a series of resounding sword cries. The celestial sword quaked violently, unleashing a terrifying and tumultuous sword intent that swept forth, causing many to change color in shock. This sword intent held an utterly fearsome destructive power. Even those closest to the celestial sword, who were formidable sword cultivators, including many immortal emperors and invincible emperors, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom in the presence of this sword intent. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled swiftly. What was happening with the celestial sword? The powerful sword cultivators exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. They could not comprehend why the celestial sword was trembling uncontrollably, emitting a cacophony of sword cries while simultaneously exuding such a terrifying sword intent. Just as their astonishment peaked, the trembling of the celestial sword abruptly ceased. The continuous sword cries fell silent, and the furious sword intent dissipated in an instant. A flicker of uncertainty passed through the eyes of many formidable sword cultivators. They shifted their feet, moving closer to the celestial sword, eager to investigate its condition. Yet, just as they took their first steps, a resonant sound of a sword's cry echoed through the heavens, emanating from the celestial sword that surged into the sky, transforming into a radiant streak of light that shot towards the outer reaches of the Divine Sword Mountain. This astonishing scene left the formidable sword cultivators present in a state of bewilderment. The celestial sword had flown away. It is worth noting that this celestial sword had been embedded within the Divine Sword Mountain for 300,000 years. Countless powerful sword cultivators had come to this place, striving to extract it and claim it as their own. Yet, without exception, these formidable beings had failed. Regardless of the methods they employed, none could stir the celestial sword even the slightest, let alone extract it. Yet now, this celestial sword had voluntarily soared forth from the earth. Who could witness such a spectacle and remain unfazed? After a brief moment of astonishment, the powerful sword cultivators sprang into action. With a swift motion, they collectively pursued the celestial sword, their hearts ablaze with fervor and excitement. It was only natural to feel this way. The celestial sword, embedded within the Divine Sword Mountain, had resisted all their efforts to extract it. Now, it was flying out on its own. No need for extraction. They merely needed to catch up to it to possess this divine sword that had driven countless souls to madness and desire. Who could possibly suppress their exhilaration? The celestial sword moved with astonishing speed. However, the gathering was not lacking in formidable sword cultivators, including the immortal emperor, the indomitable emperor, and even the invincible emperor. Their velocity was beyond imagination. At full speed, they quickly closed the distance to the celestial sword. The divine blade was within arm's reach, tantalizingly close. Little did I, Kai-Kuan, anticipate such a day, ha 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 ha. A sword cultivator, closest to the celestial sword and possessing the prowess of an invincible emperor, gazed at the nearby celestial sword with a grin that seemed impossible to contain. His expression suggested he had already claimed the celestial sword. As he spoke, he was not idle. He summoned every ounce of power within him to approach the celestial sword. As the distance diminished, he reached out with a mighty grasp and seized the celestial sword into his hands. The celestial sword is mine. Joy surged within Kai-Kuan's heart. Yet, in the next instant, a brilliant flash erupted from the celestial sword. Kai-Kuan barely had time to react before a wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared in his palm. Blood gushed forth, and the pain radiated through his entire being, prompting a scream from Kai-Kuan that echoed like a lament of a dying beast. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air as a blade from beyond the heavens sliced through the void, once again soaring towards the outside of the sacred sword mountain. Only Kai-Kuan remained, clutching his palm, a visage of anguish etched upon his face, frozen in place. The injury on his hand was not severe, yet the sword's radiance had invaded his body through the wound, wreaking havoc within him. He needed to concentrate entirely to fend off the invading light of the sword. As he witnessed the celestial sword break free from his grasp and once more ascend towards Sacred Sword Mountain, the formidable figures present were momentarily dazzled, immediately summoning their full strength to pursue it. Brother, you squandered your chance. Haha, how pathetic. You should practice more. Unable even to grasp a sword, yet you call yourself the Invincible Emperor? You bring shame upon the title. A few individuals who bore animosity toward Kai-Kuan, upon witnessing his misfortune, could not resist the temptation to hurl scornful remarks as they passed by him. They then hurried after the celestial sword that descended from the heavens. Kaikuan, however, remained oblivious to their taunts. He focused on dissipating the formidable energy contained within the sword's radiance that had penetrated his body and resumed his pursuit of the celestial sword. In his eyes, there existed only that divine blade. What did their myriad insults matter to him? Merely trifles, like the passing of seasons. As long as he could obtain that celestial sword, those who mocked him would ultimately become mere jesters. At the foot of the divine sword mountain, as they emerged from the spatial passage, Jian Wushuang pointed toward the peak and spoke. Yuan Emperor. That sword is the celestial blade that fell from the heavens 300,000 years ago, though we are now separated by thousands of miles. I trust that with your profound mastery of the sword, you can still perceive the might of this celestial sword. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Gu Yuan immediately turned his gaze toward the summit of Divine Sword Mountain. Through layers of space, he beheld the celestial sword embedded in the peak. It appeared remarkably unremarkable, both in quality and form. Yet, from its material and the potent sword intent it emanated, as well as the occasional aura transcending even the unrivaled emperor, it was evident that this was no ordinary blade. After a careful assessment of the celestial sword, Gu Yuan remarked, "This sword is indeed extraordinary. Despite the vast distance, I can distinctly sense the formidable sword intent in the overwhelming aura it occasionally exudes." Indeed, haha. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. Yuan Emperor. This sword has been lodged in Divine Sword Mountain for 300,000 years. Many powerful beings and formidable sword cultivators from the ancient continent have aspired to draw it forth for themselves, yet all have failed without exception. Your strength and mastery of the sword far surpass mine. Perhaps you might have a chance to extract it, Gu Yuan humbly replied. While I am confident in my ability to pull forth this celestial sword, the true test lies in the attempt itself. That's true, Jian Wushuang agreed with a nod. Though I believe you possess the capability to extract this sword, we must indeed test it to know for certain. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's gaze sharpened, and his mouth instinctively fell open. Confusion etched itself onto his face, for he had witnessed the celestial sword emitting a series of resonant cries, beginning to tremble violently. Then, a scene that left him utterly astonished unfolded before his eyes. The celestial sword soared into the heavens, hurtling rapidly towards the vicinity of the Divine Sword Mountain. Precisely the location where they stood. For a fleeting moment, Jian Wushuang contemplated ascending to seize the incoming celestial sword. However, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Gu Yuan. His expression suffused with shock and incredulity, as if he were beholding some fantastical creature. Finally, with a voice trembling slightly, he spoke. This celestial sword has remained embedded in the Divine Sword Mountain for 300,000 years, and no one has ever succeeded in extracting it. Nay, not even a mere tremor could be induced, let alone the thought of removing it. Now, as we have just arrived, this sword spontaneously erupts from the earth and comes barreling towards us. Could it be that this celestial sword seeks to recognize you as its master? As the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect and the foremost sword emperor of the central domain, possessing the pinnacle of invincible imperial cultivation, Jian Wushuang was a figure of true significance. His breadth of experience was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. He understood that some formidable weapons could develop sentience, often choosing their own masters. The fact that the celestial sword, upon their arrival at the Divine Sword Mountain, had chosen to break free from the earth and fly towards them led him to speculate that it intended to acknowledge Gu Yuan as its master. I have only just arrived, and this celestial sword is already prepared to recognize me as its master? Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Gu Yuan blinked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. While I possess a modicum of prowess, I hardly believe it sufficient to warrant the attention of a sword coveted by countless others. At Gu Yuan's remark, Jian Wushuang could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. A modicum of prowess? Have you heard the tales? An invincible emperor at the age of 18, not only with extraordinary swordsmanship, but also as an imperial-grade forger. Is that merely a modicum of prowess? That is akin to a young calf riding a rocket, an astounding display of excellence. And just as the two engaged in conversation, the resonant sound of a sword echoed as the celestial blade descended before the two individuals. The long sword hummed, initiating a swirling flight around them. The celestial sword seemed to take the initiative to acknowledge its master. The powerful sword cultivators who followed, witnessing this spectacle, exhibited evident astonishment in their eyes. The recognition of a weapon by its master is not an uncommon occurrence for those present. Indeed, some among them had experienced weapons autonomously flying to recognize them as their masters. However, the fact that the sword in question was one that countless individuals yearned to possess makes this event particularly intriguing. The Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, the leader of the 10,000 Sword sect and the foremost Sword Emperor of our central domain, possessed the unparalleled cultivation of an invincible great emperor, making it seem plausible that he could summon the celestial sword to acknowledge him. One observer glanced at Jian Wushuang and remarked in admiration. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when someone nearby rebutted. Plausible? Nonsense. Although the Sword Emperor has profound mastery in the sword path and wields the cultivation of an invincible great emperor, he has also visited the Divine Sword Mountain and attempted to draw forth the celestial sword. The outcome was no different from ours, despite his myriad efforts. He could not budge the celestial blade, let alone extract it. If Jian Wushuang were the one to whom the celestial sword acknowledged, why did it not recognize him earlier? Upon hearing this, the onlookers immediately furrowed their brows, directing their gazes towards Yuan, who stood beside Jian Wushuang. If the celestial sword acknowledged a master other than Jian Wushuang, who could it possibly be? Surely, it could not be that handsome youth beside him. The utterance prompted a wave of head shaking among the spectators, with some even exclaiming loudly, "Impossible! Absolutely inconceivable!" This delicate youth, with his tender skin and youthful appearance, appeared as if he had just begun his cultivation journey. How could someone of such a nascent stage possibly be recognized by the celestial sword? Upon uttering these words, everyone present nodded in unison, clearly in agreement. However, sometimes a slap in the face comes with astonishing swiftness. Almost in the very moment they nodded, that seemingly ordinary, yet utterly extraordinary celestial sword, after circling around Yuan and Jian Wushuang countless times, gracefully hovered before Yuan. The celestial sword had chosen this delicate youth? How is this even possible? Goodness! How could that pretty boy command the celestial sword? It is utterly unfair. Why was he chosen and not me? Why? Such a scene left all present utterly astonished. Clearly, none of them anticipated that the celestial sword would choose to recognize Yuan as its master. In an instant, they found it impossible to accept this reality. In stark contrast to their intense reactions, Jian Wushuang's demeanor appeared remarkably composed. After all, he had already surmised this outcome. However, despite his foresight, witnessing it unfold stirred a complex array of emotions within him. He never expected that the sword would genuinely choose to acknowledge you as its master. I didn't anticipate this either, Yuan remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed, he was genuinely surprised that upon his arrival, the sword would select him as its master. As he reached out to grasp the celestial sword hovering before him, a sudden, thunderous shout erupted at that moment. "Stop!" The voice resonated powerfully, augmented by the might of the emperor, echoing like a thunderclap, sending tremors through the surroundings and instilling fear in the hearts of all. Instinctively, their gazes turned towards the source. A streak of black light approached with astonishing speed, materializing before them in an instant. Before them stood a youth clad in dark garments. His countenance stern, radiating an aura of ominous black energy, unmistakably formidable and not to be trifled with. Upon seeing him, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Some gasped in disbelief. The demon sword, Suimo. He is alive. They instinctively took a step back, a collective reaction. This youth was no ordinary figure. He was a legendary existence, a terrifying embodiment of an invincible emperor at the pinnacle of power. Most significantly, he was a practitioner of the demonic sword path, infamous for his countless murders. It was said that in a fit of rage, he had slaughtered half the eastern region, leaving a trail of blood stretching for miles. This incident had caused a tremendous uproar across the ancient continent. Ultimately, numerous powerful beings banded together and took 3 months to finally vanquish him. Yet, now he stood alive before them, a sight that filled them with astonishment and dread. "It's you again, the unmatched sword emperor," Suimo remarked with a grin, his demeanor reminiscent of an old friend. "I must admit, your survival is quite a surprise to me." Jian Wushuang responded, his eyes betraying a flicker of confusion. He had been part of the group that sought to eliminate Suimo, having witnessed his demise firsthand. How could he not be astonished to see him here? So vibrantly alive? There's no need for surprise. My abilities transcend the heavens and the earth. How could you, a mere band of misfits, possibly slay me? Suimo chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting to Yuan, his voice calm and unequivocal. "You, young man, cannot wield that sword. It would be best to relinquish it to me." "Cannot wield it?" Yuan laughed, an odd expression crossing his face. "If even the emperor cannot master it, who in the world could?" His voice erupted in a boastful roar. Yuan's power surged forth, revealing his true strength, an invincible emperor at the pinnacle. The overwhelming might spiraled outward from him, distorting the very fabric of space and causing ripples to manifest. Even though the assembled were all formidable sword practitioners from various factions, the sheer force of Gu Yuan's aura left them all visibly shaken. Impressive. Could he truly be an invincible emperor with consummate cultivation? How could this be possible? It is utterly astonishing that someone so young possesses such formidable prowess. With such youth, how can he exhibit such terrifying cultivation? Surely, he must be a prodigy who began his training from the moment of birth. The individuals present were utterly astounded, unable to suppress their cries of shock. Amidst their astonishment, they instinctively summoned their inner strength to withstand the overwhelming and terrifying aura. Yet, despite their efforts, they found themselves compelled to retreat a step or even several steps under Gu Yuan's formidable presence. To their disbelief, he turned out to be an invincible emperor at the pinnacle of perfection, a revelation that genuinely surprised the emperor himself. As he sensed the indomitable aura emanating from Gu Yuan, Su Mo's eyes flickered with evident astonishment. Previously, he had assumed Gu Yuan to be merely a disciple of Jian Wushuang, plucked from obscurity. Now, however, Gu Yuan revealed himself to possess the cultivation of an invincible emperor, which was indeed unexpected. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Su Mo remained composed. With a dismissive gaze, he spoke without deigning to regard Gu Yuan as a threat. Although your status as an invincible emperor at the peak of perfection has taken me aback, you still cannot wield that sword. As I return, I find myself in need of a subordinate. If you are wise, you will relinquish the sword and submit to me. I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall surely perish today. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Su Mo. An endless, dense, and pure cold demonic energy surged from his being, coalescing into a dark shroud that enveloped the heavens, plunging the surrounding realm into an abyss of darkness, akin to the onset of night. Within this demonic energy, the terrifying might of the invincible emperor pervaded, and the sword energy rampaged within, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The countenance of everyone present, including Jian Wushuang, shifted dramatically at this sight. Though no blows had yet been exchanged, they could all perceive Su Mo's immense power, which far surpassed their own. Unfazed by the reactions of those around him, Su Mo directed his gaze toward Gu Yuan, awaiting his response. Meeting Su Mo's ink-black eyes, Gu Yuan smiled, his expression brimming with amusement and mockery. Do you wish to kill me? Do you possess the strength for such an endeavor? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's response, Su Mo could not help but narrow his eyes. It seems you are refusing an invitation to drink, opting instead for punishment. As he spoke, the power within him began to surge instantaneously. He was preparing to strike. Sensing Su Mo's intent, a flicker of concern crossed Jian Wushuang's eyes. Raising his hand, he produced a communication jade talisman. Su Mo was extraordinarily formidable. In the past, alongside him, a total of 361 emperors had joined forces against him. Among them were many invincible emperors, including 3 who had attained the pinnacle of invincibility. Such a powerful assembly could not only slay one person, but could easily sweep across the entire ancient continent without challenge. Yet, despite their combined might, it took them 3 months to finally bring Su Mo down. Now, inexplicably, he had returned from the brink of death, stronger than ever. The sheer strength of their adversary was intimidating. Even with Gu Yuan, a master of the sword far surpassing Jian Wushuang at his side, he still lacked confidence in confronting Su Mo. The appearance of the communication talisman signaled Jian Wushuang's intent to summon reinforcements. No need for reinforcements. I alone am sufficient to deal with him. Noticing Jian Wushuang produced the communication talisman and the concern in his eyes, Gu Yuan seemed to understand his thoughts and chuckled softly. Are you alone? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but furrow her brow. Gu Yuan nodded, affirming, I am sufficient on my own. Arrogance. Upon hearing these words, Su Mo could not help but furrow his brows and exclaimed in a deep voice. In the past, over 300 emperors had joined forces against me. Among them were many invincible emperors and unparalleled powerhouses at the peak of their strength. Yet, they were still led astray by me, ultimately managing to slay only a mere external incarnation of mine. Now, you dare to believe that you alone can vanquish me? Do you presume yourself to be stronger than the combined might of those 300 emperors? In response to Su Mo's consecutive remarks, Gu Yuan's only reply was a single word. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted, a tremendous, earth-shattering roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The mountain that the shadowy figure struck exploded violently. In an instant, boulders cascaded down, and shards of rock flew through the air. A colossal mushroom cloud composed of dust and debris slowly ascended. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the obliterated mountain before directing their astonished eyes toward the calm and composed Yuan, who stood serenely. As they exchanged glances, the shock in their eyes was palpable. Moments earlier, Sumo's strike had been executed with such swiftness that they barely registered it before he appeared before Yuan. Instinctively, they believed Yuan was doomed. This assumption stemmed from Sumo's overwhelming strength and his propensity to act without warning, leaving no time for reaction. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sheer terror of Yuan's power. It seemed as though he had anticipated Sumo's sudden attack. The moment Sumo reached him, Yuan had already unleashed a punch. The collision of their fists transpired so rapidly that the spectators could hardly comprehend it. All they witnessed was Sumo spitting a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling away like a cannonball. How could they not be astounded by such a spectacle? Their astonishment was mirrored even in the formidable sword Emperor Jian Wuxuang, who was evidently shaken. The strength Yuan had just displayed far exceeded his expectations, almost transcending his understanding. Had he been in Sumo's position, his fate would have been singular: death. The fact that Yuan could obliterate him with a single punch was a terrifying thought, especially considering he was a consummate invincible emperor, a paragon among his peers. Just contemplating this made one's scalp tingle. Yuan, during our earlier spar, you were holding back, weren't you? Jian Wuxuang spoke with a hint of bitter resignation as he regarded Yuan. Although he had lost in their previous exchange, he had assumed Yuan was merely slightly stronger than himself. But now, it was evident that the gap was far greater, perhaps 1,000,000 times more so. In truth, I did not exert my full strength during our previous spar, Yuan replied earnestly, meeting Jian Wuxuang's gaze. Since arriving from the system, he had scarcely unleashed his full might. Now, facing the evidently formidable Sumo, he had no choice but to engage with his full power. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Jian Wuxuang could not help but respond with a wry smile. You needn't call me your master. My strength pales in comparison to yours, and I am unworthy of the title. Yuan was momentarily speechless, poised to articulate a response, when suddenly a resounding and crystalline sound of a sword echoed through the heavens and the earth. A jet-black beam of sword light surged forth with astonishing velocity. This sword light was exquisitely sharp, capable of tearing through the fabric of space, as if it could eradicate all existence. The mere aura it exuded, imbued with a sense of annihilation, instilled dread in the hearts of many. Most importantly, the speed of this sword light was breathtaking, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, arriving in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Yuan's reflexes were equally extraordinary. He extended his fingers like a sword, a formidable sword intent flickering at his fingertips. In a swift motion, he wielded his finger as if it were a sword, unleashing a singular strike. As the sword was drawn, a brilliant beam of sword light surged forth, infused with indomitable sword intent. The two beams of light collided in an instant. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, a sound so colossal that it echoed in all directions. The terrifying force of the collision swept outward, distorting the very fabric of space and sending ripples coursing through the atmosphere. Many present were compelled to retreat in fear. Overwhelmed by the sheer horror of it all, a voice broke through the din from afar, expressing a mixture of surprise and acknowledgement. It appears I have underestimated you, it proclaimed. The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over them. The speaker was none other than Sumo. Yet in this moment, he appeared disheveled and bloodied, his body smeared with dirt, his breath unsteady, hair in disarray. He was a stark contrast to his former self, resembling a wretched creature. Observing Sumo, Yuan could not suppress a sigh of disbelief. To think that punch did not claim your life. This truly surprises me, he remarked. Despite having unleashed his full power and employing an invincible fist technique, he had only succeeded in gravely injuring Sumo without delivering a fatal blow. This outcome exceeded his expectations. It was no wonder that over 300 emperors, united in their efforts and battling fiercely for 3 months, had ultimately failed to vanquish Sumo. Clearly, he possessed considerable strength. Humph. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Sumo emitted a discontented snort from his nostrils. Without further ado, he was ready to engage in battle. With a swift motion of his hand, a long sword as black as ink materialized in his grasp. This was his innate imperial weapon, the Demon Abyss Sword. With the Demon Abyss Sword in hand, A tempest of sword blades began to swirl around him. Sumo's aura surged dramatically, and his entire demeanor transformed instantaneously, as though he had become an unparalleled, razor-sharp sword or a matchless sword emperor. With no superfluous words, he moved his feet and vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Yuan. With a swift motion, he brought his sword down with tremendous force. This strike was Sumo's full-powered attack, its might extraordinary, tearing through the fabric of space itself, truly terrifying. Most crucially, his speed was unfathomably swift. An ordinary invincible emperor at the pinnacle would likely be unable to react in time, risking being cleaved by Sumo's sword. Even if they could muster a response, a hasty defense would likely leave them grievously wounded by Sumo's strike. But who was Yuan? He was an extraordinary being endowed with remarkable abilities. While Sumo's speed was indeed swift and his strikes decisive and fierce, Yuan's reactions were even swifter. His speed eclipsed that of Sumo. With a powerful grasp, he seized the celestial sword hovering before him. Almost instantaneously upon Sumo's appearance, he raised his hand and struck down with his sword. The celestial sword was incredibly sharp, unmatched in its lethality, given that Sumo's speed could not surpass Yuan's. While Sumo's sword remained suspended in the air, Yuan's strike had already descended with finality. With a resounding splat, blood gushed forth. Under the force of that single sword strike, Sumo was cleaved in two. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Sumo's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of shock, as if he could scarcely comprehend the scene before him. How could you possibly possess such unfathomable strength? His lips trembled, and with immense effort, he managed to utter those few words. Subsequently, a torrent of ferocious sword energy surged violently within him, obliterating his vitality and extinguishing his very soul. After uttering that final phrase, Sumo's body split apart, collapsing heavily to either side. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, as if refusing to close. The sound of the corpse hitting the ground was not loud, yet in that moment, it struck the hearts of those present like two heavy hammers, causing an involuntary shiver within them. Their gazes turned to Yuan, and the astonishment in their eyes was almost palpable. It is essential to note that Sumo was a formidable individual, capable of battling 300 emperors single-handedly and ultimately feigning death to escape. His methods were boundless, and his strength instilled fear in countless hearts. Yet, this ruthless figure had been severely injured by a single punch from Yuan, and subsequently slain by a mere sword strike. Who could maintain their composure upon witnessing such a spectacle? Were it not for the fear that even the slightest sound might draw Yuan's attention and lead to their own demise, they would have likely cried out in shock to express their disbelief. Jian Wushuang was clearly taken aback as well, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit within. This reaction revealed the depth of his astonishment. Amidst his shock, a thought appeared to dawn upon him. He turned his gaze toward Yuan and spoke. The last time the demon sword Sumo was slain, he returned to life, claiming that we had only killed one of his external avatars. Now, this corpse appears to be Sumo's true body. Yet I can't shake the feeling that he is not so easily vanquished. Before Jian Wushuang could finish, Yuan interjected. You are correct. This body is indeed merely one of Sumo's external avatars. Though the deceased Sumo before us is immensely powerful, even surpassing Jian Wushuang, who has reached the pinnacle of invincible emperors, I can still perceive the incompleteness of his spirit from our earlier encounter. Thus, I can deduce that this Sumo is but an external manifestation, not his true self. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the crowd was once again taken aback, clearly not anticipating that the seemingly invincible Sumo was merely an external avatar. However, upon reflection, they found this notion to be rather reasonable. After all, Sumo had once battled 300 emperors alone and managed to escape, given his ruthless nature. It was fitting that what Yuan had vanquished was merely an external manifestation. As everyone contemplated this, Yuan spoke once more. Although I have only just met Sumo, it is evident that he is a petty and vengeful individual. Such a person, once in enmity, must not be spared. At this juncture, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yuan's eyes. While he bore no fear of Sumo's retribution, he could not overlook the safety of those dear to him. Should Sumo take advantage of his absence to harm his loved ones, it would leave him with no room for regret. To prevent such a calamity, it was imperative to erase Sumo completely. Upon hearing Yuan's declaration, Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement, yet soon a sense of curiosity and doubt arose within him. Sumo was evidently powerful, yet he dared not reveal his true form. indicating a person of extreme caution. Though your strength surpasses Su Mo's, can you truly locate him, Emperor Yuan? The assembled crowd turned their gazes toward Gu Yuan, their eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and skepticism, clearly eager to know whether he could uncover the hidden whereabouts of Su Mo. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, found it. The concealment was so meticulous. It seemed one was truly afraid of death. As the light laughter echoed, Gu Yuan swiftly unleashed a flurry of swords. The sword light flickered through the air, vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace of its destination. Was this truly the discovery? Jian Wushuang blinked, a shadow of skepticism evident in her eyes. Gu Yuan, with a mere flutter of his eyelids, proclaimed he had located Su Mo's hiding place. Why was there such disbelief? The others present mirrored Jian Wushuang's sentiments, their gazes laced with palpable doubt. They too found it hard to believe that Gu Yuan could so swiftly unearth Su Mo's whereabouts. In the face of their skeptical stares, Gu Yuan offered a serene smile. With a wave of his hand, the space around him rippled, and an image materialized in the air. Since they were disinclined to believe, he would present them with irrefutable evidence. Initially, the image appeared blurred, yet as time progressed, it gradually sharpened. It revealed an exceedingly dark and concealed location, resembling a cave. Within this cavern, a figure sat cross-legged with eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers gasped in unison. The silhouette was not unfamiliar to them. It was none other than Su Mo. Gazing at the image of Su Mo, and then back at Gu Yuan, the crowd felt a profound shock resonate within them. To uncover Su Mo's hiding place with such swiftness and skill was nothing short of astonishing. It was in this moment of collective astonishment that their minds began to tremble. With a sudden spurt, Su Mo expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with astonishment. Although the figure slain by Gu Yuan was merely an external manifestation of himself, it housed a significant portion of his divine essence. The destruction of this manifestation resulted in a backlash that he could not ignore. What astonished him even more was the sheer might displayed by Gu Yuan. He and his external manifestation shared a connection, allowing him to perceive the formidable power exhibited by Gu Yuan with startling clarity. It was powerful, exceedingly so, surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. He could scarcely fathom that such a formidable being could exist in this world. With a heavy sigh, Su Mo steeled his resolve, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Those who cannot vanquish me shall ultimately render me stronger. One day, I shall avenge this day's grievances. The one who has annihilated my external manifestation shall not only perish, their loved ones shall share the same fate. As he contemplated this, Su Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened. An instinctive wave of profound danger washed over him, as if a terrifying presence had fixed its gaze upon him. Just as he pondered the source of this unsettling feeling, the space around him began to ripple with ominous waves. A series of crisp sword sounds suddenly echoed within the cave, accompanied by dazzling beams of sword light that abruptly materialized. These lights, imbued with terrifying power, came slicing towards him with relentless force. The menacing sword intent rampaged within the cave, casting countless shadows that obscured the entire space. In an instant, these sword lights and shadows surged towards Su Mo at an unimaginably swift pace. Faced with the sudden onslaught of multiple sword lights and myriad shadows, Su Mo was struck with horror, feeling as though his very scalp might burst. He had never anticipated that such a concealed refuge would be discovered. What terrified him most was the sheer magnitude of power contained within those sword lights and shadows. Each beam possessed a force comparable to the full strength of an invincible emperor at their pinnacle, specifically the might of the most exceptional among them. There were a total of 8 such beams. Who could remain composed upon witnessing this? Who could refrain from fear? However, despite his shock, Su Mo did not choose to succumb to despair. He summoned the power within him, and an endless stream of black demonic energy surged forth from his being. This dark energy coalesced, rapidly forming a formidable black shield that enveloped him. Yet, sensing this was insufficient, he grasped with his hand, and a black flag materialized within it. This was the magical weapon he had forged with great effort after slaying countless lives in the eastern region, the banner of 10,000 souls. With a sweeping motion, he activated the banner, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. Accompanied by heart-wrenching wails and anguished screams, phantoms emerged from the banner in overwhelming numbers, filling the cave in an instant. At this moment, Su Mo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Surely, with all his methods combined, he could fend off a few beams of sword light. However, barely had this thought crossed his mind when the multitude of sword shadows descended upon those phantoms. Despite their numbers, the phantoms were evidently weak, and countless were annihilated almost instantaneously beneath the onslaught. Simultaneously, the beams of sword light struck fiercely against the black shield before Suemo. This shield, forged from all the power he could muster, boasted astonishing defensive capabilities, sufficient to withstand nearly 99% of the world's attacks. Yet, under the might of these sword lights, the black shield appeared feeble and fragile. The moment they made contact, the shield shattered like mere bubbles. Just how powerful were these sword lights? As he watched the destruction of his black shield and the relentless approach of the beams, Sumo's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He could vividly perceive the strength of these sword lights. Thus, at their emergence, he not only attempted to distract them with the banner of 10,000 souls, but also summoned all his power to form a protective shield. He had never anticipated that these sword lights would be so formidable. The vengeful spirits within the banner were not only easily obliterated by the sword shadows, but his protective shield crumbled before the beams, disintegrating upon contact. This truly astonished him. The sword lights, indifferent to Sumo's astonishment, continued their advance, undeterred after breaching the black shield, hurtling straight towards him. A multitude of resplendent blood-red blossoms unfurled before and behind Suemo. Several beams of sword light pierced through his very being. The invincible sword intent contained within these beams rampaged within Suemo, relentlessly extinguishing all vitality and obliterating his very soul. In no time, the life force within Suemo ebbed away, ultimately transforming him into a lifeless, cold corpse that thudded heavily against the ground. The beams of sword light then traversed back and forth through his corpse multiple times, ensuring that he was irrevocably dead, before vanishing completely from the realm. With Sumo's demise, the scene before Gu Yuan shattered in an instant. The illustrious demon sword Suemo had perished just like that, slain beneath mere beams of sword light. To execute Suemo from a distance, the prowess of this white-clad emperor is indeed terrifying beyond measure. Although Suemo was undeniably formidable, could he truly be merely an external avatar? One might venture to say there exists a possibility. For Suemo was notoriously difficult to kill. Through the imagery that unfolded in the space, the scene of Sumo's demise became apparent, prompting an involuntary chorus of exclamations from those present. They marveled at the fact that the formidable Suemo had been so effortlessly slain, while also expressing astonishment at Gu Yuan's extraordinary prowess, capable of extinguishing Suemo from afar. Amidst their reflections, some voiced their skepticism, suggesting that the one who had perished was merely Sumo's external avatar, rather than his true self. This speculation arose not only from Sumo's renowned might, which made his casual death seem implausible, but also due to his excessive caution in crafting numerous avatars. Not only did the onlookers entertain such doubts, but even the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, shared this line of thought. However, unlike the others who dared only to speculate, he directly posed his question to Gu Yuan. His curiosity evident. Yuan Di, it must be Sumo's true self that has fallen, correct? Meeting Jian Wushuang's inquisitive gaze, Gu Yuan nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. Through the unparalleled methodology of invincible deduction, he could ascertain with absolute certainty that the one who had just perished was indeed Sumo's true essence. Upon receiving this confirmation, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Although they had witnessed and speculated, the moment Gu Yuan verbally acknowledged the truth, their hearts were inevitably stirred. The reputation of Suemo was so grand, his defeat seemingly impossible. Amidst the shock, a figure approached Gu Yuan cautiously, his demeanor anxious yet earnest. Yuan Di, now that you possess this celestial sword, would you be willing to sell me the demon abyss sword? Upon hearing this, the attention of all present sharpened. They too, without hesitation, began to voice their desires. Yuan Di, since you have acquired the celestial sword, might the demon abyss sword be available for purchase? Yuan Di, I am willing to exchange my lifetime savings for the demon abyss sword in your possession. Would you consider it? The abyssal sword, while a fearsome weapon, is also an immensely powerful imperial treasure, a rare jewel in this world. It ranks just below the celestial blades from beyond the skies. No one can resist the allure of such a weapon, including the formidable Jian Wushuang. After a moment's hesitation, he offered his storage ring to Gu Yuan, articulating his intent. Yuan Emperor, within this ring lies my savings accumulated over the years. I wish to exchange it for the abyssal sword. Would you be willing to oblige? As Gu Yuan accepted the ring and examined its contents, he was astonished by the vast space contained within. It was frighteningly large, comparable to 1/10,000th of his own spatial system. Though 1/10,000th may seem modest, it is, in reality, unimaginably expansive. Furthermore, The ring was brimming with an impressive array of cultivation resources, mountains of spirit stones, various rare materials, and an assortment of high-tier elixirs and martial arts manuals. The sheer abundance was staggering, prompting Gu Yuan to reflect on the depth of Jian Wushuang's accumulation, which was indeed astonishing. However, Gu Yuan promptly returned the storage ring to Jian Wushuang. The latter's eyes momentarily flickered with disappointment, yet he accepted the ring with resignation, mistakenly believing that Gu Yuan had declined his offer. Just then, Gu Yuan's voice broke through the silence, bringing a spark of joy to Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, you are my esteemed mentor. If you desire the abyssal sword, I shall gift it to you without the need for exchange. Moreover, without your guidance, how could I have obtained this celestial blade? Now that I possess it, the abyssal sword is yours. Do not refuse. As he spoke, Gu Yuan summoned his inner strength, dispelling the ominous energy contained within the abyssal sword before presenting it to Jian Wushuang. This sword, a treasure of the demonic path, was infused with a potent, chilling malevolence, accumulated from countless acts of slaughter. For those with weak wills, the malevolent energy could transform them into mindless beasts driven solely by bloodlust. Since he was gifting it, Gu Yuan resolved to cleanse the abyssal sword of its dark energies. For him, removing the malevolent and demonic energies was a simple task, yet for Jian Wushuang, it would not be so easy. Witnessing Gu Yuan effortlessly eradicate the sword's sinister energies left the onlookers in awe. They had not anticipated that Gu Yuan could so easily dispel such formidable forces. However, recalling previous events, they regained their composure. Even someone as powerful as Su Mo had been felled by Gu Yuan from afar. Thus, the act of cleansing the abyssal sword seemed trivial in comparison. Thank you, Emperor Yuan. Upon receiving the demon abyss sword from Gu Yuan, Jian Wushuang's eyes glimmered with fervor, and he expressed his gratitude immediately. Subsequently, he offered the storage ring back to Gu Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Yuan seemed to anticipate his thoughts and preemptively interjected, Master, this demon abyss sword is a gift from me to you. If you wish to present me with something in return, I shall not relinquish this sword. At these words, Jian Wushuang's hand, which held the storage ring, froze in midair. The notion of accepting the demon abyss sword without any merit weighed heavily on his conscience. However, Gu Yuan's insistence that he would withhold the sword if he offered something in return left him in a profound quandary. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Emperor Yuan, if that is the case, I shall graciously accept the demon abyss sword. Taking possession of the sword, Jian Wushuang produced a token and presented it to Gu Yuan. Take this token. It is the sect master's insignia of my 10,000 swords sect. With this token, you may command all within the sect to serve you. He implored, please do not refuse. Although the token held little value for Gu Yuan, he could perceptibly sense Jian Wushuang's discomfort in accepting the sword. To accommodate Jian Wushuang's sentiments, Gu Yuan hesitated momentarily before accepting the sect master's insignia that Jian Wushuang had offered. A sudden, intense vibration emanated from the sword in Gu Yuan's hand, accompanied by a formidable force that abruptly seized his consciousness. This power manifested unexpectedly. However, Gu Yuan sensed no hostility within it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he relinquished his resistance, allowing this force to draw his awareness away. As his consciousness gradually regained clarity, Gu Yuan found himself atop a snow-capped mountain. Of course, this was not the true summit of a mountain, but rather an illusion conjured by the consciousness within the celestial sword. After 300,000 years, someone had finally garnered the recognition of the Sword of Annihilation. A voice imbued with deep emotion resonated in the air. Gu Yuan turned his gaze to behold a man standing resolutely at the mountain's peak. He stood with his back to Gu Yuan, wielding a long sword, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle as he gazed skyward. His aura was subdued, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment. Were it not for his earlier words, Gu Yuan might have mistaken him for a mere ice sculpture. Upon noticing that the sword in the man's grasp was not merely similar but identical to the celestial sword he had previously acquired, Gu Yuan's heart immediately deduced the man's identity. Are you the former master of this celestial sword? Indeed, came the voice of the man. I had once fallen victim to treachery, ultimately meeting my demise. Yet, unwilling to let my legacy dissipate, I left this remnant of my soul within the sword, seeking a worthy successor to inherit my teachings. Alas, for 3 million years, every individual I encountered proved to be worthless, incapable of grasping my legacy. As he spoke, the man's tone was tinged with palpable frustration. However, he swiftly shifted his demeanor, his voice now imbued with a sense of solace and satisfaction. Thankfully, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. I have finally awaited your arrival. A young, invincible emperor, a consummate being, a paragon of unparalleled swordsmanship among the finest of prodigies. Regrettably, after 3 million years of waiting, my remnant is weakened to the utmost extent, unable to bestow upon you the entirety of my teachings. I can only impart the strongest aspect of my legacy. With a noticeable sigh, the man continued, Now, young one, pay close attention as I demonstrate. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your skill. Yet, I have faith in your ability to understand. With unwavering certainty, he raised his arm slightly. In an instant, the world transformed, the skies darkened, and the winds surged. The cosmic forces responded in kind. His aura shifted dramatically, as though he embodied the heavens themselves. An overwhelming surge of sword energy materialized, instantly saturating the realm. An awe-inspiring sword intent soared skyward, fracturing the very fabric of space, causing it to resonate with a deafening hum. Initially, Yuan regarded the man's legacy with disdain, for he was a man endowed with extraordinary advantages. Yet, as the man moved, and Yuan felt the terrifying sword intent emanating from him, his expression grew earnest. Although the man had yet to strike, Yuan could already sense the formidable power residing within him. Should he choose to engage, it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. What astonished Yuan was the realization that the man's strength likely surpassed his own. Through the system, he had attained the pinnacle of combat prowess in this realm. Yet, this man was exhibiting even greater power. It was not difficult to surmise that he possessed an extraordinary background. Contemplating his acquisition of the man's weapon, and now the acceptance of his legacy, Yuan hesitated momentarily before inquiring, May I know your esteemed name, senior? Who was the one who conspired against you? If I encounter that individual, I shall surely avenge you. Having accepted the man's weapon and about to embrace his teachings, Yuan deemed it essential to learn the name of his benefactor and his adversary, so that he might seek retribution in the future. Upon hearing Yuan's words, a flicker of sorrow and reminiscence briefly crossed the man's profound eyes, only to be quickly concealed. He replied coolly, Let the past remain in the past. If you manage to escape this realm, there will come a time when you may encounter them again. The one who harmed me is Chu Ruyan, if she still lives. She is undoubtedly an immensely powerful being, one you should not provoke. If you cross paths with her, it would be wise to keep your distance. As for my name, I am already dead. You need not concern yourself with it. After absorbing the man's words, Yuan silently nodded, committing Chu Ruyan's name to memory. Should the opportunity arise, he would seek vengeance for the man. At that moment, the man suddenly let out a thunderous shout. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, behold. This sword of mine is called Heaven's Cleaver. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It will be quite handsome. Truly captivating. Study diligently. With this command, the man raised his sword and, in a swift motion, struck upward with tremendous force. A clear and resonant sound of a sword echoed throughout the realm, abruptly slicing through the air. Following this, a resplendent beam of sword light, imbued with an overwhelming force of destruction, ascended from the ground, tearing apart the fabric of space and soaring toward the heavens. This sword light was unparalleled in its sharpness, capable of cleaving through anything, as if possessing the might to sever the very sky. In the blink of an eye, the blade had already struck high above. In that fleeting moment, the entire expanse above was rent asunder, as if it were mere parchment. The world itself began to shatter into fragments like a mirror. A terrifying thrust surged forth, propelling Yuan's consciousness outward. In the distance, he vaguely perceived a man's voice. Surely you can comprehend this strike of mine? Yuan seemed to respond to the man's words, or perhaps he was merely conversing with himself. In reply to your esteemed elder, I have fully grasped this sword. He was indeed a man blessed with extraordinary fortune. The system had granted him unparalleled comprehension. What does unparalleled comprehension entail? It signifies that regardless of the martial arts or techniques, he could assimilate and master them with a single glance. The sword move, heaven slaying, though formidable, belonged to a realm far beyond the imperial tier of martial arts, not originating from the ancient continent. Yet, through his extraordinary comprehension, he effortlessly learned it at a glance and integrated it seamlessly. As his consciousness returned to his corporeal form, the author, having realized it had been a while since he had added sufficient word count, prompted Yuan to open his personal panel, intending to embellish the narrative. Instantly, a light blue virtual panel materialized before him. Name, Yuan. Age, 18. Appearance, 99 points, slightly inferior to the reader's. Constitution, Chaos Divine Body. Techniques, Invincible Technique. Martial arts, heaven slaying, invincible body technique, invincible fist technique, invincible sword technique, invincible blade technique. Weapon, celestial destruction sword. Cultivation level, invincible great emperor, perfected. Other, invincible forging method. Invincible alchemy method, invincible formation method, invincible talismans method, invincible sword intent, invincible blade intent, invincible fist intent, invincible comprehension, invincible cultivation aptitude. Just as Gu Yuan was engrossed in examining his personal panel, a sudden buzzing sound emanated from the storage ring in Gu Yuan's hand. With his mind captivated, he peered into the source of the commotion, discovering that the buzzing originated from the communication jade talisman he used to contact his master, Luo Qingxue. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Channeling the power within him, Gu Yuan promptly activated the talisman. In an instant, the space around him warped, and an image materialized in the air. Within this vision were numerous figures, including not only Luo Qingxue but also Mu Nianwan, Su Jiuer, and Yun Mo, along with several high-ranking members of the Lingyun sect, such as Mu Taiyu and Duan Tiandao. Before Gu Yuan could utter a word of inquiry, Luo Qingxue's voice resonated through the scene. "Disciple, how goes it? Have you acquired the celestial sword?" "Obtained it," Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle, lifting the extinguishing heaven sword in his hand as a gesture to them. This was the celestial sword acquired during their journey. "Is this the celestial sword?" "It appears rather ordinary," Luo Qingxue remarked, furrowing her brow as she glanced at the extinguishing heaven sword. Through the screen, she could not perceive the terrifying sword intent and formidable power contained within it, thus failing to sense any uniqueness about the blade. It merely struck her as rather mundane. The individuals surrounding her instinctively nodded in agreement, clearly sharing her sentiment. It was not a case of sour grapes. Rather, the extinguishing heaven sword genuinely appeared quite ordinary. "What are you discussing? The celestial sword? Is it the one I am familiar with?" A voice, both familiar and strange, resonated from the screen. Subsequently, Gu Yuan observed the crowd parting to make way for a figure approaching. Clad in a crimson alchemy robe, the individual possessed deep, weathered eyes. Although he bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, it was evident that he was an ancient being, having lived for countless millennia. He was none other than the master of the Medicine Emperor Valley, Yao Hua. Through the screen, upon seeing the extinguishing heaven sword in Gu Yuan's grasp, Yao Hua's gaze suddenly sharpened. While he was not among the pinnacle of powers in the central domain, he was nonetheless an emperor who had once ventured to the divine sword mountain, attempting to draw forth the celestial sword and claim it as his own. Though he had failed, he had seen the celestial sword and was aware of its existence. Upon witnessing the extinguishing heaven sword in Gu Yuan's hand, he immediately recognized its identity as the celestial sword atop divine sword mountain. His knowledge of the celestial sword was limited, yet he understood the immense difficulty involved in extracting such a blade. After all, for 300,000 years, countless powerful figures had failed to do so. Now, to see Gu Yuan draw forth the celestial sword and claim it as his own left him undeniably astonished. Amidst a shock, he could not help but exclaim, "After 300,000 years, the celestial sword that none could pull out has been wielded by the Emperor of Abyss. The strength of the Emperor of Abyss is indeed unparalleled across the world. Congratulations on acquiring this divine weapon." Gu Yuan chuckled softly, preparing to utter a modest remark. However, before he could speak, Jian Wushuang interjected. The Emperor of Abyss did not extract the sword. When he arrived, the celestial sword flew into his hand of its own accord, choosing him as its master. As he spoke, a proud expression adorned Jian Wushuang's face, as if he were the one who had acquired the celestial sword. Flew into the Emperor of Abyss's hand. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Yao Hua and the others in the scene were momentarily taken aback. The fact that Gu Yuan could extract a sword that had remained unmovable for ages was already astonishing. Now, Jian Wushuang's claim that the celestial sword had voluntarily flown into Gu Yuan's hand only deepened their astonishment. Following the initial shock, a chorus of exclamations and discussions erupted within the scene. Yao Hua remarked, "The celestial sword that has remained unmoved for 300,000 years has now willingly flown into the hands of the Emperor of Abyss, recognizing him as its master. It seems the strength of the Emperor of Abyss far exceeds our expectations." The sect leader, Mu Taiyu, added, "I never imagined our Lingyun sect would produce a figure such as the Emperor of Abyss. It seems our sect is poised for a rise." Luo Qingxue exclaimed, "As expected of my disciple, truly impressive." Su Jiuer remarked, "Junior brother, I did not expect you to have grown so powerful." Mu Nianwan teased, "Senior brother, now that you are so formidable, do you think Lu Ruyan will weep when you go to meet her?" As the murmurs of astonishment gradually subsided, Luo Qinzno finally articulated the purpose of contacting Gu Yuan. Disciple, now that you have acquired the celestial sword from beyond, is it not time for your return? The Medicine Emperor has brought numerous treasures to our Lingyun sect as a token of gratitude for your contributions. You should come back to the sect. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan cast a glance at the image of the medicine flame displayed before him. Meeting Gu Yuan's gaze, the medicine flame spoke, Emperor Yuan. The matters concerning the Medicine Valley and the Pill Pavilion have been resolved. I have come to express my gratitude for your invaluable assistance. And I also seek your expertise on certain alchemical conundrums. Gu Yuan had initially sought him for the ingredients of the imperial-grade soul-condensing pill, a legendary elixir of imperial status. The fact that Gu Yuan could concoct such a pill undoubtedly indicated his profound mastery in the art of alchemy, far surpassing that of the medicine flame. Thus, he genuinely wished to request Gu Yuan's guidance on his alchemical inquiries. Acknowledging the medicine flame's words, Gu Yuan nodded in understanding. I shall return to Lingyun's sect at once. After conveying this message to the people of Lingyun's sect in the image, Gu Yuan focused his thoughts and severed the connection with the communication jade talisman. He then turned to Jian Wushuang and inquired, Master, I am preparing to return to Lingyun's sect. Will you accompany me? Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. I have spent these years immersed in the sword intent of Divine Sword Mountain. Now that the celestial sword has been taken, the sword intent here will soon dissipate. I have heard that you made a pact with a certain lady, a duel upon the passage of 3 years, a life and death struggle. As the time draws near, I am curious to see her reaction upon discovering your transformation. Therefore, I shall join you in visiting Lingyun's sect for a few days. Listening to Jian Wushuang's words, Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Without further ado, he waved his hand, tearing through the fabric of space and opening a spatial passage. The two men exchanged no more words and stepped into the portal, making their way to Lingyun's sect. As they rapidly vanished from sight, those present could not help but sigh. They were formidable sword cultivators from various factions, drawn here to absorb the sword intent emanating from Divine Sword Mountain. With Gu Yuan's removal of the Sword of Annihilation, the sword intent would soon dissipate from this realm, rendering this sacred ground, once conducive to the cultivation of sword intent, ordinary. Losing such a prime location for their practice felt akin to missing out on a fortune. Naturally, their spirits were far from buoyant. A sudden crack split the space above the Lingyun sect, and with it, a spatial passage emerged. Out from this passage stepped two figures, Gu Yuan and Jian Wushuang. Having previously encountered the Sovereign of the Abyss and the Sword Sovereign, the Alchemy Sovereign, Yao promptly noticed the arrival of the two and soared from the Grand Hall to greet them in midair with a respectful bow. The others were a tad slower to react. But once they did, they swiftly followed suit, honoring the two with their salutations. Gu Yuan and Jian Wushuang nodded in acknowledgement, a silent exchange of greetings. Before descending into the throng below, Mu Taiyu, hosting a grand banquet within the Lingyun sect, welcomed all members of the sect. Not only to express gratitude for the multitude of elixirs sent by Yao, but also to celebrate the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse, the Sovereign of the Abyss. Upon the arrival of Gu Yuan and Jian Wushuang, Mu Taiyu promptly arranged for them to occupy the esteemed seats within the Grand Hall, a decision that elicited no dissent. The likes of Mu Nanwan, Su Jiuer, and even Yun Mo found their own statuses elevated by association with Gu Yuan, all seated within the Grand Hall. It is noteworthy that only peak masters and those of exceedingly high rank among the elders were permitted such privilege, while ordinary elders and disciples remained outside in the Lingyun sect's plaza. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Sovereign of the Abyss, my Alchemy Valley would likely no longer exist. I raise this cup in your honor. As soon as Gu Yuan settled in, Yao approached with a drink to offer his respects. Merely a trifling act on your part, Alchemy Sovereign. There is no need for such formality. Gu Yuan replied with a light-hearted smile. To you, it may be a mere gesture, but for my Alchemy Valley, it is a profound kindness. Yao remarked with a wry smile. Were it not for Gu Yuan's earlier assistance, the Alchemy Valley would have faced dire consequences, and he himself might not have survived. With that thought, Yao declared, Sovereign of the Abyss, I shall drink this in salute. You may partake as you wish. With that, he raised his cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. Gu Yuan could only shake his head in resignation, lifting his own cup to follow suit. Subsequently, one after another, many came forth to toast Gu Yuan, a stark contrast to the past when he was merely an insignificant figure. Had it been otherwise, he would have likely been inebriated long before the dishes were fully served, overwhelmed by the sheer number of toasts. As the evening progressed, with wine flowing and dishes savored. The night deepened. It was at this juncture that a figure approached swiftly, arriving before Mu Taiyu. Master. Upon recognizing the visitor, Mu Taiyu's intoxication dissipated significantly. The individual was none other than the disciple assigned to protect the sect. Their presence undoubtedly signified that something was amiss outside the sect. Almost instinctively, Mu Taiyu inquired aloud, "What is the matter?" Upon hearing the words of Mu Taiyu, the disciple guarding the mountain did not hesitate to respond. According to the sect leader, the people from Yunxiao sect have arrived and wish to enter our Lingyun sect. They are currently at the mountain gate. Should we allow them entry? The people from Yunxiao sect? At the mention of this, Mu Taiyu's gaze turned icy. Ever since Yuan established a 3-year pact with the saintess of Yunxiao sect, there have been persistent appearances of Yunxiao sect members outside Lingyun sect. Additionally, there were spies arranged within the sect by Yunxiao sect to monitor Yuan's progress. He had expended considerable effort to eliminate those infiltrators. Now, the audacity of these Yunxiao sect members to appear so brazenly was tantamount to courting death. After contemplating for a moment, Mu Taiyu's voice was devoid of warmth as he commanded, "Eliminate them." At these words, the disciple felt a shiver run down his spine. Almost instinctively, he cautioned, "Sect leader, the Yunxiao sect possesses formidable strength and profound heritage, with many terrifying figures at the Saint King and Saint Sovereign levels within their ranks. Would it not be unwise to kill their members now? Formidable strength? Profound heritage?" Mu Taiyu raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Does Yunxiao sect possess an emperor?" Upon hearing this, the disciple seemed to finally grasp the situation. The current Lingyun sect was no longer what it once was. Stealthily glancing towards the table where Yuan and Jian Wushuang were seated, he nodded and affirmed, "I understand what I must do." With that, he quietly exited the grand hall. The sudden grand banquet held by Lingyun's sect undoubtedly signified a momentous event. Yet, the nature of this event remained elusive. Regardless of what was transpiring, it was imperative to investigate thoroughly, as the day of the saintess's agreement with Yuan, that perceived waste, was drawing near. The saintess was the pride of our sect. She must not fail. With her exceptional cultivation talent, she had already reached the 6th level of the transcendence realm. While Yuan was merely a waste, there was no way the saintess could lose in battle against him. However, unusual occurrences often herald hidden dangers. With the day of the saintess's agreement with Yuan approaching, the atmosphere within Lingyun's sect remained excessively festive, which was indeed peculiar. It was essential to delve deeper to ascertain what was truly occurring. Yuan, that waste, likely garnered little respect within Lingyun's sect. Their agreement with the saintess was, in the eyes of Yunxiao sect, nothing but a farce, and it was likely perceived similarly by those in Lingyun's sect. Nevertheless, given the excessive revelry within Lingyun's sect today, it was certainly prudent to investigate and discern the true nature of the events unfolding. Outside the gates of Lingyun's sect, several individuals clad in the attire of Yunxiao sect disciples were engaged in hushed conversation. They had been dispatched by Yunxiao sect to monitor the movements of Lingyun's sect. Today, they observed numerous disciples and elders of Lingyun's sect returning to their sect, while an extravagant banquet was being prepared within. This anomaly immediately aroused their suspicions, prompting them to relay the information back to Yunxiao sect without delay. Subsequently, they were assigned to infiltrate Lingyun's sect and ascertain the situation. Initially, they contemplated covertly infiltrating Lingyun's sect to gather intelligence. However, recalling the fate of the undercover agents previously placed in Lingyun's sect, those who had perished or suffered grievous injuries, they quickly abandoned this notion. Instead, they resolved to approach Lingyun's sect openly. They reasoned that if they were to covertly infiltrate and be discovered, the consequences could be fatal. Even if Yunxiao sect sought retribution, it would lack justification. Conversely, by entering Lingyun's sect openly, they believed that Lingyun's sect would hesitate to treat them harshly. Given that the overall strength of Yunxiao sect far surpassed that of Lingyun's sect, as the two conversed, the Lingyun sect guardian disciple who had previously entered the grand hall returned, accompanied by several others. Their auras were subdued, making it difficult to discern their cultivation levels. Observing this, the Yunxiao sect disciples felt a sense of curiosity but did not dwell on it. Without hesitation, they approached and inquired, "May we enter Lingyun's sect now?" The leading guardian disciple of Lingyun's sect did not respond verbally. Instead, he coldly uttered a single word. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, beneath the night sky. Blood splattered as several members of the Yunshao sect met their untimely demise before they could even comprehend the situation. Only the leader of the Yunshao sect reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon to parry the attack. Though he sustained injuries, this decisive action allowed him to survive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Revenge? Upon hearing this person's words, the disciples of Lingyun's sect erupted into laughter, their expressions rife with amusement and disdain. Presently, our Lingyun sect has produced a great emperor who has vanquished the dragon emperor of the northern sea within the Forbidden Sea. The remaining 3 dragon clans dare not even whisper of vengeance. Indeed, their sovereigns have personally come to offer apologies and gratitude, fearful of retribution from our emperor. The dragon clans of the Forbidden Sea do not dare to act recklessly in the presence of our emperor, yet you, from Yunshao sect, presume to seek revenge against us? Surely you do not believe that your sect is more formidable than the dragon clans of the Forbidden Sea? Upon Gu Yuan's return from the northern domain, his deeds have already spread throughout Lingyun's sect, and thus they are well aware of the situation. Our sect has produced an emperor? He has even slain a dragon emperor of the northern sea? Not only did the remaining 3 dragon clans refrain from retaliating against our emperor, but they also personally visited to express their apologies and gratitude. Such claims are beyond disbelief. They are as absurd as a false mother knocking on a door that does not exist. The leader of Yunshao's sect fell silent, their expression one of utter contempt. In their eyes, Lingyun's sect is laughable. They lack even a sacred sovereign, yet suddenly proclaim the emergence of an emperor. The incredibility of this assertion is staggering. The dragon clans, proud as they are, hold their dignity above all else. If the dragon emperor of the northern sea were truly dead, how could the other 3 dragon clans refrain from seeking vengeance? Yet these individuals insist that, following the death of the northern sea dragon emperor, the other dragon emperors personally came to express their apologies to our emperor. Who could possibly believe such a tale? If they refuse to believe, so be it. I have no desire to explain myself to someone on the brink of death. The leading disciple of the mountain protector chuckled dismissively, already taking action. The other disciples of Lingyun's sect were not idle either, engaging in their own attacks. The surviving disciple from Yushao's sect, despite his commendable strength, was no match for those who had been chosen as mountain protectors. Thus, in mere moments, another lifeless body lay upon the ground, this one belonging to the previously surviving disciple from Yushao's sect. With that, all those from Yushao's sect who had come to Lingyun's sect met their demise. In the ancient continent, in the southern domain, in the imperial state, within the chambers of the sect leader of Yunshao's sect, Qin Changsho was engaged in expanding his influence when, suddenly, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Master. The sudden commotion startled Qin Changsho, causing him to shiver. The woman beneath him cast a disdainful glance, which pierced Qin Changsho's heart with an inexplicable ache. That sensation, oh, the pain. It was unbearable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. I have encountered the sect master. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What? The individuals responsible for monitoring the movements of Lingyun's sect have all perished? Are you certain? Upon hearing the words of the young man in the gray robe, Qin Changsho furrowed his brow, a hint of disbelief and incredulity lacing his tone. This matter, according to the sect leader, was undeniably true. The young man in gray asserted with conviction. After a pause, he continued, Sect leader. The individual tasked with monitoring Lingyun's sect has suddenly perished. This must undoubtedly be the doing of Lingyun's sect. They are utterly arrogant. First with Gu Yuan, that good-for-nothing, publicly dismissing our sect saintess, and then audaciously daring to bind himself to a 3-year pact with her. Now, they have the gall to murder a member of Yunshao's sect. Lingyun's sect's repeated provocations demonstrate a blatant disregard for our sect. They have indeed chosen the path to their own demise. Sect leader. Should we not convene the strong within our sect to teach Lingyun sect a lesson? Upon finishing, the young man in gray looked at Qin Changsho with hopeful anticipation. However, upon hearing the young man's words, Qin Changsho's gaze turned icy. Are you instructing this sect on how to act? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanating from his 9th-level Saint Realm presence enveloped the space, causing the young man's complexion to change drastically. With a soft thud, the young man in the gray robe sank to his knees, simultaneously murmuring, I dare not. Humph. Qin Changsho let out a cold snort, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. After a moment's thought, he spoke again. Now, go and inform all the powerful beings above the Saint Realm within the sect to convene in the council hall. The Lingyun sect, emboldened by the presence of Luo Qingxue, the unparalleled disciple of the Sword Emperor from the Central Domain, dares to provoke my Yushao sect time and again. This is simply intolerable. This time, I have resolved to no longer endure. I intend to show the Lingyun sect a taste of my resolve. Due to Luo Qingxue's status, I cannot act against her. But surely I can make my move against the others of the Lingyun sect? As long as I do not harm Luo Qingxue, I have little doubt that the Sword Emperor will refrain from intervening. And as long as the Sword Emperor does not intervene, the Lingyun sect shall be easily subdued by me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Wait. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Changsho swiftly called to the young man in the gray robe. Although he was uncertain as to why the sect leader had summoned him once more, the young man promptly steadied himself and respectfully inquired. May I ask what further instructions the sect leader has? You shall deliver these cultivation resources to the saintess for her training, ensuring she dedicates herself thoroughly, so that she may decisively overpower Gu Yuan, that worthless one, during the impending 3-year rendezvous, Qin Changsho articulated. As he spoke, he retrieved a storage ring from his sleeve and handed it to the young man in gray. Yes, master. The young man in the gray robe accepted the storage ring and promptly departed to attend to his duties. With his departure, Qin Changsho made his way to the council hall. Before long, the esteemed powerful beings of the sacred realm within the Yunshao sect had gathered. A flicker of confusion passed through their eyes, as they evidently did not comprehend why the master had summoned them at such an unearthly hour. Upon hearing Qin Changsho declare that those tasked with monitoring the movements of the Lingyun sect had all perished, there was no surprise. They immediately expressed their outrage, proclaiming that the Lingyun sect had repeatedly provoked the Yunshao sect, and such actions were tantamount to courting death. Thoughts of annihilating the Lingyun sect filled their minds. However, the only point of concern was Luo Qingxuang. After all, her formidable background, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang, was rather daunting. The obliteration of the Lingyun sect would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Nevertheless, after much deliberation, they resolved to take action against the Lingyun sect. Setting the date for the arrival of Gu Yuan at the Yushao sect, they unanimously agreed that as long as Luo Qingxuang remained unharmed, Jian Wushuang would not intervene. Meanwhile, during their discussions, the holy maiden of the Yushao sect, Lu Ruyan, had already received the storage ring entrusted to her by Qin Changsho from the gray-robed youth. Gazing at the ring brimming with cultivation resources, Lu Ruyan smiled, a smile laced with disdain and mockery. Her cultivation had now reached the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. While that useless Gu Yuan, what of him? He had likely not yet broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. Should he dare to come to the Yushao sect for their appointment, he would require none of these resources to elevate his cultivation with her current prowess. She could effortlessly crush him. Time flew by, feeling as though an eternity had passed, yet it was as if only a fleeting moment had transpired. The 3-year pact established between Gu Yuan and Lu Ruyan had finally arrived. Set sail. With a thunderous roar from Mu Taiyu, the air within Lingyun sect resonated. Enormous flying vessels soared into the sky, heading straight for the Yutian sect in the southern region. The ships were filled with people, including not only the esteemed leaders and elders of Lingyun sect, but also many exceptionally gifted disciples. In the past, Mu Taiyu would not have made such a grand display. Even if he were to support Gu Yuan, he would have simply brought along a few individuals. However, the present circumstances were unlike any before. Gu Yuan had now attained the formidable status of an invincible emperor at the peak of his power. With the 3-year agreement with Lu Ruyan now upon them, he was set to embark on his journey to Yutian sect. As the sect leader, Mu Taiyu felt it necessary to present a formidable front. As the flying vessels departed Lingyun sect, the protective formation of the sect was activated, with all capable individuals having left. The formation was essential to guard against any potential incursions from rival factions. Watching the vessels gradually recede until they vanished from sight, Many disciples of Lingyun's sect could not help but express their sentiments. Time passes, and fortunes change. Do not underestimate the young. Today marks the day when Lu Ruyan confronts the Emperor of the Abyss. Alas, we ordinary disciples are unable to accompany them and witness the moment of regret for Lu Ruyan, which is indeed a significant disappointment. Who says we cannot see it? I have already arranged for my brother Wang Tung to bring a recording jade. He will capture the scene and present it to me. Well, Brother Cohen, you thought of that? Of course. If anyone wishes to see it, I can replicate the footage from the recording jade and sell it at a modest price. We are all fellow disciples, so I will charge each of you just 1,000 spirit stones for it. 1,000 spirit stones? Are you out of your mind? Am I not essentially robbing you all right now? If you do not want it, I won't force you. Of course we want it. How could we not? That is the moment when Lu Ruyan faces the Emperor of the Abyss. If I miss it, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Exactly. Do not say 1,000 spirit stones. I would pay 10,000 if necessary. I would sell everything just to see it. Have I priced it too low? Should I raise it to 10,000 spirit stones? Hey Kuan, you are courting death. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan and his companions were indulging in roasted meat aboard their flying vessel. A profound sense of ease and contentment illuminated their faces, entirely devoid of the tension and unease one might expect before an important rendezvous. This was hardly surprising, as he possessed the pinnacle of combat prowess within this realm. The challenge before him was merely a minor saintess from the Yushao sect. Even if he were to confront the entirety of the Yushao sect, the entire imperial state, or even the whole southern region, he would face it all with effortless composure. Such confidence stemmed from his unparalleled strength. He was invincible. His might rendered the existence of any adversary trivial in his eyes. In such circumstances, regardless of whom he faced, he remained utterly unperturbed. The roasted meat they were enjoying was not ordinary fare. It was the flesh of formidable sea beasts or even dragon meat. During his previous journeys through the central and northern regions, Gu Yuan had slain numerous powerful sea creatures and dragon clan warriors. The meat from these beasts was highly nourishing. Although these delicacies were of little use to him personally, he had collected them nonetheless, for he had a sect and loved ones to consider. Furthermore, the meat from sea beasts and dragons was a rare culinary delight that Gu Yuan quite relished. Upon returning to Lingyun's sect from the Divine Sword Mountain, Gu Yuan first assisted the Medicine Emperor in resolving various challenges related to alchemy. Subsequently, he generously distributed a significant portion of the cultivation resources he had acquired to his master, senior sister, junior sister, and the maid, Yunemo. He also bestowed a number of valuable items upon Lingyun's sect. Thanks to these resources, the overall strength of Lingyun's sect had markedly increased. Notably, the sect now boasted 2 saints, Luo Qingxue and Mu Taiyu, the sect leader. With the cultivation resources brought back by Gu Yuan, along with the elixirs from the Medicine Emperor, they had successfully broken through the long-standing bottleneck of the 9th layer of the Saint King realm, ascending to the Saint Lord realm. What surprised Gu Yuan the most was the remarkable progress of Su Jiuer and Mu Nanwan. Both women had achieved the 9th layer of the Saint King realm. Their astonishing rate of cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to having activated a cheat. However, upon reflection, such progress was understandable. Su Jiuer, being the 9th princess of the Fox clan from the northern region, possessed exceptional innate talent. The addition of the essence-cleansing spirit ginseng had further amplified her cultivation aptitude. Given the ample resources available now, her rapid advancement in strength was entirely reasonable. As for Mu Nanwan, despite her previously modest cultivation level, one must not overlook her identity as the reincarnation of the Azure Lotus Empress from the Tianwu continent. Her damaged soul had been restored by Gu Yuan's soul-condensing pill, allowing her cultivation speed to defy conventional understanding. With sufficient resources at her disposal, her swift rise in strength was indeed justified. Just as the group savored their roasted delicacies, Mu Taiyu, who was at the helm of the flying vessel, suddenly announced, "We have arrived at the imperial state." Have we arrived? Upon hearing Mu Taiyu's words, everyone instinctively directed their gazes outside the flying vessel. To their surprise, they discovered numerous other flying vessels hovering ahead of them. Each of these vessels bore the emblem of its respective faction, such as the Black Tiger head of the Black Tiger Gate and the Black Dragon head of the Black Dragon Gate. It appeared that these vessels were all heading towards the Yushao sect. After a brief observation, a sense of curiosity arose within the gathered individuals. Some of these factions hailed from the Emperor's state, while others were from the 13 states of the southern region. What purpose could they possibly have in visiting the Yushao sect today? At this moment, Mu Taiyu cast a speechless glance at Luo Qingxing. Not understanding the meaning behind his gaze, Luo Qingxing blinked in confusion. It was then that Mu Taiyu spoke up. Luo sect leader. Do you recall the matter of extorting various factions while in Mo City? With that simple statement, Luo Qingsheng suddenly comprehended why so many factions vessels were converging upon the Yunxiao sect today. Clearly, these factions were eager to meet the legendary figure who, in Mo City, effortlessly dispatched countless vengeful spirits and monstrous foes with a mere thought. As this realization dawned upon her, Luo Qingsheng felt a surge of anticipation. She wondered what expressions would adorn the faces of these factions when they learned that the fearsome white-clad emperor was her disciple. In the ancient continent, within the southern region and the emperor's state, the Yuxiao sect sprawled across a vast expanse of land, shrouded in mist, adorned with pavilions and ancient halls, towering trees, and scattered medicinal fields. Occasionally, celestial cranes could be seen soaring amidst the radiant clouds, creating an otherworldly ambience. At this moment, the grand plaza of the Yuxiao sect was teeming with disciples. On the high platform, Qin Changshu sat serenely in the central seat, flanked by numerous individuals whose steady breaths signified their strength. They were none other than the esteemed high-ranking members of the Yunxiao sect. Will that useless Gu Yuan truly arrive? Lu Rian murmured softly as she gazed towards the outskirts of the Yuxiao sect. To her, Gu Yuan was nothing but an utter failure. Despite having audaciously divorced her in front of thousands from the Lingyun sect 3 years prior and shamelessly proclaiming a 3-year pact, it did not alter the fact that he was indeed a waste. In her eyes, the Gu Yuan of 3 years ago had merely acted on a fleeting impulse, emboldened by momentary bravado, which led him to divorce her and establish a 3-year agreement. Now that the 3-year pact had come to fruition, although she yearned to crush him thoroughly at the Yunxiao sect, she believed there was a high probability he would not show. The reason being, he was far too inept. If he were to come, he would only bring shame upon himself and meet his demise. Were she in Gu Yuan's position, she surely would not have attended. With such thoughts, she concluded that it was likely Gu Yuan would not make an appearance. He will come, Qin Changshu remarked calmly. The 3-year pact established between Gu Yuan and you has long since spread throughout the entire southern region. Should Gu Yuan fail to arrive today, Lingyun's sect would become the laughingstock of the southern region. Lingyun's sect would lose all semblance of dignity within the southern region. If this news were to reach the Wanjian sect in the central region, the sect master would likely be enraged enough to expel Luo Qingsno from the sect. Moreover, if the northern region's Fox clan were to hear of it, they would undoubtedly hasten to disassociate themselves from Luo Qingsno. Without the backing of the Wanjin sect and the northern Fox clan, Lingyun's sect would inevitably face retribution from its enemies. At that point, Lingyun's sect would be doomed. Therefore, even if Gu Yuan is a complete failure, he will undoubtedly come. Even if he is reluctant, the members of Lingyun's sect will surely compel him to attend. After hearing Qin Changshu's analysis, those present nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. Here they come. Suddenly, an elder of the Cloud Sky sect fixed his gaze intently outside the sect. Subsequently, the eyes of all present followed his lead. Upon looking, they beheld an impressive array of flying vessels beyond the sect, each as monumental as a mountain, exuding an aura of grandeur and magnificence. The unexpected sight of such an imposing fleet startled the members of the Cloud Sky sect. Though they possessed flying vessels of their own, they paled in comparison to the majestic crafts before them. The Lingyun sect had evidently spared no expense to bolster Gu Yuan's reputation, acquiring an astonishing number of these impressive vessels from an unknown source. Little did they realize that their current display of splendor would soon be overshadowed by the humiliation that awaited Gu Yuan when he was inevitably defeated by the Sanctus. An elder of the Cloud Sky sect let out a discontented huff, clearly displeased with the ostentatious display of the figures above. They were not affiliated with the Lingyun sect. Casting a glance at the vessels, Qin Changshu spoke slowly. Is it not from the Lingyun sect? Upon hearing Qin Changshu's words, the members of the Yuxiao sect appeared momentarily stunned. Today marks the day of the 3-year pact established between Gu Yuan and Lu Rian. With the arrival of the airship, it could only be members from the Lingyun sect escorting Gu Yuan to the appointment. Just as their confusion deepened, a calm voice resonated from above. Hearing that today is the day of the duel between the Sanus of the Yunxiao sect and Gu Yuan of the Lingyun sect, I, from the North Xian sacred ground, have come to observe. The voice, though soft, was amplified by spiritual energy, penetrating the ears of every individual present in the Yunxiao sect with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Yunxiao sect were collectively taken aback. The North Xian sacred ground is one of the 4 sacred grounds of the southern region, a true hegemonic force within the area. Its strength and profound heritage far surpassed that of the Yuxiao sect. The arrival of such a formidable entity at the Yunxiao sect today was utterly unforeseen. However, despite the surprise, Qin Changshu promptly led the senior members of the Yunxiao sect to offer their greetings. Hearing that today is the day of the 3-year agreement between the Sanus of the Yunxiao sect and Gu Yuan of the Lingyun sect, I, from the South Xian sacred ground, have come to observe. Hearing that today is the day of the 3-year agreement between the Sanus of the Yunxiao sect and Gu Yuan of the Lingyun sect, I, from the East Xian sacred ground, have come to observe. As the influential powers from the southern domain arrived one after another, the members of Yunxiao sect transitioned from initial astonishment to a state of numbness. Although they were perplexed by the sudden influx of so many formidable forces, they were undeniably overwhelmed. After welcoming these great powers into Yunxiao sect and arranging their seats, the attendees resumed their wait. Casting her gaze over the various factions present, Lu Ruyan could not help but straighten her posture. Today, all the forces from the southern domain had converged upon Yunxiao sect, including representatives from the 4 great sacred lands. She felt an urgent need to make a remarkable impression, ideally outshining Gu Yuan. If she succeeded, there would be a chance for her to be recognized by these sacred lands. Should she gain their favor and join them, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, bringing her closer to becoming a formidable powerhouse. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, a voice echoed from afar, proclaiming, "Gu Yuan has arrived to fulfill our 3-year agreement." As the words resonated, colossal flying vessels appeared in the sky. Although these vessels paled in comparison to those of many great powers, the moment they emerged, the attendees collectively changed their expressions and instinctively rose to their feet. Their reaction was not unwarranted, for the individuals aboard the vessels held immense significance. One was the master of the Wanjian sect from the central domain, the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. The other was the master of Yaodi Valley and the grandmaster of Jiadan Pavilion, the medicine emperor Yaohua. Each of these prominent figures, when considered alone, commanded respect and authority. The simultaneous appearance of both left no one capable of remaining composed. Amidst their astonishment at the arrival of these 2 luminaries aboard the Lingyun sect's vessels, numerous leaders of powerful factions moved swiftly. With a single step, they approached the Lingyun sect's flying vessels, bowing in flattering reverence towards Jian Wushuang and Yaohua, who were inside. "I, the leader of the Eastern Xian sacred land, pay my respects to the Sword Emperor and the Medicine Emperor. I, the leader of the Northern Xian sacred land, pay my respects to the Sword Emperor and the Medicine Emperor." As they gazed upon the numerous dignitaries of various factions, who were proceeding towards the flying vessel of Lingyun sect to pay their respects to Jian Wushuang and Yao Wishing within, the expressions of the Yunxiao sect members involuntarily darkened. Not only them, but even the sect leader Qin Changshu's countenance transformed in an instant into one of utmost dismay. Today marked the day of the 3-year agreement between Gu Yuan and Lu Ruyan. The arrival of the Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang and the Medicine Emperor Yao Wishing aboard the Lingyun sect's flying vessel undoubtedly indicated their support for Gu Yuan. With 2 renowned emperors backing him, it rendered any notion of Gu Yuan being a mere waste utterly irrelevant. Should Lu Ruyan triumph, it would be tantamount to striking at the pride of both the Sword Emperor and the Medicine Emperor. The repercussions of offending such formidable figures were enough to send shivers down their spines. It seemed that from this moment forth, the Yunxiao sect would find no foothold in the entire southern region. If these 2 emperors chose to take offense, it could spell instantaneous doom for Yunxiao sect. Conversely, if their sect's saintess were to lose to Gu Yuan, a reputed waste, they would inevitably become the laughingstock of the southern region. With such thoughts swirling in their minds, it was no surprise that their expressions were anything but pleasant. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Qin Changshu appeared to age several decades in an instant. He let out a low sigh and then turned to Lu Ruyan, saying, "During the upcoming battle, you must restrain your cultivation and avoid harming Gu Yuan. At a crucial moment, you should deliberately reveal a flaw, allowing Gu Yuan to achieve victory." What? As these words were spoken, everyone present from the Yunxiao sect was taken aback, clearly astonished that their leader would utter such a statement. "Master, are you suggesting that I should intentionally expose my weaknesses and allow that worthless Gu Yuan to triumph?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and incredulity. After 3 years of arduous cultivation in the Yunxiao sect, what had been her purpose? Was it not to utterly crush Gu Yuan today and make him regret the humiliation he had inflicted upon her in the past? Yet now, her leader was instructing her to deliberately reveal her vulnerabilities and concede victory to that inept Gu Yuan. How could she possibly come to terms with such a demand? With a sigh, Qin Changshu responded to Lu Ruyan's words with a tone of consolation. "Ruyan, I understand that this situation is difficult for you to accept, but it is an unavoidable circumstance. Who could have anticipated that Luo Qingxuang possessed such extraordinary abilities, capable of summoning her master and the medicine emperor, Yuan. Our background pales in comparison. Despite our strength, we can only endure humiliation. You must heed the words of our sect and deliberately suppress your strength, allowing yourself to lose to Yuan. At this point, Qin Changshuo's expression grew markedly serious. He admonished in a hushed tone, "This is not a discussion. It is an order, a notification. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Lu Ruyan trembled slightly, mist gathering in her eyes. Her fists clenched tightly as the feelings of grievance and anger threatened to overflow. After 3 arduous years of cultivation, she had elevated her strength to a remarkable level. Yet under the immense pressure of her opponent's formidable background, her abilities seemed futile. Such a sense of powerlessness is beyond comprehension unless one has lived through it. Our sect is addressing you. Do you hear me? Are you deaf? Noticing Lu Ruyan's silence, impatience flickered in Qin Changshuo's eyes, prompting him to scold her. The reprimand deepened Lu Ruyan's sense of injustice, and tears cascaded from her eyes, moistening her cheeks. She wept. "Your Honor, I recognize your distress. But the situation is as it is. We have no other choice." A large hand gently wiped away Lu Ruyan's tears, and his voice softened in comfort. "Rest assured. One day I will make Yuan regret his actions today, leaving him in a state of despair. For now, must you bear this humiliation?" Stealing a glance at the young man before her, Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, yet deep within her heart, disappointment surged to an all-time high. The young man was none other than Qin Kuan, the saint of Yunshao's sect and her intended partner. It was through him that she gained entry into Yunshao's sect, and his companionship had emboldened her to seek a divorce from Yuan at Lingyun's sect. During the divorce, Yuan publicly dismissed her in front of thousands, setting a 3-year deadline. This incident stripped her of dignity, while Qin Kuan, the esteemed saint, remained silent, causing her to feel utterly disillusioned. Now with Yuan, the so-called waste, appearing for their agreement, accompanied only by 2 powerful emperors, Qin Kuan and his companions quaked in fear. The suggestion that she should intentionally lose to Yuan was the final straw of disappointment. A resolute glimmer flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she resolved within herself. If the sect cannot be relied upon, nor can men, then she must depend on her own strength. No matter the circumstances, today she would strive to crush Yuan, showcasing her prowess and potential to the factions of the southern domain. If her performance dazzled enough, perhaps even the Sword Emperor, Jin Wuxuang, might take notice of her. Convinced of her own capability, Lu Ruyan took flight, her feet barely grazing the ground as she soared to the expansive central plaza of Yunshao's sect. As she opened her lips, her melodious voice, enhanced by the surrounding spiritual energy, resonated throughout the entire sect. "Yuan, the 3-year agreement has arrived. Since you have come, let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in battle. Life and death battle. The living survive, while the defeated perish." As soon as these words were uttered, Qin Changshuo's brow furrowed into a distinct pattern. He sensed that Lu Ruyan had slipped from his grasp. It appeared that she had no intention of succumbing to his directive to deliberately lose to Yuan. Rather, she seemed poised to unleash her full power to decisively vanquish Yuan. Upon realizing this, his expression naturally darkened. However, even if he wished to persuade Lu Ruyan now, it was too late. After all, the presence of formidable forces from the southern region loomed large. Covertly urging Lu Ruyan to ease off was feasible, as it could foster goodwill with the Sword Emperor, Jin Wuxuang, and the Medicine Emperor, Yuan. Yet, should Lu Ruyan openly concede, it would undoubtedly incite the ire of both the Sword Emperor and the Medicine Emperor. Some matters can be conducted in secrecy, but if laid bare, they would become quite unsightly. Ironically, in that moment, he found himself hoping that Yuan was not a mere weakling, but rather an extraordinary talent capable of defeating Lu Ruyan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Stop with the theatrics. A soft huff escaped from the tip of her nose. Lu Ruyan spoke loudly. "I am Lu Ruyan, at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. I seek your guidance." As she uttered these words, an aura unique to the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm surged forth from her being. Through the cultivation resources bestowed upon her by Qin Changshuo and her relentless dedication day and night, she had elevated her mastery from the previous 6th level to her current 9th level. Her tone was laced with pride and self-satisfaction as she spoke. At merely 18 years of age, she had already attained the formidable 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. This level of achievement was sufficient to look down upon her peers. Indeed, she possessed the grounds for her arrogance. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's declaration, those present could not help but express their admiration. To have reached the 9th level of the transcendent realm at such a tender age, truly befitting of the holy maiden of the cloud sky sect. Although Lu Ruyan's past actions might have drawn scorn, they could not diminish the fact that she was a prodigy among her peers. With her 9th level prowess, she stood nearly invincible among her contemporaries. Gu Yuan was destined to fail. While Gu Yuan's past actions were filled with fervor, reality would not bend to such passion today. Gu Yuan was in peril. Unless Gu Yuan also possessed the 9th level of the transcendent realm, defeat was inevitable. Amidst their astonishment, those present began to analyze the impending grand battle. Strikingly, their assessments were remarkably uniform. None believed that Gu Yuan would emerge victorious. All were convinced of his impending defeat. This consensus was, perhaps, inevitable, for Lu Ruyan's brilliance overshadowed Gu Yuan's comparatively mundane presence. Listening to these remarks, the members of Ling Yun's sect could hardly contain their peculiar laughter, their smiles imbued with an oddity. Little did they know, the Gu Yuan they deemed destined to fail was, in fact, an incomparably formidable existence, a fully realized invincible emperor. Seemingly oblivious to the reactions of those around him, Gu Yuan spoke as soon as Lu Ruyan's voice faded. Gu Yuan, the invincible emperor, humbly seeks your guidance. As the words left his lips, an overwhelming, pinnacle aura of the invincible emperor surged forth, rising into the heavens. The tempestuous imperial might radiated from Gu Yuan, swiftly enveloping all directions. Wherever this imperial aura passed, the very fabric of space contorted, rippling with eerie waves. It was utterly terrifying. Imperial might? He is an emperor. An invincible emperor at that? How could this be? Was he not a mere waste of potential? How could a waste transform into an emperor? Am I dreaming? Oh, the pain. This is no dream. But if it is indeed reality, how could he possess the cultivation of an invincible emperor? A waste becoming an emperor. This is simply absurd. Utterly preposterous. Hiss. How can one challenge the emperor at the transcendence realm? Is Lu Ruyan not rendered useless? It seems this battle holds no suspense. Feeling the overwhelming aura of imperial terror emanating from Gu Yuan, everyone present was left utterly astonished, their expressions akin to that of a dog staring blankly. This reaction was entirely understandable. After all, until this moment, they had perceived Gu Yuan as nothing more than a worthless individual. Now, as his formidable cultivation level became apparent, he revealed himself to be a great emperor. The stark contrast was akin to a beggar who daily solicits alms by the roadside, suddenly transforming into the world's wealthiest person. Who could maintain their composure upon such revelation? Lu Ruyan was rendered completely speechless. She blinked, her eyes filled with bewilderment. The person she had regarded as a mere waste, Gu Yuan, was in fact a terrifying existence, a peerless great emperor at the pinnacle of power. To be informed that Gu Yuan was such an imposing figure starkly contradicted her previous perceptions of him as a failure. This was a reality she found utterly unacceptable. Gu Yuan was undeniably a worthless individual. Even if he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, it was inconceivable that he could ascend to the level of a peerless great emperor. Lu Ruyan murmured softly. Even with the evidence laid bare before her, she remained unwilling to believe that Gu Yuan, whom she deemed a wastrel, could possibly be a terrifying presence standing at the zenith of the ancient continent. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Lu Ruyan glanced at Jian Wushuang and Yao Hua aboard the flying vessel before shifting her gaze back to Gu Yuan. A glimmer of insight flickered in her eyes as she spoke with an air of certainty. Though the imperial aura you exude is indeed formidable, it does not alter the fact that you are still a waste. The imperial might you possess must be a result of some external influence. 3 years ago, you relied on the prestige of your master, Luo Qingxue, to brazenly humiliate me before the multitude of Ling Yun's sect disciples. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Behold the sword. A low shout echoed as Lu Ruyan's wrist twisted, revealing a verdant long sword in her grasp. Instantly, the power within her surged, propelling the blade forward. A brilliant green light erupted from the sword as she sprang into action, dashing towards Gu Yuan. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers unanimously shook their heads, deeming Lu Ruyan reckless. To challenge an invincible emperor at full power was akin to courting death. The overwhelming aura of Gu Yuan, an embodiment of invincible might, was unmistakable. They had come to believe that he was indeed a terrifying presence, an invincible emperor in his prime. Moreover, as Gu Yuan displayed his formidable imperial might, many from powerful factions speculated about his identity, Recalling the white-clad emperor who had once annihilated countless vengeful spirits and ferocious beasts in Imo City with but a thought. 3 reasons underpin their deductions: his close ties with Luo Qishu, his white attire, and his undeniable prowess, capable of effortlessly dispatching numerous vengeful spirits. Fully aware of her disadvantage yet determined to fight, Lu Rian was driven by a fervor that bordered on foolishness. As she charged forward, Gu Yuan could only shake his head, making no move, yet causing ripples to emanate from the space before him. These ripples coalesced into blades, hurtling toward Lu Rian. Some individuals, upon gaining power, might exhibit magnanimity, sparing those who once humiliated them. However, Gu Yuan was not of such a forgiving nature. He harbored a grudge against Lu Rian, who had publicly rejected him before thousands at Lingyun's sect, belittling him at every turn. Now that he had grown formidable, he would not allow her to escape unscathed. He sought to make her regret her past actions and pay the price for her transgressions: death. Could he truly be an invincible emperor? As Lu Rian beheld the blades formed from space's ripples, sensing their terrifying destructive aura, her countenance shifted dramatically. The power contained within those blades was dreadfully formidable, capable of easily slaying 99% of all practitioners, far beyond her ability to resist. Realizing this, her perception of Gu Yuan transformed. He was no mere waste, but a terrifying, invincible emperor. Tears of regret shimmered in her eyes, reflecting her remorse for her actions 3 years prior. Had she not rejected him back then, she could have been Gu Yuan's wife, basking in the privileges of an invincible emperor's consort, effortlessly acquiring any cultivation resources without compromise. Lost in her thoughts, tears began to fall unbidden, and she momentarily forgot to resist. As the blade seemed poised to strike her down, an unexpected radiance erupted from the jade pendant at her chest. A terrifying, palpable aura spread forth, coalescing into an enormous hand that swiftly shattered the blades aimed at Lu Rian. This unforeseen turn of events caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment, and even Gu Yuan was taken aback. Before Lu Rian stood a towering figure, exuding an overwhelming presence of authority. The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to her. Shrouded in swirling black, demonic energy, his aura darkening the very heavens. This was a presence that transcended even the realm of invincible emperors. Gu Yuan felt an instinctive danger emanating from him. Though he had attained the pinnacle of power within this world, this man exuded a sense of threat that puzzled him. In a moment of resolve, Gu Yuan activated a system panel to glean information about this entity. A translucent blue interface materialized before him. Name: Luo Tian Physique. Chaos Demon Body Technique. Devouring Heaven Demon Art Martial Arts. Celestial Demon Palm. Ethereal Shadow. Demon God Fist. Celestial Demon Seal. Abyssal Demon Domain Weapon. Nun Cultivation. Divine Emperor Realm Complete Note. Currently, this is merely a soul fragment, possessing only 1/10,000th of its original strength. Upon reviewing the man's details, Gu Yuan was taken aback, realizing that he was a complete divine emperor, a full 7 realms above him. Fortunately, this being was merely a soul fragment, which, while dangerous, did not present an overwhelmingly strong threat. Were he to manifest in full, that would indeed spell peril. Who is this individual? Why does he seem even stronger than Emperor Yuan? The latter stood among the elite of the ancient continent as an invincible emperor. Yet this man surpassed him. Could his power lie beyond that of an invincible emperor? Though it seemed possible, the resemblance to Lu Rian led him to ponder. Could he be her father? But if so, who was Lu Wufeng? Upon encountering Luo Tian, the individuals present were instinctively drawn to the formidable aura that enveloped him, leading them to speculate about the extent of his power and his true identity. Just as they were engrossed in their conjectures, Luo Tian cast a nonchalant glance at Gu Yuan and slowly uttered a single word. Die. The utterance of a single word precipitated a cataclysmic transformation in the heavens and the earth. An enormous handprint, vast enough to obscure the sun, materialized instantaneously. Dark, malevolent energy surged upon the handprint, rending the very fabric of space, descending with a terrifying force that instilled dread in the hearts of onlookers as it bore down upon Gu Yuan with relentless ferocity. The mere aura emanating from this formidable strike warped the surrounding space, causing many to pale in shock. From this singular blow, they sensed an unprecedented sense of oppression, akin to the harbinger of an apocalypse. Could the Emperor Yuan withstand such a blow? Aware of the immense power behind this strike, all those close to Gu Yuan felt a pang of anxiety for him in their hearts. Gu Yuan's prowess and strength were beyond question, however. The might of Luo Tian's hand was overwhelming. Whether Gu Yuan could withstand it remained an enigma. Quite intriguing. Gu Yuan felt considerable pressure emanating from the strike. He could distinctly perceive the formidable strength behind it. Nevertheless, despite its power, he remained utterly unperturbed. The energy within him surged instantaneously, and he activated the unrivaled palm seal. With a graceful motion, he struck forth. As his palm descended, an enormous golden palm imprint materialized in an instant. This strike summoned the might of the heavens. With golden runes manifesting across its surface, elevating its potency to unprecedented heights, the force it wielded was formidable and not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, the two colossal palm imprints collided with tremendous impact. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire Yunxiao sect, a sound so immense it seemed to shake the heavens. The terrifying force of the collision surged in all directions, causing the very fabric of space to ripple. This formidable power was utterly devastating. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to ruins. In an instant, numerous structures within the Yuxiao sect were obliterated. The plaza bore the brunt of this cataclysm, with an abundance of cracks appearing in its surface. Many of the less experienced cultivators, caught off guard, were left spitting blood and grievously injured, with some tragically succumbing to their wounds on the spot. Only those with substantial cultivation levels could withstand the sheer ferocity of this collision. As the onlookers turned their gaze towards Gu Yuan and Luo Tian, an unmistakable dread filled their eyes. The sheer terror exuded by these two individuals was overwhelming. The destruction wrought by a mere skirmish was beyond comprehension. To be able to neutralize my attack demonstrates considerable strength, Luo Tian remarked in admiration. He then prepared to strike once more. Celestial Demon Seal. With a flick of his fingers, an enigmatic aura emanated forth. In an instant, the heavens themselves tore apart, revealing a colossal black seal that loomed like a towering mountain. An infinite swirl of abyssal dark energy enveloped the seal. In the blink of an eye, this dark essence unfurled like a vast shroud, cloaking the realm in an impenetrable darkness akin to the depths of night. The seal descended from the sky, and wherever it passed, the very fabric of space disintegrated inch by inch. A terrifyingly unimaginable aura of destruction radiated from the seal, plunging countless souls into a state of panic. Even the invincible emperor, Jian Wushuang, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing his countenance to change dramatically. The plight of others was even more dire. Can you withstand this move? Luo Tian gazed at Gu Yuan, his voice calm yet brimming with confidence. Although he was merely a fragment of his true self, capable of exerting only a fraction of his original power, one must not forget his cultivation level. He stood as a consummate deity in the realm of divine emperors. The disparity in cultivation between him and Gu Yuan was akin to that between a fledgling practitioner and an emperor, an unfathomable gulf. Thus, he harbored no belief that Gu Yuan could endure this strike. Why not? Gu Yuan replied with a light chuckle. A typical invincible emperor would naturally find it impossible to counter such a move. However, he was no ordinary invincible emperor. He was an invincible emperor with extraordinary abilities. Whether it was his martial arts or body techniques, they were all unparalleled. Now, receiving Luo Tian's strike was, for him, far from challenging. The moment his words fell, Gu Yuan ceased to engage in further conversation. The power within him surged instantaneously. With a swift motion of his hand, the extinguishing sword materialized in his grip. In an instant, he activated it. A terrifying aura, enough to send shivers down one's spine, erupted forth, manifesting as a tempest of sword blades surrounding Gu Yuan. With a mere flick of his wrist, he executed a decisive upward slash. This stroke flowed seamlessly, exhibiting unparalleled resolve. With a resounding zheng, a sword was drawn, accompanied by a crisp, melodious sound that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a brilliant beam of sword light surged forth, soaring skyward with fervor. This sword was unparalleled in its sharpness and lethality, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of existence. Its power was astonishing beyond imagination, and its speed reached an apex of swiftness, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Many were caught unawares, as this sword struck directly against the formidable demonic seal descending from above, imbued with an aura of dread. The demonic seal, indeed, was a terrifying force, however. This sword encompassed an indomitable intent and the full might of the heavenly destruction blade. The power contained within was simply beyond the capacity of the demonic seal to contend with. In that fleeting moment of contact, the colossal seal, akin to a mountain in size, was cleaved as effortlessly as soft tofu, instantly rendered in two. How could the invincible great emperor's ultimate force be shattered so easily? Luo Tian gasped instinctively upon witnessing this scene. In his estimation, employing the heavenly demonic seal would suffice to obliterate Gu Yuan. Yet now, he witnessed his own seal being effortlessly dismantled. How could he not be astonished? Nevertheless, despite his shock, he swiftly regained his composure. Humph. A dissatisfied snort escaped from the tip of his nose. Luo Tian spoke coldly, "My methods are not limited to just this. You have managed to counter my 2 attacks consecutively, but can you withstand my abyssal demonic domain? Abyssal demonic domain, unleash." With his final roar, the heavens and earth transformed, and the winds began to howl. The surroundings started to alter at an astonishing pace. Endless black, demonic energy radiated from Luo Tian, spreading outwards in all directions. "Do you really believe I would grant you the opportunity to unleash your attacks?" Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh, and with a swift motion, he unleashed the sword that he had already summoned. Celestial Slash. With a single stroke, a radiant beam of sword light erupted forth. Its speed surpassing that of the previous strike, its power even more formidable. Such swiftness. As the blade hurtled towards him, Luo Tian felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Gu Yuan could unleash a strike even faster and more potent in such a brief span of time. Amidst his shock, an instinctive urge to defend himself arose. However, before he could react, Gu Yuan's sword descended upon him with unrelenting force. Without any forewarning, as the sword light fell, Luo Tian was cleaved in two. The overwhelming, boundless demonic energy receded like a tide. Thus, the sole avatar of a perfected divine emperor met its demise. Dead. How could such a formidable individual perish so easily? With a single stroke, this abyssal emperor is truly terrifying. Witnessing the demise of Luo Tian, all present were left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling with disbelief. No one could have anticipated that Gu Yuan would possess such formidable strength. Even someone as powerful as Luo Tian had been vanquished by a single strike. It was utterly terrifying. Just as the crowd was reeling from the astonishment, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. All the demonic energy swiftly converged, ultimately coalescing into a singular figure. This figure was none other than Luo Tian himself. He had not perished. However, his form appeared somewhat ethereal, clearly indicating he had sustained grievous injuries. Casting a glance at Gu Yuan, Luo Tian spoke in a detached tone. "I concede that I underestimated you, but you are still unworthy of taking my life. Even if I am merely a fragment of my soul, a perfected divine emperor remains a perfected divine emperor. It is not so simple to extinguish my existence. If one strike cannot vanquish you, then I shall unleash 10. If 10 are insufficient, then 100. I firmly believe you will ultimately succumb beneath my blade." Gu Yuan responded with calm resolve, his inner power already stirring, preparing for another assault. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tian's eyelids twitched involuntarily. As a being at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, even a mere soul fragment possessing 1/10,000th of his strength exhibited vitality far surpassing ordinary comprehension. Yet, this did not imply he was invulnerable. Gu Yuan's earlier strike had already inflicted significant harm. Should he endure 2 more, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Realizing this, a palpable anxiety washed over him. "Arrogant little brat," Luo Tian scoffed coldly, a disdainful note in his voice. "Currently, I am but a fragment of my soul. I cannot contend with you. However, you have wounded me and sought to kill my daughter. My true form is already aware of everything, and you are destined to die. You may continue to struggle for a while, but when my true form arrives, it shall be your end. Fear not, you shall not wait long. Within half a day at most, my true self shall descend." With that, Luo Tian cast a gentle glance at Lu Ruyin and continued, "Come now, my dear daughter. Are you my father?" Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Lu Ruyin, already bewildered, became even more perplexed. If Luo Tian is indeed his father, then who is Lu Wufeng? Lu Wufeng had always had a low presence, yet upon hearing this statement, he could no longer contain himself. "If you are the father of my daughter, then who am I?" Luo Tian cast a fleeting glance at Lu Wufeng but remained silent. However, a voice filled with playful mockery resonated solely in Lu Wufeng's ears. "Your wife, quite charming." He did not recognize Lu Wufeng, yet in his quest for power, he had traversed various realms under countless identities, indulging in countless romantic encounters. He had been with courtesans, unwed maidens, and married women alike, some willingly, others not. The sheer number of women he had been with was staggering, perhaps not less than 8,000. He had even forgotten who Lu Ruyan's mother was. Overwhelmed by the multitude of his past encounters, to each of these women he had left behind a jade token imbued with a fragment of his soul. Should the bearer of the token find themselves in peril, his soul fragment would sense the danger and manifest to aid them in overcoming the crisis. Just moments ago, it was due to sensing Lu Ruyan's imminent danger that his soul fragment had appeared. His ability to discern that Lu Ruyan was indeed his daughter rather than just another woman he had been with, stemmed entirely from the resonance of their bloodline. Among the powerful, a sense of kinship can be perceived. "You scoundrel!" Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Lu Wufeng instantly erupted in fury, unable to restrain himself from a furious roar of rebuke. When it comes to a man's dignity, which man could possibly remain calm upon hearing such an affront? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a resounding bang, akin to the sound of a bursting balloon, Lu Wufeng was instantly reduced to a crimson mist. Utterly lifeless. Father. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's pupils suddenly constricted, her face instantly turning as pale as paper, and she instinctively let out a gasp. With a slight furrow of his brow, Luo Tian reprimanded her with displeasure. "I am your father." As he spoke, a terrifying wave of energy surged around him, causing the very fabric of space to ripple violently. He was evidently enraged, although he had been with countless women. The difficulty for a powerful being to produce offspring meant that his progeny were few. Now that he had finally welcomed a daughter, only to have her call another man father, it was impossible for him not to feel fury. Seeing Luo Tian's wrath, Lu Ruyan instinctively recoiled, drawing her neck in timidly. It was at this moment, a sudden, crisp sound of a sword piercing the air resonated through the heavens and the earth. Lu Ruyan and Luo Tian turned their gazes in unison, witnessing a resplendent beam of sword light, imbued with an overwhelming and terrifying power, tearing through the very fabric of space as it hurtled towards them. This was a strike executed by Yuan, taking advantage of their idle chatter. Overcome by the dreadful force contained within the sword's radiance, Lu Ruyan trembled uncontrollably. Even before the sword light reached her, it instilled a prickling sensation along her back. An oppressive reminder of imminent death. Should the sword light arrive, her fate was sealed. There would be no escape from the clutches of death. With this thought, fear was inescapable. In stark contrast to Lu Ruyan's trepidation, Luo Tian remained utterly unperturbed, as if he had anticipated Yuan's strike all along. "My daughter, I shall take you home." He reassured Lu Ruyan with a calm voice, raising his hand to press upon the jade tablet resting against her chest. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from the tablet, enveloping the two of them in its radiant glow. As the brilliant light faded, their figures vanished from the spot. With a thunderous roar, the radiant sword light struck the very spot where the two had previously stood. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air, and in an instant, a chasm stretching countless miles appeared upon the ground. The power of this sword light was overwhelmingly formidable. Yet, alas, it was too late. The sword light failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon the departing Luo Tian and Lu Ruyan. In the demon realm, atop the towering 10,000 demon mountains, within an immense palace, a robust middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority and bare-chested, sat cross-legged at the center of a formation, his body adorned with flickering black runes. This man was none other than Luo Tian, who had attained the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. Around him, the power of the runes surged wildly, as pure and terrifying demonic energy continuously emanated from his being. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes snapped open, a fierce and overwhelming killing intent flashing within their depths. "You dare to harm my soul clone and attempt to kill my daughter. This young man has sealed his own fate. Moreover, his youth belies his unrivaled prowess. An invincible emperor at full maturity. Such talent is truly against the heavens. Since he has chosen to become my adversary, he must not be spared. I must eliminate him without delay." As his murmurs faded, Luo Tian had vanished from within the palace. Upon reappearing, his figure was unmistakably outside the demon realm. In an instant, he disappeared once more. Luo Tian was not only a being at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, but also the sovereign of the demon realm, with every action capable of altering the very fabric of the universe. He was a figure of immense significance, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings within the divine realm. Now that he had left the confines of the demon realm, it inevitably captured the notice of numerous divine realm experts. Why was Luo Tian not residing peacefully within the demon realm? What schemes did he harbor? Was he poised to unleash chaos upon the surrounding worlds once again? Or did he intend to target the primordial ancient realm? Regardless of his intentions, vigilance was imperative. In the primordial ancient realm, one of the 8 supreme ancient clans, the Gu clan, resides within their miniature world. Within this secluded chamber of cultivation, Gu Junlin, adorned in a robe of black silk, was immersed in his training when suddenly, a sudden humming vibration resonated from within the storage ring. Gu Junlin opened his eyes and, raising his hand, retrieved the communication jade talisman from the ring. The sound he had just heard was indeed from the talisman. Activating it promptly, a voice emanated forth, Patriarch Gu, Luo Tian has departed from the demonic realm, and his intentions remain unclear. Please, be vigilant and prepared for any potential actions he may take against the primordial ancient realm. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flickered in Gu Junlin's eyes. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Luo Tian, who had been residing in the demonic realm, would suddenly leave. Nonetheless, despite the unexpected news, he responded, understood. After exchanging a few more words, Gu Junlin finally severed the connection with the communication jade talisman. However, it was not long before a low, resonant hum filled the air once more. It emanated from another communication jade talisman. As soon as the talisman was revealed, Gu Junlin felt an involuntary heaviness in his heart, a wave of unease rising within him. This particular communication talisman was designated for contacting his subordinates on the ancient wilderness continent. Although there were clan regulations, every member of the clan, provided they were not utterly inept, was expected to attend the major sections.